how
No,
far you
no.
can see?
Type that on Google. Google will give you the answer.
Okay, how far you can see?
With 6 foot height on the Earth, on the spherical Earth.
So okay, sure, about 5 kilometers.
Yeah, that's correct. We have observation with 1 foot observations. Okay, we see
Okay.
18 kilometers.
Sorry,
Okay.
could you say that again?
The Google saying with 6 foot observer height, you can see 5 kilometers. We have observation with 1 foot observer height, we see 18 kilometers.
Okay, and where was that? What was the? You got to. Do you have a
That
source
that
for that?
that
Like what? Like
that's the one of the thousand of the observation. That's the one.
which? Do you have
One
any
famous.
information on that observation I can
Yeah,
look
there
into?
is a. It's called Black Swan. It's in
Black
Santa Barbara.
Swan.
Yeah, because they call it like that because you know that story. It was like a story. The all swans are white, you know.
I know I
And if you
find that idea to that Black Swan
yeah, and
Earth
if you find
curvature.
one yeah. Jedi posted. Yeah.
That looks like a meme. I'm sorry.
What
This is not evidence. This is just
where
like
is
a.
Still
the
shot
horizon?
taken. Sorry,
Where
it's a still shot taken from a video, dude. I can post you the video. I can also
Yeah, can you
post you
send
lot
me
of
the
still.
video?
Yeah, sure, no problem. We'll send you the video. In fact, we've got about fucking 500 of them at this point. But this is one of the originals. Somebody will send you the video.
Yeah.
It sounds like you need to go to bed,
How are
mate.
you up this late? I'm so tired.
It's 1:45 in the morning. It's not late.
It is late.
It's not, dude.
Kind of late.
oh,
Just a little bit.
if you're not
Past midnight.
interesting,
A bit
it's all,
late.
if you're not interesting, it's all right. You know, you can go sleep.
I'm interested. I'm just like also
Yeah,
tired, which is
yeah.
normal, human.
But it's cool. You know, you
And
can
I'm
set.
actually interested. I want to know like where you get these like pieces of information from, because like.
Can I tell you where from? From outside, from the earth, from the reality where you are living. For
Anyone have
example.
the link to the video?
Yeah. For example, it's not only that video; it's reality. There is places, countries. They're flat. You know, they are not curving. Like a sea, lakes. You know, bodies of water.
I mean, like it's just not what I see. Like I live right next to the ocean on the seafront,
Yeah.
and I see
Yeah.
the effects of curvature. Just
Really?
not my yeah. Just not
Can you
my like.
record? Can you record it?
Yeah. I
That
can
you have.
actually do that. I can take next time I'm
Okay.
down there. I can take a picture for you.
Because on 10 miles you have
But like,
in
I
every
can. There's
observation
lots
on
of
10.
videos of people
On,
like being
yeah,
idiots. And
only to tell you information.
yeah.
It's a math. It's a simple math. On every 10 miles you have 66 foot of drop. You know that you don't worry. You know every 10 miles you will see that it's showing properly that when you do observation. Do that and you will see.
Yeah, I think the Dover to Calais observation that you have is a globe debunker, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Why?
Well, the geometric horizon dictates that it should not be there. Yeah.
What shouldn't be there?
Well, I don't like arguing from your paradigm, but the geometric horizon would be obstructing Calais from your vantage point.
It
The
just said it
geometry is
does,
busted.
and I have to go up to the top of the castle on the top of the cliff face in Dover
No,
before I can see it.
dude. You try to make the observation from as close to sea level as you can. Say if you're 6 foot above the water, like I did about 9 years ago. So when you make this observation, you shouldn't be able to see the boats pulling into Calais. You shouldn't be able to follow the ships as they leave.
If I'm at Calais, the pier is like 400
just
meters
want to
away
carry on
from
talking.
me. Like,
why are you talking, dude? I'm trying to help you understand. This is like the third time you've interrupted me. But please carry on.
okay, I will carry on. I did say that I can't see Calais from the Dover seafront. and I can only see it when I go up to the top of the castle.
Okay, how many
Which is
times have you
on
made this
top of-
observation?
Like 70 times, like multiple times. I live near
Do you live in Kent?
near Dover, and I live
Do you?
in Brighton.
Okay,
At the
that's
moment,
awesome. You know, Brighton Pier. Can you see
Yes.
Worthing Pier 9 miles down the coast?
Let me just check.
Check. Haven't you got a good enough
Is that on the
memory?
east side? Not really.
West.
West side.
Yeah, so looking west.
I can see a landmass. I don't know if it is exactly Worthing. I haven't
Yeah, it's Worthing
gotten
Pier.
a map out, and I can't
So
see a pier from where I am. But I
Okay, so
haven't tried to
depending
look
on
for a
the
pier either.
no
But
problem.
I can see the turbines, the offshore wind turbines, which is
Okay,
like
that's what-
12 kilometers out from sea.
Okay,
And I can't see the base of them. I can only see the top.
okay. Have you tried
Unless
to
I
make
go
this observation?
to Club Revenge.
Sorry, gonna have to
which is-
interrupt, dude. Have you made this
Yeah,
observation
okay.
several times with different atmospheric conditions?
Yeah.
Okay,
Most
cool.
of the atmospheric conditions
this
I
measurement,
experience are just like
measurement, dude, this measurement's been done with lasers between both piers. Laser 6 inches above the surface of the water, hitting a target at 6 inches above the surface of the water. That shouldn't be able to be done if the surface between the laser and the target was curved. So the
Can you
observation of
provide me
Worthing
the
Pier,
source for that? Because I can't refute or talk about it
yeah,
because
dude,
I've never heard of that.
yeah, no worries. I'll drag all of that out for you in a minute as well. So this is something that can be
you send me the
observed.
video thing that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, sure, no worries. I'll stop talking and I'll go and get it for you. Fucking hell, dude. You're hard to converse with, aren't you?
Because you need to provide evidence or sources to
I'm
back up.
trying
You can't just say
I will,
things. And,
dude, I'm going to make the claim and then I'm going to
Yeah.
provide the evidence for you. But it'd be a good idea if I could get the fucking claim out first. Would that be all right?
Sure,
It's like
carry
the
on.
fourth time you've interrupted me, mate. What is this? So, yeah, I'll go and get you the measurements. I won't give you any background so you know what you're looking at then. No problem.
I found it myself. 2019, this account called The Amazing Moon shot a laser between Brighton Pier to Worthing Pier, which is 9.7 miles. Both lasers were set 1 meter above sea level. Test was conducted at low tide. Let's see. And they resulted in 37 feet of missing curvature. Okay.
How much curvature is between
I
Brighton
don't really
and Glasgow? How much curvature is between Brighton and Glasgow?
and Glasgow.
Yeah, between that all this
Okay.
distance, Glasgow.
You want me to
Brighton.
calculate that?
It's big one. Can you say?
Sure.
Do you know that you have elevation? You know, in UK from Glasgow to Brighton. You know the hills, valleys.
I mean, I've done LiDAR topology maps and stuff. So yeah, I know there is a lot of elevation changes.
Okay. How elevation change? Because of what is the base of elevation change? Is it curvature?
The base of elevation, the biggest factor for elevation change is just topology.
Yeah, topology. What is the base for topology?
The base of the cause of topology?
No, what is the why the hill is 200-meter height in the middle of the UK, let's say?
Oh, from sea level.
But sea level is
Usually.
like 200 miles away from that hill.
Okay.
So how much curvature is in 200 miles?
Get a calculator for you.
If you start
miles.
from that point, from that hill, and you're going to the sea level,
Well, I mean, the sea level is relevant. No. Oh, I see what you mean. So no, it's not based on the closest seafront. So there's like a generic like average sea level across the distance, and then that's extended to the point at which you're measuring, and then you measure straight down from there.
All this Ireland, UK, it's Ireland. All these topographical, all these things that mean land above the sea level. Is it that sea curving, and that means that also land it down, it's curving?
Yeah, the sea is curving as well as the land. Yeah.
That means that land also it's curving.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how we measure elevation if land is curving?
Elevation is measured from point to point.
Yeah, and what is the base? From one point to another point. Let's say bike race.
So the sea level at point A to the sea level at point
Let's
B.
say that you have bike race in the middle of UK. The sea is 200 miles from every side. You are in the middle. That's West Midlands. You are Birmingham there. You are making some big 100 kilometers of race, and you're changing elevation. All the time. What is going on with the ground down?
The rate of curvature of land and sea are almost identical. So, like, it doesn't, in reference to each point, it doesn't really change. I mean, you also have like tides and things, but like, if we're excluding. Sorry.
So in the chat, I've given you 3 measurements, all from Brighton to the Seven Sisters. One is called the peer-to-peer observation, where I spoke about the laser and target being 6 inches, not a metre off the surface of the water, measuring the land and the water between the 2 measuring points to be horizontal, not curving. Now, these laser tests we've got hundreds of them now, but being as you're in the UK, you mentioned Brighton, I live in Kent, I've made these observations and these tests have been done. So the laser measurements have demonstrated that the water is not curving along the coastline of the south of England.
It just is, though. I mean, like, I live there and I observe it every day. Like,
that's just nutter. It just is, though.
A little bit, yeah. It is a kind of a bit of a nutter. But, like, my own personal experience is contradictory to the evidence that you're claiming.
It's measured with lasers, my friend. And not just lasers, UHF and VHF signals, infrared laser targeting systems that are used by the military to target
comments
things.
Comments are turned off.
I don't care about comments, dude. I'm more interested in you.
I can't watch it and it's going to be ages. I can't really
then put it in your pocket.
Oh, here we are. Here's a source. He's got a link where he's published. Oh, that's
what did that mean? Comments are turned off. You were just gonna get their consensus on it, and
I was gonna skip. Not a lie. I was gonna skip. It's 17 minutes long, so I was gonna skim it and see what people are already talking about. Because I don't have 17 minutes in the middle of a discussion.
Okay, so what do you mean by you observe the effects of curvature? What does that even mean?
So, as I've mentioned about multiple times now, I look out into the sea. I can see the offshore wind farms, and I can't see the bases of them. I can see the tops. When I go up and increase my elevation,
how far away are these wind farms?
I get an accurate distance for you.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just about to post some observations of wind farms. No problem.
Sure. Rampion Wind Farm is.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, let's see, how far is it? 13 to 20 kilometers. So about, I think it's 17 kilometers, which is a bit more.
Okay, and what's the observation height?
I can get that for you, actually. So if you type in, do you want me to get the coordinates for you?
No, I want the observation height.
I mean, it was on top of the roof of a building.
Okay, dude. You understand that it's going to affect your calculation to figure out where the geometric horizon is to cause obstruction.
Right. Okay. So there was two measurements. One was on Brighton Beach. The height is 1.5 meters.
Why?
1.5 meters.
The calculation that you would use is 1.225 miles multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it's really important to understand the observer's height when making claims to a geometric obstruction, because depending on your height, it's going to move further or closer away.
Do that now. So I'm about 5'5" in height.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So you see the observations that I've posted. These are done from about 3-4 foot above the surface of water. That we know the distance to the wind farms, obviously, because we can all use Google Maps. We can all figure out our location along a beach. It's quite easy to figure out the distance between the observer and the wind farms. And if we're looking for physical obstruction, that should be the horizon, which should be in front of the wind farms at this height. But the horizon is beyond the wind farms at a safe estimation of 11 to 12 miles. From a 3-foot observer, where the horizon, the physical obstruction, should only be, I think is about 3 miles away.
Into a calculator now. So about 120 feet of the wind turbine should be hidden.
I want to know where the geometric horizon should be. How far away is the
Well, the
curvature of the
geometric
Earth?
horizon should be about 2.8 miles.
Okay. So in the observations that I've posted,
2.871848.
that's awesome. So the observations that I've posted, and I've posted quite a few of them now, the measurements and the observations at 57 minutes past the hour, we can clearly see the bottom of the wind turbines, and we can clearly see the horizon beyond the wind turbines at a safe estimation of, like I said, 12 miles, because the furthest wind turbine is 11.2 miles away, and the observation height is like just over 3 foot. So that shouldn't be possible if we're claiming that physical obstruction is occluded in our view of the bottom of objects.
Well, it just is. It just is.
Dude, it just is. Have you made these observations
It
with your
is,
own
though.
heart, dude?
Yeah, I
My
live
friend.
here. I'm telling you it does, because
So
I've
do I,
experienced it
dude.
myself and I've seen it.
Dude,
You don't live
so
in
the
Brighton.
next
You live in Kent.
question is,
So you
dude,
haven't seen it.
dude, the next question is, have you made these observations with your own eyes, or did you use optical
Yes, I'm
equipment?
telling you. How many times do I need to tell you I've
Hello?
seen it with my own eyes?
Listen to the question. Are these observations you've made with your own eyes, or did you use optical equipment like a high-powered zoom
With my
camera?
own eyes, and
Right,
I've
so if
done
you
it with
use a
optical
high-powered
equipment.
zoom camera, you see further.
I've
Which is
tried
what
with a
these...
telescope, a land-based telescope, and I cannot resolve the base of the wind turbines. No
Okay,
matter
but in
how
these ones
close
you can.
I zoom in, I cannot see it. I can see people. I can even get to the point where I can see people chatting and having conversations while sitting on top of them. Still can't see the base.
Okay. So you're just going to completely disregard what I've just said and what I'm trying to point out to you, right?
Let me try again. Repeat what you just asked me.
Okay, so the first question was these observations you made with your eyes, or did you use optical equipment?
I've already answered that. I used both in
You
two
used
different
both.
cases. Yes.
2 different cases. So the observations that I posted at 57 minutes past the hour using high-powered zoom cameras. Now, the physical obstruction of the Earth should be well in front of the wind turbines at a safe distance of about 3.5 miles. But the horizon, the curvature of the Earth in your paradigm, is beyond the wind turbines at 12 miles away. Now, if you're asking the question, well, I can't see the bottom of that thing. Well, you can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface as well. It doesn't necessitate a curved surface. It depends
the
on the
images
optical.
you've shown me, you can clearly see that it's reducing the base is. It looks like that the wind
Where's the
turbine is
horizon?
going down.
Where's the horizon?
It looks like
For
it's
example, is
beyond
the horizon in front of the wind turbines or beyond the wind turbines?
beyond the wind turbines.
Okay, so it should be, according to the calculator, in front of the wind turbines to cause obstruction. I shouldn't be able to see the bottom of those wind turbines because the curvature of
I
the Earth
can't
is in front.
verify the claims made by this
Why are you
person
talking?
because there's no
Why are you talking? Why?
It doesn't look like the camera's 3.5 feet because at that point the waves should be obstructing most of the view.
Do you see the video that I posted underneath?
Let's have a look. Ooh,
If you
nice.
could, that'd be great.
I mean, it looks like the boat is pretty much mostly occluded in the background.
Is that
As
the boat in front of the horizon, or is it behind the horizon?
Behind the horizon.
Right. So the boat's in front of the horizon, isn't it?
Behind the horizon.
It's not behind the horizon. I'm looking at the same fucking thing.
I mean, you can only see the top of it.
But where's the horizon?
The rest
is
is
it in front of the
occluded.
boat, or is it behind the boat?
In front of the boat.
It's
The rest is
behind
occluded.
the boat, you liar.
Bro, look at the video. You're
I am. I'm
nuts.
watching it. It's on. Ethergress has reposted it at 1 o'clock. It's in constant
It looks
motion
like a
going in
cargo
front of
ship,
me.
and you can see the crew compartment, which is the white
What are you
T-shape.
talking about, dude? It's a little white boat.
I don't think that's a small boat.
Okay, dude. But the
Let me have a
horizon
look.
is
Does he
beyond
look like a
wind
still
turbines,
image or
isn't it?
something?
Yeah, you can, like I said, you can make things disappear from the bottom up on the known flat surface, depending on how low you are to that surface. I can demonstrate this again with lots and lots of videos. But ultimately, the claim is I can't see the bottom of that thing because of the curve of the Earth is in the way, but that would be the horizon, which is beyond the wind turbines, well in excess of where it should be according to the calculator, at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The horizon is beyond that geometric limitation. So it is not the reason why we can't see the bottom of that thing, because it's behind the things we're looking at.
Base of the boat is occluded, and it looks like it's beyond the horizon.
No, it's not, dude.
It just does look like that, doesn't it?
No.
And it looks like that camera is pretty low to the ground too at the beginning of the video.
Yeah. And
It's like
really,
3.5
looks like there's a lot of compression as well.
Yeah, the camera's super low to the ground. It's like only like 3 feet off the ground. How, what kind of video is this?
You're shitting it, not gonna lie. I can't tell if it's a large boat, like a cargo ship, or like
It's the
something
horizon
else.
beyond the wind turbines.
It looks like the horizon is beyond the wind turbines, but it also looks like the boat is beyond the horizon.
That's great. So the boat is beyond the horizon being the limitation of your view across a surface. You can't render any
You
more
got a better
beyond
video,
that.
like a clearer one of the same thing? Like,
Yeah, I'm just not going to engage with you
is there
anymore if
like
you keep interrupting me, dude.
Okay, carry on. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You carry on interrupting. You're not taking any of this in. You're
Okay,
basically just going, nah. We're now talking about a boat.
No, I'm focused on that video you sent because I'm trying to discern
what
I'm
am
looking
I
at.
interested in the wind turbines or the boat?
Both. You did ask me if the boat was in front or behind the
why I'm
horizon.
interested in the wind turbines? Because they're at a known distance from the observer. Now, the horizon is beyond the furthest wind turbine on the right-hand side, which is at a distance of 11.2 miles. So we can safely say the horizon is at least 12 miles away. Now, this observation is taken from 3.5 foot above the surface of the water, I believe, or 3.2, which gives a geometric horizon at 3 miles away, which means the horizon should be well in front of the first wind turbine on the left-hand side, obstructing our ability to see the bottom of those wind turbines. But the horizon's beyond that then, so the horizon's not Earth curvature.
Okay, so here's a image from Hove, which is in Brighton and Hove Council, same area. This is upon the hill, so as you're going up in elevation, and even still, you can't see the base of the wind turbines, and it's beyond the horizon.
Okay, does that necessitate a curved surface?
Yeah.
No. So you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface if your optical device is low to that surface. I could demonstrate that for you if you want. I'll just have to go and grab a load of other videos.
If my optical device is close to the ground, I can resolve further distances. Is that what you're saying?
No. That's definitely not what I said. No, that's definitely not what I said. Try again.
You repeat it.
No, you're going to have to try again, dude, so you can prove to me that
Let's try again. If an optical device is closer to the ground or lower elevation, you're more able to resolve. Your angular resolution is greater?
No, less. Can you
Nobody said that at all.
Can you see further across the surface if you're low to it or higher above it?
Yeah.
Do I need to repeat the question?
You just asked me a question, I just answered. I said higher.
Hi, obviously, yeah. But you're saying that the reason why I can't see the bottom of these objects is because the surface of the Earth is curved. Now,
Yes.
you can make things disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces too. It doesn't necessitate a curved surface.
Okay, someone sent a video and tagged me. Just stupid ass video, I'm not lying. Sorry. Let me focus on actual information. Okay, so let's focus on the wind turbines. So you want, if I can show you a video of someone zooming into the wind turbines from Brighton Beach, and you still can't resolve the base of the wind turbines, would you be happy with that? Would that address your claim?
And how would you address the one that I've made, where the horizon is well beyond the wind turbines and we can see the wind turbines in their entirety?
Yeah, somebody brought up to you earlier, Calamity, about the black swan. You understand the black, like a black swan analogy? And if all, if all swans are black, right? Just one white swan would just prove that all swans are black. So if the reason things are disappearing bottom first is Earth curve, right? Then the one showing you one time that things don't disappear, at the claimed distance through the Earth curve would be, a black swan. I mean, if all swans are white, I think they should black originally.
I was playing Farmville. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to apply that power,
if all swans were white, just showing you one black swan would just prove that all swans are white.
Sure.
Yeah. So if all things are obscured bottom first due to Earth curve, showing you the videos he's asking you to address is showing you that things are not disappearing bottom up due to Earth curve. Zooming in on it.
Yeah, but in most cases they do. So, would you have an alternative explanation for what's going on when we observe that phenomenon?
Yeah, that not all swans are white. That's
so what if okay? So the claim would be that all swans are white, and then you find a swan that's not white. So
therefore, all swans are not white. Yeah. So now all obstructions in the distance disappear bottom first. Sorry, due to Earth curve. Then we show you videos of it not occurring. Therefore, it's not disappearing due to Earth curve. All swans are not white.
Okay, I'm not going to dispute that video doesn't prove your claim or support your claim. I think I would need more multiple pieces of evidence, because it's just one video. There could be multiple reasons for why. Maybe the camera wasn't 3 feet above sea level. Maybe it was. Maybe.
But if those
there was some form of optical effect that was causing the horizon to look like it was higher. But I mean,
right? Then right, I agree with you. But then
there's multiple cases where even my own personal experience, like firsthand, I've never observed anything like that. And most of the time,
but if you find out what's actually causing that to occur, then that's the new cause of the effect, not Earth curve. Even if you find out that it's actually that's happening due to optical effects, or that's happening due to the change in my angle as I go higher, then that's the new cause, not Earth curve. It's got to be Earth curve, or otherwise you're saying, well, that's got to be happening for a reason. That's what a reason is. Is what's causing something to occur, like the cause, the effect. So you're going to be giving it a new cause to the effect.
But you haven't given a new cause.
Well, it's got to be something else, right? You said it's got to be a
So what is
reason.
that thing?
Got to
Have you
be
got
something.
a theory on what it could be?
Well, yeah, sure. But we're just going through the easy step that, well, if it's happening and it's not because of Earth curve would be at this distance, then it's got to be something else. Therefore, not Earth curve. Doesn't matter if I
What
find
is that thing, though?
out yet.
Okay, yeah. You could say there could be an alternative explanation, but for anyone to support an alternative explanation, you would have to present it, and then that explanation has to better fit that model. So it'd have to better explain the phenomenon. But if you're not presenting anything, there's no reason for me to dispute my own claim that I support. In just in general, like.
What do you mean?
You could
There's
say
no reason for you? I mean, there's no cause. There's nothing causing you to change your mind.
Well, I have a view, right, and it supports my model or claim, right. But if you're saying that my model or claim is incorrect, and you haven't provided an alternative, then there's nothing for me to do. Why should I?
Why should you? Yeah, I know
Okay,
you're asking for like a reason why you should, do so. You're asking again for like a cause, right? But if we see here, right, so you're asking for reasons and causes and this effect, right? So here's this effect, bottom up obstruction, not caused by Earth curve. It doesn't, reasons like personal reasons or something else, but at least you understand that there's a cause and effect, and if this is occurring, no matter what you find, to no matter what it is that you're going to say, well, this is actually what caused that to happen. It wasn't Earth curve. It's some other cause.
What could the other cause be? You're saying angular resolution was one, right?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Okay. But when we do studies on angular resolution, we observe that it has the same effect proportionally in all directions, and it wouldn't
Don't get
change
confused,
the
though.
translational.
Though. The falsification of the geometric horizon doesn't require a replacement on us for that falsification.
Well, it does.
No,
it does.
This is why you're confused.
Why should anyone follow a model that doesn't have any?
Falsification is independent of replacement.
You haven't falsified it or replaced it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have. The observations where the horizon has to be in front of the object, but it's actually behind it. That's a falsification.
Yeah, like back to the black swan for a second.
I don't know. I disagree. I don't think that's
it's not clicking
an accurate, representation, because I just don't see that with my own eyes when I'm at Brighton Beach.
Understand. Do you understand that the globe makes a geometric claim to that horizon? It has to be a geometric distance. Right, so your claim would only be true if it was always matching that prediction, but it doesn't. So your claim isn't true. It's not geometric.
Yeah, if you found just
not
the black
geometric.
Swan,
okay.
Well, yeah, that's
it's not
you found
What do you mean it's not geometric?
It's not a calculable distance away from you because it's a curve of the Earth.
If you found so all swans are white, you found a black swan, it's black. Nobody has to hey, listen, you want the answer, but nobody has to tell you what made that one swan black and that one swan white in order for there to be a black and a white swan in front of you. No, they're just a black and a white swan in front of you. You don't have to know why. They're just there. They're just in front of you.
Hey, look at this image I just posted in the chat. You see it?
Let's have a look. Which one? Top one or bottom one? Oh, it's the same thing. Okay.
Both of them, right. The geometric horizon.
Oh, why do you always send all these like weird, like fonted things? It's like long and there's lots of reading. Like
pretty basic.
Okay.
You can just look at the image and understand what we're talking about.
Geometric horizon, certain distance, which diagram is represented by a red and yellow circle. Okay. Physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance which you see in the sky can be observed to be.
So that's the globe claim, yeah?
No imaginary other horizon or second horizon where the sky and sea meet can be observed past the line of the physical geometric horizon represented by the red and yellow circle. Why is there a physical geometric horizon? Obviously, you cannot see around a sphere due to the geometric shape of a sphere. There is a specific maximum physical distance an observer can see that is determined by the height of the observer and the size of the sphere. The maximum distance is called the physical geometric horizon. Okay.
Do you understand that?
What
Sure.
a silly argument.
You understand that?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So when we see an observation where that geometric horizon is supposed to be in front of an object, let's say 1.2 miles, but then we actually see it at 10 miles, it tells us that it's not a geometric horizon.
The geometric
So
horizon's
your
at 10
horizon
miles.
has to be no, because if that's the case, then the radius of the ball has to be more like 250,000 miles rather than 4,000 miles they tell us. Unless you just want to go with the much bigger ball theory. Something tells me you'd like that.
Do you want the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, you don't have a radius of the Earth.
Why not?
No one's
6,371
measured it.
kilometers.
Yeah, no one's ever measured it.
Okay. I mean, that's your opinion, but, you know.
Okay, we measured it.
Some people have measured it. Can
Cool.
I give you a specific person so you can have a look?
Sure, yeah. Google and find Eratosthenes and then tell us all about that. But I mean,
I don't want to
debunked
talk about that.
the
Right. Who
geometric
cares?
horizon. Well, that's who was going to tell you measured
Let's
it.
see. Does it have to be a specific person and not an institution?
Whatever you think the best documented measurement is.
Oh, we've gone over this like 3 times. What the hell? I'm so tired. I completely forgot.
Yeah.
Like we've gone over this so many times.
Still don't have one. Yeah. That's the
Okay,
problem.
I think I sent the link. I'll send it again. If you scroll down right to published values, you'll see a big list of all the different values that people have published and calculated.
Yeah.
Or institutions
Calculated, I asked for a measurement.
measured. And then
measured.
they don't have rulers long enough to do that, but you know what I mean.
Okay, so no one's ever measured the curve, and we don't have a geometric horizon. Cool.
But you were giving me lasers and shit earlier, like
yeah,
I
they
could
didn't
say no
detect
one's
any
really
curve.
measured it because they didn't get a ruler and physically
they didn't get any curve. The lasers hit the target. They weren't obstructed by a curve.
Who measured the Earth?
Well, it wasn't accurately measured. I just refute it because it's not physically done by a person. It was using calculations.
You don't have any curvature, bro.
No, I'm using your own argument against yourself.
Are you saying stupid ancient?
Your argument can only be at this point there is curvature and this is how we know, this is who measured it, etc. You don't have that, so you don't have an argument.
Have you looked at the source?
We've been here for years, dude. There's no measurement. Why do you think we're here?
Who are these? Who published these values, and where do they get these values from? Then,
what values?
Oh, maybe you should have looked at the source then.
Or so you don't know what the numbers on your source are? That doesn't sound like my problem.
6,378,100 meters, 6,356,800 meters, and it goes on and on and on.
Very good.
6,378,137 meters.
Yeah, okay, cool. So what are they measuring?
The Earth's radius.
How are they doing that?
Yeah.
Multiple different ways. Let's see. Let's have a look at one of the ways that one of these people did it. Oh, my head hurts so much. Headache. Let's see.
What happens when you're getting unplugged?
I've just been losing brain cells, I'm not gonna lie.
Or maybe you're just using them for the first time and it hurts.
No, they're misfiring because the mental hoops I'm having to jump through to kind of rationalize what you're saying and
it's okay, bro. Reality is for everyone.
Somewhat concise rebuttal is just insane right now.
Bro. All right, just you find that measurement, bro.
I don't know. I don't even
hurts
know
Trina
why it's
Glover.
like hurting your brain or it's so hard for you to imagine that water is flat. I don't know that we can implement, or build something that's flat using level and horizontal, and that you're not moving. I don't know why that's even like difficult. That
Yeah, think about
seems
it,
pretty
bro. I mean,
plausible.
your observable reality is a flat, motionless Earth, and you're saying, well, if you think this Earth is flat and motionless, you must be crazy. That's all you've ever experienced. To think like you, that observable reality is a crazy idea, that's actually crazy.
Yeah. Like, what do you?
Do
I
you
mean, it
ever
would be
BTEC
yeah,
in
that'd be crazy.
bricklaying? Just out of curiosity. Do you ever BTEC
Did
Oh,
in
you
what?
find that
bricklaying?
measurement?
Oh yeah, shit. I've given you multiple measures, but I'll give you
You said you were
the
going to tell
method
us
they
how they
use.
measured the radius.
Yeah, let me find that for you. I got distracted, not gonna lie. Let's see.
It's not sticks and shadows.
Probably not. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, the last thing that it references in there was it's like Newton in the Wikipedia.
Some of these are paywalls. Let me see if I can find a source online. Let me Google it real quick.
I mean, they say that the Earth, everyone's known it's a globe for thousands of years. It's so obvious, blah, blah, blah. You think it would be easy to find who measured the curve? You'd
It
think.
is.
It is. Well, you've been here all night. You haven't given us one.
I'm trying to give you a
Yeah,
proper, good source
open
with,
your eyes.
scientific study that's
Yeah, that's what
modern
I'm
and
saying. It
up
should
to
have been
date.
easy to find. Should have been easy.
It is. I'm just tired
In
and
2
I'm just,
seconds.
sluggish.
Excuses,
Is
bro.
that the Earth curve? Like when you get tired and your eyes start closing and you don't see
Yeah,
something,
and then
that's Earth. That's Earth curve.
well, my eyelids start curving. The base of my shoes start curving too.
Yeah, like when you
So
don't see the
Commons, you
bottom of
acknowledge
something.
your radius has been falsified, right?
Yeah, my whole mindset has been curved.
All it takes is a little bit of critical thinking to come to the right conclusion, but you refuse.
Sorry, don't distract him. He's on the hunt for that measurement.
Nah, I'm gonna be the nah guy now.
Otherwise, how's he going to go to sleep knowing that no one's ever measured a radius of a ball Earth?
How will I sleep? Who
How will you
knows?
sleep knowing that it was just an assumption and a belief all along?
So you also acknowledge, Commons, that you have no observations nor measurements of the Earth being a ball, right?
I have my own personal observations.
What observations? What did you observe?
I've observed the obstruction
The
of the
flat,
base of
motionless Earth. You've
the
heard the
wind
flat
turbines, which I've
horizon,
mentioned
not a
like
flat Earth.
100 times now.
Yeah, Collins did go
On the
over
seafront.
where they're seeing these wind turbines from the top of a tall building and then not seeing the bottom of them at a certain distance.
I've also observed the obstruction of Calais, which can only be seen when I go up to the top of the cliff and on top of the castle. Yeah, I mean,
So you've
I've
seen a
also
flat
observed. I've
horizon
actually
and
observed. I did forget to bring this up. Someone was talking about the Burj Al Khalifa. I've been on there and I've experienced the second sunset myself, which is
did you see how
exactly around
flat?
3 minutes from.
Did
Sorry,
you see how flat? Do you see how flat all the Earth was around you?
the whole place is a flat desert. The whole
Yeah,
landscape, topography
there you
itself is
go.
flat to the point where,
Yeah, there
if
you
it
go.
rains, the whole place just floods. But
There you go.
I still saw a second sunset. So
So you went to the building and saw the flat Earth
I saw a second sunset.
over the flat Earth.
So your appeal to the windmills is a weak inductive argument. You can't go from the premise there's bottom-up obstruction of the things on the surface of the water, therefore the Earth is a ball obstructing them. It's non sequitur, because you can have that phenomenon on a horizontal plane at a given distance, so that there's
No, you
too much,
can't.
so that the angle is too acute that you cannot resolve the bottom portion of the object from the surface of the waters.
It's not true though.
Yeah, it can only be
What's your
curved,
argument to
isn't it?
falsify it?
He's about to post the measurement, aren't you, Cameron?
I mean, you're making the positive claim, so you have to provide evidence to support it.
Wait, what happened to
No,
you getting
you
this
just said it's
measurement?
not true. You have to prove that it's not true. You have to give the argument to justify saying that it's not true.
Hold on,
So-
because we were in the
so-
middle of you finding the curvature measurement.
Yeah, let me find that
Tell
thing
me
for you.
that.
Well,
Just
he did
before we
say,
move
unless
on.
he's backtracking, he said he didn't have it. Unless he said he
No,
didn't
I didn't
have
say that. I didn't say that. I said
I
was looking.
posted second sunset for you.
it. Well,
That
you
was
are
the
on
first.
record after I asked you the question. Do you do recognize that your radius
Let
has been
me
falsified? You said
find
yeah.
the measurement methods for measurement of the radius of the Earth first, and then I'll get to your.
Yeah, it's not
Okay,
going to
so
be
you did
Eratosthenes,
backtrack on your
right?
answer you said to me earlier. Okay,
No, I'm just backtracking and going through.
that's what I
Yeah,
just
I'm
said.
just holding him
Yes,
to
I'm
it, because he said he
backtracking.
was going
Sure.
to find this measurement. So we're going to get this measurement. It's not going to be Eratosthenes, right?
Oh, no, I've got the measurements. You wanted the methods.
Yeah, it's not going to be like Eratosthenes, right? Sticks and shadows assumptions. It's going to be
No,
an
probably.
actual
I'm
correct
looking at
measurement.
modern methods,
Great.
like scientific academic journals and stuff. Here's one. I've got one here for you. Let's see what the
So
method is. Do you want me to send the link as well?
Yeah, send the link and tell us what they did.
Yeah. Okay, here's the link.
So the Earth being a ball hasn't been known for 2.5 millennia.
Yeah.
So what does it say? What does the link say that you've sent about the measurement?
I'm looking for it now. My head kills. Okay, here we are. I understand these magic words. These people are mad smart and they're talking about equations and shit. Let's say, so we got FAN 1998 that they're referencing. Let's see what that study was. Sorry. This source actually might not be a good one. I was being rushed.
You take your
Let me
time.
find
This is
it.
the
Yeah.
process. This is part of it. This is when you start realizing no one's ever measured the radius.
Not gonna lie, my head is killing me.
Mm-hmm.
I will find this and then I will answer the other person's question and then I might have to dip because my head kills. Okay. This one done in 2005 by Joseph Calpo at the University of Girona. I'll send the link. I haven't looked at it. I've just looked at the title. I'm going to read it now. Simply the blah blah blah. Waffle. Method does not use a sophisticated instrumentation or complex mathematics in application. Blah 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 blah. Let me just skip to the method.
Well, at least he knows to go to the methodology. It's definitely good science.
Yeah, of course. I'm a scientist. That's what I do. I do research papers and stuff. Let's see.
Well, I just got here. I didn't know what you were. I assumed you were just a man.
Oh, I'm 2 degrees and I'm doing my master's. I don't really study like anything related to curvature as such, but I do radio sciences and molecular dynamics. And I did actually do a little bit of a study on the effects of fragments of the space shuttle heat shield tiles and how they affect your immune system. That was pretty interesting. But I mean,
Very cool.
let me just focus on this before I get distracted again.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Let's see. So this person in this study, they went to a hill from Salu in the coastal village 72 kilometers away. They took a camera with a 200mm zoom lens which was used to take photos from several sites near the seashore. They measured the heights and compared them to values that they had as a reference from a topographic map, which ranged from 1.5 to 78.4 meters. All photos were taken with full zoom magnification, and then a load of mathematical shit that I don't understand. And they calculated a value for R, which is the radii of the Earth, to be around 6,600 plus or minus 600 kilometers, which
Based
is
on what?
based on their measurements that they took.
What measurements?
I just told you.
You just said they took pictures from a hill. Of what?
Yeah. They were taking pictures of the Montsia Hill from Salu, from several different vantage points, so different heights or elevations. And they use a millimetric ruler to compare the height of the Montsia Hill from Salu.
Okay, so if they got the
just
images,
screenshot and sorry.
So if they got the
Sorry?
images in that paper.
Yeah. I'll just screenshot it. I presume you're not gonna like just read through the whole thing, so I'll just send you a
I'm on my
screenshot.
phone, so you're gonna have to send it into the chat.
Yeah.
So what's the distance that they're observing, and what are they claiming is the curvature?
Yeah. I will also send you that bit I just read. This is the shit and some other mathematical shit I don't understand. But
That's probably the bit where they
covered it.
assume a baller.
Well, well, yeah, you'd have an assumption in a study, and then you test it.
Yeah, but if they're not observing any or measuring any curvature, but they're only calculating it in based on this assumption, then that's not a measurement of curvature.
Have a read of the. Oh, my head. So what was the other thing that someone else wanted to ask?
Gregory was talking before me.
Yeah.
He was just asking if you realized that there's no curvature or motion of the Earth yet.
Or motion. Well, okay. So from my own personal experience, I've observed what seems to be curvature firsthand. In terms of motion. Sorry?
A flat horizon isn't observing curvature. You're observing a flat horizon.
Well, a change in horizon based on elevation does
the horizon's still
indicate
flat.
To me curvature.
No, so a flat line indicates curvature. Okay.
A change in the distance of that line, or more accurately,
should it change if you're the same observer
point.
height? If you're the same observer height, should the horizon
If
change.
you're at the same height, it should not change.
Okay,
If I
well, it
zoom
does.
in with a camera, it should not change, and it doesn't.
Well,
And this study
no,
even
the
backs that up.
distance that you can see, the horizon at does change. That's the whole point.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Not
This
when
is
you
something you
zoom
don't
in.
know
It
because
doesn't.
he's not really checked it yourself. But yes,
Could show him the Skunk Bay cyclone. You could show him Skunk Bay. That would be a good example of elapsed time footage over time.
yeah. If someone in the chat can post it, I'm on my phone at the moment. So, I was going to say, if someone's here to pick it up, McGee,
Does that does that person who asked me a question, are they still here earlier? No, I presume they're gone.
To McGee or Larry, or whoever else is here.
Yeah, Calming was talking to me at the very beginning when Calming came in here, and from what I surmised, Calming didn't have any direct evidence that the Earth is curving. They were using signal propagation over the surface of the Earth, but what's in contention was whether or not the Earth is curving or not. And so we didn't reach a conclusion on that. It was inconclusive. So at this point right now, I think Calming's just looking for another reason why to think the Earth is a globe. But there isn't any measurements that I was listening to. It was just numbers, calculations. But there's no way to verify calculations if you're in a Discord call. You have to actually go into the field and test them. That's what I was telling Calming. So it's a bit of legwork.
You're telling me to go and check and verify things, but like I can't go and like.
Yeah, but the reasoning behind that was
we have to have the discussion within the means of the bounds that we have. Like
but once you get it sorted, then you know what to do, right? It's like
you
now
can ask me to do all kinds of stuff,
required. But you know what's required.
Virtual particles exist, but I can't do that right now. So like.
What's required of this is a verification of the measurement of drop over distance. Once you verify that the geometry of the Earth is solidified within the numeric values that they give you for the metrics, then you're good to go. You need to get the numbers that you've been given and go see if the outside matches what the numbers are. So that's what you got to do. Like, yeah, it's kind of cool to kind of think about it and have a position.
I can do that, but I can't do that right now.
There's another thing to actually test. That's fine. I don't mind that, but like to continue to persist is just gonna make more arguments out of ignorance. That's all. You can continue to persist.
I'm just talking. You're like
arguments out of ignorance.
You can see it as an argument. I'm just having a discussion. Like
can see what?
You can see it as an argument. I'm just discussing.
Gosh, man.
You can listen. You can persist. I'm not saying you cannot do that. But if you don't go into the place where outside and go test these calculations, you'll never know. And you'll always have this position where you're always going to think that the Earth is a globe when it's not. That's why. It won't go away in the Discord call.
Said because I said I would do that, but I just can't do that right now. So like we've got to move on.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know.
But not telling you to do it right now.
Yeah, if we're gonna move on, think about it. What are we gonna move on to? What else can we do to tell you that the Earth is not a globe if you have that incredulity that it is? Think about it.
To be convinced. I'm here to discuss about the topic. I'm not here to be convinced.
All right,
you can try and convince me as much as you want, but like, I'm just.
Well, you've been doing a lot of nut lying.
All right, so Gregory. Yeah, so Gregory provided the information that Cyclone was telling you that the time lapse footage shows you that what you're seeing in the far distance is it's changing. So when you see something that I don't know, whatever it is that you're seeing over a surface area, it's going to look different over time. But you're saying that's not going to change, and it does, and that's evidence that in Skunk Bay footage that Gregory's pointing out in the text chat that Cyclone was mentioning. So if you have a look there, that's.
It looks like the refraction of light. I mean.
Yeah, but do you understand when you're looking at something? Yeah. Do you know that when you're looking off into the distance, things that you think are in a specific location are going to seem different at a different time frame? So 1 hour later, it's going to look different from the hour before. You get it?
Oh.
something you see in the far distance won't be in the same location optically. It will appear as if it is moved or shifted, undulated. But you get that undulation happening because you're looking at something over a distance, and you're looking through air that's dense. So that's going to cause that optical effect. Just for you to
So
consider,
the
anyway.
Oh, yeah.
so the
I might,
observations and the
I
measurements
might
that
dip
have
now.
been
My
presented
head
to
is
you,
killing me.
yeah, so the
Oh,
observations and the measurements that have been presented to you, they falsified the premise that the water line, the horizon, is the summit of a water curve wrapped around the ball.
Greg, you're cutting in and out.
Does it sound better now?
Can you hear me, Greg?
I hear you.
Try again. You were cutting out. Yeah, you were cutting out.
Yeah, it must.
Yeah, it might be weak connection for some reason. It's just,
No, you
All glory be to the globe.
Matt's praising balls. First day back on the
Yes.
server.
I've been praising balls for a while now. Not those type of balls,
Ghost
but
day.
Suspicious.
What's new under the flat Earth? What new evidence do we have?
Nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun. Yeah, under the sun. You take the sun, and the Earth is below it, and under the sun, there is nothing new. Everything that's been said has been said before. Everything that's been done has been done before. Every thought, every action, it's already written, done, and completed. All right. The globe is where you're going to offer a new prospect for humanity, a giant leap forward for all mankind. You're going to discover something in space. You're going to find the origin of the species. You're going to find Prometheus. You're going to find the meaning of life. The flat Earth, no, there's nothing new under the sun. You can look for it, but you're in the wrong model. Go into the globe model and ponder the stars and see how long that lasts. I'll time you to see how long you stay focused on this massive heliocentric model where only your imagination would be the limit. The only limit is your imagination.
Yes.
Hey, did you figure, is it your minor role why you can't post anymore?
Yeah, I think that's it. I can't type in the chat. I think it's because I have the minor role. I'm trying to see if one of the staff will.
It's all chats, right? Not just this one.
No, I think it's just this one.
Have you tried the other ones?
Yeah, I can type in Christian chat. I can type in and everywhere else. I can't type in here for some reason.
Okay, well, I was told that it's the minor role, so I mean,
the minor role for this specific VC.
No, it should be the whole server. But
oh wow,
yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, then it must be something with the. It must be something with this one then.
Yeah, maybe open mod mail. Then it could be the way the role's set up wrong or something.
Yeah, maybe.
But are you talking about Christian chat on the main server or Christian chat guest channel?
No, Christian chat on the main server. I can type like in every other main server.
No, well the guest channels.
What do you mean?
Are there any of the guest channels that you can't type in, or is it only Flat Earth?
Only Flat Earth. Okay. On the main politics server, it's only Flat Earth. So.
Okay, then yeah, go to mod mail then, because it must be something server side. There's nothing on our side, and I was told it was the minor role. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely not that then.
So did you find any evidence of the globe while you were away, Matthew?
No, I was really just talking to Christians in Christian chat, in theist rooms and stuff like that.
Those are pretty nice people, right? I mean,
in Christian chat, in Christian chat, there's like really nice people. There's some honest Christians in there. When you go to theist helpline or you go to atheist helpline, that's where you get the crazy people.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That's because people aren't asking for help. Someone who's a Christian isn't saying, "Hey, I'm a Christian, come help me." That seems kind of you're like what the fuck, right? Same thing with an atheist. An atheist isn't really calling for help. I mean, some maybe in a way sometimes they are if they got some sort of self-destructive behaviors, but it's inside the family. Like you'll see like a cousin who goes atheist and suddenly they divorce their wife and abandon their kids and like start sniffing coke and whatever. You're like, dude, come back to God. Have a come to Jesus moment. But they're not asking for help from someone on Discord. So
I can finally type now. It's letting me type.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Did you find any evidence of the globe while you were in there, or no?
But no, I didn't find any evidence for the globe when I was in those rooms. You know what I did hear though when I was in there? People kept like calling out Gregory for being a flat earther in the room. So
yeah, they used that saltification technique.
They would ad hom him a lot. So whenever Gregory said something, he'd be like, "Oh, you're a flat earther. You're a flat earther." I don't
Yeah,
even
it's an
know.
incredibly argument. It's really effective, right? To
Yeah.
like blithering idiots. But anyone who knows their left from their
I don't say
right,
that word very often. Blithering. I gotta say that more often.
anyone who knows their left from their right, they know that's not really a good argument.
Blithering moron. Blithering idiot.
British accents.
You're an absolute moron.
Man.
Love it. Gregory, you must live next to a stoplight because I constantly hear acceleration from like 1 to 3,000 RPMs.
I did. I didn't even get it the first time you said it. It took like 2 seconds for me to process. Like, what? Oh, you heard the car outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, it's a stoplight at the train tracks, but it's not really that close to me. It's not like I can't see it out my window right now. But yeah, I'm close to the street. You must live next to a stoplight.
Yeah, I can tell.
I think it was one of the
I just
moderators that
inherit.
just helped me when I opened up mod mail. They said I should have access. Now I do, so I can finally type.
Well, welcome back, Matthew. Behave. And when someone's trying to give you a hint of shutting the fuck up, sorry, I hate that word. Yeah.
I can't wait to start clicking again though, because I'm one of the King Globers.
I would say you got potential, Matt, if you would just look at all the information that's given to you with an open mind.
There's a computer trying to tell a secret. Do y'all hear that? Oh God, no.
Gregory, you know, when I first I think the first times I've seen you in this VC, you kind of did sound like a computer to me. You sounded like AI for some reason. I don't know like what it's about, but there's something about your voice just sounds like robotic or something.
What am I?
I don't know. You did really good in English class, didn't you? Though.
I did. I did.
You always remember terms and all of this. I remember when we were debating a few months ago. You called me a pest, and then you said, "What is it, pestilential?" And I'm like, "What? I've never heard of that word ever in my life."
Pestilential.
Like, how did you even get to knowing that word?
Well, you have pestilences, especially reading the history in the Holy Mikra. And
Do you study these
right there in
words?
the root word. So you know.
You know, it might sound crazy to you, Matthew, but it turns out that like before government school, people would go to like Sunday school, and they would like learn stuff and read. They wouldn't just like make Santa Claus toys or whatever they do.
When I was younger, I kind of went to Sunday school, but it wasn't really like often. It was like a little bit. It wasn't really like all that, man.
Well, modern churchianity is not what I'm talking about. In the past, the Sunday school at the church was grade school, high school, and a little bit of trade school even. So today, after the government school and the 501c3, things are different. So.
Yeah. School now is interesting. The thing is now with high school, dude, you can't walk in a bathroom without people vaping. Was it like that when you guys were in high school?
That song's about it. Smoking in the boys' room.
Because I mean, that's how it is now.
I graduated 2019, so.
So you're young, Gregory. You're not like 40 or anything. You're not 30. You're not that old.
I can't escape it, bro. Like I just have to deal with this. I just seem far older than I am.
Yeah.
I remember being like 12 years old. Go, bro. All relative, man. Yes, 30's old to a 24-year-old.
30's old to me. You know, it's not that old. It's old to me.
None of us are that old, even when we're 100.
You know, Noah apparently lived for 900 years.
925,
I think, actually.
no,
Is that true,
950.
though? Like, did Noah
Well, think
actually
about
live
it.
for 900 years?
If you look at the amber, right, and it has little air bubbles in it, if there was twice as much oxygen in the atmosphere at the time, before the flood, when most of the life on the land got wiped out, except for maybe a few seeds here and there, there was twice as much oxygen, and our genetic code hadn't been degrading for 6,000 years. So if you look at the original, right, of anything before you Xerox it, however many generations we are right now, it's always going to be better, right? So is it possible that he lived that long with like high amounts of oxygen and the earth not being completely polluted like it is today with forever chemicals and alleged nuclear testing in the atmosphere?
Well, I'd assume that the atmosphere was probably cleaner back then, but it's only 2,000 years ago. I'm pretty sure, like, I heard something about like dinosaurs. There were dinosaurs that, like, back in the dinosaur era, there were like a lot more oxygen or something. I don't know, something different about the
You're
air
saying
back then.
dinosaur era.
But like 2,000 years ago, I don't think it would be that much of a difference.
Well, that's when Christ was alive. So go back a little further. 14 more generations to David, and then 14 more generations to Adam. So 28 generations before 2,000 years ago.
I mean, with science and medicine, at least technology, we can't deny that that's been improving. You know, medicine and us being able to deal with curing people and
We can't
stuff
really
like
get
that.
into medicine stuff here. We can't really
No,
get
I'm
into
just
that
saying in general.
conversation.
I'm saying in a generalized term, like that stuff's been getting better. So has technology. So I mean, I'd assume that people are only living longer now than they were before. Like 900 years is crazy. Like I get like 100, I get like 120, but even for that time, that would be insane. But 900 years is just next level crazy.
Well, life expectancy is going down in the United States.
It's going down here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the global life expectancy is probably going up. People don't live the longest here though. They live the longest in other nations.
We got a lot of food like substance.
Apparently, the oldest woman that ever lived, the oldest documented woman, was like 123 or something. Something like that. Really, really old. If I was given the chance to, like, I don't know if they have any new technology that can like make people's like cells regenerate or something for them to live like forever, dude, I would take it. I mean, I'd still probably eventually die, but I'd love to live a lot longer, you know? Like maybe 400, 500 years or something.
You know how long 500 years is?
That's a long time, but compared to like, I mean, I expect that I'll never come back, ever.
I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to think about this. Like for 500 years, I go to the market and there's those idiots that are blocking the path, talking to each other. Like, oh, I got a cell phone. Like I could call you at like any time, but I'm gonna like block the path right now because I saw you and I'm impulsive and inconsiderate. Like 500 years of imbeciles. I don't know, man. That didn't sound like me.
I mean, to be honest, dude, 500 ain't even that much. Like, I'd say like 1,000 to like 2,000 years is like, okay, you're living decent. Because I mean, the way I see it, because I do have like a materialistic worldview. So the way I see it is, if I die, I'll probably never be back. And if I am back in some way, it's not going to be in the same way. You know what I mean? Like, my consciousness is just going to be erased at that point. So for that to happen forever is kind of crazy. So I think that like living life and breathing is like it's just the greatest thing that could ever happen to you. So I'd try to keep it happening for as long as possible.
Are there any new people in here? Anybody like to ask a question? Anybody can provide evidence of axial rotation, curvature, demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? Nope.
Anyone else?
Please continue. Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't mind living to 120. You know, I think that's a good stopping point.
I mean, someone
I would
can
want to
take the floor now and have the satisfaction of proving the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, I heard Matt earlier say global life expectancy. I wonder what he meant by global.
That's what they say around the globe. It has been increasing though, I think.
There's folks living on globe replicas.
In their head.
That's gonna be cramped.
I don't know if I mentioned this before, but apparently Japan's building this like type of elevator thing to space.
Space elevator. They've been talking about that since I was a kid.
If they actually do build that, that's actually crazy. I'd go on one of those.
Do you know anything about elevators?
No.
Well, they need something, right? Weight distribution, pull system, leverage.
Yeah. I'm sure
So
they have
what
the
are you
best
gonna?
engineers though.
Really good engineering. That's what they got.
Sure. I mean, for that job, I'd assume that they're going to get the best engineers in the world.
Just faith anymore. Trick me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
What are they going to build it out?
100-mile long, 100-mile tall elevator.
Would you go
Is
on
that
one, Gregory,
plausible?
to see the Earth?
Do these people, have they ever heard of gravity and weight?
You know what would be interesting?
Have they ever
I
heard
mean,
of balance?
to see whether or not they're giving you like a fake screen that's trying to show you curvature or something. Then you could just get like I don't know, whatever like binoculars you want to use and like zoom in to see if you can see something that you know is real, right? Like on the ground, so that you know that you're not seeing like some projection that's fake.
What do you mean, like boats?
I don't know. Like just look down and see anything that like see people walking, see anything that you'd be able to verify and be like, okay, that's real. So
What,
this
from a
is not like a
satellite?
holographic screen that's fake, you know?
In what situation? What are you talking about?
Or like on a space elevator. So people might like object to it and saying that they're showing you like a fake screen. So I'd be like, okay, like get anything that would increase your angular resolution and look down and see if anything that would be in reality that you expect is there, right? Or maybe
First
like
you need,
I don't know, have someone do
need a
something
space
down there.
elevator.
Yeah.
You need a space elevator first.
Yeah. But I mean, I think that if they do make one, surely it can't be too tall for you to even be able to see curvature. That's
Okay.
the only it. That's the only thing.
Do you understand how things are built? Right? How high are they going to build this structure, and how wide is it going to be? Because
I don't have no clue.
if anyone knows anything about construction, get something too tall and too skinny, then
it's doomed.
It's not going to end well.
Yeah. I think that they're not going to miss. It's surely not going to be. It's surely not going to be that high, right? It can't be that long.
It's a space elevator, so it's got to be 60 kilometers high, 60 miles high.
Right where the ISS is, though.
240.
Yeah, that's 240. I mean, I don't. You wouldn't even be able to see curvature, so it'd be like it wouldn't be that much, but still cool, I guess.
To me, like a space elevator is like Dragon Claws, like, or Santa Claus. right? Like it's not a real thing. It's just,
I mean,
it's just a concept.
if they do make
Dragon Claws, Santa Claus.
I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson predicted that they're gonna they're gonna make an industry out of like space in the near future, and that would be cool, you know, for the people.
Gotta live in a cosmic vacuum first.
And maybe, maybe it will decrease the amount of flat earthers. Maybe it will.
Gotta live in a cosmic vacuum
it'll make
first.
more.
You know what'll decrease flat earthers? Curvature.
Why would it
decrease?
Sorry.
Go,
Why would it decrease? Why would it decrease flat earthers? You just said you probably wouldn't see curvature.
I'm saying like it depends. I think the space elevator probably won't decrease flat earthers, but if they do something else where they make like, you know, going up to space on one of those little things that they have easier, then yeah, probably decrease flat earthers maybe.
Is that your goal?
I mean, I hope it happens. I hope that they make it easier for anyone to go to space. I mean, I would want to go to space. I'd be scared for my life.
I hope that there's more people that are thinking independently, questioning authority, and you know, I think that there needs to be more people like that, because the more people that are like this, the more people that are going to want to educate themselves, and the more educated they become, knowledge is power. And if people become more free and can regain a few footholds away from the totalitarian tiptoe and become more self-sufficient and self-reliant, then
Do you guys condemn Hamas?
What? No, we ain't talking about that. You just interrupted me. What's the matter with you? Didn't your daddy teach you better? Do you like cherry flavored ice cream?
You know, it's kind of difficult to become educated in an environment that's antithetical to life.
Fact checkers didn't start until the truth started getting out.
Do you guys think that if they like if we're sending rockets to we're sending like spacecrafts to Mars and we have like a decent population at Mars, do you think that there will ever be like flat earthers at Mars or something? You got a few guys saying Mars is flat. There's no curve.
I don't think that you understand. Mars is covered in rust. Like, do you think potatoes grow in rust?
Man, maybe they can terraform Mars.
Dude,
it'd be hard. It would probably
listen
take
to what I'm saying.
millions of years,
We could
but
terraform Antarctica, but listen to what I'm saying. You're talking about humans on Mars. They say Mars is covered in rust. You got to bring dirt to grow potatoes.
Well, you know, terraforming. You know, terraforming. You know, Krypton.
I just think it'd cost a lot of money. It would it'd have to take so much time
Forget
as well.
money. You can forget about money.
We've already
There's
got a
not enough money
terraform
in
place.
history to afford that project.
It's called Earth.
Yeah,
Why don't we just use the dirt on Earth to grow potatoes? Like, who cares about Mars?
I mean, they say that, you know, Earth's only getting worse in condition.
Worse condition than what?
I don't know. They're saying global warming's happening and stuff. I mean, I haven't done the research on global warming, so I don't know if it's actually happening. I think it is.
I don't know.
I think it is.
The start of winter here, it's been the coldest start to winter we've had for 10 years. So I don't know.
They're saying that we're having the hottest days measured and stuff like that.
It's not even global warming anymore. They talk about
Climate
global warming when it's summertime, but when it's like every other time of the year, they say it's climate change. And if I said that I think that underwear change is like a really big problem, I think humans are causing it. Like that would be more evidence that humans are causing underwear change than humans are causing the climate to change. You ever heard of this thing called the sun? What about the sun? Does the sun cause climate to change?
What about disk warming? Wouldn't it be disk warming?
You know it's not a disk.
I think if the Earth is flat, it's probably like a disk.
Why?
Because it's like, I think the AE map, like, it's probably not exactly how the Earth looks, but at least it makes more sense with navigation. I think.
It's a globe representation.
But if the Earth doesn't actually look anything like the AE map and it's flat, then damn, it's a weird looking Earth, man.
What does it look
the
like?
Earth is the dirt outside.
Yeah, that you grow potatoes in.
Yeah.
The dirt where the worms lives, right, Larry?
Yeah, where the
everyone
worms
knows
are.
you grow potatoes in rust. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, rusty potatoes.
Common knowledge.
Everyone needs iron.
Everyone needs copper. I don't know how some folks do it. You just
their heads in the clouds.
Trying some subject.
I don't know how our ancestors did it.
Well, they did it by doing it.
Yeah, that's true.
I've been
How'd
really
they do it by
trying.
doing it? You know what? I would have never thought of that tautology.
But I mean, compared to how people lived like 2,000 years ago, man, we live like kings, man. You can go to the bathroom, you can piss, and you can just flush it down the toilet. Everything's fine. I mean, back then,
you can go to the store and eat all that shit that you guys eat. Go for it.
I mean, for the meat that you buy, you don't have to go hunt it. I mean, it goes through the FDA and all that approval stuff that they have, and
it comes with an extra portion of vitamin E.
You get all the vitamins.
Cockroach legs.
If some dude is like attacking you, you can call the police. You know,
what?
Ambulance can arrive. All
Why
sorts
would
of
you
stuff.
call a man with a gun?
Huh?
Guns are bad. Why would you call a man with a gun? Just let him attack you and like give him your car and sell him your mother for like a really good price.
Or have your own gun. Whichever one works.
Oh yeah, you can. That's right, because you're not promised like safety and security or anything like that. That's not a right that you have. Peace isn't a right. Oh, that's right. You have the right to defend yourself. You don't need anybody to do it for you.
Yeah,
I forgot
but I'm
about
just
that.
saying. Like, I mean, life's been getting better for humanity. You know.
Is it?
Hopefully, it doesn't get worse. I mean, I'm speaking like from the time spent of 2,000 years ago and now, right? It's definitely gotten better. I think so, at least.
Well, I mean, if you look at what's going on in a place that they call Judea, kind of the same thing is going on that was going on 2,000 years ago.
Imagine spawning somewhere in like anywhere 2,000 years ago, dude. You'd be crying to come back.
Nah, I'd go find Jesus.
I
and
would.
be like, okay, bro, we gotta sit down and talk.
All the diseases you'd catch. I mean, the Black Plague killed how many people?
I don't know.
Not the people who were eating off silver.
Who counted?
Yeah, how did they count it?
I don't know. I think the number is like 20 something million. I don't know how they counted it though. No, I don't know.
Imagine being born in a society that teaches you that pretty much in general, the state of the world, the state of human society is just in general superior to the past just by appealing to a couple of innovations.
Well, I mean, I don't know, Gregory. I mean, I'm imagining what I've been taught about how it was a long time
Imaginating.
ago.
That's different.
Yes, I'm like picturing it. I'm picturing it in my head. How was it like a long time ago, like thousands of years ago, before we had all these emergency services, all of this technology? Damn, man. I mean, a little bit of it would probably be like cool, you know? A lot more people probably socializing and working together, but a lot of diseases going around. I mean, authority is probably
There's a lot of
trash.
diseases going around now.
I mean, yeah, sure, but it's not like as crazy as it probably was back then.
Do you know that?
I mean, I'd assume so. I mean, we had like crazy plagues. It's like a lot of people back then.
Supposedly, we had a crazy plague now, given your own worldview.
Yeah, COVID. I can't even say it, but I mean that took out I think 500,000 people or something. I mean, at least it was some. I think if that happened like 2,000 years ago, it'd probably take out a lot more people.
Well, another problem is that people make these false insinuations that we have more technology now, therefore disease has decreased. That doesn't follow. It's a correlation causation fallacy.
Yeah, I mean, I would just assume that they weren't able to deal with any of the diseases they got as efficient as we are able to now because of the lacking of technology they have. I mean, if you go to Africa, I mean, if you have some sort of, some people have certain mental disorders and they'll think that you're a witch. It's like,
So
come on, dude.
there's your issue. Right? You don't know that. You just presumed it.
Oh, that's actually a thing in Africa.
Well, I mean,
No,
let's get off this subject. I'm sorry, we got to stay off the medical subject. Unless we're offline, are we being streamed right now? I can't tell.
Yeah, I know we are being streamed.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about medicine. Yeah, I was just talking about, this idea. Right?
I trust you. I don't trust. I don't trust Matthew. Trust you. Go ahead and say what you got to say, and then we're going to change the subject.
Yeah, but this is the operating presumption in one's worldview. This anthropology, just presuming that modern humans are superior just because we have a bit more toys.
We got a lot more toys, baby. we got a lot more toys.
But that's the presumption. Again.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think that we have a lot more toys now?
No.
Wow. Wait, so what do you...
It's patently evident that the ancients had far more sophistication.
Wow.
None of us have built a edifice or anything that lasts millennia. They did, not us.
Interesting. So you believe in ancient civilizations having certain things that we haven't even found out now, like certain superiorities in technology and stuff like that.
Let's say that the Earth is, 7,000 years old at least, right? In 7,000 years, whatever they made with iron and steel and most other alloys, it would rust away. There wouldn't be any evidence of it. The only thing that would be left is the stone. And it appears that, all these places we've been waging war against, like Babylon, or what we call Iraq and Syria, or other parts of the world, like the Falkland Islands and things like this, we always seem to be waging war around these areas where these monoliths are, right? How long have they been waging war around the pyramids? For thousands of years, right? So if there was Antiquitech, I think most of it would be hidden away, because if I were to, come out with some Antiquitech that I dug up from my backyard right now, as soon as I told the newspaper, what would happen? Does anybody know?
Ignored or suppressed.
No, it would be suppressed. The government would come down. The Smithsonian, hoity-toity fuckers, would come in and be like, "This is Native American digging, and you're going to jail, or you can just give us the stuff right now." We'll do it.
It's funny what Scott said in the chat. He said, "Ooh, they piled bricks. How advanced." That was an attempt to poke a joke at you, Gregory.
If that's what you call the pyramids, just piling bricks, I can't think of any further misrepresentation that you possibly make.
In an oversimplified
these
term.
elaborate underground temples, or these elaborate above ground temples in Asia, in various and wide variety of places, or these submerged edifices that are underwater, But it's just a pile of bricks. Just like little kids playing with a bunch of bricks, they just stack them on top of one another because they're so stupid. We're so advanced because we're the special boys.
I'll
If
say
you look
this.
at John Levi's channel, where they take these temples and carve them out of sheer rock, or uncover them from the sheer rock, I don't know which, but yeah, the one that they found in India, half moon shape, perfectly aligned up with the equinoxes and the solstices. That's a huge undertaking. Anybody who buried a cat into the clay, 3.5 feet below, right? That's pretty damn hard work. right? It's pretty damn hard work digging that much out of the way, especially if you're talking about a bigger animal like a dog. But then you go look at this where they carved it out of the sheer rock, the bedrock. Like, whoa! Like this is more than just pot. This is huge.
I'll say this though. I mean, I gotta give credit to the ancient Egyptians. I mean, you can oversimplify it and say they piled bricks. I mean, they did pile bricks, but they did also do something phenomenal that lasted for thousands of years. You know, the fact
Go
that I
look
mean
at how
they
much earth they moved out of Angkor Wat. Just that little moat, right? That little tiny moat. Go look at how much earth they moved to get that moat.
Yeah, I mean they really cared for their pharaohs. I mean the way that they buried Tutankhamun was crazy as well. Pretty sure that was found his I don't know what it's called, but apparently his burial was rushed and stuff. But if you
The
if you look
sarcophagus.
at yeah if you look at how they buried him, I mean bro was buried like a king. All sorts of gold around him. He was mummified. Apparently
I
he was like
think
19 or something. I don't know.
I think King Tut was the firstborn in the story of Moses. He was the Pharaoh's son, I think. Because remember what happened after King Tut died? His mom uh, created like the first statewide religion of monotheism, new capital and everything. And everywhere you go, his mom's face is like defaced. If there's a statue of her, the face is like rubbed off or chipped off or scratched off because they're upset with her because she went to monotheism. But that's just a
Mm.
theory that I have. I don't think this is a popular one.
Yeah, but Tutankhamun, man. I always found like ancient Egypt pretty interesting. Like the pharaohs and stuff. Like they believed in an afterlife. They always mummified their pharaohs and stuff. I mean, they were brilliant. I mean, they just were. I always thought the pyramids looked as rusty as they always like. You know, I always thought like the pyramids looked like how they look now, but apparently they were like they had some sort of things covering it. I forgot what it's called, but something else was like covering it. I don't know what it was, but like when it was first built. Let me see if I can look. Yeah. So apparently, supposedly they were white with gold tips. Yeah, this is apparently how they used to look, and this is how they look now. That is crazy, though. I mean, if you came across a civilization with pyramids like that, I'd be like, whoa, you know?
There's the new kind of like liberal or whatever sphere, or I mean just talking kind of like a problematic language to say that aliens built the pyramids or any superstructure that was built in the Middle East or South America, to imply that aliens did it is considered racist now.
Really? I mean,
You know,
I doubt.
imagine being raised in a society where you like are devout to demeaning and ridiculing the ancients just because there's a bit of degradation of the monolithic architecture that they constructed, which you could not hope to replicate yourself. You know, it's just tremendously arrogant, and for what? You know, why be so strong in that anthropological idea? It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I hear a lot of people criticize. Like, I hear a lot of people being like, "Well, there's no way they were that cool." I mean, I hear a lot of people say that it's like a great thing, and we don't give our ancestors enough credit, and all sorts of stuff like that. So I do hear a lot of people give credit to like ancient civilizations and ancient people, and I do hear people that say, I mean, it's not that crazy. Aliens couldn't have done it. They didn't have superior technology. I do hear that as well. But there are certainly people that do give a lot of credit to our ancestors. I mean, I'm one of them. I think it's crazy that they built stuff like that. I mean, I don't know why they did it. I mean, I don't think the pharaohs were going to some afterlife, but I mean, it's still cool. Quad and Scott are arguing in the chat now. How did
I mean, for
pyramids
real,
hurt
like,
you, Scott?
like this is part of scientism. Like, it's not just the superiority complex; it's this demeaning contempt, and from just sheer ignorance. It's not as though they have a in-depth knowledge of what they're ridiculing. They just have this simplistic,
Is Scott asking
demeaning
for?
caricature of the past. It's just ridiculous.
Is Scott looking for a ban?
Hold on, there's a.
Is
Pretty
he
sure there's a pyramid.
I mean, is he demeaning like ancient cultures because of their skin tone?
I don't think that's what he said. He said that.
Oh, okay. I just was trying to. I'm tabbed out, but if he's implying aliens built this stuff, that's they're saying now that's racist. You know, that somehow like they got these super cathedrals, built by European countries. These really super structures, the aqueducts. Some of them things the Greeks built. And if you have other non-European cultures doing roughly the same thing, and then telling them that they didn't do that, aliens did it instead. It's like an implication there, that their culture.
That the colored people couldn't possibly have built that. It would take aliens instead, or European.
Something along. Like what they've done is called like a dog whistle, where people are say these past cultures were poor quality, quote unquote, using that instead of actually saying, wow, look at, they built these pyramids and, like redirected rivers and the Hanging Gardens. And
so either the white man was involved or it was aliens.
Pretty much.
I don't even really think the race matters
because
to
ancient
me.
aliens, sorry, just real fast, ancient aliens, they don't really talk, because I've seen quite a few episodes, they don't really talk about the stuff going on in Europe for the most part, other than like Stonehenge. Everything they talk about is outside of Europe.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, I don't really care what skin tone they were. But yeah, there is a pyramid in Las Vegas. I think it's an ancient Egypt themed resort. Apparently, it's a pretty cool pyramid. Not as cool as the ones that we see in ancient Egypt, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Luxor isn't like a real pyramid. Like it's North America has actual pyramids. Like
I know.
all over the place. The Luxor is that doesn't count just because it's pyramid shaped.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's one of the modern pyramids that someone's built, at least.
No, it's a steel framed construction building. It's not a freaking like stacked bricks.
Well, obviously, I don't think it's a bunch of stacked bricks. Or else, I mean, obviously not. We live in the 21st century.
It's not a pyramid.
The ancient, still a pyramid technically, but the ancient
it's pyramidically shaped. But as far as like what we talk about in construction, we're talking about the pyramids. We're talking about building with stone.
I know, though. Obviously, I'm not claiming that it's built in stone, though. It's still a pyramid. It has the shape of a pyramid, but it's obviously not as impressive as like what our ancestors did. Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's still pyramidically shaped, but it doesn't. When talking about the pyramids, it doesn't. You don't include it because it's with.
I'm not really including it. I'm just saying that like we do have like a cool modern pyramid.
It's no different. It's no different from any other skyscraper commercial building where it's got steel frame construction and shit. Like it's just got a shape, that is made to resemble the ancient pyramids.
Oh, I know. It's ancient Egyptian themed, so obviously it does have that. But yeah, no, I mean, what our ancestors did were cool. I don't know what's the leading theory now. I know they said that slaves built it, then they said slaves didn't build it, so I don't know what they're working with now, but
yeah, dude, when it comes to Egyptology and like the building of the pyramids, that stuff, like the going theory changes, it seems like every decade. They always give you something different.
I mean, at first they were saying, the slaves must have built it. They must have had a bunch of slaves. or maybe they had a bunch of workers. I don't know. I mean, it definitely took a lot. I'm pretty sure it took like 40 something years for some periods. Maybe some pyramids took 100. I think
I'm
that's actually
thinking my take is I think it was concrete, a type of concrete that we don't know about anymore.
Yeah, I
They-
lean that direction as well. I mean, from the information given, like that's and being just being in the trades, like what do they call them? Some of the researchers on that stuff, they call it like a geo, or was it a I forget damn it, it's right on the tip of my tongue. But there's some type of term that they like to use for like these different types of cretes, basically. Like kind of, it's like concrete, but the formula of which we don't really know. So like you have this. Essentially, what they did is they would build it one block at a time out of a concrete type of a thing. So like you would build the form for all block and pour it, and then you would peel off a side and then form against it, and then pour the next block. And then so you would have, especially over time, like you wouldn't have a perfect bond there at those joints, like where it becomes one piece. They would settle slightly different, appearing like separate stones, but also being perfectly cut, so to speak, and matched to the surface that it was bonded to, right? Like, so you just do it one piece at a time and just building a form for each one.
I mean, whatever bricks they used. I mean, you can just. I mean, they're right outside. You can just go check them out.
No, that's the problem. Especially with Egypt, like if you think that those are actual stones, and where they claim that they like actually gathered them from, that story has never made sense. Like they supposedly dragged these things with camels and people, slave labor, across a sandy desert for like thousands of miles. Like
I'm sure a bunch of people died, but I mean,
hundreds of miles for sure. Like and then to take them uphill, it makes a lot more logistical sense if they were to have some type of a mixture, a crete type of a thing, where you could take buckets of sand and whatever to the top, mix them together, add water, and pour it in. Like, just work smarter, not harder. Like why the fuck would you be trying to lift these megalithic stones and drag them across everywhere when this is so much simpler?
Well, apparently it took like 15 to 30 years to build a pyramid, depending on the size of the pyramid.
Dude, there's a there's a Gothic cathedral there's a Gothic cathedral that's being built right now that has been in the process of building for over 300 years.
Apparently, it says with over 100,000 men employed for 3 months a year. Damn. However, modern estimates suggest that each pyramid took between 15 and 30 years.
Yeah, they didn't do that by quarrying it and dragging it across the desert.
So how do you think they did it? How do you think they did it?
Like I said, you got to start thinking smarter, not harder. It's some kind of a concrete type mixture, some kind of a mixture of sands, minerals, whatever. Like you had this amount of calcium, this amount of lime, this amount of freaking sand, and this amount of water, and you pour it like concrete. Like, it just makes way more sense, especially to get it done in that type of a time frame.
So you think that they had like some special way of building it that we're just not aware of now?
No, dude, no, it's not even that special. We can do this today. In fact, we do this type of stuff. It's really rudimentary. It's just that whatever the mix is that they used, we do not know of it. Like, because it somehow it's lasted this long, and it appears to be like natural stone, but most likely, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say most likely, but like it quite possibly.
It's crazy that it's crazy that they carried that much. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of workers a year. I mean, it's crazy that they cared that much about their little pharaohs. I mean, Jeez,
Well,
dude.
no, yeah, see that whole slave labor quarrying and dragging, just this like, that's the type of thing you.
That's what they
You're not
say.
gonna get okay. So like, you're not gonna get anything like special from slave labor. You can get shit done from slave labor, but the people who built those structures, they had a passion for it. They really were invested in it personally to have that amount of care. If that's
No, yeah, you're
needed.
right.
I'd
No,
like to
you're right.
point out that they've never found a pharaoh or the body of a pharaoh in any pyramid ever.
Under any pyramid?
No,
Yeah,
I
think that's pretty weird. I'm just saying, it's kind of weird.
The pharaohs, the pharaohs are buried in the Valley of the Kings, separate from the Great Pyramids. The pyramids are not tombs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not tombs. Yeah.
Well, I think they were built to apparently represent pharaohs. I don't know.
That's just
We don't know why they were built. It's a theory.
speculation. Nobody knows why they were built.
Yeah, supposedly. Yeah, the name Khufu was allegedly found inside of the Great Pyramid, and a lot of people think that was faked. Someone wrote it there, like someone. Even the guy who, some people say the guy who discovered it put it there to gain notoriety and get his name in the history books. But other than that one name being there, and you know what, I used to, when I was like 16, 17, 18 years old, I used to write my name all over the place. All over the place. Like I've been to places and felt my name. Like what the fuck was I doing? Like writing my name everywhere. Like that doesn't mean that I had it built for my grave just because I felt my name.
Yeah, so it says right here, no pharaohs have ever been found in pyramids, but most historians believe the Egyptian pyramids were built to serve as tombs for the pharaohs. The mummies of the pharaohs.
A tomb is where you bury somebody, is it not?
Exactly. No, it is. No, it is.
I think that's lore that.
Yeah, but there was no sarcophaguses or anything like that, or were they empty? You know, like because like the pharaohs were in the Valley of the Kings.
Yeah. I think a lot of it's lore that was created by Egyptologists trying to speculate and figure things out before they started digging in the sand.
I mean, I just don't get it though. I mean, I don't understand why they would like work so hard to build pyramids and they're not going to even place their. I mean, unless they're going to just build a pyramid for every pharaoh that they want to represent or something. Maybe that's the case.
But we don't even know what they were actually for from the perspective of the people who built them. We don't know what they were thinking or what they were for.
You're just speculating that it was a monument. You're speculating that it was a monument to a great leader. Like, right? Like that's what if it has nothing to do with that?
There's a possibility it doesn't, though. But whatever it was, clearly it was like something that meant a lot to them since they put years and thousands of people working on them for. So it was something that really meant a lot to them, apparently.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
if it wasn't, they wouldn't put so much work in, right? If it wasn't, they wouldn't put so much work in.
But I have a feeling its significance is greater than anybody's worship of a fucking leader, like a president or a king. Okay, you get what I'm saying? Like, you can never get people to care that much about some asshole that's trying to run you. Like, they have to be truly passionate about it to be that invested and that good at it.
Well, if there's no separation of church and state and their leader is their God, that would be a viable reason.
Yeah,
their leaders were actually seen as gods.
I know. I see where you're coming from with that, but that's still the general running speculation about how people thought back then.
And that's what they say is it's a speculation.
If I take my experience, like I know that 50% of the people are divided all of the time. Like, nobody really puts that much fucking passion into their fucking leader of any goddamn country or in any culture or any religion.
I mean, that's not really that true when you're talking about the ancient Egyptians, because they did see their pharaohs as literal gods. That's the thing.
Yeah,
they thought their pharaohs were gods.
But out because they were forced to, because it would be against the law to think otherwise.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
things were different, man.
You get all kinds of derision. like people, you know, to say this is what they thought. Like, it's to say that people didn't have individual thought. You know, like people
Well, they
are
did,
always
but like,
divided
look
on
at
this.
dictatorships. I mean, look at North Korea. They think their leaders are gods, and it's the 21st
Do
century.
you think they really believe that, or that they're forced to believe that?
Well, they're forced to believe it, but I'm sure that there are some people who actually might believe that their leaders are gods in North Korea.
Yeah, of
Someone that's
course. There are,
not in
of
the government.
course. Of course, there's 50% of the population is brainwashed all the time. It's the
Exactly.
same people who took the
Children.
jibby jab. It's the same people who wore the mask. It's the same people who did all that shit, right? Like,
And
those people always will go along, and they've always been there through all of history in every culture.
Yeah, and children in North Korea are taught that, Kim Jong-un created the hamburger and stuff. I mean, they're taught things at a very young age that they're lied to. But I mean, I believe that the pharaohs, I mean, they said that the pharaohs were gods, right? And they mummified their pharaohs. I mean, you see how Tutankhamun was buried, and he was like an 18-year-old boy. You'd be like, I'm not going to bury an 18-year-old guy like that. But they did. They did that for Tutankhamun. So clearly they cared a lot about their pharaohs.
Just because you have a great friggin' if you have a monument put in your place, it doesn't mean that the people really supported you. It just
I
means
don't know
that
about that one, man. You have to be respect. I mean, in that time, to be buried with like gold and treasures, and to be buried like you're an actual god at that time, dude, you must have had a lot of.
It could literally just mean that that's what you demanded. Perhaps you actually.
Really?
Perhaps
Dude,
you
you're not using
actually.
logic
Quite possibly you actually stole. You were more of a dictator or more of a tyrant. Like you made you could have easily like the social engineering of the time or whatever could have been.
Surely, I mean, they were basically dictators. I mean, anything a pharaoh wanted, a pharaoh got. They were basically dictators.
Right.
And
but some of them demanded more worship than others.
Sure.
It just means that you demanded more worship of your people. And so your grave got a little bit more adornment.
And King Tut, man, I mean, he was like what? How old did they say he was?
He was 12 when he became pharaoh.
Yeah, they say he died at like 19 or 18 or something like that. Dude, he looked so like he didn't even like. This is how historians have him looking. Let me post an image real quick. This is how they say that he looked like. I mean, dude, you're gonna really praise that guy unless you think he's an actual god? I mean,
no, that's the thing with like, especially with like a child leader, like a 12-year-old freaking pharaoh. Like, dude. Obviously, there's more that took place leading up to that. Like his family already ran the country and the people, like, and they put him into place. Like it's not what he himself demanded or did or anything.
I know.
But it's the entire architecture of all of the politics around him that
sure,
led
but
to
it
that.
shows something. It shows something if a 12-year-old can become just pharaoh like that. They don't disrespect the 12-year-old. They have respect for him. They bury him like he's a king.
No. Everybody,
like if that's the case, no, just think about it. If that's the case, then you know that they're serious.
Everybody of the time knew that he was not the real leader. Everybody did, but they could not.
They certainly treated him like the real leader, though.
It's how empires work, though. I mean, it happened in AD as well.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it happened. It's something that's like founded in dictatorships. It's not really that rare. But I mean, for him, I mean, that's how you know that they're so serious about their pharaohs. I mean, they treated a guy that looks like that, like he's a king, and buried him like a king.
They don't really believe in the shit that just because they look.
You don't know what they believe, man.
Like it's like an actor from Hollywood is throwing a party and you got an invite. You're gonna go there and you're gonna kiss his ass and tell him how great he is and all that shit. But you know that he's really just a fucking drug abusing, probably a child molester, freaking like with no education. He's just been propped up by everybody. And you might know all the circumstances, like who his agent is, who his parents are, how he got there. like those are the people who pulled the strings, who played the cards to get him into that place. Those are the people who you yourself, by trying to get involved in that party, are actually trying to mingle with. You don't give a fuck about the guy who played in that movie and got his. You want to know the connections that he has for yourself.
Well, someone
And
gave a
so,
fuck. Someone gave a fuck. I mean, they buried
they
him
didn't
like
give
he
a
was a
fuck.
king. So
They
there's like obviously there are some people who are forced, obviously, to behave in a certain manner because it's just law there, right? I mean, you have to show respect to the pharaoh.
It's by law, yeah. You have to. You
Yeah.
have to.
Like how many of
You have to act
how many of
this
the
way.
people do you think in the North Korean government don't look at, like, I mean, Kim Jong Un's like just a fat guy that inherited everything from his father and got rich off of his father and stuff like that, and he waddles around all day.
Everybody,
But
listen.
don't you like, and you see how
Everybody.
all the generals have the utmost respect for him?
No, they don't. They don't actually, though. Anybody who
They
has
do,
actual
though.
intelligence. No.
Okay.
Anybody who has a free-thinking mind, period, no matter where they are in the world, if they're in that country or not, they can see through that charade, that
Sure they can.
through the veil, right?
This is the thing. Sure.
They know what's really going on.
No, of course,
But
right? The people in the government, they know that he's waddling
play their part.
to them.
That is
To
not.
them, they
That
know
is
that. Hold
not.
on,
Stop
dude.
a second.
Come on.
Nuclear. Stop. I'm still answering your question.
You're not even answering my question.
That is not respect of a person. Acting respectful is not actually respecting somebody. Acting respectful is something that comes out of fear of persecution.
That's exactly what I was saying. So again, if you look at the leader, if you look at the people that are high up in the North Korean military, a lot of them probably look at like this like a fat chubby kid, but they know that he possesses power. There's fear around everyone because he has actually executed his brother. He has executed his uncle because he felt that his uncle was trying to belittle him and trying to achieve more power. So then everyone around him intuitively knows, okay, I must present myself in the most best way possible, or else I face. Hold on, lunatic. Hold on, lunatic. Hold on. I must now show the utmost respect, or I might die because he might have fear that I'm trying to do something else.
Showing respect and actually having respect are two completely different things.
I don't even think it matters when it comes to dictators.
When it comes to any dictator or any ruler,
as long as you have fear,
even in a democracy, I don't even think it matters for dictators. Even in a democracy, there is nobody who actually respects the office of president. Like not with while being in knowledge. Not with while being in knowledge. If you have the knowledge that tells you like how this all works, how that office works, how that position works, you don't really respect the person. You only respect the name, like the position.
If I'm Kim Jong Un, I don't care. Like if I'm Kim Jong Un, I don't care that a lot of my peers think that I'm fat and I just got power from my dad. As long as they have fear and as long as they know that I'm more powerful than them by law, and as long as they know that I possess all the power, then they know not to mess with me. It's that simple. I don't really care. You know? You can't really look into anyone's mind and see what they really feel about you.
No. Why do you think? Why do you think leaders? Why do you think all leaders are so freaking paranoid? Why do you think they have such a great security detail?
And Jong Un is clearly paranoid. He is paranoid too.
Yeah, every single one of them. Why do you think they have such a security detail? Because they know that there are detractors from that so-called respect. There's a lot of people who pretend to have respect for the title, but really have none. That
like his uncle,
dude. Like everybody in the world.
You can't speak for everyone.
You sound like you're arguing, but you agree on every point.
Yeah, they know that nobody respects them. Nobody.
Oh, dude. I mean, it depends on how you define respect. I mean, no leader is going to go and look into your mind to see what you really, really feel about them. I mean, you have the closest people to you who you assume have the best interest, or at least are the closest to you in the sense that, you know, they're the closest to your father and stuff. So there might be a little respect. There might be a little genuine respect. And to be honest with you, if you're talking about, it depends on how you're talking about the hierarchy of government. If you're talking about the closest people to Kim Jong-un, who probably knew his father and worked with his father, they probably have a lot of respect for each other. You wonder why? Because they're getting away with so much. They're so rich, and everyone else is so broke, right?
I agree with that. Like, so if you take every relationship on an individual basis, like only the friends that you like, the people that you really know, your closest friends, your closest family, like those are the ones that you will trust that they have respect for it, and you will trust in them that they trust in you, and so on and so forth. But you have to have a real, like, natural human bond in order to have that kind of trust. If you don't have that bond and that trust, then everybody becomes suspect. That's the paranoia.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, there's always going to be paranoia, but I mean, if you look at like Kim Jong Un, right? You look at he has his father, and the people that were with his father at the time and stuff like that, the people that knew his father. And the fact that the people who are very close to him are very rich, his sister, the people around him, like his top security, like the people around him are very rich. So there is that intrinsic respect because they know that the rest of their country, hold on. They know that the rest of their country is really broke and suffering. So because they are even up there with the leader, they have a little bit of respect because they have respect for their livelihood and the fact that they can live in this rich life.
The issue is when it comes to leadership of a large amount of people, like even those that you might have a good relationship with and a trust and a bond with, like you still can't. You think you have a trust, but it's a false trust. Like you cannot trust them because at any given moment they might be looking for you to say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, and give them
there's a lot of
to try to overthrow you, and so on and so forth.
There's a lot of coups. There's a lot of coups happening in Africa.
No,
but if you look at North Korea, they've never had a single coup. So it's different.
You can't trust anybody if you are in a position where you are ruling a country. Like literally nobody. You can't trust your mother, your father, your brother, or your sister.
But there are some people. Hold on, though. I mean, there are some people who you can kind of like, show a little bit more respect to. I mean, this is the thing, though. So there are some people. There are some people so close to Kim Jong Un where it's not even worth it for them to try to have a whole civil war over trying to overthrow him. I mean, they have a good enough life where they respect what's going on and they don't even care. I mean, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it doesn't matter for them.
No, look, you're gonna have to have faith in their decisions in a moment, but you'll never trust that person entirely. You'll always have that.
No one trusts anyone entirely. No one does. But at the same time, there's got to be a level of trust with everyone. I mean, you got people that are your security guard. I mean, Putin has security guards. Trump does. Biden does. Everyone does. And those people, they gotta trust whatever security detail they have. They don't go.
RFK doesn't have Secret Service protection.
Well, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have Secret Service. He actually requested to have it, and they didn't give it to him for some reason. But he has private detail, right?
even if you did, how would you not be paranoid that maybe somebody in the Secret Service is going to be the guy that offs you?
I'm sure they are too. I'm sure everyone is. I mean, Putin was even in an interview where he was asked about that, and he said, I gotta have trust in my security guards. That's the one thing. And usually your security guards don't assassinate you.
No. Right? But what that is, that's blind trust. That's literally just keeping your fingers and your toes crossed.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, you got to think about it. There's a lot of structure. Look, there's a lot of structure, right? I mean, the Secret Service guys, I'm sure that like there's a lot of processing that you go through to be a Secret Service agent. So although you know that you have to have a little bit of trust, it's not blind. It's not like completely blind because you know that these people went through like the most rigorous training and the most rigorous
screening. You do your best to vet and everything else, but at any given moment,
I mean, you know that's a fact. I mean, if you're the most powerful country in the world, you know that the screening process for your bodyguards are like very extensive.
Yeah, no, right. That's why you make sure that you have the most MK Ultra fucking brainwashed people like serving you that worship you and the ground you walk on. Like, because if you don't have that, if you can't be 100% sure that they literally worship you, then you can't be sure that they won't try to kill you or overthrow you or coup against you.
There's paranoia. I mean, Stalin had a lot of paranoia. There's so much paranoia that happens in general, but you got to have a little level of trust with people around you in general. At the end of the day, we don't have. I mean,
Well,
the people
that's
who
the
are
difference,
protecting
though.
you, like the Secret Service, they're human beings at the end of the day. So you know that they're fallible. You know that some people can't be trusted. You know that anything can happen at any time. But you got to have a little level of trust. They're not robots. You know that they could just possibly kill you.
A person could have passed all the tests, and all of a sudden one day you said something stupid like "I don't like your haircut," and now they're all out to get
The
you.
likelihood, the likelihood of that happening is so low.
Yeah, well, not really. It's people.
No, it
we're
is. It's
dealing
really
with.
low. I mean, you can't just look at things in a vague way. Just look at it. For example, a Secret Service agent who does get into the Secret Service, he does make his way up. He's protecting a president. He has a family too. He's making a decent amount of money. You'd have to have something else that's going to really push him. He has to be already insane, and the likelihood of him being insane and passing all those tests are really, really low. So what you'll really get is probably like a decent man who's very skilled, who protects the president and cares about his family. That's probably what you'll get. So you probably won't get someone who's crazy and trying to kill someone. You know what I mean?
No, well, I mean, look, dude. The thing is like, all of a sudden you just like switched your take. You're the one who said people are fallible, and now you're saying
they're fallible, but
you
you gotta look at the likelihood. Look at the likelihood of it happening. I mean, it's very low. It's never happened.
No, you can lower your chances. Yes, but
exactly that's
no
what I'm saying. The chances are a lot lower.
You can lower your chances of being assassinated, but as a leader of a country or of a world or a people, whatever, like there.
Hold on, be right back.
There's no way to be. There's no way to not be paranoid. Like you will have to be. Like if you're smart anyway, if you're intelligent, you have to know that there are people who want your power or your connections, or who are trying to play you, or who are trying to freaking steer you in the wrong direction. Like it's like it's literally everybody around you. In fact, the people closest to you are going to be the most suspect. I mean, but this whole idea too is very strange because, like the idea of democracy, like democracy was supposed to cure all that shit. Like we're talking about dictators and pharaohs and stuff like that. Like, but no, for some reason, all of our democratic leaders act in exactly the same way. In fact, they're more paranoid than their predecessors. Like, in the past, like they didn't have so much security detail and secrecy and stuff like that. Yet here we are in the land of the free, electing our officials in good faith. And yeah, they have more control over you. They want to monitor every word that you say in private. In fact, they want to monitor your thoughts to find out if you possibly would have any bad thoughts towards them.
So, for instance,
we got the biggest 1984 scenario going on right now in a world that's run by democracy.
All right, I'm back.
Anyway, we went a long way too from like talking about what the pyramids are for, but yeah, that's when I jumped in.
Probabilities.
how they were built and what they're for is anybody's guess. You know, like you have a narrative that you've been told that most people buy into for the most part, but you have to recognize that like you have no idea like what those were actually for, if they were a monument to anybody.
I mean, the best that we have is the best guess. That's always what we're gonna have when we're looking at ancient civilizations. You have the indicators, the implications that you can get from certain things, and then you do that. I mean, what everyone has is the best guess when you're looking at things from ancient
I mean,
civilizations.
I kind of think I don't know if it's true, because like this is definitely not an original thought of mine, but like this idea of that the pyramids, that the Great Pyramids were actually some type of like utility,
I
like
doubt it,
like
though.
an
I just doubt
energy
it.
gathering thing or something like
Yeah,
that.
there's
Like,
no way, though. There's no way. I mean, wow, you make a bunch of bricks and then it's like you're gathering some energy from it. I mean, seriously. I mean, how would it
I don't
work? I
know,
mean,
man.
surely we'd know. Surely we'd know, right?
Dude, there's some weird shit. Like if you actually look at like the inside, like the tunnels that are in it and stuff, like there's it appears like there's like wood beams that have deteriorated over time and like that are gone. But like
I don't know, man.
it like there was some kind of like conveyor system going on in there. Like I don't know what they were doing in there, but it had more of a utilitarian use. It wasn't just for worship. It wasn't to recognize a king or a pharaoh. It had some type of utility involved, whether it be gathering free energy or mining water in the desert or
I don't know about that.
freaking, like, you know what I mean? Like
Whatever
whatever it
you
was.
have, bro. There's just gonna probably be evidence for it. I mean, according to the people that study in that field, I probably think they have more expertise than you. So I'd assume whatever they're going with is probably what's the case.
Well, no, but no, that's a bullshit freaking comment. Like you're like
It's not though. I mean,
whatever
if
that
the
was
people that
you might
study
as
in
well
that
have just
field,
said whatever the majority says right now, because there are
it's
people
not though.
saying
They're
what
not
I'm
just
saying.
the majority. They study in this field. It's like you're asking what's the probability of this mathematician knowing more than me in this specific field of
Listen.
mathematics? It's a highly more
You
likely.
don't have to argue. You don't have to argue with me on this. I told you. I said it's in my opinion.
Yeah, it's
But
fine. No, I just disagree.
in my opinion, it looks more utilitarian than worship.
Okay, that's fine. I just disagree.
Well,
That's it.
why? Because the general consensus in the past few decades said that it was through slave labor and worship of kings, and that it was tombs.
Yeah.
When now we know that it's not tombs, and that
Well, they say that they also serve for monuments of the pharaohs, but I mean the way I look at
well,
it, right?
it's Mount Rushmore. It's Mount Rushmore, is what it is.
Maybe. I mean, who knows, really? I mean, whatever you claim, though, you have to have evidence for. I'm assuming that that's the best that we have.
What purpose would a monument that has nobody buried in it have for the freaking like vents in the tunnels and the freaking like like the shit like that? Like, why would you build an interior to it if it was
I don't
just a
know.
monument to the?
I don't know. They just did it.
Doesn't make any
I mean,
sense.
maybe the pharaohs meant that much to them.
It doesn't make any sense though. Like the pharaohs weren't there ever.
I mean, the Great Pyramid of Giza has 3 known chambers, including the King's Chamber, which contains a large granite, whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, they named it the King's Chamber because at the time they thought it was a fucking tomb, but it wasn't.
But yeah, I mean, God knows. I don't know what it was built for, but it was built for something. Maybe it was just to represent every king.
What if they were built or designed to survive a flood in thousands of years and whatever else anybody threw them? Because
Maybe.
apparently, even if you wanted to quarry the damn things themselves for the stone to build stuff elsewhere, like Baalbek, Lebanon, or something, then you still couldn't remove all that stuff. Like it's just that building is going to be there for another 10,000 years.
Maybe. I mean, I just think that there's a low likely chance of that being the case. I mean, I don't know. Whatever it is, I would just love to see evidence that supports it. You know what I mean?
So you're saying it literally served the three Great Pyramids served zero purpose as a utilitarian way. They were literally all in monument of great pharaohs, and you find it hard to believe that it could have had any other use besides to worship pharaohs.
I mean, that's what I think is more likely. I don't know. I mean, if they serve for a greater purpose, we just have to see evidence for it. That's it. You know. I mean, it's spectacular though. I'm not 100% sure about whatever it was really made for. I assume that it was made to represent the pharaohs. I mean, there was certain things inside of them. I don't know though.
Well, actually, another thing that's really interesting about the Great Pyramids too is that like nobody knew they were there for like centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries. They were buried by sand, and so all of a sudden, one day in the 1800s, maybe it was like the late 1700s, like some guy stumbled upon like a hard spot, and they decided to start digging, and then they found all this shit. And then all of a sudden, Cairo got built around it. And like, dude, there's a chance, literally, that all this stuff is manufactured. Even like, there's a chance. It's a slim one, but there's a chance that it was all manufactured.
Well, they never found the other. What was her name? Cleopatra. They never found where she was buried. Apparently. I don't know.
Egyptology is like, all right, when it comes to archaeology and when it comes to paleontology, like these people in their fields have been around for a long time, and they have been known fraudsters for centuries. Okay, like they spend a lot of time digging around in the dirt looking for something to discover, and eventually they get desperate, and usually they end up trying to create some kind of fraud, some Frankenstein or something like that. Like this has happened over and over and over again in these fields. Egyptology,
they're the worst.
Egyptology is the worst of all of it because it's a completely controlled governmental system where they only allow their own Egyptian archaeologists to actually go in there and tell you what is what. And it's been an extremely lucrative field for them because of all the interest from the rest of the world in tourism. They've literally built Cairo on the tourism for the Great Pyramids over the last century or two.
You know, I'm surprised that the pyramids are still up. That's what I'm like, yo, that's crazy that they're still up though. That's the crazy part about it for me. You know? Like the fact that they're still up is crazy.
Why? They're set in stone. Like if they were
like the amount of wars that happened, you know what I mean? I'd expect like eventually, maybe during World War II or something, for something to have happened. But I mean, apparently they were able to not have. I mean, they were also conquered by Rome and stuff. So, I mean, the fact that the pyramids stayed up is crazy. It's not even the fact that there were just bricks. It's just the fact the amount of wars and crazy stuff going on that you would expect something to happen.
How do you know that they were there to begin with? How do you know that they didn't just build something in the desert to attract you to come and ooh and ah at about?
Huh?
How do you know know that they're ancient?
Don't know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what the consensus is around them, that they're ancient.
Yeah, but nobody's allowed to test it except for confirmed Egyptologists, which go through like that Egyptian, like literally, like you're not allowed to go and like test a rock. You're not allowed to go
You
there
don't
and
think?
frickin' like do anything that you want to do. You have to go and
Sure.
ask the Egyptologist.
I mean, sure. I mean, some guy was like, I mean, there was some guy that climbed on top of it. I mean, whatever you want to, I don't know. I mean, maybe they just only want their specialists to work with everything.
No, they're not. That's the thing. It's really weird what they call their
They want
specialists.
to
These
control the narrative.
Egyptologists are literally like it's an ordained group of archaeologists that come from Egypt and that are like ordained by the Egyptian freaking government. Like you guys are the qualified ones, and nobody else is allowed to touch or test or taste or smell or feel. Like you guys do it, you tell them everything, and they walk away with that information.
The variation of the water so it's like almost both. So it makes me think that whoever the
Dr. Voss was a gatekeeper.
Yeah, they're gatekeepers for sure. So I mean, it stinks a little bit of corruption there. I mean, the entire region is extremely corrupt. The entire government is extremely corrupt. Like, and to, you know, sure, you know, like if you want to believe that they're ancient, you know, thousands of years old, freaking
Why wouldn't you
monuments.
believe that? Why wouldn't you believe that? You think they were made yesterday?
It's possible that they were made 200 years ago.
No, come on, dude. Seriously?
Yeah.
So they were around in the 1800s then.
Yeah.
That goes against everything that we know. Probably not even archaeological evidence. Probably like every other historical evidence, any historical text that we could go back to would probably deny what you just said. That's the only thing. 200 years. I mean, you're talking about the 1800s. So people started building. Yeah. So you're so you're telling me that they were ancient Egyptians building stuff 200 years ago. I mean, seriously, dude.
No, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you,
You got
modern
the casual Egyptians building stuff.
I'm telling you,
you're going against
modern
the entirety of history of Egypt at that point.
I'm telling
got
you,
it all
modern Egyptians could, dude. They didn't. I forget what year it was. Maybe it was like 1750 something or something like that. But the first person who stumbled upon the fucking Great Pyramids was literally in a sandy desert, and there was just like the tip of the fucking thing, like, and everything had to be excavated according to their story. Like literally, it was a rolling sandy fucking desert, and somebody happened to stumble upon this thing, and buried deep beneath the sand, when he decided to start digging, they found the entrance to the frickin', you know, like they spent years excavating sand because they found a rock on the top.
What you said completely goes against this. So apparently the first person, the earliest person to stumble upon it apparently is Abd al-Latif, whatever his name is, a 12th century scholar. So he describes the pyramids as being covered with indescribable whatever writing, probably the graffiti of visitors, whatever it says here. So I mean, people stumbled upon it in the 12th century. So seriously, it didn't come 200 years ago, man. I mean, it's the most ridiculous thing you could ever say.
I know there was no actually there was, like, the pyramids were not a thing. They weren't a tourist trap. They weren't, archaeology wasn't really an interest. This is a phenomenon that started in like late 17 or early 1800s. Like,
dude, you got something from the 12th century. You know where the 12th. You know what year the 12th century was, right?
It was like 1300 after AD.
So around that time, if people were stumbling upon them, clearly they weren't made 200 years ago. You're just gonna be like, fuck what all the experts are saying, then, right?
Dude, when it comes to a lot of history and stuff, like, you can invent a story of a guy who stumbled upon a rock and decided to start digging, and then they went freaking however tall the fucking pyramid is deep,
But
and
obviously, the
emptied
story
the
is just
desert.
made up, though. Obviously, the story is just
How
made
did
up.
they tell me the process, like the man hours and shit of emptying the desert of sand in order to reveal the Great Pyramids?
Bro, what?
How did they reveal the Great Pyramids when they were buried in sand?
I don't even know what you're saying anymore. They
The
were
person who
you're telling me
stumbled upon it
the
didn't
big
walk
pyramids
upon a
were
Great
buried in
Pyramid
sand.
standing out of the ground. These things were buried in sand, according to their story.
I don't know. I mean, somebody came across them.
And then they excavated the entire desert.
I mean, yeah, if they found one, they're gonna probably try to look for more. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, if I remember correctly from a book, actually as a kid, like my stepmom, she was big into Egyptology, and she had some books on this stuff and King Tut and all that stuff. And yeah, I believe the entry to the Great Pyramid that was supposedly King Tut's, whatever. Like the entry to it was like 40 feet beneath the surface sands. They excavated 40 feet of sand to find the entrance to the fucking pyramid.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Like what? Like they thought that the pyramids were a lot smaller than they were until they removed all the sand around them.
Well, I mean, they got a good tourist attraction. I mean, I'd go check them out.
Yeah, no, dude, but this feeds into like the whole Stonehenge thing. Somebody mentioned Stonehenge earlier. Like, dude, there's literal black and white photos of a Stonehenge restoration that shows rebar like in the core of those fucking stones.
I saw that.
I built it. I built them.
You can invent any history that you want. All you gotta do is get older than your grandparents, and you can tell any story you want, and nobody's gonna say nah. Not that they can know firsthand anyway.
You think all the
Yeah,
historians?
yeah,
You think all the historians
all
are
historians,
cooperating with each other? None of them disagree.
all historians can say nah or all they want, and nobody can tell them right or wrong.
Well, historians tell each other right or wrong.
They don't know for a fact. They weren't there firsthand. They don't know.
Well, they got obviously no one was there firsthand, dude. You
all
go
they
off
do
of
is
what
agree
you
with each
have,
other.
right? You go off of what you have.
They agree with each other on what's most likely, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Simple. I mean, and some other historians disagree with others. It's not like they're all a part of like one big group. Some historians disagree with others on certain things. That's why usually when you read something, it says most historians agree on this. You know what I mean? Because not all agree on one thing.
Because a historian doesn't know anything for sure.
Sure. I don't think anyone thinks that.
Unless, I mean, like it gets less and less known the longer back it goes. So, like, you can be really sure of something that you've seen yourself. You can be less sure of something that was secondhand that you heard from your parents, but you can still be pretty assured of that. You can be like, no, I'm pretty sure. Like, I talked to him before he died, and just the look on his face told me like he meant what he was saying. You know, you can be fairly assured of that. after that,
You
somebody
go off
can
of what you
make
got, man.
after
I mean,
that.
you
After
go
that,
off of what you
somebody
got.
can make anything up, and you would have to take it at face value or deny it, and that's it.
I mean, there are some things in history where we look at it and we say we don't know what happened. There is that as well. But we also do say that we can go off of I mean, it depends on what type of history you're talking about. If you're talking about archaeology, then whatever you find, right? If you're talking about other things like what happened during certain world wars, you look at documentation. Maybe you have some witnesses, whatever it is. You try to figure out what happened, what most likely happened, stuff like that. There's all sorts of ways that they figure this stuff out. And still, with all those things being said, a lot of them still don't agree. So you go to what the consensus is, what most of them agree with. That's why when people say, "Well, there's still
Hold on.
there's still probably some scholars out there that probably don't think Jesus existed, but most of the scholars say that he existed." You know what I mean?
So just because a bunch of people are guessing, so let's say I've got 10 people who are guessing. I got 10 people who are
Not
guessing.
10 people guessing. You're going with listen. It's not just guessing. You're not just making a guess.
Stop. Let me just finish the analogy. I've got 10 people, 10 fingers. We'll call 10 archaeologists, right? And let's say 7 of them came to a similar conclusion.
Yep.
You're going to go with those 7 as the truth and completely disregard the other 3?
No one completely disregards any of the other archaeologists. You can also look at what they thought and why they thought what they thought, and you can maybe say, well, I agree with these archaeologists. Or you can go with what the majority archaeologists say. Not everyone goes off of consensus, dude.
You do.
Depends on what you want to do.
Like, that's literally what your argument was. You go off consensus.
Well, I do go off of consensus. I'm not saying everyone else goes off on consensus, right?
So, but just you, it's whatever the consensus is, that's good.
Well, whatever most experts that are in that field, that study in that field, say this is most likely the case, then yeah, I'll say, okay, that's probably the case. I mean, if someone studies in a field, dude, that means that that's the field that they study in. So if most of them agree with this stuff, they agree with it.
The consensus has been wrong over and over and over again through history.
Sure, it can, and sometimes it's been right. I mean, it can be wrong.
Like literally, the chances are much higher for the consensus to be wrong than right.
Well, it depends on how wrong it is, right? Like maybe it's wrong in this way, but it's still right in this way. Like it depends on how wrong it is, like how wrong you think the consensus really is.
Yeah, the consensus has been wrong every single time up until now.
Well, how do they figure out it was wrong? How do they figure out it was wrong?
Wasn't there like a publishing crisis or something to where like 90% of the stuff that gets published isn't like replicatable?
Oh, yeah, you're talking about when it comes to scientific journals. Yeah, like there was a peer-reviewed study that found that, what was it? Yeah, like 90%. I forget whatever, you might have the percentage more accurate, but yeah, something like 90% of peer-reviewed journals like are incorrect, like or they're biased, like, and they don't follow the scientific method or anything like that. I forget exactly how it went, but yeah, they basically told you that not over 90% of peer-reviewed shit is nothing but just shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they say it's not repeatable.
Not repeatable. I mean, well, whatever they do with peer review, I mean, I don't know. There's always going to be some sort of there's always going to be people that are going to be fallible. So you're working with human beings at the end of the day, but I mean, at least it's peer reviewed, other than not peer reviewed at all. I mean, if it's not peer reviewed at all, what else is going to happen?
The peer review process really means absolutely nothing. That's the thing. Like,
but if it's not peer reviewed at all, then what? Then whatever this guy says, whatever he says.
Because here's the difference. People think that peer review means that like other scientists go and test a person's theory. They're like,
well, they check it out.
Show me the test you did, and I'm going to repeat it, and I'm going to see if I see the same results. People think that's what peer review is. That's not what peer review is. Peer review is
have to repeat it every single time.
Peer review is other accredited scientists, people with degrees, reading your shit and going, looks good to me.
Yeah, that's fine. That works too. I mean, they know what's going on. They know what's in the text. They know what they're reading. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Did you guys look at the news I posted today about they said circular citations and people just picking citations because it's the most cited work, and they all led back to junk or papers that didn't even exist?
No,
Did
I
you see
haven't
in the
seen
news
that.
today?
I don't doubt it. Oh, I
In
just
the,
want to add one more thing with the peer review process too. Is the peer reviewers, they get paid a good a pretty good sum of money for reviewing. Like they make their money on reviewing these papers, and really all they have to do is just give it a check okay and check not okay. But they get their money when they okay it.
Here,
I
check
don't know
this
about
out.
that, man.
So from the from the conversation, the science, when scientific citations go rogue, uncovering the sneaked references. Scholars have long measured the impact of a paper by counting the number of times other scientific articles cite it. Researchers have just detected a new kind of citation fraud. It's like where there's smoke, there's fire. All right, all these, like that. Sabine Holzfeller did a whole video about how full of scummy the academic review is, and how she's said it's better to be a scientist on YouTube than be a scientist in academia right now.
well, look at what's going on with AOC, right? Let's forget that it's AOC, but just remember the next thing is true. There's a congresswoman, right, who calls herself Sandy, and she is impeaching 2 members of the Supreme Court right now because of taking money from court cases where there's a conflict of interest. So, like, it's not just the colleges, right? If it's true, these are allegations at this point, but if it's true that Clarence Thomas is, taking money and gifts from people who is connected to his wife and what she's
I
doing business
guarantee you
wise,
that's
and
true. I guarantee you that's true.
I mean, I've been
So-
hearing that a lot, though. People in the government taking money from other corporations or some shit. I don't know.
So what's going on
Everybody
in the
in
colleges?
there is no money. There is no money in being a public service like representative. Like you don't make grand amounts of money. You make good money, you don't make great money. The only way you become rich while being in the public sector is to take bribes. That's the only way to become rich.
Yeah, look at the Clintons. Aren't they 100 millionaires? And they've had a lifelong, career of public service and charity work. How did they become 100 millionaires?
The emails. It was the emails. I remember hearing about the emails, man.
Yeah, no, dude. Everybody who's become rich while working in a career of government is corrupt as shit. Like you're just not, like all of politics is literally just bribery. What do you think freaking lobbying is? It's literally you can get a career in freaking bribing politicians. It's not illegal.
I like what you do, man. I'm gonna donate to you.
If there is corruption in the Supreme Court, I really wish it was anybody other than Sandy pursuing it. I'm just going to say that.
Who do you guys think wins the election this year?
It's definitely set up for it's set up for Trump to win. But that it's also, I mean, dude, the instability that the Democrats have set up for themselves. Like none of this is accidental. Like they've known
Well, I
for
mean,
4 years. They've known for 4 years.
after the embarrassing what's it called, debate, Biden apparently lost a bunch of supporters. I mean, I don't know. He went down in the polls a lot. I mean, Trump's leading everywhere here now.
Yeah,
almost,
no, it's set up for Trump to win his second term, but it's going to usher in a whole bunch of shit once again. Like, and I'll get into that in a minute. But like,
well, at least you won't.
So like, no, the only chance I think the Democrats do have is you keep hearing this Michelle Obama running thing. She showed no interest, yada yada yada. But
She's not.
that's been if she were to jump in though, it would make things really interesting. All of a sudden, like last minute, Michelle Obama, the way that the Obamas like, I mean, they had a good public showing. I forget what the right term is for that, but like
Biden clarified just a few days ago that he's staying. Like he clarified, like I'm staying.
it doesn't
He made
matter.
like
It
came out
doesn't.
again.
Yeah.
There's
Look,
no way. There's just no way.
Democrats
Like
are
Brock,
screwed unless they go with. Their only out is to go with Biden, Harris, or to go with Harris as president.
Harris is going to make it worse. Their best chance is just to keep it. Like if you go with Harris, you're going to drop the poll numbers to like 50 to 20 or so. Like say 80 to 20 or something. Like the poll numbers are going to be off the charts.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they could only get worse if they went with Harris for
exactly.
president.
So they're not going to go with Harris. They're not going to go with Michelle Obama.
And the problem is they're already past their deadlines too. So in order for the Democratic nomination and all the money, the funding and everything, like that stuff was given to a Biden-Harris nomination. So that's why it can transfer to a Harris as primary. But if they were to bring in like an Obama or a Newsom or somebody like that, then it gets all fucked up when it comes to like the money and stuff like that. Like
all of them, dude.
so
Anyone
like,
else you'd bring in but Biden would get their ass kicked. That's just what would happen. You bring in Newsom, you bring in Harris, you bring in Obama. I mean, Michelle Obama already said she's not going to do it, and if she does, she's definitely going to lose. Okay, so I don't think they're going to go with Michelle.
I think Michelle Obama is the Democrat Party only possibility of actually stealing a victory from
probably
Trump.
Is, and the only reason I say that if they were to replace someone, she probably would be the best. And the only reason why I say that is because it's like she's Obama's wife, so she has all that support. Obama like won twice and stuff like that. So
the country loved Michelle Obama. Like they really did.
I don't know about that, man. Not everyone like her, but.
Dude, when it comes to like polls and stuff, dude, like people loved Michelle. She's charismatic. She's freaking a woman, and she's black. Like when it comes to the whole like Democrat side, they would love to have the first black woman, freaking powerful black woman. They would absolutely love to support that.
They call it cross-sectionality, I think.
If Biden, the thing is, it's gonna ruin the credibility of the Biden administration or in general, or in the Democrats if they switch it up now. Right after Biden, like they thought Biden would announce something, that he would say something after the debate, he's gonna drop out. But then he comes out and he clarifies, "I'm staying. No, I'm not dropping out." And then Kamala Harris saying he's our nominee. For them to change it up now after trying to be affirmative about it, it's just gonna make it worse. It's gonna make worse than they do.
They had 4 years to freaking work on this. Like, in fact, the fact that Biden got in the first place is ridiculous. The idea of him being the most popular freaking vote ever in history. Give me a break. But look, I heard this kind of he didn't even come directly out with it, but I think there's a lot of sense in this. It's a little bit conspiratorial, but like I think the Democratic Party.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, dude. I'm not a Democrat.
The Democratic Party has not stood behind Biden this whole time. They've known the entire time. Not They're stupid. They're just delusional.
I'll say this.
But, like,
I'll say this.
They've known the whole time that he can that he's not the guy. He's not the one who's pulling the strings, and that he can't even fake it any longer.
Well,
okay,
this is the thing.
And so no, they are this whole thing has been a setup from the beginning. The Democratic Party, and when you look at CNN and MSNBC, like they're literally throwing him under the bus. They're done with him. This has been they've got another plan, kind of the deep state type of plan or whatever. Like they want to replace him. and I think they
They're not
might be
going to
willing.
replace them, dude. They're not going to. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, they're not going to replace Biden.
I think they're willing to take no. Look,
in the next few months,
they might run him. They might run him, but they don't want him to win. Look, both
whatever
sides
it is,
work.
I don't really care. Whatever, if it's going to be the administration that's going to stay, whatever it is that they're going to do, they're probably going to keep Biden as their nominee. I don't think that's going to change, especially after they're coming out acting like they have big balls.
I think they're right.
Especially when they're coming out. But the only thing I see is it's sad. It's sad because Biden's not all there.
They're purposefully taking the loss. And here's the conspiratorial side. I think Trump has always been a Democrat and never became a Republican.
Dude, seriously?
Dude, Trump was historically
a Democrat. Yeah, he's a Democrat. He's not a Republican. He wants to take away guns. He said that he's for red flag laws, and his exact quotes was, "Take the guns first and do the court later. It might take 8 months to get a court date."
Due process. Take the guns now. Due process second.
Yeah. So he's unconstitutional. Yeah. We're quoting Trump word for word. That's what we're doing.
The amount of conspiracies are ridiculous.
What are you talking about conspiracy? Why don't you ask me to cite my source?
Dude. Seriously,
You can actually watch the words coming out of his mouth. He said this in front of camera.
Trump is the most Republican person I've ever met in my life. I've ever seen in my life.
No, he's
dude,
not.
You're crazy.
No, he's not.
You're crazy.
What? Okay, get the quotes then. Get the quotes, man. Holy.
Okay, so you want to see it? Sure. Okay. Hang on a second. All right, and also, what else did he say? He said something else too. It was the guns and what else?
A bunch of his gun laws got struck out by Congress or by the Supreme Court as unconstitutional. Yeah, Trump is no fan of First or Second Amendment.
Which laws? Which laws, Chris?
I'll skip the bullshit and just tell you how I see it. So Trump was in office when the whole CV bullshit came through. He's the one who's the grandfather of the V. He prides himself on it still to this day. And had it not been for him being in office at the time, there would never have been so much support from the conservative side of the aisle to go through with any of this other bullshit. He ushered that in.
I would love for
in warp speed, right? So to speak. And they will do the same. They will do the same thing with him again for another issue. In my opinion, I think he will be the one to usher in basically the CBDC. They won't call it a CBDC, but central bank digital currency. It'll be something that conservative Republicans would never, ever support if it was introduced by a Democratic Party president, right? Like if Biden were to bring in the CBDC,
you guys are making a crazy conspiracy. Can I have some evidence for any? Can I have some links? Anything?
No, dude, I'm giving you speculation. Do you want me to have
maybe Larry has the link. Larry, do you have any of the links of him saying these stuff that he's apparently saying?
Yeah,
when he said due process second, due process second, dude. All you gotta do is just look up Trump due process second on YouTube, and you'll get a video.
I just posted it. It's right there. There's also something else that he said that I can't stand his ass for saying. I can't remember what the other thing was. Oh, he wants to give complete immunity to the cops. So the problem with police brutality and the way the cops behave is because of this qualified immunity doctrine that the Supreme Court gave them. And basically what it means...
It's a Republican thing, though.
Bro, can I just finish speaking? So what it means basically is if the Supreme Court has already ruled something is unconstitutional, like Turner versus Driver, so we have the right to record cops in public places. So if the cops arrest somebody for recording in public, they don't have qualified immunity. But if it's never been ruled on because everybody keeps taking, the money, here, sit down, shut up, take the money, and we didn't do anything wrong, but here's $1 million from the taxpayer. So that never makes it to the Supreme Court to have, or to the appellate courts to have case law made because we make the laws in the courts. Case law is what the cops have to go by. So if that doesn't happen, and let's say they arrest you for live streaming, hypothetically, because this hasn't been ruled on yet, So the court will rule that, hey, the cop violated your rights because he arrested you for live streaming, but because this hasn't been ruled on yet, you don't get anything, even though your rights are violated, and the cop gets to claim qualified immunity, and then nothing happens to the cop. So Trump wants to give complete immunity to the cops. So if they already act this way now with qualified immunity, they're going to act like Judge Dredd the Executioner, which is a movie from the 90s with Sylvester Stallone, if they get complete
Right, but
immunity.
that's not a democratic ideal.
I mean, he says take guns first without the due process. I mean, that's not a crazy thing for him to say. I mean, it's a little like, okay, but it's not crazy.
Yes,
and the
it
whole
is.
immunity thing is a Republican thing. You had the Democrats in early.
It
Hold
is-
on.
no, It is.
What was
crazy.
the thing? What were the Democrats saying in 2020 after George Floyd died about the police? What were they saying?
Yeah, defund the police.
Exactly, defund the police, right? And Trump was never for that. Any
Right,
smart person was never for that.
And that's what I was about to get into. Like this whole thing about giving complete immunity to police, that's more of a Republican side of things. But his role is to pretend to be a Republican while also doing the bidding of the Democrats. Like this is
So him appointing 3 Supreme Court justices that are against abortion is also part of his Democratic plan.
No, dude, if you haven't noticed, there's been a huge shift in the left and the right. Like,
he's not against abortion. He pushed it down to the states.
Yeah.
Before they did that, it was like a federal thing. What they're trying to do is make it so these like one by one, they'll just get majority rule. 51% of the states will just declare.
No, but in the meantime, what they're doing is shifting the political
isn't he
parties.
the one that-
Like, so the what was considered to be left and what was considered to be right 20 years ago has completely shifted.
That's fine.
Like
That's okay.
we now see the left who was always pro labor unions, pro friggin' anti-war,
free speech,
pro free speech. Like they've completely shifted 90 degrees from that, and now they are the opposite. They're acting like the Republicans of old, and
Hold on,
so
man.
we have this whole paradigm shift going on because of somebody like Trump.
Okay, so Trump built the Supreme Court's conservative majority. That's first of all. It has been kind of ruling in his favor just a little bit recently. Okay.
Yeah. They just
Also,
gave him
Trump has the Supreme Court justice that also overturned Roe v. Wade. He's the one that appointed them, dude.
It was going to go down anyway. That was eventually going to happen one way or another. It's not as a right wing, left wing.
No, I don't know if that's true either. I think he pressed the issue. Just it was an issue that no politician wanted to touch. Every politician running before him said, "I will not fuck with Roe v. Wade." Just like they all said when it comes to Palestine and Israel, they said, "I will not fuck with Palestine and Israel." Like the way it's written is the way it's gonna be, and that's exactly what Trump did in both situations.
All right, let me get in for a second. Okay, let me get in.
Go ahead.
Just real fast. Yeah. So conservative, right? Conservative means like sticking to the old ways, and it also means being fiscally conservative. He signed a $6 trillion bill at the stroke of his pen. He printed $6 trillion for the whole Cocoa Puffs 19 thing, right? That's not conservative.
What do you expect?
That devalued the crap out of our money. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, that
But think about it like this.
recession.
Think
And
about it
along
like this.
with
though.
NASA, spending on NASA, spending on Space Force. If you
Yeah,
think
he
this is like the
created a new force. He created.
Think
a new
about it like
force.
this,
We'll
though.
call
Think
it
about it from
Space
this
Force.
perspective, though. I mean, the whole 19 thing. Let's just call it the 19 thing, right? The whole 19 thing. I mean, are you surprised that he passed that bill? I mean, people were out of their jobs. The economy was dropping. Jobs were being lost. You know what I mean? And then the crazy part about it is because Biden does this a lot, which is kind of unfair, is he takes the fact that the 19 hold on, Lieutenant. He takes the fact that the 19 situation happened, so then he tries to say, "Oh, I created like 15 million jobs," when he really just picked up from the recovery process. Because the recovery process, people started getting their jobs, and he tries to use that in a way to say, "Well, I created all these jobs," and he really didn't. right? But you can't blame him for signing that $6 trillion bill or whatever for relief.
It just
And blame him
it
to do
happens
that.
to work out perfectly. It happens to work out perfectly for the whole agenda that we're talking about.
During the entire moment as well, during the whole 19 period as well, you know what else he was doing? He was against wearing masks. He made fun of Joe Biden for wearing masks. He wanted to keep things open. You weren't hearing him saying that he wanted to keep things open, right?
He appointed Fauci. So the guy that caused this problem, allegedly, is the guy that we're going to put in charge of everything, and we're going to allow him to make non-scientific claims about face wear helmets for people that there's absolutely no real science to back up. We're going to let him put it in charge. And then Trump appointed John Bolton. If anybody doesn't know who that is like a warmonger neocon from like the Bush era. And then the quote unquote former head of the CIA, what's his name? That was his cabinet. Like, you talking about the most warmongerous cabinet possible. John Mustache Bolton. That dude is like, the only people that's like worse than him is like Henry Kissinger. And Donald Trump said that Henry Kissinger was his friend. Henry Kissinger, your friend? That's not good company.
Also, you guys think keeping a secure border is a conservative thing?
Like, no, look, let me get in here. So, like, people get easily polarized by this whole left versus right versus wrong. Like, everybody thinks that no matter what side you choose, you think your side is right. Okay. But it's a left versus right paradigm. And dude, they play this very well. They have you steered so well and tricked so well. Like,
I don't know about that one, man.
Both sides are working for the same team and getting their supposed their anticipated results.
But the thing is, that's not true. That's just not true. And I'll tell you why it's not true.
100% true.
I'll tell you why that's not true. Both the Democrats and the Republicans have been fighting. Even since
they fight on non-issues, shit that doesn't matter, shit that you and I bicker and fight about. But everything that matters,
Dude, hold on. Okay, they've been fighting on major issues. Even at the beginning of the Civil War, right? There's been let me guess. The Civil War was not about slavery. Sure, that's what you guys say probably as well. But there's been many things they've been fighting about for a long time. Right? Like, for example, the overturning of Roe v. Wade. The Democrats have been fighting for that. They've been fighting to keep Roe v. Wade, right? And Trump obviously had the conservative majority. Hold on. He has the conservative majority in the Supreme Court. He was able to overturn Roe v. Wade. The whole border thing. Trump had a more secure border. There were more than 200-something people on the terrorist list, or the terrorist list, the suspected list of terrorists. They crossed over the border. I think in the last few years, under the Biden administration. So you can't tell me that both parties aren't allowing different things that are actually affecting American lives. You can't tell me that's the case.
Just like if you're playing a game of chess, okay? You might show a certain front with your pawns and your weaker troops in order to give a showing, but maybe you're setting up another move. This is what they do between the two parties against us. We are the opponent. They are working together. They are working the king and the queen on both sides.
They definitely aren't working together. They definitely work. So let me guess as well. The Civil War was not about slavery.
No, absolutely not.
Oh my god. Well, I just asked that question. I just wanted to know. I know it's not like
it was about agriculture. We had in the north we had all the machinery and shit like that, and in the south they had poorer soil, and they had an entirely agricultural economy, which required a lot more manpower that they couldn't compete without slave labor. That's why they needed the slave labor. It was about greater things.
You just helped my point though, which is exactly why when Abraham Lincoln gained power, right, and he said he was going to abolish the slaves, which he said he was going to do, which everyone knew, the Civil War started because they knew that they were going to try to get rid of the slaves, which made their work so much easier.
Your timeline is off. It wasn't about slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation happened after his first term.
That's
They were already
fine.
at war. Hold on. They were already at war. So when you ask the Southerner, why are you fighting? Well, damn it, man, this guy came down here and he's picking a fight. I'm defending my property. You ask a Northerner, hey, why are you fighting? I don't know. I guess something happened in Fort Sumter. That very thing that they said, if you do this, it'll start a war. And then we did that. I guess that's why we're down here fighting.
Yeah, I
The
guess I see
second,
what
hold
you're
on.
saying there, Hank. Like, yeah, the Southerner had skin in the game. He needed his slave labor in order to compete, whereas the Northerner was like, I don't know why they need these niggers.
What?
Yeah, you can't say that.
All right,
Gonna get
well,
muted, bro.
it was.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I was saying. So it's really important to understand that when Lincoln was running for a second term, he was running on Emancipation Proclamation, so that there would be like morality for his cause instead of just all these people are dying and burning villages and everything because he wanted to unite the Union. It's all about consolidation of wealth and power. But they had to make it like we have morality going on. Now, if you want to say the Texas-Mexico War was about slavery, I'm 100% with you on that.
Well, I think this war was all. I think the war was also about slavery. I mean, everything started going downhill after Lincoln became president as well. Everything started going downhill for the South and the North after that happening.
It was more to it than just slavery. Was definitely one of the contention points about it, but it wasn't the primary motivator.
Definitely the primary motivator. I mean, you admitted it basically was. I mean, if you're talking about, I mean, who was doing the labor in the South?
It was a big part of it. It wasn't the primary. There was like Hank said, there was other things that had already kind of led up to it.
The South also had less representatives, right? Because every black person was like 1/3 or something of an actual man or something. 1/3 of an actual person and stuff. So they just put themselves in a disadvantage. 3/5 or something. Yeah, 3/5, right? And also the case also was that they had a lot less representatives. They were less industrialized and all sorts of stuff. So a lot of they got their work, a lot of it.
Yeah, no,
from
it really
slave
had
labor.
more to do with it. It was an economic war, just like the same as when we sanction another country or something like that today. It was an economic battle. It was about who had the economic strength. Like
And you had the Anaconda Plan.
during the Industrial Revolution, like with the modern advancements of technology, like the North was doing much better. The South felt like they were being choked out.
Well, they were getting choked out. You had the Anaconda Plan. I don't know if you heard of it. You had the Anaconda Plan as well, where they kind of like encircled the South a little bit, and they strangled them with their navy. Right, the North had a better navy, and they strangled the South, kind of like cutting off them from trading with anyone else and stuff like that. They were cut off with the Anaconda Plan as well. They was strangling the South.
Yeah,
I mean, the South had no other way but submission.
That's really what it comes down to. It is not so much about the slavery. Now, it just so
Well, it was
happens
definitely
that
about the
the
slavery.
South.
It was definitely about slavery.
It just so happens that the South depended on slavery in order to keep their economy going.
Great. So if you're signing the Emancipation Proclamation and you have basically a Republican liberal leader like Abraham Lincoln, then obviously him signing the Emancipation Proclamation trying to ruin your economy is going to send you into war, right? Absolutely.
Matt, you're missing a fact that refutes you. Abraham Lincoln has already quit saying, if letting slavery continue would sustain the Union, I would let it. If abolishing slavery or emancipating the slaves would sustain the Union, then I would do that. He was not concerned about liberating the oppressed. He was concerned about sustaining the Union.
Can you get the documentation that says that?
Yeah, no, that sounds right to me as well. Yeah, it was more about unifying the Union, not losing the Union. He didn't want a separate. He didn't want a Confederate country. That's
he was definitely willing. He was definitely willing to go to
That was
war
the most
for it.
logical I've heard it put to anybody so far.
Thank you.
He was certainly ready to go to war over it. Yeah, I mean, here it is. January 1st, 1863, as the nation approached its third year of bloody civil war, the proclamation declared that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are, and henceforward, shall be free. So there you have it. I mean,
See,
that happened.
the
That
war had
happened a
been
few years
going on
later,
for
but
3 years. 3 years, bloody battle, and then finally, hey, what are you guys doing this for? We're going to free the slaves. So then they had something to fight for. Before that, the North were just being dictators, and it was all
well,
about
before that,
consolidating power and wealth and authority over the individual states. Because before this, every state was like a country, like the state of Israel, right? And the Federalist Papers talked about having like a small federal government, but the majority of the power came from the individual to the city to the county to the state, and then finally, the smallest amount of power was at the feds. After the Civil War, the Fed is the most powerful thing.
Great. So look at it in this way as well. Look at it from this way of looking at it, right? So Lincoln essentially said he's always hated slavery, right, since he was like a boy, right? But this is the thing as well. In the North, if a slave were to escape to the North, they were more likely to be free. You could be free in the North. That was a possibility. So there was already that tension between the North and the South on slavery. They had different looks about it, stuff like that, and they had different views. So the North was definitely more against slavery than the South was. And Lincoln obviously was already against slavery, so him being president was definitely probably a catalyst for the war. Max, I see
Bro,
something.
look up what caused, when did the Civil War start, right? Why did it start? Did it have anything to do with Fort Sumter? And the very thing that they said would start the war, if you guys attack this fort, it'll start a civil war. And then what happens? They attack that fort, and it starts the Civil War.
So you actually also had the Missouri Compromise
in the open chat. Quote in the open chat.
That was 1854. Yeah, you did. That was 1854. Let me have to see what's in the open chat.
My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union. It is not either to save or destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. If I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that.
Yeah, no, sure. I agree with that. I mean, he says that his primary thing was to save the Union. He did also say that during boyhood he was against slavery. Whether or not economically it was really for slavery or for against slavery, that's also a thing. You look at the Missouri Compromise. Let me see what this is about again, because I remember I learned about this. And
furthermore, being against slavery doesn't necessarily mean that you're trying to look out for the well-being of your neighbor. It doesn't equal that either. Some people are economically shrewd, so they see the pattern, the current trend, and they see that the consequences of the given trend are not going to end in an advantageous manner, but rather a disadvantageous manner. So just because he may have conveyed that he was against this type of economic labor system doesn't mean that he was concerned about the well-being of the people who were being oppressed. He doesn't want the country he lives in to be destroyed because of a civil war.
Okay. You also, the Missouri Compromise, I think this is one of the main things that it's the main thing that caused tension between the North and the South, right? Because it also prohibits slavery in the North, at a certain latitude. So if a slave were to be able to escape to that latitude, they'd be basically free, and you couldn't do anything to them, essentially. What was bloody? Was it Bloody Kansas or something? Let me see.
I just want to point out that the 13th Amendment has an exception for slavery.
Yeah, Bleeding Kansas.
Privately owned prisons have quite a few slaves in them. Or if you read the 13th Amendment, involuntary servitude and slavery shall be illegal except. Okay, so there's an exception to slavery right there in the 13th Amendment. If someone has been duly convicted by a jury of their peers. So slavery is still going on today. There's just better propaganda for it.
In a way. So you have the Bleeding Kansas, also a series of violent civil confrontations in Kansas territory. So you'd have people from the South trying to go to the North to try to like vote in the North, right? So they try to do all this bullshit thing where they try to like rig the election by trying to go to the North to change like the voting thing. This was about slavery as well, right? Because they were fighting over I think this was it 1859? What happened from 1854 to 1859? It emerged from a political and ideological debate over the legality of slavery in the proposed state of Kansas, right? So you had people that were from the South coming to the North. You had this guy and a bunch of his sons like attack people in the North or something like that. So, I mean, the South and the North always had this tension about slavery as well.
Are we done with this huge non sequitur? Is there anybody that has any questions about the surface of the Earth, axial rotation?
Thanks, you took the words out of my mouth, Larry. Anybody
Matt
got any
Nuclear is
code proofs?
Matt Nuclear is always correct, by the way, everyone. What do you think, Gregory? Am I always correct?
If you have to ask, then it patently indicates that the answer is no.
Are you always correct, Gregory?
If you have to ask, then it patently indicates that the answer is yes.
Whoa, what? How did you just change it up like that for you? What the hell?
It's called arbitrarity.
That's crazy. What are your thoughts about water hills, Gregory?
I got a topic maybe kind of related to flat Earth. Did anybody see Bryce Mitchell on Patrick Bet-David's show today?
Bryce Mitchell, man, I love Bryce Mitchell. I've always known he's a flat earther, but he's a good fighter as well. He's a really good fighter.
Well,
he
was on a major platform today.
He works on a
promoting
farm.
flat Earth, and
Matt, let the dude speak, bro.
My bad.
Sorry.
No, tell us about Bryce Mitchell. You got the floor. Speak up.
That Rob, speak up. I was just saying I watched it today, and PBD is like a big time podcaster now, and for Bryce Mitchell to get on that show and be so bolsterous with his beliefs was great. If you haven't seen it, go watch it.
Yeah.
Patrick Bet-David, the PBD podcast. And it's very interesting what Patrick says at the beginning of the podcast, too. I bet you he becomes a flat earther.
I mean, Bryce Mitchell has always been a flat earther. He's he's a decent dude, though. I mean,
yeah, he seemed pretty legit.
Donates money to donates not slavery. Holy crap, man! Just because we were talking about slavery, donates money to like a lot of people that are in need of it. He's donated thousands of dollars of the money that he makes from fighting in the UFC. Also has a farm, grows his food and stuff, takes care of his animals. So, I mean, decent dude. He does believe the Earth is flat, which isn't true, but apart from that, he's a good dude, man.
Can you back up that claim? I think you made a claim there. You said it's not true. Can you show me like any curvature without like getting it from the TV? Can you like go outside and show me something from outside?
Can you measure it?
I don't go outside and measure curvature. Usually when I'm outside, when I'm outside, I'm either walking or I'm going to a car or.
How do you know it's not true? Because you saw the globe on TV?
Yeah.
I mean, Dude, in my elementary school classroom, there was a globe. Well, we saw a globe. They've always said
Wait,
it's a globe.
do you think you live on that ball on your teacher's desk?
I know I don't live on that one. I know I don't live on that specific ball.
Oh, okay, so that's just a model, right?
Well,
It
yeah, but
represents
what's a
what you
model?
think
What's a
you live
model supposed to do, though?
on. It represents what you think you live on.
Exactly. That's exactly. So
Have models
you
been
have a
wrong
little
in the past?
ball. You have a little
Have
ball
models
for all
been
the
wrong in the
kids.
past?
Huh?
Have models been incorrect in the past?
Sure, I think the model is probably incorrect now.
Welcome
Just
to that.
depends on the degree of incorrectness, right? Depends on the degree of incorrectness. I mean,
What's a degree of incorrectness?
the degree of incorrectness is like
Like a married bachelor.
like the degree of accuracy of the model being
Accuracy.
like in
What is
representing reality. You know
accuracy?
what I mean? Accuracy is like I don't know how to say I don't know how to say it. It's like
We're talking about accuracy.
accuracy, right? Like how
He just says it.
how
Yeah,
reliable
yeah,
something is. I don't know. Like how true it is, you know? I guess you could say that. I don't know.
Maybe like 3 more minutes.
So you saw a model of a cosmological, a geodesic idea. Therefore, you really live on a ball. That's a flagrantly
Well, I mean, when I was
bad
a
inductive
kid,
argument.
sure. I mean, I didn't really think about it
That's
that much, you know?
That's a flagrantly bad inductive argument.
Well, I'm not saying that's the reason why I believe it now. I'm just saying like when I was a kid, I looked at it. I saw a globe. You know, I never really thought about it
No,
though.
you
You know, I
did
just,
say that. You did say that. Larry just asked you, how do you know the proposition the Earth's surface is horizontal is
I
false?
know
You
that's
said because
not.
I saw a
I'm just
globe
saying.
in my classroom.
I'm just saying. No, sure. I'm just saying. I mean, like when I was a kid, I've always thought it was a globe because I've always seen it as a globe. They've always showed the cosmological models.
Yeah, that's what you
to be
said.
Right,
Yeah,
so that's
you heard,
Yeah,
you heard
incorrect.
this the first time.
my
Yeah.
evidence now isn't just me seeing it as a kid, right? Because I'd have to think
So then
about
why
it
didn't you
more.
appeal to something else then? So go ahead and say the argument, how you refute the premise. The Earth's surface is horizontal.
Why do you guys believe it to be horizontal?
Why are you shifting the
it's
burden?
measured that way.
Answer the question. Say the argument that refutes the premise the Earth's surface is horizontal.
I think there's many arguments to refute the Earth's surface being horizontal. One of the main things I like to bring up is probably that you could see a boat disappearing bottom up. Probably that there are videos, multiple, I think amateur rocket videos as well that show the Earth being curved as at a certain altitude.
Okay, pause
What if
there.
we start with that
Pause
first
there.
one? What if we start with that
Just keep
first
the other
one?
ones in mind. Just pause
the
there.
first one.
So with the first
Yep.
one, it's a weak inductive argument. If there's bottom-up obstruction on the surface of the waters, therefore the Earth is a ball. There's bottom-up obstruction on the surface of the oceans, therefore the Earth is a ball. It's a weak inductive argument. It's an invalid modus ponens.
Well,
or an affirmative consequent if you reverse premise 2 and 3. You can have
Well-
bottom-up obstruction on a horizontal surface with the natural behavior of light and perspective. The object moves away from you, and the bottom portion becomes too acute relative to the surface to resolve.
Well, this is the way I look at it, right? On a globe or on anything that's curving. Let's just go with a globe or a flat Earth, right? Whichever one. We have a spheroid or we have a flat horizontal plane, right? The way I look at it is if you were on a globe, you would expect bottom up obstruction, right? You'd expect for the boat to drop over the horizon, and that is what we see. And the way I look at it is if that we're on a horizontal plane of reference with horizontal water at all times, you wouldn't expect bottom up obstruction, especially every single time.
Yeah,
right?
yes, you would.
No, you wouldn't.
That's
Why would you?
That's an appeal to incredulity fallacy. Like, that
Wait,
has
so
nothing to
wait.
do with.
Wait,
that has
Rob.
nothing
Why
to
would
do-
you? Why would you expect?
That has nothing to do. That
Okay.
has nothing to do.
Define, Ben. Define
Listen,
angular resolution.
Listen, that has nothing to do with the veracity of the refutation. Just because you wouldn't expect it does not at all mean that it doesn't happen and that it's not possible. It's possible and it happens on the horizontal surface regardless of you not expecting it.
Well, you're actually affirming the consequent now. You're just saying it happens. Wait, so it happens on the horizontal surface that you already say is horizontal, but you have no evidence for.
No, it's not
Right?
affirming the
But
consequent.
you say that it happens. Hold on. You say that it happens on the horizontal.
You're
Hold on.
suppressing my
For just a
attempt to
second.
try and refute you. It's
You're
not
saying that
affirming the consequent, dude. It's a
you're saying that
refutation to you.
Great.
It's a refutation to you, Bat. You cannot prevent me from replying. That's not your right in the channel, dude. Come on.
Okay, that's
not
fine.
affirming
Okay.
the consequent, dude. You are trying to appeal to bottom-up obstruction as being strongly indicative of the Earth being a ball. It's a weak inductive argument, or an invalid modus ponens, or affirming the consequent, because you can and do observe that on a horizontal surface. It's called angular acuity. The further away it goes along the surface, the more acute the angle becomes between the surface and the bottom portion of the object. And if it goes far away enough, it'll become too acute to resolve entirely.
Yeah, but you wouldn't expect so much bottom-up obstruction on a horizontal flat surface, Gregory.
That's an appeal to incredulity fallacy.
Hold on,
nothing
Gregory.
to do with the argument.
You gotta let me talk, man. You gotta let me get in there, okay?
Stop saying it. It's an appeal to incredulity fallacy. I wouldn't expect what can happen and does happen, therefore it cannot or does not happen. That's irrelevant.
But it's not. But you're just saying it's a horizontal surface, and you're saying that you'd expect it. Okay, so angular resolution.
No, you're missing the point, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not just boldly asserting an ipsy dixit. It's not just a bold assertion of an ipsy dixit of the Earth's surface being horizontal. I refuted you by appealing to the fact that you can observe this, and you do observe this with a horizontal surface, be it the water of the ocean or not.
Okay. Can you explain how angular acuity would cause big boats on horizontally flat water to appear bottom up with an academic
It's accounting for the phenomenon, dude. It's not doing any material interaction with the thing that you're not seeing, dude. Come on. Obviously, angular acuity is an aspect of the phenomenon. The bottom-up obstruction you're observing is the optical phenomenon of the thing being too acute to resolve.
Okay, great. So I'll really want to get to the nitty-gritty of this, okay? So is it the angular acuity that's causing the bottom up? What is it specifically? What is it? What's the big cause here?
You're not paying attention. It's so simple.
I want the big cause. It's angular acuity, or is it something else?
It's not that difficult, Matt. You're just being annoying. It's so simple. You have seen things become too far away to see. That is not a controversial thing.
That's not a refutation.
It's not a controversial thing at all, dude. When you go away, the object goes away from you, dude, and it becomes too acute to resolve. That's why the further away you go from a building, a humongous tower, the further away you go from it, the less details you can resolve. And if you keep going further away enough, you can't see the building, even though it's still on the ground. And you never saw the surface that it's standing on curve. It's so simple. You can see this on a macroscopic scale. You can see this on a microscopic scale with a penny on the table. It's not that difficult, Matt. You're just being stubborn,
I'll tell
dude.
you why. Hold on. You just said a few things. I'll tell you why you're wrong, okay? Yeah, you do see less of things, and you can resolve less of things the further they go out. But usually, they don't just start being bottom up, especially when they go out to sea. Stuff doesn't just start going bottom up, okay? You can see
That's
less
exactly
of it.
what you observe all the time on the water, Matt.
But what we do see on water is consistent bottom-up obstruction, okay? But like I said again,
which is possible on a horizontal surface, Matt.
Sure. So I want to get to the nitty-gritty of this, okay? So tell me what phenomenons are causing the bottom-up obstruction. I want to get all of them down. Which ones are they?
Stop asking me the question. The conclusion of this matter has already been said. It's the aspect of your perspective, dude. There's other things happening when you're observing all sorts of things. But what it comes down to particularly, it is not only the object being a ball that obstructs the bottom portion of the object. That's not the only way to obstruct things bottom up, dude. You can obstruct things. You can see the bottom portion of an object disappear because the angle of acuity between it and the surface is too acute to resolve. End of matter, dude.
Great. So angular acuity is really what's causing bottom-up obstruction then, right?
That's what you're observing.
Yes, great. So theoretically then, if we had so because it's an optical effect, right? So if we had a telescope, a really, really powerful telescope, we'd be able to stop bottom-up obstruction. So just get a really powerful telescope and we'd be able to stop it then, right?
Which is what we do to an extent. So let's not build up to the error that you usually do, that, this is the limit of my optics, therefore it's Earth curve. No, again,
But the limit of your
invalid.
optics, you can have a larger. Okay, so listen, with more powerful telescopes, you can increase the angular resolution, which means you can see more. So there would be less of a limit. So
Okay,
if
you
you
don't
can
need to
see
repeat
more,
yourself. I just
with
addressed it.
the
I just
P1000,
addressed it.
a P1000 can see 50 miles away or something like that, right? It can see pretty decent 50 miles away. So if boats start disappearing like 5 miles away, 3 miles, whatever it is, then that means it's not something with a P1000. There's something else going on. There's something else. Something else
Matt,
in the
I've already
stuff.
told you. Stop pretending like I haven't told you. Just because there's a limit to your optics, appealing to the fact there's a limit to your optics
The limit
does
isn't
not
great enough at
strongly
that distance.
indicate that it's the summit of a water curve obstructing the object you can't see. It's just the limit of your optics. You cannot resolve everything whatsoever, no matter how far away it is, no matter how small it is, dude. It's so simple.
Okay, so you say that there's a limit to our optics. I agree with you. I think that's a truism, right? There's always a limit to our optics, right? But we also have a P1000 that can resolve things at those distances.
You've already said this, Matt.
Hold on,
already
Gregory.
addressed
You
it.
haven't addressed
You've
it.
already said it.
But you haven't
You've
addressed
already
it.
said it. Stop
But you
repeating
haven't
yourself.
addressed it. But you haven't addressed it. You've also
I
repeated yourself.
did.
You haven't
I
addressed
just did.
You
So
said
once
there's a
again,
limit to our
you
optics,
can
which
use
is just a
technology
truism.
to extend your field of view. And that too has a limit. That limit is not Earth curve. It's just the limit of your ability to resolve the object. You
you're
cannot
just repeating
resolve
yourself.
anything of any distance, no matter how small it is, no matter how far away it is. You can't resolve everything, no matter how far away it is, no matter how small it is, dude. The limits of your optics is not Earth
Can your
curve.
resolution get better with a more powerful camera?
I've already addressed it.
Okay, beautiful.
You're just repeating yourself.
But you have you say that
can
there's a limit to our
extend
optics.
the field of view.
You've been
You
repeating
can.
yourself at
Stop
infinitum,
talking
bro.
to it. You're just repeating yourself. You're not engaging. This is annoying.
Go ahead,
you
man. Go
can
ahead.
extend you can extend the distance you can see things, dude. That also has a limit.
Yes, I agree. That's why I said that every optic, right, has a limit. I agreed with you on that truism. But I said if we have a P1000, it should be able to resolve everything within that given range. And it's not being able to resolve it, then we have to say that there's something else going on other than just the limit of our
Right,
optics.
the limit of the optics, not Earth curve.
No. But the limit increased, Gregory, so we can't make that limit excuse anymore. The limit has increased significantly.
Yeah, and whatever you don't see, it's either not there or it's there and it's not visible, Matt.
Yeah.
It is so simple.
Or there is Earth curvature.
Right, which you don't ever observe. And you wouldn't have observed it in the instance that you see beyond the horizon, which was supposed to be the summit of the water curve, which it's not.
Let me ask you. I really want to get like deep into this. So, can you have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon at the same time?
That's logically possible, and it's falsified.
Great. So, the only reason why we can see things is because of light, and we know that light, when passing through different mediums, it bends. We call that refraction. So, although let's say that the Earth is a ball, theoretically, if the Earth was a ball, that's fine. If the Earth was a ball, it would have a fixed geometric horizon, right? But the thing is, you also would have an apparent horizon because you'd have light bending, right, through different mediums that could cause certain optical effects. For example, on the flat Earth, which this Earth you guys claim to be the flat Earth, the horizon is changing on certain days because of certain atmospheric effects, right?
Ad hoc fallacy, Matt.
Well, is the horizon changing on the flat Earth because of
ad hoc fallacy? Go to the end. Skip past all this. We already know this is going. You're appealing to refraction. Ad hoc rescuing device fallacy.
Rescuing device. Okay, so all right, beautiful. So on the flat Earth, the reason why the horizon changes is because of is optical effects, optical apparent stuff going on. You know, the refraction, all sorts of stuff like that. So on the globe, it would be the same. Actually, it's just that you have a geometric horizon it's not always there because there's refraction going on, right?
The summit of the water curve is the limit you would see you have no argument nor demonstration to believe that refraction is going to make a curved surface look flat, or extend the horizon away from you, or make the object completely obscured behind the water curve up here on the top. Refraction doesn't do that. It's never been proven to do that. Those are false implications. That which implies falsehood is false. So your ad hoc appeal to refraction is implying falsehood, is therefore false, and is an ad hoc retort in the first place because you didn't verify the Earth to be a ball, so that supposed refraction, the way you describe it, the way you're appealing to it, is actually happening on a ball. It's an ad hoc fallacy, and it's implying falsehood. That's the refutation. Stop appealing to it.
Okay, so the horizon or refraction, you say, is a making, or you say that we're saying that it's making curved surfaces appear flat.
That's the implication of the ad hoc retort.
Okay, so it would be doing the same for the flat Earth, though. It's making the flat Earth appear. What is it doing for the flat Earth?
No, the refraction is not making the flat Earth appear flat. The flatness of the flat Earth is making the flat Earth appear flat. God damn it!
Right. Okay, so the it's changing, though. The position of the horizon is changing on the flat Earth because of optical effects, right?
Which is not at all a feature of the Earth. It's a feature of your optics. It's a optical phenomenon. It's the apparent meeting point between the sky and the sea.
Well, it's definitely a feature of the Earth, because like the hydrological cycle is a feature of the Earth. The light bending is a feature that goes on with light.
The horizon does not exist external to your perception, Matt.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, like these are
so that's
things
the refutation.
These
not fine. It's not a feature of the Earth. It's not a feature of an object external to your perception. It's an aspect of your perception.
Yeah, but refraction works actually perfect on a globe, because a globe is curved and light would be bending, and light bends during refraction. So it actually works perfect on a globe.
It's a red herring to a false implication of your ad hoc appeal to refraction.
What's the false implication?
That the refraction is going to make the curved surface appear flat, make the horizon extend away from you, and make objects completely obscure behind the water curve appear on the top.
No. So the horizon on the flat Earth, or whatever, there would be an apparent horizon where the horizon is changing, right? The horizon is changing because of optical effects. It would be doing the exact same thing on a globe because you have light bending. You have light bending.
Again,
right?
With this, you're just repeating yourself. That is the false implication of your ad hoc appeal to refraction. Refraction does not make flat surfaces appear curved. It is not going to make a ball appear flat. I said it backwards. It's not going to make a ball appear flat. It's not going to make the horizon, which is the summit of the water curve, extend away from you. It's not going to make the object completely obscured behind the water curve appear on the top. It does not do that. It's a false implication of your ad hoc appeal to refraction. And you have not measured nor observed even the ball, the Earth to be a ball in the first place. So that refraction is supposedly happening on it.
Well, I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how optical effects works. I'll tell you why. Because when you look out there and you have light bending and you have the horizon changing and stuff like that, that can happen. It doesn't necessarily make curved surfaces appear flat. The flat Earth would already be flat, right?
False implication of your ad hoc retort.
Hold on. The flat Earth would already appear flat, but the horizon's changing. So the same thing could happen on a globe. It's not making the globe appear flat. It's just changing the distance. It's just changing the apparent distance of the horizon. The distance of where it's at is still
which is
there.
Another false implication.
The light bending, which light is the only reason why you can see.
Which is another false implication.
Changing, so I guess you're not going to be able to. I just got to talk
through the... You're just repeating yourself. You're not engaging the refutation.
Like so again, you're not really addressing horizon. You're saying it's not going to make... You're kind of repeating yourself at infinitum.
No,
you're saying it's not going to make curved surfaces appear flat. Well, it doesn't do that at all.
That's the false implication of your ad hoc retort.
It doesn't even do that at all, Gregory.
I know. That's the falsity of the implication of your ad hoc retort.
Yeah, but you're just asserting that the Earth is not a globe, Gregory.
No, I'm not.
So why is the Earth not a globe?
Because what do you mean, why is the Earth not a globe? We're not going to digress to cosmogony. We're talking about geodesy.
Great. So the Earth is not a globe. Why?
All right, so it's been falsified. Your radius has been falsified. Both your premise that the water line of the horizon is the summit of the water curve wrapped around the ball, falsified. We see beyond the horizon. We wouldn't be able to.
and
No, you
the
would be
radius has
able
been
to.
falsified. We wouldn't be able to see no further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we saw well beyond that the black swan and all sorts of other observations. So once again, it's already been
No.
falsified with both premises concerning your geodesy. The horizon is not, it's demonstrated to not be the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, and the radius has been falsified. We see well beyond what would be observable on your ball. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Look at the black swan, which there's no refutation to. Your only rebuttal to the black swan and all other observations and measurements like it is to appeal to the ad hoc retort of refraction, where you have not verified the Earth to be a ball in the first place, so that the refraction is happening on the ball, and the false implications of that retort. You're done.
Great. There's a lot of nothing being spewed there, but I think I think you have
Invincible
a
ignorance.
I think you have a fundamental
To sit up
misunderstanding
here
of
and say everything I just said was nothing.
yeah,
Just
but
flagrantly
you're
dishonest.
repeating yourself.
Just
You
flagrantly
gotta come
dishonest,
up.
and he
You gotta
knows
come up with new
what I
things to
said is not
repeat yourself
nothing.
on because
That's
you're repeating yourself on
ridiculous.
things you don't
Isn't
understand.
as though he
Okay?
has anything
So
worthwhile
again,
saying.
you
To sit up
say
here
that
and say
you
everything I said
falsified.
is nothing.
Hold on,
Everything I just said
Gregory.
is nothing. Are you
Gregory,
for
I
real?
don't want you to be
For
muted.
real?
I don't want you to be. I'm going to address your point.
Ridiculous.
I'm going to address.
Entirely ridiculous.
I'm
No.
going to address what you just said. Okay, you said right that you falsified the horizon because you've observed distances that you shouldn't have observed with the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Sure, you can say that, but the thing is we already went over that refraction would cause light to bend. We already went over the fact that there would. You already
Repeat
admitted that
himself
there
ad
can be.
infinitum.
Hold on, you've
You're
actually
doing this
self-refuted.
deliberately. You're just
You've actually
here to
refuted yourself.
irritate.
Now, I'll tell
You
you
know
why.
full and well you just repeated the very thing that
I'll
I
tell
just
you.
refuted.
I'll tell you
full and well
why
that's
you've
what you're
refuted
doing.
yourself. Okay, you admitted with me earlier that you can have an apparent horizon, or you can have an apparent horizon, and you can also have a geometric horizon. Right? You've admitted me with that. Right? You can have a
Not
sphere
an
that you have an
admission.
apparent horizon. Hold on.
It's not an
You have
admission.
an apparent
There's nothing
horizon. No, it's a
controversial about that.
refutation. Okay, of yourself. Because you said you
It's
can
not
have
a
an apparent
refutation of
horizon,
myself.
and you can also have a geometric
How
horizon,
does
which would
acknowledging a
indicate,
logical
right?
truism
Which
of
would
that being possible refute
imply
me?
that you can
Explain that.
you can see
Explain
things
that.
that are
How does
further
it?
than you
How
should be
does
able to see with
confessing a
refraction
logical
because of your apparent
truism
horizon, but
refute
it's
me?
not
Explain.
actually changing
Explain
the
that.
physical
Stop
geometric
digressing.
horizon.
Stop
Right?
digressing. Explain.
Okay, so
How
wait,
does
hold on,
acknowledging
Gregory.
a logical truism about what is
Are you
possible
okay with
refuting me?
Are you okay with? Okay, listen. Are you okay with
Explain how that
interrupting
refutes
me?
me. Explain how admitting the logical truism is refuting me. Go.
Bet. I'll explain to you as long as I'm not interrupted, okay? Okay, this is why. So, the reason why you've refuted yourself is you said that you can have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. I'll tell you why this refutes yourself. Because you said that you falsified the geometric horizon with the apparent horizon, which you can't
No.
do. Because the apparent
No, I
horizon
didn't.
is not the
No, I
geometric
didn't.
horizon, which means you've
No, I did not say
actually
that. So stop
self-refuted.
talking.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I said.
Go ahead,
No.
though. Go ahead. No, it is what you
Yeah.
said. You're on
So
recording,
it's not
buddy.
what I said at all. You don't have any record. I defy you. Wind back the YouTube live stream and find the quote where I said the apparent horizon refutes the geometric horizon. That's not what was said to you at all. So you're trying
You
to
missed the point.
obfuscate the issue. You're acting as though I didn't falsify the geometric horizon, that the geometric horizon so-called has not been falsified because only appealed to the supposed apparent horizon. You haven't found the ball in the first place, dipshit.
Sir. Yeah, sir. Calm down, man. Calm yourself down, okay? Conduct
Stop
yourself
telling
in a
me to calm
respectful
down. I
manner.
don't need to be pacified.
And you need to be pacified just a little bit. Just
I
a
don't need to be
teeny bit.
pacified at all. You haven't found the ball in the first place. You
It's
don't
not.
have
Listen,
a
the
goddamn
Earth
so-called
being a ball or not,
geometric
it's not that
horizon
serious.
in the
It's not
first
that
place.
serious.
So don't
Hold on.
tell me I'm missing the plot. You haven't found the ball in the first
I'll
place.
tell you,
Your
sir.
ball has been falsified. If it were a ball, the horizon would be the
Gregory.
summit of water curve. It's not the summit of water curve. It's patently demonstrated to be an optical phenomenon. We can see beyond the horizon, which would not be possible on your ball. And your radius has been falsified. And you have yet to even verify the radius in addition with it already being falsified. And your ad hoc retort to refraction is just that. It's fallacious. You haven't found the ball in the first place for the supposed refraction to be doing what it's supposedly doing on it. In addition with the false implications of your appeal to refraction. You're done.
Okay, well, you're done, Pope Gregory, but I'll explain to you how you're done. So, Pope Gregory, earlier you said, right, that refraction, or you falsified the geometric horizon. I'll tell you why you did this, okay, or how you think you did this. You figured out that the limit of how far or the horizon should be, if you're on a globe, would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But you've also admitted, you said that you would falsify that because if you saw further than that, like the black swan, then you would have falsified the radius, right? The Earth would have to be bigger. But you've also admitted that you can have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon, which means your apparent horizon wouldn't be a falsification of your actual horizon, your geometric horizon, right? That's not affected by light bending. So you've actually explained why you can see further. Actually, you've actually refuted your own self. Can you admit that, Gregory, for everyone here?
Oh, Matt,
It's a loaded
how did
question,
you
fallacy.
verify this radius value?
Yeah, you haven't
How was it
verified the
established?
radius, like the gentleman just
Well,
said to
okay,
you.
so we went
Other people
from
in the
this is the
dialogue are
radius, and
tracking, Matt.
we
Let's see if you can
can
demonstrate
I
that you can
respond
track
to
with the
the can I
dialogue.
can I
Matt
respond
Nuclear.
to the gentleman?
A1 Kennedy,
Gregory?
you need to demonstrate that you can track with the dialogue.
A1
So
Kennedy.
you're acting as though me acknowledging the logical
Listen,
truism, which is
Gregory,
not
can
an
I
admission.
respond to the
You're
gentleman?
acting as though
Can I
acknowledging the
respond to the
logical
gentleman?
truism of it being possible for there to be a ball that has
Can I
supposedly
respond to
both
the
a
gentleman?
geometric horizon and a so-called apparent horizon is a refutation to me. You cannot go from the premise it is possible for there to be
And
a ball
I
with a so-called
respond
geometric
to the
horizon and apparent
gentleman.
horizon. Therefore, it is the case that the horizon is simultaneously geometric and the horizon and apparent on a ball. It's completely non sequitur, has no refutation to the fact that
Actually refuted
the
yourself.
horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around the ball, given that we can see beyond it, which would not be possible. The refraction is not behaving the way you're trying to make it behave on a ball, Matt. You've never seen refraction curve light around the ball. So stop pretending like it can, because it doesn't.
Okay. So just to respond to the other gentleman that had something to say after he was rudely interrupted by Pope Gregory here. So, well, I mean, for me to respond to you, we'd have to regress, right, Chubbs? I mean, you guys claim that you're going off this 1.225, so you would be able to no longer go off the 1.225 if you think the radius value is false. So either we have a correct radius value or we don't. If we have an incorrect radius value, we could be right with the horizon or we couldn't be right. So I could answer your question in the way that we would be able to regress, right? But I mean, Gregory has refuted himself, and I've already explained that he's refuted himself because he has claimed that he has falsified the horizon by looking at the apparent horizon, which wouldn't actually be a falsification after he admitted that you can have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. That's not a falsification, Gregory. You falsified
Okay,
the
we've
horizon.
established that. I just want you to verify how you came up with the radius value. That's all I need.
Oh, so you want to regress to how we got the radius value? Well, I like to look at Eratosthenes.
Let
Do
me
you want?
refute him again.
I have the math
So
on hand.
you are
You want to see
god
it?
awful at debating, and you demonstrate it every time you talk
I'm
about the subject. You don't know
I'm
how to
actually-
debate. You don't know how
I'm
to have a
actually
logically
very
sound
good
pattern
at
of
making
inference,
you
and it
look
shows
silly,
every time
Gregory.
you
I'm
engage
actually very
in
good at
debate
that. I
about the
specialize in
subject.
making you look
You
silly.
have no good reason to sit up here and tell me that the radius hasn't been falsified when we did the internal critique using the Earth
You're
curve
looking at the
calculator
apparent
by
horizon
the
doesn't falsify
globalists.
the real
And when
one.
you apply that Earth curve calculator with the formula, you have a result. The result being
Well, what
that
are
the
you
horizon
looking
will
at?
be no further away than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Then we go out and
1.25.
do the observation and measurement, and guess what? It's further away than that. It
Yeah,
shouldn't be.
but
It wouldn't be, but it is. That's the falsification of your radius, of your Earth curve calculator based on the
not.
radius, of the formula based on the radius and the Earth curve calculator. So using your premises, using your scientism cosmology, we have falsified it because the horizon is apparently, obviously, measurably further away than it would be. And your rescuing device for your goal paradigm after it's been falsified is to appeal to refraction, which is an ad hoc rescuing device because you haven't observed or measured the Earth to be a ball in the first place for the refraction to do what it's supposedly doing on your ball, in addition with the false implications of your appeal to refraction. You're dead in the water.
I like the way you say it. You say it in such a great way. But you're actually the one you've been buried here. You've been buried, and I've already explained to you how you've been buried. But apparently you don't
your
realize.
position
So
true eventually,
you
and it'll refute mine
falsified.
eventually. Just keep chanting,
Gregory,
just
let
like
me
a
ask you a
Hindu or
question.
something.
Let me ask you an
Well,
intuitive
which?
question. 'Cause I know how to debunk you. Okay, let me ask you an intuitive question. When you're looking out at the
Stop,
horizon,
buddy.
and when you're looking out at the horizon and you're falsifying the horizon, are you doing that by looking at the apparent
Falsifying
horizon?
the horizon. The fuck?
Yeah, that's what you're doing, right? You're falsifying the horizon the globe gives you at the
Fuck
distances,
no.
right?
The hell are you talking about?
Wait,
How the
so
hell do
you're
you
not
falsify the
falsifying
horizon?
you're not falsifying the geometric horizon with the 1.225. You're not.
Oh, you talking about the radius?
Holy.
Yeah, you got your categories mixed up.
So okay, no, you don't. You got your categories mixed up. So the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height feet is where your horizon would be at your distance, at where you are, right? Like your height, basically, right? Your height is where your horizon would be, right? That's what it is. So yeah, so you
Oh,
falsify
you
the
mean the
geometric
summit of the
horizon.
water curve? Oh, that bullshit.
Yeah, focus, Gregory, focus. So you falsified the geometric horizon, right? Right?
That's a terrible misnomer, but yeah, the summit
Right,
of the
wait,
water
hold on.
curve. Yeah.
I am about to cook you, Gregory. You falsified the geometric horizon, correct?
So are you gonna talk to my answer
Right?
again?
Right?
You're gonna talk to
Gregory?
my answer again?
Have you falsified the geometric
Are
horizon,
you gonna
Gregory?
talk to my answer again? I tried to answer you.
Wait, did he say yes? Was it yes?
So that's a terrible misnomer for the summit of the water curve. And yeah, there is no
great.
water curve.
So
There is
you
no summit of the water
falsified.
curve.
This is where I cook you. This is where I cook you. So you falsified the geometric horizon by looking at the apparent one. Wow,
You
Gregory,
haven't
you're a
found
genius.
the summit
You're a
of the
genius.
water curve. Can you acknowledge that you haven't
Like
found
you said,
the
Gregory,
summit of the
you're
water
done.
curve?
You're done.
Acknowledge.
You're done. You're done.
Yeah,
It's over.
acknowledge.
You're done.
Yeah.
Okay? So you admitted that you can have
You
a
must be saying
geometric
that in the
horizon
mirror.
and an apparent horizon, and you falsified the geometric one by looking at the apparent one? You're silly, man. You're a silly
You
guy.
haven't found the summit of the water curve.
You're silly. You're done,
You
though. You're
haven't
done. It's over.
found your summit of water curve.
You're done. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. I got you. I got your ass, Gregory.
You haven't
I got you.
found your summit of water curve.
Do you want a picture of a water hill, Gregory? Would that help you?
You should have some empirical verification for your empirical knowledge claim of the water line, the horizon being the summit of water curve.
Listen, Gregory, I gotta give it to you, man. You're funny. You're a funny guy. You're funny, man. Okay? I wish I had images for you of water hills. I don't.
You have no empirical verification for your water curve. You're dead.
Yeah. So, Gregory, you've already been dead, though. I've already cooked you.
You must be saying that in the mirror.
That was a good run.
Do you
though,
imagine
Gregory.
being me when you're in the restroom?
You in the what the hell does that even mean?
Do you imagine being me? Because you're saying it to me like I'm done, but you must be saying that in the mirror right now, every time you say that to me.
No, I mean, I say it not in the mirror because I've cooked you. But if I can run it back again, Greg said that he's falsified the geometric horizon by looking at the apparent horizon. And he also admitted you can have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon at the same time. That's self-refuting. You're done.
You
Like you
haven't
said, you're done.
found the
You're
water
done.
curve.
Yeah, Gregory, you're funny. This is hilarious. Listen, I'm glad I got to bring entertainment back here, man. But Gregory, you're done. You're done, buddy.
You must be saying that in the mirror again.
Okay, Gregory. The thing is, Gregory, when if your neighbors hear you just saying water curve, like when if your neighbors hear you saying that though?
I'd go outside right now. I will go outside. I would go outside right now, but there's no audience to see your water curve.
Listen, if your neighbor knocked on your door right now and they were like, "What are you talking about?" Would you have a argument with them, like dead on the spot?
Not necessarily
about
on the
Earth being
spot.
curved?
Not this hour.
I could present an argument.
Yeah.
That would be. I mean,
What
that
he
would be
said,
funny.
that part.
Gregory in the middle of his apartment arguing with his neighbor about water curves, and his neighbor's confused, and then Gregory gets the deductive argument. Here's the deductive argument. The summit of a water curve, 1.225. He's like, what the hell? What's going on here?
Yeah,
I
losing
don't
it
think
just
he
like
would be
you.
as scatterbrained as that, though, having a conversation or an presenting an argument to his neighbor as how you just sounded.
Well,
I
man, I
know
think
someone
he.
has clipped my voice unless, they haven't. So I just walked back my assertion. I know.
A water curve.
Matt, you miss Gregory, eh?
Yes, I do, man. Well, I've been seeing Gregory in the Christian chat, so I haven't been missing him that much, I've been seeing Gregory in the Christian chat a lot. I see him there a lot.
That is
But I
true.
have been missing him
At least you
here.
said that fact.
I have been missing him here. Haven't seen him here in a bit, Well, I've been banned for a bit, so I'm finally free. They finally freed me out the pen, and I'm back, man. So I can finally enjoy the entertainment. I can see him. I can see him go against other people again. I can get laughs out of it.
You were released from the pen.
There's always entertainment here. Be right back.
I just made myself a little gimmick. I never did that before tonight.
So I married a traditional woman, the type with uteruses and ovaries, and she just found a spider on her shirt. Would anybody be surprised if I said that she had an ovary action?
An ovary action?
Yep. She got 2 of them.
What does that mean?
Well, most people, they just have like a reaction, right?
I did not see it, but now I do. Wow. Wow. It's right. It was right the hell there in front of my face. Overreaction. Damn. If it was a snake, it would have been bit me. Literally said it. Overreaction.
The first time I heard it, I thought it was hilarious.
Damn, Larry.
Larry's
Got to
on fire.
Y'all say it with me. You got to find your water curve.
No one said it with you. Okay.
I know. That's the hilarity of the
It's in their
joke.
heads.
I was
Yeah.
on mute.
It's missing in action.
But there is no water curve. Unless you're talking about like a
Man, I
raindrop
saw
or
one
something.
before. Okay, I saw a water hill before. You can't tell
I
me
make
different.
a song about the water curve. Got to have it. I really need it. Water curve.
The amount of clips you could probably the amount of clips you can get from Gregory are just there's an abundance of clips, man. Let's make a
water curve. Water.
Shout out to Robot Polisher.
Water, 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 water. Water curve.
Dude, you can actually make a song out of Gregory saying water curve.
Water curve, water curve, water curve. Where is it?
Did you get to in any debates when you were in school, Gregory?
A couple in high school.
Did you actually did you destroy your opponents?
I didn't destroy them because we didn't really complete them, but I did win. Yeah.
Every time?
Did I win every time? I think so. I want to say that in truth.
Did you give any deductive arguments? Were you doing your deductive argument stuff again?
Did I? Maybe, but not about. I wouldn't say I was doing that self-consciously about any major premises in the
on the points of dispute. I probably did about some
Were you telling people that they were
peripheral
done?
rebuttal.
Were you yelling out that they were done after you were?
Nah, well, I don't think so. Not really. Rarely.
You showed mercy in real life.
I show mercy here. Show mercy
To your
everywhere.
fellow inferior classmates, huh?
Fellow inferior. Some
Yeah.
are working on this standard this premise. this thing, this superiority supremacy thing, like, okay, if somebody brings like a 22 and you got like an AK, you got like superiority. But if you bring like a minigun, then you got like supremacy, right? Like, it's really interesting how some people don't make that distinction, right? So it's like some people come in here and they debate, and sometimes they just don't really bring the firepower. They don't bring the facts, or they don't cite sources or something like that, right? And some people just come in here and like smoke their opponent completely annihilated.
You just actually
So
witnessed it happen.
Hey,
well,
how do I
you
sound?
said
You dropped your coffee, Q?
well, I'm trying to coin flat earth supremacy here. I know that sounds bad, right? But
What about
I don't think it'll
global
catch on.
supremacy?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Rebel?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you
Well,
more
clear. Is it better than it was just a little bit ago?
Yeah, it's loud.
Oh, that's correct. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can probably back up just a little bit.
You're probably a little too close to the
Oh,
microphone. That's
okay.
it.
It was too quiet like all day. I've been playing around with the audio settings, and now it's too loud. Huh?
Man, you
Yeah,
sounded
it's
like
No,
Rebel when
you're
you
good.
said that. That's
Yeah, it's a
crazy.
bit
I think you're
distorted, dude.
Wait,
clipping your
Crit, you
mic
sounded
input.
completely different when your mic was really close to your mouth for some reason.
Yeah, because he was clipping the
Turn the
shit out of
bass
his
down.
input.
I was certain that was Rebel talking, but it wasn't.
No, it's Crit.
You better turn down that bass, boy.
We better get that bass out your voice.
Drop the bass.
Damn, that bass bussin'.
Chris' voice is pretty unique. I'm not sure how you could mistake it for mine. Mine's pretty like mundane and normal. It doesn't
I'm
really
telling
stand
you,
out.
Rebel. I swear for Lord, he sounded like you. He had your
Maybe.
timbre. Lord is my witness.
I'd say it was close.
Interesting.
Gregory.
I cannot explain it to you. Craig, what is that in your PFP?
That's him.
Oh, you mean the one next to it? That's like photos from space.
No. Your PFP.
Oh yeah, that's me.
That's your face with all that.
It's a negative.
I didn't actually know that until AI told me.
Yeah, good crit believes the Earth is a globe. Evil crit thinks the Earth is flat.
There's still that side of Crit that knows the Earth is a globe, guys. So
Yeah, it's a non-geometric globe.
it exists somewhere. Here.
So, dude, given that you're a
In
large
mind.
body of water, how did you take that selfie?
From the dock, dude.
You're the large body of water that stood on the dock, and you
That's
took
me,
the selfie?
man.
That's crazy. How about that? There's the water curve I was looking for. Shit.
There's a lot of curve you were looking for, man.
Wait, if that's really Crit in his avatar, the question is, whose beard is more epic, Gregory's or Crit's?
Ooh.
You better say the correct answer.
Is that even a question now? Come on, dude. I mean, seriously.
I don't know. Let the people speak.
I mean, Gregory's beard is like infamous. I mean, it's probably one of the like top 10 beards in the world, right there. You know.
He said infamous. Damn, what the hell? What tragedies did my beard commit?
What tragedies?
I didn't know facial hair could have infamy. Not even Hitler's.
I don't know, but it's pretty
it's
epic.
infamous for making other beards look, childish almost. Like it's a kid.
Oh well, there's
So
nothing I can do there.
yeah.
I mean, there is, but I'd rather not.
You like your beard, right? You don't want to cut it, right?
It's growing on me. But don't.
It is growing, man.
I tried to grow a beard like that once.
They now call you Pope Gregory. That's why I call you Pope Gregory.
This dude trying to bring the 70s back. Said he tried to grow a bush like that one.
Gregory, do you
What's background?
are you
Sorry.
conservative? Well, obviously you're conservative, right? Do you identify as like a Republican or anything?
Certainly not. That would be foolish.
What about a Democrat?
That would be insanity.
Certainly not. That would be foolish.
Extremely foolish.
Trump or Biden, Gregory?
I'm pretty sure most flat earthers realize the binary political system is a false dichotomy and just an illusion at best.
Correct.
Flat earthers are anti. Well, they don't really believe in a left or right, but they're still conservative people. You know what I mean?
How about just
No, we're
small
libertarian.
limited government?
We're either okay, by and large, and I'm generalizing here, so all the panelists are like, but by and large, we're either somewhere between libertarianism and anarchy, or just want to go back to like the way of Gaza. Somewhere.
Yes.
But we're all anti-authoritarian. We're against authoritarians.
Except for Elijah.
What do you mean?
I mean, Elijah doesn't have a problem with government at all. Anti-authoritarian. How about that one, man?
Anti-authoritarian is what libertarian means. But to keep people from getting confused with me saying liberal and libertarian, because some people just get triggered so hard that they can't hear the words coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, I got it. Any globe evidence, anyone? Any globe proofs?
I put my pants on and turned on the TV and it was a globe.
Says who is here. Says who. You got 5 minutes to drop me a citation for any globe evidence that you might have.
Oh, well, we were kind of hoping you would give us some, honestly.
I'm a flat earther, man. I don't got no globe evidence for you.
Since when? Like 2 hours ago?
Since now.
Okay.
I have falsified the geometric horizon with the apparent one. Isn't that genius?
You haven't found. Say it with me. You ready? 3, 2.
Water
curve!
The emphasis at the end. The emphasis at the end.
Yeah, it's a fallacious distinction without a difference. There is no difference. It's a fallacious distinction without a difference. You don't have two horizons. You only got one.
I have to say that the distinction between the physical geometric horizon and the apparent one was quite profound from Mr. Matt Nuclear. But hold on, is he just LARPing right now?
I'm pretty sure amateur. You don't want to take
I'm pretty
it
sure this dude is a globetard.
Don't do that. Don't come with me. Don't come at me. I'm gonna cook you, man. You want to go at? You want to
This guy-
go about this?
This guy's trolling, right? I'm pretty sure he's like an atheist glober.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
All right, hey Mike.
Really though, I'm not an atheist. I don't identify as an atheist.
Well, sure you are. Because do you believe in God? And the answer is no. So that makes you atheist.
No, that's not. I don't think that's how it works.
Well, do you believe?
How else do you identify someone who doesn't believe in God?
I don't necessarily believe in God. It's
So-
like I don't necessarily believe that there's like
You're an atheist.
like a little bit below the Earth. I don't think that there's like an invisible monster that's like holding up the Earth, right? So like the thing is, I like to have evidence.
Where would you get that idea though?
I don't know, right?
I don't know how you got here.
I'm saying if someone said that there was a monster, if someone said that there was like a monster holding up the Earth, I'd be like, really? Can I see some evidence? You know, I wouldn't.
mean, like,
I would probably say that's. I would
that.
probably say that's. Hold on. I would probably say that's unlikely, right? But then I'd have to see some evidence for it. So with gods, I also probably say maybe it's unlikely. I'd love to see some evidence for it. That's it. That's all I hold. You know.
So all theosism without godism, no godism.
Yeah, this
Right.
place just created itself.
Special treatment. Oh, maybe it did. Cope. Just nothing but cope.
Cope. Well, I mean, I don't think you understand anything about cosmology or how planets form. So why do you say it's a cope? Are you above the experts in
Don't you think
cosmology?
the same about yourself?
What do you know about planets forming? Have you seen a planet forming before, sir? Were you alive billions of years ago?
Were you there when Jesus died?
Were you there when the Big Bang exploded?
No,
was
but you
millions-
see where the logic flows, though. You don't have to
No.
be there to know whether or
Did you
not
see a planet
something
form?
happened.
Were you
Buddy,
there when
buddy,
the
you
planet
understand-
But what you can do, hold on. But what you can do
holy
is you can look
shit.
at the evidence.
Do you
There
understand
you
the
go. You
difference
look at
between
the
what you just
evidence.
said?
You ever seen
Dude.
a planet form?
Nope. You see
Okay,
Jesus
and
die?
guess
The evidence
Did
of
you
a
see Jesus
transformed
die?
life.
You ever seen the Earth be formed?
there was millions
I'm
of people. There was millions of people on the earth at the time of Jesus' existence. Unlike
Yeah, but
nobody
only
living on the earth when
but
the
none of
planet
them.
formed.
There wasn't millions of people that. Yeah, but there wasn't millions of people that witnessed his death. Okay, that's the
Ever
only
seen
There
issue.
were
John be
people
formed?
there, bro. Dude, you're appealing to something that happened billions of years ago, and you're somehow skeptical of something that only happened 2,000 years ago. How does that make sense?
Yeah, but there's empirical evidence for
what?
Big
For
Bang
what?
cosmology
Oh, really?
What is it?
What's the
What is it?
evidence?
and cosmic microwave background radiation.
Oh, there's
Hey,
heat,
let me
therefore
ta-
there was a massive
let me
explosion that
take
caused
this.
everything
Let
to
me
begin
take
from
this.
nothing.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, do you
it's
want
the
to look at the
oldest
evidence?
known light. And hold on, it's the oldest known light in the universe. This CMB. What's the dating method for light, man?
Why do you have to have a dating method for light?
The claim is that's the oldest known light, giving evidence of the Big Bang.
You don't
How
like
do you
As
that?
verify
far as
Because
that?
we're going to verify your premises. You don't like that?
cosmologists are concerned. I mean, do you guys believe that every other? Well, you don't believe in planets. I mean, not even go there. Right?
They're wandering stars. Of course there are.
Right. Of which,
There's a flat Earth monster.
by the way, the Book of Enoch so profoundly prophesied thousands of years ago that a future generation, like you can say, during our times and even relatively in history before us, that Book of Enoch, in the matter of just 2 verses alone out of that entire book, Enoch
Yep.
prophesied that a people in a future generation will look up at the nightly sky and have a wrong interpretation about what the stars are and call them gods. And of course, planets today are in fact named after gods. So there you go.
Whoa! No
Yeah.
way!
Now start to cope. This is the cue for you to start to cope.
There's
Right.
nothing I have to cope with, sir. You have faith. I have empirical evidence.
You have fideism. You believe
I live
that
my
an
life
explosion without
with
a cause
evidence.
elapsed several billion years ago. That's
I live my life
laughable.
with faith in experts in the field that study in these fields. Okay, that's what I live
Experts,
my life.
experience, empirical data, empirical verification.
People
That's
that
what
have
experts of an event that no one empirically
PhDs.
detected.
Hold on. I have faith in people that have PhDs in physics. Okay, that's why I have faith in.
While they neglect philosophy, which is what that abbreviation is for, doctorate of philosophy.
Pastor of philosophy.
You have faith in people that got degrees with an abbreviation concerning an area of knowledge that they not only neglect but repudiate and demean. That's a good choice. I got a degree
Yeah.
in shit that I revile.
So I want to read it real quick because I remember I took a screenshot just the other day because I was bringing this up to another server. I want to say it's like chapter 80 in some versions, book of Enoch, chapter 80, in verse 7. It says, "And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the or you know what? Wait, Greg, do you see what I just posted in the chat? Can you?
Let me see here.
You have a much better reading voice than I do. Can you read it?
Well, I can't buy you dinner because I'm broke, so don't even try to butter me up.
No. Just the highlighted, just the highlighted part.
And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. And they shall be altered from all their ways. Yes, they shall err, and take them to be gods.
Very good. Right. So we see here in verse 7, right? Globers, a lot of times they ask us, oh, well, how do we explain retrograde motion of the planets, right? Here, according to verse 7 of the Book of Enoch, my interpretation is that the as Gregory put it earlier, that planets are nothing but wandering stars. And when you look into the original etymology of where planet come from, it's like planetes from the Greek, and it's wanderer or wandering stars, right? So according to Enoch, there might have been stars that had a normal orbit that went along with the rest of the stars that we see, going in the typical sort of regular, orbital fashion. But in this case, for whatever reason, they transgressed from the normal order that God had originally commanded them, and that's what explains retrograde motion that Enoch prophesied will happen 1,000 years ago. And then in verse 8, it talks about how people will not think that they're stars and consider them to be something else completely. Where it says, the order of them will be concealed from sinners, right? And then, and the last thing it says is that they shall err, and take them to be as gods. And what do we see today? All the planets are named after, quite literally, pagan, Roman and Greek pantheon gods. So, I mean, how do you explain that?
So this is kind of on.
don't
This is,
have to explain that. I don't really
yeah,
care.
hold on, Matthew. Hold on.
Is that Matt? Is that Matt Nickler?
Yes,
Yeah, it
it's the
is.
goat. He's back.
Can I get in just for a second? Yeah.
God, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So
Oh
there's
my!
a scripture in the New
Do you miss me,
Testament
Apocryphon?
Shut up. Let Larry talk.
Yeah, can I go? You've been talking for like
Just
hours.
tell me in
Man.
the chat if you miss me, man.
Shut up.
So there's this scripture in the Bible that says God was sending a strong delusion. If you look up that word for delusion in the original language, I think it's in the Greek.
Great. Gregory, you might be high mic a little bit.
Retarded people on the
Oh, sorry.
fucking conspiracy fucking.
Anyway, yeah, if you look up the word in the Greek, I think the root word is like planetus, or the word that we have for planet. So what that guy was talking about in the Enoch, that's really interesting. I'm gonna have to check it out and kind of compare notes. What you did is you made me stop playing Zelda. So now I gotta like turn on my computer and turn off my Nintendo.
Nice.
Take a look.
What game though? What game? Because there's several.
Tears of the Kingdom, bro. But yes,
Nice.
now I gotta look what he's talking about.
Mercury, Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus, Venus, Saturn, Mars. Oh, look at those beautiful planets. They're also
So Matt,
so beautiful. What's
so
going on
Matt,
there?
are you gonna deny though what he said earlier? How they're all named after a
No.
particular what?
No,
Go ahead.
I won't deny it.
All right. At least you're being real.
Yeah, I'll accept it. That's a beautiful coincidence.
Oh, there it is.
That's a great one.
Planetary.
The classic atheist Glober coping mechanism. Just brush everything off as a coincidence.
Coincidence? That doesn't
Coincidence here.
necessarily mean unintentional. Coincide. The incidences coincided under the orchestration of deliberate behavior.
Correct.
Gregory, man, I gotta give you a A++++ in English, dude. You're just beautiful.
Matthew, you got something brown on your notes. Gregory, you did look it up. I think you said planet. I think that's the word. You looked it up that fast. Yeah, Planet Time.
That's not me, in fact. That is Donato.
That's funny stuff.
I got to give credit where credit is due. Blood is thicker than water, also known as EXO. He's the one that showed
I
me
am.
this.
By the way, Mez, you did miss me cooking Gregory earlier on the water hill. It was such a beautiful moment.
Well, you missed it because it didn't
Oh,
happen.
shit.
So
Yeah.
I mean,
So
Gregory cooks himself.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll like that. But
Oh,
Gregory
what
was
that means.
Gregory admitted that you can have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. Then he said he falsified the geometric horizon with the apparent horizon. I'm like, what? Doesn't make much sense.
yeah, that's
That
not
sounds
what
like
I
it's
said.
getting a little bit closer to reality.
Yeah, it's not what I said. So
But we'll get there eventually, Gregory.
I'm glad one of the King Globers have joined here. They're gonna
Is he a
start.
So this
secret
is what
king?
they do.
'Cause
Another
I
one of
know
their
he's a
friends
king.
come into the channel. They lie. They gas themselves up. They masturbate their pride in the ears of everyone in the channel. It's disgusting, but they do it repeatedly. They're like nudists
Greg,
or exhibitionists
the
with
lack of
their
self-awareness you're demonstrating
intellectual
right now.
dishonesty.
Every single day in this
And
chat,
every
it's
time they
always
come into
like
the
10
channel,
flatties versus
it's always
one Glober.
disruption and distortion and just lying. Like you miss what happened, even though it didn't happen. He said this, even though he didn't say that. I mean, why do they have to resort to these antics?
If anyone,
Gregory,
Because they
I actually
are
have a clip
not-
of you
You
they
just don't
are
understand,
not
Gregory.
lying,
They
and then I
are
called you out
not,
on it,
fill in
and
the
then you
blank.
lied again.
They are not able to find the what. What's up, dude? Larry? Rebel? They can't find the what? The water curve!
The summit of the water curve. Fucking shit killed me, dude.
I do agree.
You're
This
filling
chat is
to the
filled with
other
lies.
horizon, even though they're not distinct. Because you're not buying into my fallacious distinction without a difference.
Here, I got a graphic for you guys.
Yeah, by the way, Gregory and Matthew had like a one-on-one solo, pretty much uninterrupted for what, about 30 minutes there? So
Yeah, no one
10
got
on
minutes.
10 on 1. I don't know if that's an accurate representation. We try to get one-on-one in here. Somebody else wanted the mic. Go ahead.
Well, surprisingly, we did get a one-on-one. I was glad to be able to cook Gregory and his misconceptions.
I guess he has a very
Bro, why do you think
sadistic
you
and
did anything
capricious
at all,
imagination, but
Matt? What the fuck?
Jenna, I know you miss me too, Jenna. I know. I'm back. Don't worry.
No.
Aw,
Did not
that's
miss you.
That's
no.
I will now officially cry in the corner. I thought Jenna missed me.
Hey, Matthew, there's a lot of people here. Can you go on mute for a little while and let everybody else?
Yeah, no, for
chime
sure.
in?
I mean, there's a King Glober
apologies.
here that might start cooking soon, so yeah, I'll go on mute.
Yeah, so does anybody want to talk to the new guy who just came in?
Hey guys, it's me, Saudi man. As you guys know, I'm a newly converted flat earther. And I just want to say that I fully support our movement and everything it has. Thank you guys.
We don't appreciate LARPing.
Well,
What do you mean?
as of now, TTYL, peace to you all.
I'm gonna. So yeah, if you pretend to be a flat earther, like we're gonna ask you questions, and if you can't answer them correctly, then you might be banned for pretending to be a flat earther. Because if you go around telling people you're a flat earther, you're saying stupid shit on purpose, like to make people think that the Earth is a globe. That makes you like a despicable person, and you should just make arguments for the globe rather than straw manning the flat Earth.
Okay, madam. Anyways, I am flat earther
Did you
and I
call
don't
me
need anyone's
madam?
approval. So,
Did you call me madam?
I think you misheard me. I apologize. I suggest getting an earwax removed, Anyways, I'm a flat earther. I don't need anyone's approval to be one.
All right, why
Thank
is
you,
it flat?
guys.
Why is it flat? What's the best evidence?
Uh, My girlfriend is insane and thinks it's flat, and I support her.
That's your best evidence. So you just told
I
everybody
support
that
her on everything, man.
you just told everybody that you have an insane girlfriend, and you think that it's, you know, appropriate to have relations with her, even though she might give you insane children that might ruin your entire life. So you sound like a fool.
No, man, but like, you know, she's my girlfriend, man. Like, I do anything for her. She says it's flat, I believe her.
So you believe insane people? You sound like an insane person. Just let you know, because only insane people stay with insane girlfriends.
Honestly, guys, like, my girlfriend can do whatever she wants, but I would still support her, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet that this girlfriend thing is made up, just like the whole flat Earth thing that you're talking about too. You're definitely
She's
not
awesome.
a flat Earther. Yeah, most made up girlfriends
Mikasa is
are.
real. Mikasa is real. She may be stuck in a pillow, but she's real. Thank you very much.
Hey, Saudi man, I'm just going to ask you to stay on mute, bro, because you're not making a whole lot of sense. I think there was another new guy in here that wanted to.
My feeling.
So I believe there was another new guy. Matthew said that there was a King Love Earther that just came in. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, that was me.
So you are Meds. Welcome to the Discord. Welcome to the room.
How's it going, Larry?
Fantastic. Is there any evidence that you would like to support for axial rotation curvature, or can you demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, to demonstrate gravity, we've got the Cavendish experiment. To demonstrate spin, we've got things like mechanical gyroscopes, Foucault pendulums, lasering gyroscopes, Coriolis effect. To demonstrate curve, we've got long distance observations, we've got bottom up obstruction, we've got angles
You are
stellaris, stars.
You're hurling elephants, bro. That's a fallacy. Can you just one at a time?
Images from space.
Claim stack, stack 'em like pancakes, motherfucker.
Can we go one at a time? Can you just go with like one of the first things that you said? I don't care which one you pick.
Everything you said.
Let's go with the first thing. Let's go with what Mez is working on with me right now in the chat. Mez,
Yeah, why boat go down? Why boat go down? Let's go with that one.
Do you want to tell the guys what we're working on?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out why boats go down.
Why boats go down? I think you need to phrase that
Why
better.
boat go down?
I think you need to ask.
Why boat go down?
No, don't ask why boat go down. That you sound retarded. You sound stupid. I think the question
I'm playing
you're
on your
trying
level.
to ask
Why boat go
is
down?
no. Why do boats appear to disappear bottom up? That is the properly worded question, Mez. Why boat go down?
Yeah, why
make you
boat go
sound
down?
uber dumb dumb.
Why boat go down?
like a kid. Like go bump down, go
Why boat go down? Why boat go
Why boat go
down?
down?
Poopy
Yeah,
go down
why
the
boat go
hole.
down?
Why poopy go down
Jenna,
the
why
hole?
boat go down?
Why poopy
Jenna,
go
why
down
boat
the
go down?
hole? Why boat go down?
Compression at the horizon. Compression at the horizon.
Speak like an adult.
I answered him. Let's see how you react. It's compression at the horizon. Go ahead.
Compression at the horizon. Explain that.
When things go farther away, they compress the horizon at the angular
So
resolution.
the boat compresses the horizon, does it?
No. The horizon of what you're looking at, something in the distance, it compresses as it goes away from you. No different than a street light. It goes down.
Oh,
away from
so why does? So if it's compressed, why does it go down? Why doesn't it look compressed?
It doesn't go down.
Why doesn't it look squished?
It doesn't go down. It just compresses
No, it does.
downwards. Yes, it does.
Yeah, actually,
No, you can pull out a water level. You can see it go down.
Compressed.
It goes down.
Yeah, compression. Yeah, I know.
Why
I
boat
get
go
it.
down?
No, going down.
I know.
They go down.
I know what you're trying to invoke, but you're not understanding how optics works, and that's kind of funny.
I understand how optics works. You don't.
Okay, so when something goes away from you, does it go down? Yes or no?
Yes, because the Earth is curved.
Okay, so when something goes down away from you on a flat plane, you're trying to still invoke that there's a spherical aspect to the surface. That's what you're trying to say, right?
No, you're referring to like if we were on a
Explaining
hypothetical
water.
flat surface, and if we had like some object
No,
above our heads,
it's
then the angle to that
no,
object
it's
would lessen and lessen and lessen as
Maz,
the object goes away.
Maz,
Problem is the object the angle will never go below zero. So
Maz,
this doesn't explain why boat go down.
Maz, reality is that the things in a distance go down to your optics. That's reality. You want to deny
No,
reality?
it goes below
That's
it.
on you, bro.
It goes below the optic.
Really? When something goes beyond the vanishing point, is it still going down? Or is it just compressed to the vanishing point? You're lost.
No,
bro.
there's no compression.
Then you don't know optics. Then you just don't.
No, I
you
do.
don't grasp it.
I do. I have a camera.
Well, okay. So your camera.
I'm a 3D artist. This is like my profession. I know how
All
this
right.
works.
Oh, really? All right. Okay. So when something goes down at a distance away from you, what's the explanation for that? Go ahead.
So if you're going to assume that we're on a flat surface, then yes. Then if you have an object above your eye level, right, and as it goes away from you, and it stays like the same distance above the ground, the angle to that object is going to lessen and lessen and lessen as it goes away.
Yeah.
Problem is that the angle to it lessens at a non-linear rate, and the further it goes away, the less the angle will lessen as it moves away, and it will never go below zero. It will never drop below the horizontal. But when we see a boat go away, we can measure an angle to like some point on that boat, and it'll go lower and lower and lower and lower. Then at some point, it will go below zero.
No. When do you see something beyond the vanishing point? When do you see that?
There's no vanishing point. That's not a real thing.
Oh, so now you're denying reality. Got it.
No, I'm not denying reality. You're just kind of mixing up like a technique used in drawing with something in the real world. I think they call that a reification fallacy.
I'm going to say that you have a fallacy that you can't accept reality. Is that a fallacy? What's the fallacy
No,
when
that's
you
not
don't
fallacy.
accept reality?
That's called the flat earth fallacy.
Hold on,
That
you
you
got
don't fucking
the fallacies that he accused you of, right? When someone says you committed a fallacy, you automatically go, okay, show me how I did that, and then you rebut, and then let the audience decide if you did that, then you can move on.
Yeah, so apocryphon is taking something that, like a technique used in drawing where you have a vanishing point where you draw all parallel lines from, and saying that this is a thing that exists in the real world. It isn't. He's taken an abstract concept and reifying it into existence.
So despite the fact that I showed you this atmospheric effect that causes this compression, causes things to appear to disappear bottom up, you're just hand-waving that, you're just dismissing that, and you're the water curve.
You didn't show shit. You actually showed something that's only really possible on a globe. Which is the atmosphere bending light so it can be seen over the curve.
Holy shit! You showed something that's not possible on a globe. That's the fucking point, Mez.
Only
Welcome
possible.
to
Only
flat
possible.
fucking
Only.
Earth, buddy.
Clean your ears out, Jenna.
shit.
Only.
Wait, so Mez, have you considered
Jenna committed the
reason
fallacy
why-
of not listening.
So Mez, have you considered the reason why boats disappear bottom up is because the bottom of the boat happens to be the portion that is nearest towards the horizon, which is where the vanishing point starts?
Yeah, vanishing point's not really a thing.
So, wait. It's not, what do you mean it's not really a thing? Is it not an actual concept that like people like? That
It's
is
a
well
concept.
established?
It's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing artists use in drawing. You have a point on the page, and then you draw parallel lines from it. So if you have two parallel lines to you, this is where they will kind of converge to in a drawing. But in the real world, they will never converge.
Wait, but people who
So it's
draw
not really a thing.
Wait, but people who draw in art class, aren't they just like copying what they see in reality? That's all they're doing. It's just a reflection of our own perspective out in the real world, isn't it?
Yeah, you're approximating it.
What? How so? What do you mean?
Yes, it's just a technique in drawing. It's not a thing it's not an
To do
actual
what?
thing in the real world.
It's a technique in drawing to reflect how the human perspective is visually. Yeah.
No, it's just a technique to help you draw parallel lines.
Dude, you're just deflecting. Anyway, okay, so on this,
You're just not really accepting that this is just a technique in drawing. There is no vanishing point in the real world.
How do you determine that?
Because you can see it.
See
Because
what?
you get camera, right? And you zoom in to where the vanishing point is, supposedly. and you can see that these points are not vanishing.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like using your naked eyes.
Why do I need to use my naked eyes?
That's just the default position.
The default position. No, the default position is using whatever evidence you have. I see boat go down.
Okay.
Default position says that's not possible on flat, therefore Earth not flat.
Wait a minute. Why do you think the boat goes down, as you put it?
Oh, I think it goes behind the curve of the Earth. The Earth gets in the way. That's why you can't see it.
Right. But you know, according to the physics of liquid water, the surface of a body of water of significant volume, like let's say in an ocean, of which a lot of these observations of boats near the horizon are, the surface of that body of water is physically incapable of curving in a convex way gradually to make a gigantic sphere on itself, right? You do have a basic understanding of the physics of liquid water. Yes.
Yeah, that is possible because gravity.
Excuse me. Oh, so
gravity.
Wait. How do you? So Mez, how are you going to sit there, right, and try to tell me that just like blurting out in like an NPC zombie bot fashion, like just gravity has any sort of explanatory power whatsoever? How do you think that's informative?
Because it explains why the water sticks to the ball and why it has a curved surface. And we can demonstrate gravity with things like the Cavendish experiment.
Excuse me for interrupting, gentlemen. So, what actually holds down the ball, if you understand the law of cause and effect, is low temperature and high gas pressure. So, if you take seawater, right, and you put it in a vacuum container and you turn on the pump and you hold it there for 3 days, it'll make the water boil. And when the water boils, it's not going to be sticking to the surface anymore. Also, you could take it and put it in a tea kettle and boil the water with high temperature, low pressure. So these are two causes of the water sticking to the surface of the Earth. Is there any way that you could hold my two causes as your control variables, and you introduce your independent variable as gravity and manipulate that alone, and make the make the water leave the surface of the Earth the same way that I did?
Yeah, so you're going to need pressure to stop the water evaporating as well, and we have atmospheric pressure for that. And the only reason we have that is because of gravity as well.
Can you demonstrate that by manipulating the cause, which is your independent variable? Right, we're talking about science here. Then you should be able to manipulate gravity, and that would decrease the secondary cause, which would be gas pressure. Could you show us how you came to that conclusion scientifically?
No, I don't need to manipulate a law of the universe. I only need to demonstrate that mass is attracted to mass. And that is done in the Cavendish experiment.
So it sounds like an excuse and a no.
No, it's not an excuse. It's just I don't need to be concerned with the fundamental workings of the universe. I don't need to know the blueprint of reality. I just need to see what I see. I see that mass is attracted to mass, and therefore I can conclude that the water,
But you don't
the mass
see
of the
any
water is
curving
attracted to the mass of
fucking
the
water.
Earth. Yeah, I do.
So the point is
there's that photo of the table with the bars on it. That shows curved water. I mean, there's photos from space, from satellites. We've seen long distance observations of you can raise and lower the camera to see like things over a lake be obstructed and not obstructed by the water. So these are examples of curved water. So that's not true, Jenna.
Yeah, you did a whole lot of fallacies there in a row. Like, is that your shtick?
Which fallacy?
Yeah, hurling elephants. That was one of them, and they were all
that's not fallacy
to the conversation.
No, it's not. Jenna accused me of not seeing curved water, so I gave her multiple examples of curved water.
Yeah, but Jenna interrupted, and then you interrupted me a whole lot, right? So give me just a second.
Jenna accused me of something, so I responded to it.
It's a baseless assertion. You said I don't.
No, it's not baseless.
Okay, can you give me some?
No, you're talking about something else. Jenna accused me of not seeing water. Things I responded to with are not baseless assertions. You're asserting that I need to manipulate gravity in some way to come to this conclusion that mass is attracted to mass.
Your baseless assertion is that water is curving. Your baseless assertion is that water is curving,
I based that assertion,
right? And that boats disappear bottom up because water is fucking curving.
Yeah, it's curved.
Yeah. So Mez, how is it the case that you make the claim that a body of water can curve, in a convex fashion, but why does the water happen to be curving just like always, just so conveniently in a distance far away from you? Why isn't it curving like, right under your feet when you're standing at the shore of a beach? Why is it always way off there, far off into the distance? It should be right there where you're standing at too. It's
Yeah,
equally
it
just
is.
as distant.
Yeah, it is.
Whoa, what do you mean it is? It's literally flat and level for as far as your eyes can see. What are you talking about?
Okay,
Are you
so flat and
hallucinating?
level are not the same thing. So stop that.
Okay, so can
But yes,
flat
it
and
is
level
curving.
be
It's
used?
constantly curving.
Yes. Okay, I didn't, dude. First of all, I didn't say flat and level were the same thing. But can't they be? Are they mutually exclusive, or can I describe something as flat and level simultaneously?
Yeah, you can describe something as flat and level.
Oh, very
But
good.
flat and
Okay,
level
so
are not necessarily the same thing.
okay, I never said that they were.
Okay, my apologies.
Right. So it's very convenient of you to always appeal to water curving, even though, like, literally, any grown adult that has that's just intellectually honest about the physics of liquid water knows that it just does not have the physical capabilities to do so at the surface. So much so to like convex into this like gigantic sphere that the globe is proposed to be. Right. How come it's just always so convenient that it's like out there somewhere far away from you and you can't observe it happening right at your feet, even though, like, from either end they're pretty much both the same distance. So according to you, if it's curving way out there at the horizon, well, it should be curving right where you're standing at, at, like, let's say at the shore of a beach too. But it's not, is it?
Oh, yeah, it is. It's constantly curving.
Dude,
It's just things like perspective foreshortening, that as you look at something further and further away, the apparent distance between these things is it appears smaller, so the curve appears to be more drastic at a distance, but it is constantly curving. That is
Mez,
just a fact of perspective.
Mez, if you were even telling the truth, right? If you were actually correct about this, then there is no fucking way we should see a boat from 19.8 miles away from a 1.5 observation height. Are you tarded? Can you not do geometry?
Okay, so now Jenna's doing the we see too far thing, and yeah, the obvious answer to this is that sometimes due to things like atmospheric conditions, atmospheric refraction, that allows you to see over the curve. But to the thing the other person was talking about, I actually have a model of this, proving it myself. Shows that which demonstrates the exact thing that you will see in things like the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge.
He's got a curved bridge to sell you. You got any Earth curve?
Yeah. Yeah, so the things like in the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, that this bridge is at an equal distance above the water, and we can see the bridge curving, therefore the water must also be curving.
That doesn't
So
follow.
according to this guy, refraction can bend light, but not bridges. That is nothing that you see in the picture but light bouncing off the bridge. Got it.
Oh yeah, it can bend. It can bend like the apparent position of bridges as well. It's just that the problem that you have, in order to recreate the effects that you would see with this bridge, you would need obviously very strong upwards refraction, which would necessitate a very thick layer of atmosphere above the ground, which is the exact opposite of what we measure in the real world. And typically, when you get strong upwards refraction, you also get these strong mirroring effects, which we also don't see.
So there's not thick atmosphere directly above the ground, when that's actually where it's the thickest at 14.7 psi. So I think
No, typically the atmosphere is thicker at the surface than it is at altitude.
Right. So what are you talking about? It's not thick right above the surface.
Yeah, you need the opposite. You need the atmosphere to be thinner at the surface and thicker at altitude. But in the real world, we see the opposite.
That's not what you said.
Well, that's what I meant.
Demonstrations.
If I misspoke, you misinterpreted.
Do you have
I'm
air
sorry to hear that.
refraction to show us, so we don't misinterpret your air refraction, your magic that you keep telling us you want to impose on us? Do you have a demonstration outside of?
Yeah, I've got a demonstration of air refraction.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Do you have a demonstration of you being behind a 10-foot hill of dirt or water, like a pool? You hide behind it and lay down, and then you refract yourself to me or Bob or Tom. Can you do that?
No, I don't need to be behind a 10-foot hill to do anything like that. I just need to demonstrate that light does bend through the air.
Exactly what we're doing. We're seeing who's behind a 10-foot hill of water, but in this instance,
No, I don't need a 10-foot hill of water.
No, we're going to use dirt. Yeah, a real thing. Dirt, right? Because there are no hills of water. We know that, okay? So we're going to use a real hill,
No,
which
you're just begging the question there.
represents your fake hill that doesn't exist, right? And then you're going to demonstrate your claim of air magic to where air takes Bobby up or Tom and lifts him up over the hill for the camera. Can you demonstrate your magic?
Yeah, I can demonstrate atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, let's see it in your backyard. Let's see how your house can be refracted over a hill. Show us.
So once again, we got another basis assertion that light can cause us to see around curvature. So the light is bending down around the presumed curvature of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared, the exact same curvature rate as the Earth, making it look flat. So this is what we call a shady inference, right? Because there's no way for us to verify that this is what's happening, and we just have to trust this guy.
Right, because when we ask him to demonstrate his house or his car or something in his backyard actually doing the magical thing he says it's just supposed to do, it doesn't happen anywhere. His dog's not refracting over a fence. He can't look in people's backyard because of heat refraction because they got a hot backyard or their blow dryers on. So the ignorance of what he's trying to infer is just silly.
This is the guy with the iron, D-Mark. Show us your video, Mez.
Yeah, I want to see my neighbor's backyard equipment like appear to me like their lawnmower and their other stuff. Like, what they got back there? Like,
Come on, Mez. I know you got it on click right
Yeah,
there,
can you
dude. Put it
imagine?
up.
Can you imagine like burglars like going around with a refraction gun so
Yeah,
they
sure.
see
1
over
minute.
people's fences? Like, I
yeah,
wonder what
that's
this
what I'm
guy's got in
saying.
his
Like,
backyard.
Yeah, there you
Turn
go.
on
There
the
you go.
refraction
Look,
gun.
demonstrating atmospheric refraction.
these guys
Look at it
got
dance.
these guys got a burglar rod. They take this hot rod or this blow dryer with them, and they just refract.
Hey, subdued. Why are you laughing? Why don't you like this? Why don't you like this image?
Brother, we need boats and people in your car.
No, not
and
you.
houses.
Subdued.
Okay, I'll see
I
what's
told you,
going
bro.
on.
We can fucking look over the neighbor's fence now, man. Look.
So he's got an
Hey,
iron.
this is showing
right?
that the atmosphere, simply changing the temperature of the atmosphere, thus changing its density, allows light to bend.
Let me know when you're done.
So what's upsetting you about this, subdued?
I don't know who's upset, but
No, dude, you should make an invention, man, now, right?
yeah.
No, I don't
so
need to make an invention. I need to
this guy
demonstrate my
has-
argument, and I think I've done that.
Let me know when you're done. Let me know.
So,
when
are
you're
you going to concede that light can bend through the atmosphere, or are you
So he won't let me address
still got the blinders on?
the image. Yeah, he
No,
won't.
no, no. I want to follow this argument to its logical conclusion. I want subdued to say
All
one
right,
way or
brother.
another.
So, like D-Mock was saying, if I'm hiding behind a hill, you're going to get your iron out and bring me into view?
No, I never said that. I only need to
Yeah, you
demonstrate
do.
that
That's
light
exactly
can
what
bend
you're
by a couple
saying.
of
You're
degrees
saying- That's exactly
over
what
a
we're
couple of
saying. We
miles.
can see the boats further because of refraction, right?
Yeah.
They're
The
not
boat that's
going
a few
o-
miles
they're
away.
going
So
over
how
the
much
curve and then what,
do you
getting
think light
lifted
would need
back
to
up?
bend? Subdued. How much do you think light would need to bend over 2 miles
don't
for a
know.
however
Made up
much
the
the
claim.
light height is of the Earth?
For you, dude.
Maker.
Yeah.
Mountain high
Get the
refraction.
drop chart right, and we'll see how much light needs to bend.
We're not going to see nothing because you won't show us your backyard how you popped up over the hill. You won't show
No,
us.
DMAC, I've told you I don't need to do that.
You don't need to
Subdued.
prove that
Yeah,
you
you got
can
the drop
pop
chart?
over a hill.
Do you understand that things get obstructed, dude?
Yeah.
Due to Earth curve?
Yeah.
Okay, so then can
So
you
when a
make
boat
something
is
become
like 3 miles away or whatever,
unobstructed, please?
how much is it being obstructed?
Show me something becoming
Well,
unobstructed,
let's do
dude.
the let's
It's
do
real
the oil
simple,
rigs.
man. Just show me
Let's go outside in your backyard.
making
and
something
show
that
us.
is obstructed become unobstructed.
Right, you're supposed to be showing us the obstruction. You're supposed to be proving it. We're asking you where's it at and how do you prove it outside, up close and personal with real air, right now, right
Yeah, I
here.
proved it. I've proved light bends through the atmosphere.
No, you haven't. You haven't proven that you can
Yeah.
get on the ground and be popped up over a hill, guy, or a little
Yeah,
kid
it's
car.
right there.
Get a
It's
kid's
right there. It
car.
shows light bends.
Act like the
If
car
it can
is the
bend, it can
boat.
bend around an
No,
object.
Tonka truck. Go get it. Act like it's a boat going over the hill.
No, I don't need a
and make
Tonka
it
truck.
refract back. Yes, you do. Tonka
No, I
boat.
don't.
Yeah, you
Nope.
do. And you need outside.
Don't
'Cause
need
that's
no
what we're
Tonka boat.
looking at, Stooge. Where are you looking at? Where are you looking through? Air. Outside. So make
Yeah,
it bend.
and I'm showing you can bend the light through the air. I've
No,
already
you
done
wanna
that.
show your house refract over a hill.
No, I don't need to show my house. I just need to
Yes,
show that
you
light can
do.
bend through the atmosphere.
No, you need to show us something bend over a
Why?
hill
Why?
to prove that it's doing that, what you just claimed, Star Magic Guy.
I've done that. I've proved that. I've proved
No,
that
you
light bends.
haven't proved anything to me. I don't know who you're talking to. You talking to the mirror?
Oh. Well, see, this is the point where these flat earthers put the blinders on.
This is the point where you're not
You listening,
doing
Q?
that out in the atmosphere and proving that little Sally or Sue or
All right.
Bob jump over a hill because you're shining fucking lights at them that are hot.
Well, I think I've sufficiently explained why I
have.
believe what I believe. So I think
Yeah,
the flat earthers now it's their turn to demonstrate why they believe what they
Nah,
believe.
you should
So
stop
why
making
do you
up
think the Earth is
stories.
flat?
Stop making up
D-Mac,
stories.
why
You
do you think
can't
the
show
Earth is
me
flat?
curved water, dude.
What the fuck? Show us 100 points on Lake Pontchartrain. Put a horizontal line on your camera beforehand, then level your camera out and let's see the horizons. I'll bet you all your horizon lines of water are going to match that horizontal line, and not one of them are going to look like a fucking protractor. How much you want to bet? Don't want to break out the money when it comes to proving your curve and not a horizontal, because all you can see in your horizon is a fucking horizontal. I don't care what bridge you're trying
Do you
to
not
sell.
want to break out the money and prove that it's flat? Unveil this giant government conspiracy?
Yeah, every fucking human's horizon.
You'd be rich and famous after that, fucking hell, if you got that off the ground.
Well, listen, when we're talking to retarded people, when we're talking to retards, and you
'Cause
say,
that's what
look at
happened
that
to Kennedy.
horizontal line, and they imagine it's curving, then you need to be somewhere. When you imagine a fucking horizontal line's curving and you keep asking for stupid, non-existent shit like curves, and you say it exists somewhere, but you don't have it anywhere, all we see is a horizontal horizon, I think you need a fucking check, not me. You see shit that don't exist, curves, when they're fucking horizontal. You keep imagining and hoping for this horizontal line that everyone sees in human existence. Out of 300 million fucking Americans looking at their horizon, how much space is that? Every fucking human looking at their horizon. How much is that from left to right? Let's do some math. 300 million people looking left to right and they all see a horizontal line. How much is that? You don't even fucking know, goofy of a globe. You don't even know what distance is from left to right. You think it's 93 million miles when the sun and moon are eclipsing each other and rubbing.
Are you still monologuing?
Dude.
I kind of clocked out a while ago.
Yeah, that's what Globers do. Just block it out. Don't listen.
No, it was just D-Mock kind of whinging. He's kind of avoiding the obvious conclusions of this evidence I've posted.
No, we're waiting for air to be refracted somewhere in front of us.
I'm waiting for you to formulate an argument for why the Earth is flat.
Yeah, your fucking demonstration is my argument that you don't have, stupid
My
ass.
demonstration demonstrates that light bends through the atmosphere.
No, it doesn't.
This is why you can see the boat after it's gone over the curve.
No, I don't think so, retard. Give me a side view.
Yeah, it is.
Side view. Give me a side view, bitch. You want to bet your check? You'll put a horizontal line on your fucking camera, liar. And then underneath the observer and the boat, they're both going to be on the horizontal line, neither one of them below it, motherfucker. Do you want to bet your check for a year?
I'll bet my check for a year that boat goes below horizontal.
Go get a camera and get on the side view of an observer, and when he thinks the boat went over something, you get the side view with the horizontal line already pre-made. Level out your shit and look forward. The guys.
What do you mean a side view? Why'd you keep saying side
You don't know
view?
what a side view is? Well, not looking.
Do you mean
at
like
the
an
front of your
orthographic
house.
progression?
If you're not looking at your front door, what are you looking at?
You could be looking at my ceiling.
No, you're outside your house, retarded motherfucker, looking at the front door.
Well, I'm not
So
looking at my
you're
front
not
door right
looking at
now.
the front
I'm not
door,
outside
what
the
are you
house.
looking at?
That don't follow.
Yeah, you're outside your house. You're at the front of your house. Can you see the sides of your house, retard? No, dumb fuck.
Yes.
So what you'll need is a side view, retarded motherfucker, to make sure your roof does what you're claiming. To make sure your roof is going up and down and back in an angle and doing what you fucking think it does, because you can't see it. You can only see the front of your house. So how would you prove what the back of your house is doing if you only ever saw the front, 2D Bob? You never fucking could. So stop imagining the front of your house.
Do you
is
mean like
going
an
over a curve.
orthographic like diagram? Is that what you're talking
Stop
about?
imagining your house is going over a curve without a side view and a horizontal line from the observer to the fucking object, stupid. So you'll need a horizontal line of reference from the observer to the boat. And then when you see it's a horizontal line from his feet to the bottom of the boat, and neither one of them are arcing down or below it, what the fuck does that say to you, silly Billy Bob?
Oh, yeah, if that was true, that would be evidence against me, but that's not what
Exactly
happens.
what's true.
But it
Now
goes
go
below
get a
horizontal.
side view. Side view.
No, you do
Side
it.
view needed.
Get me any
You
view.
don't know how to manipulate a variable or do any like real science, do you? You'll have to get other views, retarded motherfucker. Don't look forward at rainbows and say you know what you're talking about. You don't even know what a UFO
Oh my
is,
god.
you retard. What's a UFO?
Does anyone else want to talk? This guy's fucking like mental.
Yeah, I know. You know
Larry,
what
can I talk to you?
UFOs
I
are.
don't like this guy.
You don't know what a UFO is, but you say you see curves. Fucking idiot.
So what's your
Can't
distance
even
to
make
your
out a
horizon then?
UFO.
Hey, Mez?
Depends
If
how high
it's
you are.
geometric, right? The boat's going over a curve.
Yeah.
What's the distance?
Depends how high you are.
So for an average person,
So what? 6 foot, 5'10"?
yeah, something like that.
I don't know. Where's this going? What's the relevance of it?
Hi guys. Can you show me a boat going over at 3 miles?
Well, if you're about a foot off the ground, let's get the calculator out. Yes, if you're 2 meters off the ground, the horizon should be just over 3 miles away. Then, of course, you've got the atmosphere, Ben's light.
So there's never a time where you would see it going over at 3 miles?
Oh, there would be. You just need to get your height and the atmospheric conditions right. And if you want it specifically to disappear exactly as it's 3 miles away, then
Well,
I
it
think
shouldn't
it's
it?
going to be complicated. No, because we have an atmosphere. The light bends. We've been telling you this for years. Come on.
Let's just get rid of the atmosphere, guys. Make it a vacuum, you know?
Who's playing PS5 right now?
So you can't back up your claim then?
I've done it. I've got my iron.
You can't even prove that it's at 3 miles, dude.
Why do I need to prove it's at 3 miles?
Because that's where the obstruction starts, right?
No, not necessarily.
Is it geometric or isn't it?
Well, there's the Earth's there.
Like, no matter what it looks like,
geometry
it's
to that.
got to be at 3 miles, right?
No, stop saying right. Wrong.
Like, you can't logically think this through?
I've logically thought it through. Okay, we've got the Earth ball. Okay, then we've got an atmosphere. Atmosphere
I don't
bend
give a
light.
shit what you see. I'm just saying, theoretically, it has to be at 3 miles,
So
right?
now you don't give a shit what we see. Trust your senses, he says. Trust your senses. Oh, well, I don't care what you see. Make your mind up, subdued. Come on.
You don't like this, do you, dude?
So if we look at the oil rigs, they're about 10 miles away, or the furthest one is. Actually, I should do this in kilometers. "16 kilometers away, 12 meters is obscured. Draw that triangle." What's the angle of that going to be?
Pythagorean theorem.
No, and he just cherry picks too, right?
0.04 degrees. So that's how much light would have to bend over that.
We're not talking about light.
Over 16 kilometers to see the bottom of the Oryx.
Dude, we know it
in the Black
moves,
Swan.
man. We understand that visually, right? Optically.
So I think I've demonstrated that light can bend significantly more than 0.04
Can you
degrees.
send me that? Yes, can you send me that website? I don't have
it.
it anymore. I don't think. Can you send me that website?
So you say Earth's calculation gets bigger?
I just used.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, thank you.
I just use these two.
So the dirt mountain grows, guys, because of light. That's awesome.
Yes, sir.
You know, putting it into degrees makes it a nice small number, but the reality is it's still a ridiculous amount that something needs to be loomed up in some of these observations over the supposed curve. It's just ridiculous.
No, it's
And
not
I don't know
ridiculous.
anybody that observes anything.
It's a
from
fraction
one
of a degree.
direction. Nobody observes from one direction. That doesn't even make any sense. How do
If
you
it's
know
16
it's a
kilometers
fraction
away
of
and 12 meters of it is hidden,
How do you
the
know?
light only needs to reflect downwards by 0.04 degrees.
You're just looking forward and guessing, stupid. You need a side view
I'm
and a
not guessing.
horizontal line. Yeah,
I
you're
don't
a
need
liar.
side view. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do, to make sure what the fuck
No,
you're
you're
talking
lying.
about.
You're lying.
When I draw my horizontal line, we'll see the hump.
Right, so
Yeah, the horizontal line will be 0, stupid. And you want to see it go over or below that. Then we'll take the fucking degree of measurement in your fucking pyramid.
no, we see things below horizontal.
No, we're going to get the side view. Do you have it ready?
Yes. We don't need a side
No.
view.
That's all we need. That's exactly what
No,
we
we
need.
don't.
need a front
No, we
view.
don't.
Your front view, guesser. Quit fucking guessing
He
what
doesn't
front
know where it is, though, dude. It's always fucking
Oh my
moving
God.
for him, right?
have a
One
side
day it's a half a degree, the next day it's a fucking degree. Like, who knows?
Right, and if he had a side view, he'd know. He'd see the hill. It wouldn't be magic anymore. He'd say, yeah, Todd, your hill looks like this on the side. You see it, and then it looks like a snowboard on the other side. And you wouldn't be able to tell, Todd, unless I looked at a side fucking view to tell you it looked like a snowboard. Stupid ass. You keep saying, oh, that's a hill, Democ. I'll bet you all the money in the world. And I'm like, I don't know, man. From a side view, it looks like it's weirder and different from the back. Well, I look at the front, and it's a hill. Well, the back's Mount Rushmore, buddy. You lost your money. Don't be fucking guessing by looking at the front of shit. Stop doing that. That's useless.
Larry, what games have you been playing? You got the new
I
Elden
don't
Ring.
know. We've been looking at cliffs from 10 miles away and knowing what the other side of the cliff looks like. On account of you. Apparently, we can see what happens on the other side of cliffs at the ground a mile below the fucking cliff. Because you're magic looking forward. Show me that with Niagara Falls, stupid. A real fucking curve that stops. A real piece of earth that stops in its tracks and goes down. Right? That's what you need to be seeing. Boats refract up around. Dummy. Niagara fucking Falls. You want to prove your big old curves, refracting light? Go the
Why does
fucking
that have to be
Niagara
Niagara
Falls.
Falls?
Because it's curving water, and it's outside where light refracts from the sun, hitting the water and the earth and the boat down at the bottom. You get the fuck 5 miles away. That's your earth curve, little guy. And then you look forward, and you see your boat refracting up over Niagara. That would prove what you're talking about. You don't got that? Stop hoping. Otherwise, you're looking at rainbows, UFOs, and mirages, and talking about you know what's happening.
Has anyone figured out how to get celestial navigation working on a flat Earth yet?
Yeah, the only
I've
way.
got a friend lost at sea.
Yeah, draw 3 circles of equal altitude on a ball right now for us, and show us how they line up to a horizontal. Show us how that works.
Line up to a horizontal. They just need to line up to where they are on the Earth. Can you draw 3 circles of equal altitude from a star and have them overlap?
Equal altitude. A horizontal line is equal altitude. You'd have to draw 3 circles on the horizontal line. That would be 3 altitudes of equal. What you're trying to do is draw a line on the top
It's
of
a
a
circle
ball.
on the Earth where
A
the star
circle on
is
the
at the same
ball is
altitude.
not equal with anything. It goes around and down like a cheddar chip, like a Pringles, idiot. You don't know what a
Cheater
fucking ball
chip.
looks like, do you? A Pringles, right? The line looks like it's going straight and converges from the other line, makes a big, wide, huge gap, and then meets at a focal point at the end. That's your fucking straight line, a curve. You don't have any horizontals, buddy. So a horizontal line is the only line you can use as reference for equal altitude of elevation. You can't use a fucking sphere. If you could, you would draw it right now and show us how
You
those
do.
are
You get a plumb.
to
You get a plumb
a
bob.
horizontal line.
And then you have a line perpendicular to that,
horizontal
and that's
line.
horizontal. And
My
then from that horizontal line, you measure an angle
Why are
to a
you
star.
hurt right now? Where did my horizontal ruler touch you that hurt you? I got a horizontal
butt.
ruler. You put it above the globe. Now show us what you're talking about. You got a globe. That's your fucking model. Get the marker and show us. Use the ceiling. Put a dot on there. Show us your fucking zenith, your angles and shit to that ball right now, and give us all your measurements right now to a real ball. If you can't do that, shut the fuck up. Quit parroting something you read out of a book 5 times and your grandma said you learned real good. Gave you a piece of bubble gum. Get out of here with that.
Hey, I like that bubble gum.
I don't care. I'll give you 3 packs to not repeat dog shit.
It wasn't even me that was talking, but yeah, sure.
I know.
I'll give you 4 packs to demonstrate how this works on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Without a ball, you're gonna do that, right? Let me guess. You're gonna get a ball and do that,
Flat
right?
Earth retard.
So now you're gonna hold on. Now he'll get a ball and show us how flat Earth works. But to show us how a ball works,
No,
he's gonna
I'm
put
asking you to show me how flat Earth works.
Look outside. Doesn't match a ball.
The celestial navigation bit.
Look outside.
You're using your
Where's
flat
the
Earth
ball at?
and then 3 angle
You don't
measurements
have
to
a ball
stars.
that matches that. Na.
Show me where I am.
Hey, na. Where's your ball at? You don't have a star.
Where's the
in
flat
your
Earth
room.
celestial navigation?
You're not showing that on a
Come
ball.
on.
That's all we have.
I'm just. I
MC2 is
have
going to
one
give me 10 grand if I can figure it out.
Navigation.
I have one question.
Hold on, I do too.
Would I be able to see like Russia from, or sorry, not Russia.
Who knows, man? Your
Japan.
eyes are probably bad. You probably got bad eyes. Can you see the letter on the wall, the bottom letter on the chart? No,
yeah, it was.
You got bad vision past 20 feet, brother. Ask any eye doctor. Your vision gets blurred. It's called parabogolia. Anyway, we're not going to look fucking forward. We're not going to look at UFO. You guys don't even know what it's called pareidolia. You don't even know what a UFO is. You guys don't even know what a UFO is, but you think you know what stars are.
Unidentified flying object.
How is it not identified if you know what a star twinkly light is 10 billion miles away, but you don't know what a UFO is right above your grandma's house? How is
We've
it not
identified the star. We don't know what the flying thing is. It's not that
If
complicated.
we know all protons and all physics, we know everything is made of a proton, a neutron, an electron, and we got spectroscopy. Who's not spectroscopy in the UFO right now, Funny Boy?
Do you gentlemen also realize how unintelligent you seem when you're laughing?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, really? When this fucking guys are, you need to show me the goddamn boat disappearing over my house.
They told you a 93 million mile sun, but they don't know what a UFO is right above your grandma's house a block away.
Hey, this is
Get
audio
real.
chaos. Still wanted to
You're
tell.
laughing at the word
Yeah, I don't know.
pareidolia like it's a made up word. It's an actual word. There's a definition
Yeah,
for
but
it.
the way he said it was crazy.
You guys sound fucking crazy not listening to him and laughing as he's speaking.
It just shows you guys don't have any balls in your hand. You have to have a ball in your hand. Make a Polaris on your ceiling. Turn the fucking lights out, right? Make it a glow in the dark little dot. Whatever you got to do. Show us a horizontal line above that bitch, and then now show us from that horizontal line of reference, which you're going to have, the equal altitudes of elevation that are not going to match up with that horizontal line. Not one of them. Not even one circle itself will match up with that horizontal to be equal with itself. So the next time you want to give this dog shit excuse that you have equal altitude of elevation on a fucking sphere, you're going to have to get a ball and demonstrate it. Go ahead, Larry. Sorry.
All right. We can talk to one guy at a time, especially not the anti-flat earthers. When we engage with that guy that we want to speak to, just mute all the anti-flat earthers. I'll do that for you, Larry, if you're going to do that.
No, I was just trying to get control of the room. Someone else can talk if they want.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute everybody that's an anti-flat earther, and then we'll talk to the guy, single him out, and have a conversation with him. I think that's the best way to do it. Who else is in here? Just for good measure. Well, Scott doesn't really jump in, but we won't mute him. Matt Nuclear and Mez are muted. So Lakuvid, I don't know how to say your name, but did you have a question?
Yeah. So like, if you take like a telescope or something, right? Would I be able
Yep.
to see Japan from the U.S.?
Mm-hmm. What'd you
That's
say?
it.
Can you see Japan from the U.S.?
Yeah, if I had like a telescope or some good
No.
glasses.
Yeah, you can't.
How does
You
that
can't
work?
see. You can't see forever. How does when you say how does that work? Do you think that because you have a flat horizontal plane, you would be able to see forever?
I'd say so. Yeah.
You'd say so. Have you thought about this question, or are you just asking it because you think that that's how it would work if the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Basically.
All right, let's think about it together. If you see something like a vehicle driving away from you, or just a person walking away from you, apparently, do they appear to get smaller in the distance? Anything that moves away from your location, from your vicinity.
Nah, but I'm talking with a telescope though.
Yeah, but
I'm not talking about with the naked eye,
yeah,
right?
we'll get into that. But you first have to understand what's going on with why things appear the way they do when you look at them. So I'm walking you through this. This is a logical path.
All right.
Okay, just follow the logical path, and we'll get to that with your question. So when you see anything moving away from your proximity, things appear to get smaller. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, if that's occurring, would you say that is the way your eyes work because you see everything converging to your eye line, like as things get far in the distance? It appears like if you were to draw something like railroad tracks or power lines or whatever, and if you were to put that on a piece of paper, you would draw lines of convergence. Like things would look like it'd be narrowing your field of view.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's just a process of how your eyes interpret the natural world around you. So everything that you see in the far distance looks like it's converging to your eye line. Not only that, but you see things getting smaller as things get away from you. Now, if you think about this, then everything has an optical resolution limit, right? Would you agree with that or disagree with that? Okay. Your eyeballs have a specific optical resolution limit. Now, if you were to take some stronger optics like a telescope or binoculars, you increase the optical resolution limit to a further distance, but after you reach that specific distance, the optics that you used has its own optical resolution limit. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, with that principle understood, then we can start to piece together how our eyes work. If we're seeing things in the far distance, we can't see forever because everything's converging, and we have our eyes, which have a specific optical resolution limit to how far you can see. And like, of course, I told you, if you pick up some optics, you can see a little bit farther. But those optics have a specific resolution limit as well. And not to mention, we didn't even talk about the temperature outside, which will cause fluctuations in the way you see something in the far distance. Like on a really hot day, you see like a heat distortion, like things look really wavy and kind of distorted. Makes it harder to see things in the far distance. Have you ever noticed that?
Sorry?
Have you ever noticed that?
Notice what? Sorry, I
Are you not focused on our conversation, or are you doing something else?
No, he's playing video game.
No,
yeah, if you're busy doing something else, we'll attempt to talk to someone else. Because if you really wanted to know the answer, I'm actually giving it to you right now. If
Sorry,
you
man,
don't want to know,
I have a
that's
low
fine.
attention.
If you
My
thought
fault.
this was a room like for memeing and joking and stuff, we're not doing that.
I'm just trying to get my answer. Yeah.
You are. I'm giving you the answer, but it doesn't sound like you're interested because you're not focused.
What was this question?
Do you understand?
Yeah, no.
He wants to, Jenna. He wants to see forever on the flat Earth. I'm giving him the answer. I'm walking him down the logical path. The reason why that's not possible.
I got you. I see.
Okay. So we're walking down the path. We're understanding that it's not possible because of the fact that you have a lot of things that are occurring. Well, he's too busy playing a video game, so he's not really paying attention to what I'm telling him.
Where the fuck am I playing a video game, bud?
Are you paying
Okay,
attention
so
to what I'm saying?
what did he say?
I have a low attention span. Yeah, I lost my track. My fault.
Okay, so I'll make it real easy for you, right?
Go ahead, Larry.
You can't see forever, right? Things get smaller in the distance. That's why you intuitively invoke the telescope. But even if you could see forever, the atmosphere is not transparent, it's translucent. Surely you've heard of things like fog and rain clouds, right?
Yeah.
Right, so after going over the atmosphere and the way that perspective works, things get smaller in the distance. Do you see now that your question is ill-formed? Like it's not
Not
a
ill
good
formed.
question.
I just felt like understanding.
Are you understanding
Right,
now
but
that he told you that? Because
Sure,
I was giving you
sure,
an
yeah.
answer, but okay, so he's breaking it down a little bit more easier so you can understand. But I was walking you through. I was walking you through the different steps as to the reasons why it's not just a one and done answer that takes you like 10 seconds. You actually have to figure out the reason why you might have that idea that you could see forever on a horizontal plane, and it's not possible to do that because of the fact that there's multiple reasons why. We didn't even get into the fact that the angle that you have from the surface to your eye line is also a factor. There's many different things that you haven't even thought of when you think about this. Like I said,
What do
it's
we?
not a one and done, like a 5-second answer. If you really want to know, we can walk you through the path. But for the
Well,
side for the side that you think that the Earth is a globe, to them all they invoke is this magical curvature that doesn't exist. That's the reason why when you ask the question, you don't really want to hear the answer because you want a simple
actually correct.
answer. Do you understand?
Actually correct. And if I could just piggyback off of that real quick, there, Alpha is
Sure.
find me a structure, a bridge, a building that even accounts for curvature as far as, the architect measurements. And also, if you take, for example, a sailboat, you push it out north or any direction away from you, you can take a telescope that's strong enough and still see it from afar. It never actually drops, never actually, lowers in elevation. One other thing, the Pyongyang Bridge in China, longest bridge known to man, zero curvature. No accounted curvature in its architectural component.
Yeah.
Right.
So
And when
for
you,
the gentleman, hold on a second, guys. I'm talking to the gentleman. Is the gentleman still with us?
Yeah.
We got. All right. So, did you hear any of the answers as to the reason why you couldn't see forever on the flat plane, or is this a bit difficult for you to understand? Because we can rewind any part of it and talk about each individual part.
That's cool. I got it.
So, what is the reason why you can't see forever on a flat plane, as we exclaimed it was?
You're gonna test me now?
I want to know if you retained any of the information, or you're just waiting to speak, or not listening. Either one.
I retained it. I'm not
What did
gonna
we?
answer.
Right. It's not something you can answer. Why?
Nah, it's not something I can. I'm just not gonna.
Okay. So next time you ask why can't we see forever on a flat Earth, then I'm just going to ask you. Well, we already talked about it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it seems like we either got across to the gentleman or didn't. Who knows? We don't know because he doesn't know how to recall any of the things we said. All right, I'm going to mute the anti-flat earthers now. Oh, they're not here. Never mind. Carry on.
I was just gonna say, if we had an ice cube that was 10 miles thick, would you be able to see through it? No. If we had saran wrap that's really thick, even though you unwrap the saran wrap and can see right through it, right? You still have a 10-mile thick piece on a horizontal plane. You just can't see through it all. Or any like stuff can be clear right in front of you, and a piece of glass be so thick that once it's so thick, you can't see through it. It's not. The atmosphere works the same way. Water works the same way. The atmosphere just takes a little longer than water. And that's why people think, oh, I could see. And plus, they've sold you billions of miles. People have been sold billions of miles by looking up. What if the billions of miles looking up's not the case? And you can't see that far.
I think we sufficiently answered the gentleman. He's just not responding, so he's not even listening, Demon. He's not paying attention. Like, their attention span is very short, so if it's not an answer that takes like 10 seconds, they're just going to lose focus. So, you know, you can try, but we've already attempted, and it doesn't seem like he's going to retain any of the information.
Right. I just wanted you to think about an ice cube because I know how they're clear, and then when you sit them on top of a couple ice cubes, they can become not. You can't see them. Yeah.
Even though you can give them the most babyish answers, you know, to it, they think it's just all trolling things because they hear the anti-flat earthers going off the hook, so they want to jump in and say dumb things too.
Yeah, they think they can see for billions of light years and miles with their eyeballs, but then, yeah, they all got glasses because the eye chart's a little too far away. It just, I don't know, man. I don't know where to go with these gentlemen.
That TikTok brain done drain the game, change the game. You got spit on that thing. You get me?
It's unfortunate, but when we start having real conversations, they scatter like fucking roaches, dude.
I don't think the Earth is flat.
Yeah? Why not?
Because it's a circle.
It's a circle. A circle is a 2D shape. You think you live on a 2D shape? Yeah? You think you live on a 2D shape? All right. I see you guys lose your confidence when somebody can answer your questions and you can't have a rebuttal to them. It's weird. Why do you do that? Where's the energy at that you had prior to that?
They gotta sit on it, Mickey. They need to stew in that sometimes.
They have all the energy to make funny jokes, but when it comes down time to have explanations or actually listen to somebody actually, you know, having a conversation with them, they can't do it. It's like, it's weird.
Yep. They'd be like,
All
oh
right.
shit.
All right. I'll ask you this question. So,
go ahead.
How do you explain the Coriolis effect?
The what? Oh, I think you meant Coriolis.
You meant Coriolis, yeah. What do you mean? How do you explain it? Why would you have to Why would you have to think about a Coriolis effect? That means that the Earth is in motion, right?
I mean,
Hello?
yeah.
Okay. Have you ever checked to see if it actually is in motion?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, then we don't have to think about it that it's in motion if you don't know it is. If you know that it's in motion, then we can talk about any kinds of effects that you might want to mention. But right now, you haven't investigated or even researched anything to deal with any motion of the Earth. So I think we can just table that until you look into it. And then we can have a real discussion about it. I don't mind talking about it, but if you have no knowledge on it, I'm going to waste my breath. Just do a little research, come back, and we'll have a good discussion.
Scott is asking you, Miggy, do you want Scott to answer a question that you can't answer, is what he's saying. So do you want me to answer a question you can't answer, Alpha Veritas?
Yeah, he thinks he knows how to answer questions, but when I ask him certain things, he's just gonna waffle on about his imaginations, and I don't think the people that are brand new in this forum are gonna understand what he's saying. Because if they can't even hear like 3 minutes of us talking, what do you think? They're gonna get glossy eyed when he speaks. So it's gonna be the same thing. It's not gonna be any different.
Ooh, that
They
was
won't
cool.
retain what he says, what I say, what anybody says. So at first, I want to hear somebody that's going to have a conversation that will be able to retain some information, and then perhaps he can give them the globe Earth perspective. But right now, we can't even get somebody that can have a conversation. So
Wait,
first,
can I
let's
come?
have that, and then we can go that way.
I'm like a professional at this.
Yeah. Scott's
Really?
voice is annoying too. So
Dude, I'm not trying to be that guy, but my voice really isn't that bad. I don't know why you don't like my voice.
Your
I
voice
don't
is
know.
fine. You're a professional at
We
life.
just need your evidence, yeah? Beardies?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what were we talking about? I just joined. My fault.
Okay, look at the topic of the room that you just entered.
All
Real
right.
quick.
Wait, how do I do that?
Hang on,
Flat
dude.
Earth?
Didn't you just state you're an expert on this topic, and now you don't even know what the topic is?
No, we're talking about I thought you meant like some specific part about flat Earth. I was just making sure I was being relevant to the conversation.
That's
no
fine.
disrespect, promise.
That's fine. We weren't on any specific topic. Mainly just the retention of information from new people that come here, and it seems like it's basically the level of a goldfish or a
I
gnat.
get what you mean.
So
I
we
have
don't
a
have
question, and I'm not going to debate your
coherent
answer.
conversation with people that are able to carry a conversation. I'm
Of
looking
course,
for
yeah.
that first before we go into any topic.
Can I ask a question? And this
Sure.
isn't to like start a debate or anything. So typically I hear round earthers say something about gravity and how the flat earth theory doesn't explain gravity. As a
Yeah.
flat earther, what do you think about gravity, or what
Can I
we
take-
consider
can I
to be
take this one?
gravity?
Can I take
Go
this
ahead, Larry. Did you want to take this point?
Yeah. So
All right.
can I be heard?
Go ahead,
Okay.
sir. Yeah, you're good. Go for it. I'm gonna mute up.
Right. So this gravity, it's really ambiguous, right? And when you're dealing with law or science, like you want to do away with all ambiguity, right? So first of all, we kind of have to understand what is gravity. So the etymology, it just means weight, right? So think of like an egg at the bottom of the pool, right? But if it's a really salty pool, like instead of a chlorine pool, if it's a saltwater pool, then it'll float, right? So the egg has no weight at the bottom of the pool anymore. So if you think about this like consistently, like you could say mass attracting mass, or some might say like mass and volume, right? Because we're talking about specific gravity, which is more akin to like, relative density, right? So relative density is like the weight of an object in a medium relative to the density of the object and the medium. So when it comes to explaining things, yeah, we can explain things really well. And you guys can explain things too. But when it comes to explaining things and having an experiment, that's two totally different things. So when it comes to the experiment, anybody can get an egg and put it in water and add salt to it till the egg floats. And you can make the egg go up and down based on the relative density. Okay. Then there's like Einsteinian gravity, which, to put it as simple as possible, there's a theoretical thing called space-time. So this fourth dimensional continuum known as space-time, when there's mass around it, it warps it. And the things, they don't really fall like your traditional mass attracting mass. In a way, they're traveling around curved lines of space-time. Okay, so out of all these different types of gravity, and there's more, there's dark gravity, there's Malgromian gravity, some people call it MOND, or modified Newtonian dynamics. When it comes to the gravity that we talk about the experimental gravity. Now, you can get into the theoretical astrophysics of Einstein, or you can talk about Newton or Malgromian gravity, but we like to talk about the stuff that we can demonstrate, which is specific gravity. So with specific gravity, like I said earlier with the egg and the salt water, if the apple would have fell off the tree and landed in a pail of water, Newton would have thought about it differently, right? Because he was a brilliant guy. So when let's say a bolt from a crossbow hits the pail of water and drains the water and it makes it go down, but then it starts raining really hard and it fills it up faster than it could drain, and the apple starts floating again. Do you see how the apple's going up and down based on mass and volume and not just mass attracting mass?
I understand what you're trying to say. But what about the laws of buoyancy?
Right. So buoyancy is the force that's holding the apple up when it's in the pail of water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that gravity is described mathematically in buoyancy and density, right? You with me so
Yeah.
far?
If
But
one
when it
object
comes,
is less dense, it'll float.
right. So you understand cause and effect, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you do this, then this will happen. That's basically what we're doing in science, the experiment part of science. So you have independent, dependent control variables, and you're trying to figure out why something's happening. So you observe the natural phenomenon. Okay, water boiling or water sticking to the surface, right? Well, what's causing the water to stick to the surface? Well, it's not
Surface
boiling.
tension?
No, I think if you put an exuberant amount of soap in a bucket of water, it's still going to stick to the bottom of the bucket. The soap breaks up the surface tension. That's why we use it for things. So it's not surface tension. Okay, that's one experiment that you could do. That's not surface. It's not the cause. But if you add heat, you can cause the water to boil, and it stops sticking to the surface, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, or you could add a vacuum container, add water into the vacuum container, and suck out the atmosphere, and that would also cause it to boil and stop sticking to the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happened is these two causes are each an independent variable of an experiment that you could do yourself for barely any money. What's a cheap experiment that you could do and prove what I'm saying is true. So this is falsifiable, empirical experiments that you can do using the scientific method. Can you give me a scientific experiment where you use my independent variables, also known as presumed causes, use them as your control variables where you hold those steady and use your version of gravity and manipulate it alone? That's why it's called the independent variable, and cause the water to stop sticking to the surface. Can you turn off the gravity and make the water fly?
There's a lot of things out there that are really viscous and they hold no surface tension. So by mixing things with water, and still keeping it as a liquid, this is probably not the best example, but lubrication, right? It's extremely viscous to the point where it's capable of making other things more slick because it simply just doesn't stick to anything. Would that be a fair example?
Or did you say add lubrication to the water?
No, just lubrication based on water-based lube.
What does this do?
It holds no surface tension, so it has a really hard time sticking to any objects. At least in recognizable qualities. Obviously, it can be absorbed into things, and it can hold like maybe 0.1 millimeters, but milliliters, but it's not very much. Have you ever used water-based lube?
I think so. I think all mine's been oil-based for my guns, but I don't understand how this connects to the conversation. I asked you if you could provide me or demonstrate or show me how you could cause the water not to stick to the surface of the earth or your pan or whatever
If
by
we
manipulating an independent variable, your presumed cause of your version of gravity.
if we make the independent variable the viscosity of the liquid, rather than just saying water, we could say we have water, we have honey, and we have some kind of lubrication. And it's 3 different extremes of that, right? And then we can test to see how much it sticks based on the surface tension and the viscosity, rather than just taking it by will and saying that water sticks and it shouldn't. Because an experiment like that would prove that viscosity has some degree of control over how much it sticks.
Sorry, you're talking about friction and that equation, and I don't really understand how this has anything to do with what we're talking
Hydrostatic.
about.
Yeah.
I think we're trying to talk about what's the cause of the ocean sticking to the earth, and
Oh,
I
for
just need
real?
you, yeah. And you're
Oh,
talking about something else entirely, I
yeah,
think.
mass just attracting mass. If you pour water out of a water bottle, it will fall on the floor.
But why? Because the water's denser than the atmosphere?
No, because Earth has a natural gravitational. Excuse me, I just stuttered so bad. a natural gravitational pull, everything does. But because the Earth is so incredibly large, it has a noticeable pull that actually brings things down to it.
Okay, so have you ever filled up a beach ball and tried to take it to the bottom of the pool?
That's because the beach ball has a really, really low density because it's filled with air rather than water, which isn't filled with anything besides water.
So you do get how gravity works.
Yeah, of course I get how gravity works.
Right. So specific gravity states that you can't take the beach ball to the bottom of the pool unless you drain the air out, and then it's quite easy to get it to the bottom of the pool. Because of the buoyant force, which is governing, which makes things in nature go up or down. Right?
Right?
So if a watermelon falls in a pool, it's going to sink to the bottom, but if an apple were to fall in the pool, it's going to float, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm
Right.
following
So
you.
what causes things to go up or down has nothing to do with what you're talking about, mass attracting mass, because the watermelon, the balloon, the beach ball, they all have mass, right? But it's mass over volume. Sorry, somebody's interrupting. Somebody's interrupting. Somebody.
Sergeant Larson, mute, man.
Do you
The hot
know what
mic
the
going, Larry.
mass, not the mass, but the density of an apple would be? And do you know what the density of water is?
Give us 1 second, real quick, because that was audio chaos. Go ahead and repeat your question, please.
All right. So, do you know what the density of water is, and do you know what the density of an apple is?
Yeah.
An approximation of the apple, because they're all different.
Oh, I don't know the exact numbers.
Yeah. I only know the water one. I know that it's 1 gram per milliliter, but I can check that the apple density approximate. And the average densities for an apple would be 0.808 milliliters, not milliliters, milligrams per milliliter,
Okay.
which is proportionally less than 1 milligram per milliliter for water.
And this is what causes it to float.
Because it weighs less proportionate to its size, like you said.
Right. See how we're going back to the etymology of the word gravity, weight?
But we can also prove that.
Yeah, you can prove what I'm saying is true. Absolutely.
I mean, we can prove that density has impact on whether or not something floats. If you've
Of
ever
course.
purchased ketchup, right? Sometimes you need to shake it. Or Italian dressing is an even better example because different parts of it have different densities. So over time, they naturally set where the more dense things will be on the bottom, while the less dense things will be on top.
Right. You're demonstrating my claim.
2016, bro. Go on.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he's saying that this is what we've been claiming since 2016, that this is how gravity actually works.
Gravity, that's not against the conventional idea of gravity, though. That's actually directly alongside it.
Okay, so wait a minute. I'm manipulating mass and volume. You're just manipulating mass in your version of gravity, because your version of gravity,
Mass and
you said,
volume,
is
yeah.
mass of No, you didn't say mass and volume. Your
Density
version
is
of
mass
gravity.
over volume.
I know that, sir. But
So
you're
yes, I was
saying that
referring to volume.
So you're saying that it's mass attracting mass according to Newton, right? And I'm saying that if Newton would have saw the apple fall in a pail of water, he would have realized that it's mass over volume. That's what actually makes things in nature go up and down, sink or rise. Because it's trying to reach, and this is kind of a funny way to say it. I don't mean this literally. It's not trying to do anything, but nature abhors a vacuum. Nature tends to try to seek equilibrium. And yeah, I'm kind of anthropomorphizing nature a little bit. I don't mean to. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that hot goes to cold, high pressure to low pressure, right? Every time, right? Hot goes to cold, high pressure, low pressure, high charge to low charge. And in this case, this is the fourth leg. it also wants to go and seek equilibrium to its relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. So if it's buoyant, it goes up till it reaches equilibrium.
If you
If it's
drop
dense, it goes down until it reaches equilibrium. Go ahead.
if you drop a bowling ball and you drop a watermelon, which one will hit the ground first?
Well, they should hit the ground about the same time. Exactly the same time.
And they have vastly different densities, right? Because one's primarily full of water while the other one's full of concrete.
Okay, so if it was mass attracting mass, wouldn't that heavier mass be
No,
pulled faster?
they would not move faster under the traditional view of gravity. But under your idea that density is what is actually impacting things to move towards each other and away from each other, the watermelon would move slower.
Why?
As
It's
well as
just trying
that,
to reach
something that's like a
equilibrium.
magnet or like gold, which has a really, really high density, would attract other things more than Earth because it's more dense, which also doesn't add up.
Okay, so you just made a claim. You're saying that if it wasn't mass attracting mass, so can you stop the Earth's gravity in order to do your experiment of what you just claimed?
We can go to space, and we have.
Can we go tonight? You and me?
That costs millions of dollars. Of course we can.
It costs millions of dollars.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, getting to space is a hard thing to do. It takes a lot of resources.
Okay, so the Elon Musk guy, he allegedly sends stuff to space, but he doesn't go to space. He's one of the richest men in the world. How about the other guy?
Yeah, you can do that.
The Amazon guy. He
I don't know
didn't
why
go
the
to
Amazon
space.
guy would, but he could.
Well, he tried. He went up in a rocket allegedly, right? But he didn't go to space, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. They didn't go nowhere near high enough. And then that other guy, Virgin Galactic, he's like one of the richest men in the world, allegedly. He went in a rocket and he didn't go to space.
Richard Branson.
Yeah,
Richard
Branson.
Branson.
Yeah, he didn't go to space either. So these extremely rich people don't go to space, but you're saying you and I could go to space. I don't think that's true, sir.
I mean, we as in a human species, not me and you. I mean, scientists, people supporting the idea of the
Did
round
we
Earth.
go to the moon? We,
I don't know if we went to the
you and
moon.
I didn't go to the moon. We didn't go to the moon. When you say we, we're hyper specific around here. We
Okay.
did not go to the moon. Allegedly, 12 people went to the moon and landed on the moon.
Allegedly.
That's it.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
I know.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying to.
because we can't
I'm just
prove
trying to
it.
explain. Just trying to explain here that you've made this claim that we could go to space and test out what you just said, whether it's true or not. That
Okay,
if
you're
there is
right.
no gravity and it's only density, that they wouldn't fall at the same speed. And because they do fall at the same speed, therefore everything that they say about like Newtonian gravity, where it's mass attracting mass, is automatically true. So you made a claim that we can't test, right? This would be falling under Newton's razor. That if you can't experiment with it, it's not really worth arguing.
We can
Well, do you
experiment
tell me?
with it, though. That's my entire point, and we have.
Well, how can we go to space?
Wait, do you mean like me and you conducting the experiments ourselves?
Yeah, because you're claiming that if we could go to space, we could prove what you said is correct. That if it was density and not gravity, they wouldn't fall at the same speed. They do fall at the same speed, which is a truism. Therefore, what you're saying is correct.
Does
We can't experiment with it.
does an explosive have the ability to detonate?
The explosive.
Don't change it.
The
Don't
answer
switch
is
it. To,
typically yes, right? It usually does. But me and you, we don't have a personal explosive that we can test. That doesn't mean we don't know it.
well, I
Because
don't
other
have
people
an
have tested it.
M80 or a firecracker. I can't test a firecracker. What are you saying?
What about an explosive that you don't have? How do we test that one?
Well, I mean, all explosives are basically the same, man. It's
We're kind of off topic. We got to get back to what we can
My
actually.
point is that just because me and you cannot test it ourselves because we don't have the resources doesn't mean we can't prove it is true and that it isn't true.
Okay,
There
so
are
we can't.
people who we have
bring
allocated
it,
plenty of
bring it home, Larry.
resources.
Bring it home, Larry. Bring it home
So
quick.
we can't test what you're saying is true, but with the stuff that I said, we can absolutely test it with a rubber ducky. for like $1 from the dollar
We
store.
can prove that buoyancy laws exist, yes, but that's not indicative that your idea is any more true than the globe Earth theory. Fact,
Okay, wait a minute.
not theory.
This is like true.
Ask
whether
him
the
if
Earth
he's
is-
on Discord. Ask him if he's on Discord or not. Fuck's sake, come
Flat
on.
Earth,
Are you on
dude, can
Discord
you
right
please
now,
stop
or-
interrupting our conversation? Are you drunk?
Well, he has a good point because we get a lot of silence in here. Are we on Discord like talking right now, 100%? Like, are you on Discord?
Yeah, of course. What's up?
Okay, good. Perfect. Okay, so you're a normal person. So you must understand that this conversation isn't so much about the Earth being flat right now. We're just trying to talk about why things fall, right?
Mhm.
Why do things fall? And we're talking about cause and effect in science, as close to as we can get, right? So you said we can't demonstrate what you claim, but what I claimed we can demonstrate, right? With salt in an egg, with an apple and water, like
As the buoyant,
you know,
what does salt do to the water?
makes it more dense.
And when the water's more dense, it's easier for something to be less dense in it, right?
Correct. It's relative
Hence,
density.
when we're talking about buoyancy, which only involves liquids, density is the main factor. When we're talking about something falling
Doesn't
without
it
a
involve
liquid,
helium? So helium's not buoyant now as a gas? I think you're
He meant to
smoking
say
some helium.
he meant to say fluid.
yes,
It only
it is
it only
buoyant.
works with fluids.
It only works with fluids. It also works with air. When something is
Oh.
less dense than the air around it.
Like the plastic on the helium balloon?
The plastic on the helium balloon is
Yeah,
definitely
it could be
something we equate
dropping.
into the weight.
It's got
But the
gas in there.
helium,
Yeah,
the
hold on,
helium,
brother. You increase the mass of the plastic by adding weight of helium. So now you got more weight plus more weight. Why would the plastic balloon just fall on its own? And then why does it go up with helium, young man?
because you're increasing the volume.
What, did you decrease gravity?
No, you increase the
So
volume.
you didn't manipulate gravity. Thank you.
You
We don't know what
increased
to do.
the volume.
Yeah, let us know when you can manipulate gravity.
Are you drunk? I feel like this person's also drunk.
No, I feel like to manipulate and
So
mess with the variables, you need to be able to manipulate the earth moving or spinning or manipulate
it's,
gravity.
excuse me. No, that's not
Oh,
true.
excuse me.
When a balloon inflates,
Non-science
it
guy.
is bigger, right?
Where is gravity being proven at? What is the cause of stuff
I'm
going
proving
down?
what
And how
you
can you
said
prove gravity? No,
to
no,
be
no, not what I
wrong,
said.
and then we can
You're
talk
supposed to be
about
proving gravity, brother.
gravity.
Why would you
That's
jump
what I'm
anywhere else?
doing.
You can't even prove gravity.
I
Slow down
have proven
there,
gravity at
bucko.
multiple points, and you're trying to
No,
disprove
you're
gravity, and I'm
talking.
proving that
No,
whatever you're saying is not true. And if you're
science
drinking
proves gravity.
alcohol or if you're smoking
Science
weed,
will.
it's probably for the
Science is
best
what
that you
I'm
stop
smoking.
talking.
What you don't want to do is science. That's what I'm smoking, and that's what Larry's smoking. The scientific method you need to do, right? That you
All
Well,
right.
won't just
let me
laugh
So,
like
what
wrap
is
this
the
up.
density of a helium balloon that can float? I
I
want
don't
you to
know the
look it up.
specific numbers.
We're
I can
We'll
look it
look
up
it
for
up on
you.
my
about
phone.
what causes your
It's something
magical
that you
I'm
gravity.
claim.
explaining why a helium balloon floats,
I didn't hear
The
gravity yet.
displacement and the buoyancy. Yeah, we
and
know.
I'm going to explain how it's related to buoyancy and how that does not disprove the idea of
No,
gravity.
it's not related. Their moms didn't do it, or their dads and cousins and uncles didn't do it and have babies that are related. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
The
So,
word
Mark, you're kind of
related
interrupting.
just means
You're
to be
kind of
similar to.
interrupting.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
kind
so
of just interrupting, dude. I'm going to talk to Larry for now. I'm going to mute you for a little bit.
don't locally mute. We'll mute them
Okay.
as needed. Okay, please and thank you. Okay, so you brought something up and you asked me to look up the density of a balloon, right?
hmm
If you could do it, that'd be great because
Yeah, I can do it
it's
for you, no
something that
problem. I have Google pulled up.
Thank you.
Is the
Thank you.
density
I'm on my phone.
of a.
Ask Mr. Google.
Yes, ask Mr. Google because you don't know the number either.
Well, what's the definition also? But keep going.
The definition of what? What are you talking about?
After you get the number, get your number.
Hey, let's let Larry carry the point for just a moment, man, because he's having the 1v1 with him. I backed up because I just want Larry to. He does his thing, so we just let him do his thing.
I do enjoy talking about gravity. To me, it's really interesting what causes things to go down.
So I'm going to provide you the two numbers. A helium balloon would have a density of around 0.1664 kilograms per cubic meter, right? And the density of air would be 1.225 kilograms per cubic meter, which under the buoyancy model that we've been talking about, while it's not a liquid, and while you were right to bring up the helium example, because it can also impact things that are in the air as well, it will flow above the air because it is less dense.
Right. So, in my understanding of gravity, it's more to do with the atomic weight than it is to do with the mass.
Like
So,
the
yeah,
thing on the periodic table?
yeah. Like if we take a look at like steel anvils
I got what you
floating in
mean.
mercury,
Isn't
steel anvil
atomic
will
weight
float in mercury.
density? Usually?
Right. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what
I get
makes
your
me
point.
things go up or down. Like in my understanding, and I'm not an expert. I'm not like a doctor or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I do understand how cause and effect works.
Yeah.
So the cause and effect stuff, I mean, the ancient Egyptians known about this, obviously, because they built the pyramids, but we're talking for thousands of years. Like, this is not a new thing. Sea travel, everything in life just about depends on understanding how this works, right? And this is like everyday occurrence. Like, any child that's ever played with a rubber ducky or a ball in a bathtub or in a swimming pool, like, they get how this works. And some people say that, well, you have to have mass attracting mass in order for this to happen. And all I'm asking for is an experiment to demonstrate the mass attracting mass causing the water to stick to the earth. Because I can demonstrate that it's actually the water changing phases because of heat and pressure that's causing it to stick to the earth.
It's not the water changing stages. I don't believe that's related because
Phases,
it's not changing stages.
phase
Oh,
change.
phase change. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
water's
it's a rain
technically
cycle
always
happening.
changing phases, but that's not
Not
why.
always. Like if it's frozen water, it's not phase changing. But if you put that frozen water in a vacuum, it'll sublimate.
Yeah.
So what's causing the water to stay on the surface of the earth? If you're claiming it's okay, obviously it's buoyancy and density.
Buoyancy is
'cause-
related to it. I guess
okay,
the
so
best.
isolate that part as the control
Mhm.
variables and show me your independent variable. So I just need your independent variable, and then we can talk about what your cause of gravity.
So what I would like to test to prove this theory correct is the idea of layering based on mass. So my independent variable
Nigger,
could be.
nigger, 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 nigger,
This guy sounds like he's
nigger,
gay. Shut up.
Why?
nigger, nigger.
Fucking why?
We're
Mute
gonna
him.
mute him.
Yeah.
Wow. That's where these people are going to, man. That's crazy.
I mean, he's
That's
not wrong.
He's just a troll.
that's
He's not arguing with you guys.
All right, go
yeah,
ahead.
but that's the low we've reached. Like that's how much flat Earth triggers people. That right there.
No, he's just trying
I
to
mean, he
be.
made a valid point against Flat Earth. You just heard it.
Come on, guys, let this guy talk.
Okay. On a different note, we could prove that things of different. So, not only does gravity exist as a way that we think of it, but we also have layering. So, if something is less dense than another thing, it will naturally rest on top of it. We can see that with air, right? Technically, water is penetrable, and yet the air sits on top of it, and that's because air is less dense than the water. Similarly, a helium balloon will float on top of the air because it's less dense than that.
You're describing specific gravity to a T.
It'll pull everything down right to the earth, but because there's multiple things in one space, whatever is the least dense will sit on top naturally.
Correct.
So the
Yeah,
water
I'm in
sticks to
agreement.
the earth in those areas because it is the lightest element in that area, and there are lighter elements above it. Gravity's pulling it down.
So
To its
I agreed with
level.
everything that you said until you said the word gravity, and I have to ask, what do you mean when you say gravity's pulling it down?
Whatever magical force is causing this layering effect. We could also say that if we don't want to involve the idea of gravity in it. Because you're right,
so
things do rest on top of each other. A helium balloon does float. A rubber ducky will sit on top of water. But it's all based on density then.
Relative density.
Mhm.
Yeah, relative density. So I think that even though you and I are like 99% in agreement right now, I still think you kind of have this idea of gravity in your head, which is perfectly fine. If you still think that mass attracting mass is legit, but at this point, if you continue calling it science, I would have to call that pseudoscience, unless you
Well-
have some science that you could offer me.
Mass attracting mass is what causes the discrepancies between mass over volume, right? If mass attracting mass
discrepancies?
wasn't in the equation at all, the numerator of density wouldn't matter, right? We would only have volume, and volume attracting volume certainly doesn't make any sense.
What discrepancies in mass over volume or relative density are you talking?
Because in order to disprove mass proving mass doesn't attract mass, we would have to assert that mass is incapable of impacting when things move together, right? You're saying that mass does not affect mass in terms of what moves to each other.
So I think at the beginning of your statement there, or your question, I think you kind of did a burden of proof reversal. It's not that I have to disprove mass attracting mass. If this is your claim, the burden of proof is on you.
No, I'm just saying that you can't prove that it's density and not mass over mass attracting mass because density has mass. So if it's density attracting density, it includes mass.
You're not saying that I'm claiming that it's density attracting density, are you?
Is that what you were saying? If you're not saying that, I'll
No.
shut up. Okay.
No. Yeah, I appreciate that because it seems like you're trying to have a genuine conversation. So, yeah, what I think is going on is that most people don't understand the difference between philosophy and science. So all Texans are Americans, but not all Americans qualify as Texans. In the same way that all natural science is philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as natural science or an experiment, right? You have to have a very specific thing for an experiment. 3 things, actually. So for a hypothesis test, you need an independent, dependent control variable. I've provided my science for your review. And if you cannot provide me science, and you want to say that you still are under the philosophy of mass attracting mass and Newton, I would say that it makes a hell of a lot more sense than Einstein. So I'm perfectly fine with you holding that philosophical view. I wouldn't call it science.
Right. I'm afraid that there's no way that I can think of to disprove or prove gravity. Besides just dropping something and watching it fall, and like the laws of physics and how we predict gravity. So I guess because I can't prove it wrong, I can't really provide an experiment that proves you wrong. Or me
So
right.
there's this. Sorry, go ahead and finish.
No, I just mean or me right. I was saying that I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm just trying to prove something.
Right. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out what the truth is. So there's this funny named fallacy that I coined. It's called the squatting dog fallacy. So the dog, squats in the yard and something falls to the ground. Therefore, everything I ever said about gravity is automatically true. And I'm not saying you're doing this on purpose and you're intentionally trying to deceive people. So I'm not accusing you of sophistry. I'm saying that this fallacy is a real thing that people mistakenly make all the time. And I think that if you say, okay, well, everything you've ever said or anything anyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true because the turd falls, it's like a turd of an argument, right? We have to establish like a cause and effect relationship and understand why things do what they do in reality, in the real world. And that's what I'm trying to stick to. I'm trying to stick to science. I'm trying to stick to the real world. And I literally mean like the dirt outside, the real world outside. I'm trying to figure out why things are happening. And when we analyze things with the scientific method, this method of inquiry establishes cause and effect. And I think we've established a few cause and effects here. We know the rain cycle happens, and we know it's because of buoyancy and density. We know that things float, like steel anvil will float in a pool of mercury, and it's because of the atomic weight or the relative density. And we know this is like a true thing because we can demonstrate it with the scientific method. Now, we can get back to Newtonian gravity or dark gravity or Einstein gravity or Milgramian gravity, and we can take a look at those things and discuss them further. But at this point, I think we have a really good foundation of truth at hand because of the scientific method. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
So, if we want to start talking about other experiments, I think the first one that you would bring up would be probably the Cavendish experiment. But I hate to tell you, that's not really an experiment because it doesn't fit into the independent dependent control variable unless you would like to, you don't have to claim this. Obviously, I'll bring it up. Unless you would like to claim that it is an experiment and give me the DP, the independent variable.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see that as a scientific experiment.
That's fair. That's definitely something I'll have to look into. Thank you.
Yeah, please do. And yeah, anytime you want to come back, definitely come back and ask your questions. But I think that if you ever come back and you want to talk about Einstein, we're going to have to go down the cosmological constant crisis road, and you're not going to like what you find at the end of that conversation.
Cosmological constant crisis? Boy, that's a mouthful.
Well, Einstein himself said that his cosmological constant was his greatest wonder, but a lot of these Globers that come in here, they disagree with Einstein. And it's like, what, you don't believe in Einstein? And then, you show them the crisis in cosmology, and you can Google that phrase if you got time there. I don't remember the name, but if you search that phrase, crisis in cosmology, there is absolutely no shortage on that constant causing the crisis in cosmology. That's Einstein's constant from his theory of general relativity. And that's literally the theory of gravity. But when they try to fit that theory into the theory of everything or string theory, it doesn't work. Like there is no unified theory. So according to mainstream science, the unified theory of the four fundamental forces, it doesn't work. So this isn't me saying this. Like if you literally search crisis in cosmology and .edu, there's no shortage whatsoever, and you're going to find out that this mixed match, it's not a little one. It's actually a very large mixed match between theory and observation. In fact, according to Michio Kaku, it's the largest mixed match in the history of science.
How many zeros?
10 to the 120th zeros.
120 zeros?
Sorry, I missed
Limit has a really good point. Just because we don't have a unified theory of physics, does that really indicate that the Earth is flat, or does that indicate
Yeah,
that
if
we
you
don't know
have
very
no
much about
existing.
physics?
Yeah. Once again, we're not talking about the shape of the Earth because you came in and
Yeah,
talking about
Yeah.
gravity. So that'd be a non sequitur.
All right.
exactly. That's a
I
switch of
understand how
subject.
what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you
Yeah.
can't do that.
Yeah,
Hey,
we're just
dude,
talking
please
about
stop
gravity
speaking
and
over
science.
Larry. Being insulting and being
I can
rude
speak
is
over
not
Larry
how
all I
you win
want.
an argument.
I'm not
You
trying to
seem
win an
like you
argument.
have an amazing wife. Now, please mute. Thank you. I don't want to hear
Why
you
don't
again
why don't you mute, man? That'd be great. Thanks.
because I'm
All
not
right, that's enough.
intoxicated.
That's enough for your. That's enough for your. Jacking around. You don't say any. You don't dictate what goes in this forum. FED has a right to be here. He's been doing this longer than you have, so you have no right to be saying that. So
Okay.
if you recant what you said, I'll accept it. If not, I'll put you on mute. How about that? Go ahead and recant, please.
Go ahead and what?
Take back what you said.
Take back what I said. It's okay if you talk over people and insult people.
No, take
because
back
you have
that
more
you are
experience.
not a moderator here. You can't tell people to mute up. We can.
Oh yeah, of course I'm
You
not a
can.
moderator. I did.
All right then.
Okay.
Know your place when you're in here. How about that? We're the moderators of this forum. You're not.
I just got goosebumps. That was badass.
All right.
I'm done, by the way. I'm past
Go
the
ahead,
mic,
FED.
so
If you want to say something, go ahead, bro.
yeah, I'm done.
Larry, that was excellent, man. Sitting, listening, taking in what you're saying. Again, I don't know. It's probably about the 4700th time I've heard you say these things, and when you put it in the real context of the real world with gravity, it becomes super obvious that there's no way to scientifically experiment gravity. And it's just a great way of putting it. Thank you, Larry, for doing that.
My
Or the
pleasure. I'm just trying to iron it out because one of the most trickiest words, in the English language at this point is gravity. Well, what do you mean by gravity? Are you talking about absolute space and time, like Newton, where the Earth goes around the sun, or are you talking about relative space and time, where the Earth isn't actually going around the sun? Actually, you could say the sun is going around the Earth, or the Earth is going around the sun. It's all relative motion, man.
Does the Earth revolve around the sun?
How would you prove that?
How would I individually prove that?
Yeah, because asking questions doesn't get
The
us nowhere.
changing of the seasons. That's why we have different seasons. It's
Does it
because
get
relative
hot
to
and
the
cold,
sun.
you think? Huh?
Yes. Because of the
Because
changing
hot
of
and
the
cold.
seasons. It's
So hot
also
and cold,
predictably
Mom.
changing. So it's based on yearly things. We also
No, we haven't seen that.
yes, we
We live
have
on a
because
flat Earth, and it works just fine on flat Earth. How would you demonstrate a globe and how the globe works with seasons? Show us.
it provides reasons to the randomness. You can't
No,
just
no, no,
say it
no.
just
How do you
happens just
show us?
because.
So you can't show us what you're talking about. We just have to
Yes, I
keep
can
clicking the
show you
button.
what I'm talking about
So
because
get
you
a
can
globe
observe it.
somehow,
How many
or show
years have
us
you
the
been
best
alive?
live model of a globe demonstration.
I don't have a model with me. I can't turn on my camera.
I
And
know.
you've
Listen to what
observed
I
it
asked.
your entire life.
No,
What
no.
else
I
explains the
didn't
changing of
shit with flat Earth
seasons?
my entire life. I don't know what you're talking about. I would like to observe a globe if you'd show me. That's what I'm waiting on. I see everything like flat Earth. When I get a globe out and do stuff with a globe, nothing on this globe matches shit I see in reality. I don't know what you're
The
smoking.
globe is
I don't know
unrelated to
what
this
globe.
because we're
Show
talking
us.
about does
Show us
the
what globe.
sun,
Show us what globe.
does the Earth
brother.
revolve around the
Your
sun? We're not
model.
talking about the globe.
Yeah,
We're
we're
not
talking
talking
about
about
your
a model.
model existing.
It's not my model. It's simply a
It
model
doesn't
representing
exist
the Earth.
unless you can get a ball out. You're not representing anything. You're just telling us stories. You're telling us fucking bedtime stories and telling us this porridge is real hot
Why
tomorrow. This porridge is real
do
cold
the
in my
seasons
opinion. We
change?
don't care. Show us. Get a ball. You'll figure it
We
out.
don't
The
need a
debate.
ball to
Well,
explain the reasoning behind it.
yeah,
We'd
to
actually
explain
need
how
two
a ball
balls
works.
because it's related to the sun.
Step one, to explain a ball. Get a fucking ball out. Yeah, that makes more sense to me than you talking.
So because you can't understand
Because you can't show me the ball
words,
you're talking about or can't show me shit, how can we understand what you will not show us? It's invisible right now. Because I can't understand your invisible man.
how
Oh,
hot
hurt
is it outside for you right now?
I don't know what the fuck you get a ball and show us seasons and temperatures, stupid.
Can I talk
Why
to
is it
someone
so
else,
hard?
please?
Why is it so hard?
I can't turn on
All
my
right.
camera to show you a ball, and even if I showed you a ball, it wouldn't.
All right. So your question was, how does the day-night cycle work on a flat Earth? Is that correct?
No, I'm explaining how do we know that the Earth revolves around the sun? I
It
was
doesn't.
explaining
Oh,
a pretty clear indicator
yeah,
based
no,
on
that
the
was
seasons.
that was an assumption because you see the sun moving from east to west on your horizon. So it's
No,
assumed that if say again.
that's because the Earth's spinning. That's not because we're revolving around the sun. That would imply that
No,
we're going around the sun once every
but you're
single
making
day.
sir, you're making it sound like a fact, right?
Okay,
You sound,
allegedly, we have 4
coming from
different
you.
seasons.
Yeah, coming from you, it sounds like a fact. So I want to know, how did you establish that fact?
I established the fact based on the fact that we have 4 different seasons. We have positioning, different areas have
Sure.
different time zones.
But
The
what are
biggest
we
thing,
witnessing? What are we witnessing when we say the seasons? What are we visually seeing outside? What do we see happening?
temperature changes and
Yeah. What else?
natural cycles, like we have trees whenever they lose their leaves for winter.
Okay.
Animals
How
when
do
they
we
change colors.
how do we know that we're moving closer or farther away from the sun, according to the sun being the center of the solar system?
It's actually not because we're moving closer or farther at all. It's actually which side is facing Earth more often, because
Well, if
the
we're
Earth is tilted on its axis.
yeah, if we're on an ellipse, we are depending on what side you're on, either the northern or southern hemisphere. You
Yeah,
would be
that's
close.
why we have different seasons on different parts of the Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying that because you see a particular idea, like Dimak was saying, like a model of a globe, and then you think reality is that way, right?
No. Okay. If so, this
So
is
how
the
do
way
you know
I'm seeing these
without the solar system model explaining to you the positions of everything? Then how are you going to say that we're going around the sun?
because we have ways of demonstrating that we have. This isn't even
Like
something that we should be
like
talking
what?
about.
Like what? Like what? Other than the model that somebody can show you that the
You
sun is
still
in the
haven't
center.
disproven the seasons. Why
Okay.
do we have seasons?
So this is the reason why I'm telling you. You saying that it's a fact. It hasn't been established as a fact. The only thing that you can appeal to right now is the fact that there's a model that shows you the solar system, the sun being in the center, and all the planets revolving around the sun. You've looked at this model and said, "Thus saith the model, my reality is this way." But you didn't
No,
go outside to see anything. You didn't go outside to see anything that resembles anything that looks like the model. The only thing you've seen are things that move across your sky from horizon to horizon.
predictably, implying
Yeah.
that they are moving in a predictable pattern
Yeah, they're
that
cyclical.
goes along with the model that we have.
No, the
It is
model is
directly correlated
model is
to the model.
no, the model is the assumption. What you visually see outside as a natural observation of reality doesn't show you the model. It only shows you the predictable movements from east to west along the horizon, from your horizon to the other horizon, east to west. You don't see a solar system when you look outside. You have to assume that it's that.
We can see planets that are part of the solar system, and with telescopes,
Yeah,
you can
those
actually
are-
see
those are-
a significant
all-
portion of the planets. Not all of them at the same time, usually, but you can see quite a few of them by observing
Yeah,
them
those
through
are
a
bits
telescope.
and pieces. Those are bits and pieces that appeal to the model. But you don't
Okay.
see the solar system. You look at the sky. You don't see that. You see the sun moving across the sky from east to west every day. You see the moon moving across the sky from east to west every day. Is this not correct, what I'm saying?
We see that, and that
Sure.
goes alongside the model, so it doesn't disprove the
Okay.
model. And
No,
the other things
the
that we
model
see,
is
predictably over time,
the
we have
model is a
gathered enough
reification. Sir,
resources
the
to
model.
create this model.
I
It's not
know, but the
rocket
model
science.
is reification. I understand it's not rocket science, but you're reifying the model based on your observations. You're saying because I see things move across my sky, I'm going to make a model. Now, this model that you have is what you're appealing to, and you're saying that's reality, and we're saying no. You don't go outside and observe. You don't go outside and hold on. Who was that?
Yeah,
All right. You don't go outside and see a solar system, right? You don't see a solar system outside. You see the moon is carving east to west. Appeal to them if it's reality. We don't see the solar system model when you look outside. You have to assume that it's that model. You understand what assumption is, right? It's not reality. Yeah?
Observe? Stop. Everything that I can observe directly goes alongside the model. Nothing that you observe on a day-to-day basis goes against it. And while we can say it's just hearsay, and that we can't prove everything about it on every single day.
Yeah, I can. No, listen. Am I cutting out? Can you guys hear me?
Unless you can provide a model that goes against this model and proves everything based on observation, you cannot say it's purely wrong because you don't see everything. Right? Is it just conveniently the things that you're not seeing prove that you're right? That doesn't make any sense.
How about
the things that we don't see, we don't know. So you can't make assumptions about it either. But scientists can make elaborate decisions and bring together pieces of information that we already know. Just because you and I don't know and can't see every part of the solar system doesn't mean someone hasn't.
All right, so can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
All right. So if you're saying that the solar system model is reality, do we observe the solar system in an orthographic view like they show us and the model, the way it's depicted?
No.
Or do
the
we
way
see
the model is
reality
depicted is
the way-
incredibly
okay,
inaccurate. We know that. It's not size relevant.
so-
the distances between the planets are relevant, and that's because it's simply just not a good way to model it. It's a good way to model the planets that we have and the fact that they revolve around the sun, but it's not going to be proportionally similar to each other because that's not
Right.
possible.
But okay, do we observe things revolving around the sun?
Yes.
No,
Yes, we do.
we don't observe that. Name one thing that you see revolving around the sun.
The moon.
One thing. Incorrect. The moon's revolving around the earth according to
Which
the model.
is revolving around the sun.
Yeah, but you can't say that because you only see it
You
moving
can also
from east to
visibly
west.
see Mars, which is traveling at around the same rate of speed
take
that
the
we
moon,
are.
for example. The moon, stop on the moon. When you see the moon moving across the sky from east to west, do you see it going around the sun?
No. But we
Okay,
see
when
it
do you-
sticking with
when do-
us.
Yeah, when do you see the moon going around the sun?
The moon is going around the sun because it's going with us. Of course
What do
it's
you mean
going
with us?
around the sun. It's going with
Oh,
us
what do you
around
mean?
the
Oh,
sun.
going
Let's talk
around
about
the sun.
let's talk about a different example. You're seeming to ignore the
No, no.
Mars thing. Why does Mars stay in a
Not a-
relevant place?
We're not ignoring
Can
the
we
Mars
not
thing. What we're
observe?
doing is we're identifying the logical flaw that you have right now with your assumptions. You think that assumptions are reality and they're not. The observations don't fit the idea that you're visually seeing anything the way you're depicting it. A model is used as a descriptor. It's not reality. So just the same way any other model can tell you things about what you see in a cyclical nature, that doesn't necessarily follow that they're exactly the way it is. So it doesn't stand to reason that you can say, well, this model is exactly what reality is representing because you don't visually see everything accurately the way the depicting the solar system model. So you can't say that for sure. You can assume it. You can assume anything you want. You can say, yeah, well, according to the way this model is operating, the cyclical pattern of all the planets look to be like they're going in this type of cycle. But it doesn't matter because you don't observe that. There's no
Then present
observation of the
an
moon going
alternative
around.
explanation that goes against what I'm
Yeah, but-
saying. You're saying that mine isn't directly provable based on my personal explanations
that's
and
not
my
what I'm saying.
observations as
So
someone
we
with a
don't-
high school diploma. Of course, I cannot tell you exactly
I-
why
but
everything does.
that's a
I don't have millions of dollars in equipment to observe it
non-sequitur.
perfectly.
This-
That doesn't mean I can't prove it's true. And if you're not
It's a
proving
non
that it's
sequitur.
not true,
Analogy, a non sequitur. We're not talking about that. We're only talking about physical observation.
what alternative?
Okay, sir. Are you just going to keep, barreling through the conversation, or are you going to listen to what I'm telling you? We don't make observations of the moon going around the sun. Number one, you've never seen that. You never will. Doesn't happen in reality. You don't see that. Now, if you're saying we're going around the sun, prove that. What do you see when you go outside? Do you see like the Earth going around the sun? Where is that observation?
How long does it take the Earth to go around the sun?
I need you to tell me if you've
Theoretically,
observed.
it takes
Have you observed the
365 days.
Earth?
So how
Sir.
the fuck would I walk outside and see the Earth
Where are you?
spinning around the sun? I
Okay,
cannot
so
see
you
it
don't-
because it takes time.
I'm asking if you see the Earth go around the sun, yes or no. It's a closed-ended question. Just please answer that.
The answer is no.
Okay, we can stop there. When you say you don't see that, then how the fuck is that happening? Go on.
How long? Okay. I'm
Yeah,
just,
you were
you're a
muted
reasonable
because you don't
person,
know how to
right?
stop talking.
You're a reasonable person, right?
I was until you started being absurd. Now, do you see the Earth going around the sun? Yes or no?
Can I have 30 seconds to speak?
No, you can have only the answer. Closed-ended question is a yes or no.
It's not.
Do you see the Earth going around the sun?
The answer is no. We've already disclosed that.
So now we've established that the moon nor the Earth are going around the sun visually. We don't visually see that happening. So if you say it's happening this way and that's just the way it is, we're not going to accept that because we don't observe this. So you can't say by observing the physical and natural world that we're going to see the moon or the Earth go around the sun. That is not happening.
Can you
Now I
observe
need you to
grass
tell me
grow?
another thing. Now I need you to tell me another thing.
Can
What
you
is going
observe grass grow? Yes or no?
What is going around the sun? How about that? Let's go there. What is going around the sun?
Meteorites, planets.
Okay. Stop on meteorites. Point to one meteorite that's going around the sun. Name it. I don't care if you put letters and numbers. And tell me how it revolves around the sun, please.
They are millions of miles away, and they are proportionally really small compared to planets. We can hardly see the planets. How are we going
Okay.
to see a meteor?
So
with the
you
naked
said
eye?
okay. So we can't see a meteor. You've concocted a whole this whole straw man idea that you think that we're saying things are going around the sun, and we're not saying that. Are you thinking that we're saying things are going around the sun? Flat Earth?
No,
Okay, so what are we saying?
nothing. You're literally saying nothing.
No. What are we saying? We're saying
You
observations.
are not saying anything. You are yelling into your.
Observations that we see the sun moving across the sky east to west. The sun is not revolving around the Earth. Excuse me, is not revolving around the sun. It's not happening. We see the sun move across our sky east to west. We see the moon move across our sky east to west. We see the quote-unquote planets move across the sky east to west. Everything is moving east to west across our skies. That's all we see. That's observation. And they happen to be doing so in a cyclical nature. If you're standing in one geographic location, you're going to keep seeing the repeated cycles of the sun throughout the year, going from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn and back again. It's going to keep repeating its cycle over and over. But all you and I can do is observe these cycles happen yearly for the sun, monthly for the moon, and seasonally for the stars. We're going to see different constellations happen, and they're going to reoccur again. These things move in a cyclical pattern. They happen in one specific geographic location. You can catalog them. Everything's just fine on a horizontal plane. Now, this is what we observe. Nothing's going around anything as far as we can tell. There's no orbits. Nobody's ever seen an orbit. Nobody's seen anything go around something else. Now, if you're saying that's happening, point to one instance where we see that and then detail how that's an observation. Go ahead. If you can.
I can't because you keep muting me, and you're throwing
You're
a
not-
tantrum. You're a grown
You're
man.
not muted. You're not muted now. Name one thing that's going around the sun. And you can see that.
Mars.
Mars is going around the sun. When have you seen that?
The fact that at times we can observe Mars and at times that we can't, which promotes the idea that we're going around.
It doesn't promote an idea. That's not what I'm not asking about promoting an idea. I'm only asking you for telling me, what do we observe? Do we see Mars going around the sun, sir? Yes or no?
If you mute me again,
I did. You don't want to answer, that's fine.
stop throwing a
I
tantrum
give
and
you
I'll
the
talk
mic
to
to
you.
answer the question. I give you the mic to answer the question. If you don't want the mic to answer the question, Then we'll let
Stop
somebody else
throwing
answer.
a tantrum. You're a grown man.
It's simple. Answer the question or stay muted. One of the two.
I've answered the question. It's Mars. We can also see Venus.
All right, so we don't see anything going around the sun observably. We don't see that.
Over time, we do. We can't witness grass grow
Over
because
time.
it takes time.
Over time we do. Okay, so when do we over time see anything go around the sun? Go on.
Different positions in this night sky over time.
What does different positions tell you? That you see something in a different position in the sky. So what?
How
Do you
it's
see it
moving.
revolving around? Do you see it revolving around something else?
It takes a long time for it to revolve around it. If something
So
took
you
a year to
don't see it.
happen,
Oh, you don't answer the question. Why are you not answering the question? When do you see something revolve around something else, sir?
we see
When?
it based on different positions
When?
over times of
When?
days. Over time, we see it all the time. And just because it's slower doesn't mean we don't see it. Just because you can't like TikTok scroll planets revolving around the sun doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Yeah, you
It
just
takes
saying that
time.
something's happening. You just saying that something's happening is not it happening observationally.
We are taking pictures of the
Sir,
different things. We don't have someone
you
sitting there
don't
for
observe this
years.
Pictures over time lapse footage. You will never see something go around something else in the sky. You've never seen an orbit. You only infer that that's happening. You can see something transition something else, but you definitely never see something go around something else. You never see that happening. It's never been observed. You can't keep lying in this voice call saying that you see things that orbit or go around something else. It's never been observed. Stop lying.
We've observed other things with telescopes, other solar
But you
systems.
haven't observed an orbit, right?
We have observed orbits with
When?
telescopes.
Name one orbit that you've observed. Name one orbit that you've observed.
Just because I have not observed it does not.
So that means you haven't observed it. Therefore, you haven't observed an orbit. Just like I said, you haven't. It's that simple. Well, then, if you haven't observed an orbit, who has?
Scientists.
Name one.
James Webb.
James Webb. Pull out something that James Webb has so that we can see a full orbit. I'd like
He
to see that.
literally launched.
I don't like literally. I want a demonstration of an orbit. Show me an orbit. Post it in the text channel so everybody can see an orbit, like you're claiming that there's one that exists somewhere.
Yeah, sure, I can do that for you.
Yeah, go ahead and do that for me. And what we better see is something going around the other thing, like actually revolving around it. We've never seen that. We see
Lower
things
your voice,
transition.
please. Thank
Lower
you.
your voice, please. Who the
You're a
fuck are you?
grown man.
For my voice. You want to be excluded from the voice call?
I can hear the astrogen.
Nobody cares. Post your shit on the video and see if you have any evidence to stand up to the scrutiny. If you have any demonstrations, post it. If not, then just be quiet and let somebody else answer. Perhaps somebody else can champion the call.
There was somebody else who wanted to jump in that said that they could answer. I forget. So,
All right.
yeah,
we're gonna put this. We'll give him one more chance, and if he doesn't answer, FED, you can take the lead on it.
Yeah. No, there was somebody else who wanted to jump in. It's Trojan, man. You wanted to jump in, unmute him, give him a chance.
Yeah, we'll get to him. We'll give this guy one more chance.
If you can please click on the source that I sent in chat, it explains exactly what I've been.
Yeah, it better show a demonstration of an orbit. If not, you'll just sit on mute and we'll talk to Trojan. So, does anybody see the image that he put in the text chat? The link that he put? I'll click on it myself. Let's see. What I thought, no orbit. There isn't an orbit witnessed in that link that you posted. Now what?
Are you looking for a diagram of an orbit?
A diagram of an orbit? No. I'm looking for a naturally observed orbit. When you go outside and somebody takes the time-lapse footage, I want to see a physical orbit happening. Has anybody...
That's interesting. I don't think that exists.
Huh?
No, you're right. That doesn't exist.
Thank you. Prosecution rests. Go ahead. We'll talk to the other guy now.
Dun, dun, dun. Next up on the court's briefing of Globe versus Flat Earth.
we can talk to Trojan and FED. You can take point on it
Yeah,
if you want.
Trojan was yapping in the chat saying he could answer it. Want to see what he's got, man. That's all. Did he leave? He left. Oh, he's still here. Okay.
No, he's still here. I'll have the other guy muted so he doesn't interrupt your.
Oh, now he left.
Oh, now he left. Oh, shit.
He just wanted to be.
It's so untypical. It's so untypical. Yeah. I can answer that. Yeah, good luck, bro. Good luck. All right. Next. Anybody else want to answer that?
If not, you can go to Birdies, and then I'll just let you guys handle them. I'm through. The line of questioning is over with, so.
That was great, Meg. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll unmute him, and if you guys talk to him.
I like the poor kid was grabbing his straws there, man. It was kind of fun to listen to.
Was that really a straw man fallacy?
We usually like that. We like them to actually consider what is being said and either have an answer to the question or not. And then, of course, they usually never have something that's substantiated. So,
but I got the evidence for an orbit going around the sun, bro. I got it.
A straw man fallacy is an informal fallacy of refuting an argument of different forms of the one actually being discussed. There's not a single straw man fallacy there. I literally just answered your questions.
Go ahead,
You
Demont.
can't just use fallacy. That's a buzzword. On a different note, can I speak to someone with a high school education? That would be nice.
You don't have one apparently because you look
I do
out.
have a high school education.
Insult, asshole.
Well, you told us you don't see.
Put up
You
with that
sound
shit.
like you were raised on a farm, okay?
I just
You know the movie
you come in
Home?
here and insult us, man. That's a really great way to fucking enter a room. Asshole.
Of course
Fuck
I'm
off.
insulting you.
Yeah, you're like, I want to talk to somebody with a high school education. Fuck
So
off.
could you guys not just throw a tantrum and mute me over and over again?
I'm gonna mute you. How about we
Nobody
mute
accused
you?
him. Nobody
Fuck's
accused him of
sake.
a straw man. Nobody accused you of a straw man. He said you were grasping at straws. And you didn't. You heard incorrectly. So just to clear the air for a minute.
Grasping at straws. Okay.
Yeah, and another thing,
I get
I'm
what you
the
mean.
only one here
Yeah, you're
without
right.
a high school education. I'm probably the only one. Is there anyone else in here who doesn't have a high school education? Yeah, I'm the only one, bro. So you
Scott,
called me out.
well,
Scott Mackey.
the trees taught me. You know what I mean? So I just learned from the
Hey.
trees and the birds and the bees. You know what I mean? I just stick
So
with that.
you don't
know
have
what
a
I
high
mean?
school education.
Trees,
No, I
birds,
don't
and
need
bees,
one of them.
bro.
I don't need
No,
one of
bro,
them.
I didn't
So you
graduate.
don't
I
need
just
one. So there's multiple people here without a high school education.
What'd
We're kind
that
of seeing
help
like
you
a
do?
repetition of people
What'd that
being
help you
uneducated.
do?
Why don't
Hold
why
on,
do
will
you,
you
why
stop
don't
your
you
stream
leave
7?
then? Get out of here.
Why don't I leave?
Wait a
Because I
minute,
enjoy
wait a
this. This
minute.
is fun.
No,
Why
hold
would
on.
I
I got
not? Why are you here?
Why would you
This
assume
is
that I'm
our
not
fucking. This
educated?
is our house, dude. This
Hold
is
on,
our
Flatter, dude.
house, bro.
Dude, you need to start
That's
screaming.
why we're
You're a grown
here.
man.
Why
Come
are
on.
you
This is
here?
embarrassing. This is
Question,
embarrassing
guys.
for you.
Shit.
You
You're
gotta keep it cool.
embarrassing,
Come on,
dude.
man.
This is what I'm here for,
You're
guys.
Keep it cool. Take a deep breath. Count down with me.
So tell us what your
Breathe in,
diploma or
2,
your high
3,
school education
4.
taught
Breathe
you.
out, 2.
Did it teach you how to be a liar?
No, it taught me how to think logically. It also provided me with
By
various
lying?
scientific knowledges. No, not by lying.
Well,
Why would
why
I
do you
lie
look
to you?
up
I'm not
and
a
not
fed.
see
I have
orbit?
nothing to benefit from lying to you.
Yeah, you do. You look up and you don't see orbit, but then you explain to everybody some magic cockamamie word of fucking orbit. So what did your fucking scientific doctrine or your high school education get you, stupid? Looking up and lying? I don't think that
Grass
did you
grows,
much good.
and we don't observe it immediately. Just because we
You
cannot
don't
sit there
observe
and
shit
watch it
ever. He
immediately
asked you
doesn't mean
when
that we
at
can't
any
prove that
time.
it happens over time.
So
Many
show us the
processes take
time
a long
lapse
time.
photography when something goes around the sun, idiot. You got
Why are you calling me an idiot?
365 days. Because your fucking high school education must not help you with observation, stupid. You don't know how to get a fucking
Why are
camcorder
you
out
out
and
of
press
breath? You're
play.
sitting down.
So, I'm not out of anything, buddy.
You
So
certainly sound
anyway,
out of breath.
well, that's what your mom sounds like too, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about this fucking
You sound like you could be my mom's
rotation and
mom.
orbit.
Hey,
Now,
Demont.
yeah.
Everybody's high on science, bro. I love that.
Yeah,
Thank you for
I know. We're all out of breath from fucking so much orbits we can fucking see that don't exist anywhere, right? Not with a year, not 2 years, not 10 years, never. Not with any. There's no.
So you're
no
being
such thing as
abrasive.
orbit.
You're saying that you can't see something immediately,
I'm
so it
saying
can't be
you
true.
can't
You also
prove
can't
it.
see the Christian
I don't
God, yet
see no orbit.
you've
Welcome
explained
to our
multiple
house,
times that
bro.
you're a
Welcome to our
Christian.
house, bro.
You can't
I'm
see
saying
the
your little
Christian
twerpy
God,
ass ain't got no
Hey,
Show
ball
me a
in your
time
hand,
lapse of
retard.
God.
So
G-Mock,
you
let
don't
me
know
get
what a
this.
fucking ball looks like. Maybe your
Just
high school
because you
education
can't
Hey,
should have
see
taught
G-Mock.
you
it
to take
doesn't
a
mean
ball
it's
with
Time
a
out.
not
ball.
Time out,
there.
guys. Time out. Time out. Yeah.
Yeah, do you
Demark
know
is
about
not a.
the
Just real
astronauts?
fast. Demark is
Okay.
not a Christian. He doesn't believe in God. So you're straw manning him. That's
I'm straw manning
actually
him.
what.
Okay,
Yeah, you're
you're right.
talking about the Christian God. He doesn't believe
You're
in
right.
God,
You're
so
right.
it's kind of irrelevant.
I
Okay, so
thought
if we
he
could just
was one of
stop
the
talking
people who
about
mentioned
each other.
something like that. You're right. I'm sorry.
No, he doesn't believe in God. In fact, if I
All right.
started witnessing to him about Jesus Christ, he'd probably have something negative to say to me.
All right. All right. I get what you mean.
Okay,
I get what you mean.
so let's just stop talking about people and get back
Yeah,
to
of
talking about
course.
things, science,
Let's talk about
geometry,
orbits of
the
balls.
curvature. The curvature. Let's
Yeah,
The
what
curvature of the
about
Earth is
that?
always an
Yeah.
interesting one. I had a conversation like that the
Water.
other day.
So you measured water curving 8 inches down from a horizontal line somewhere?
It's really hard to do that visually because it's all visuals, right? How do you measure something
You
like
don't
that? That's
measure
all
with
based on
visual.
mathematical
You
calculations
measure with a
rather than
tape
things we've
measure?
measured. No, we
No, you
cannot
don't
measure with a
measure
tape
by
measure.
just.
How many mile-long tape measures do you see?
You're going
I
to
don't
be up
see any.
close to it, like a hill in your backyard that you can clearly see drops below 8 inches. Dumbass. I thought your fucking high school education brought you somewhere, brother.
Hey, whoa, there's no
Apparently, it
need for
didn't take
insults,
you
right?
anywhere, did it?
We're grown
What?
men. Come on.
High
Lock in.
school kid. I thought you knew how to fucking see whether your backyard was going down or not from a slope. You're telling me you can't tell up close and personal and measure with a tape measure and a ruler and a level with a
The
water
Earth's
level?
circumference is
Your
24,901
backyard, a hill,
miles.
8 inches.
Our
Yeah, I
backyard
don't give
is
a
at
fuck about
most
that
50
garbage. You
feet,
keep
and
screaming.
proportionally, that is
You've
extremely
never
small compared to the
measured it.
Earth.
Where's your
I
tape
cannot
measure? You
measure
got
it
the
because I don't
video
have
of
a
you
tape
measuring
measure
the Earth.
that is a mile long.
Listen,
You don't have a
you
tape
don't
measure
have
that's a
one that's
mile long either.
24,000
Hey,
miles long.
hold on,
Not-
Demarc. Hold on, Demarc. How did they come up with the radius of Earth? Do you know?
Yeah, they here, I'll actually bring it up because I talked about this before.
Okay.
I'm going to explain the very first time we measured it. We can look at some
Okay.
more recent ones if you'd like to look at those
Please
instead.
measure it,
No,
not look.
I want the first one, the very first guy that figured it out. Who's that?
Okay,
Do you know? Do
I
you
can
know
do
his
that.
name off the top of your head? I mean, do you have to
It
look it
was
up?
Estrasthenes. I think that's how you say it. It's a really hard thing to say because it's either
Eratosthenes.
Greek.
It's
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. Yeah, we know all
Yes.
about him, man.
Thank you.
We studied him back in 2015, Eratosthenes, and his
Yeah,
angles, his shadows, and he calculated. I've done
I
this
learned about him in
myself.
chemistry.
You can't
Yeah,
even
we.
pronunciate his fucking name right. And you want to talk to us about an
Pronunciate? You
want to
education?
can't
talk to us?
pronunciate.
Yeah, exactly.
Pronunciate. It's pronounce. What is
It's
pronunciate? That's not a word.
pronunciation. Listen, idiot.
Pronunciate.
Ask a Chinese person how they say it, bitch, and then argue with them. You fucking retard. They're not going to say it the same as you. Don't
So
fucking tell me how to
because
talk,
I pronounce
retard.
it differently
It's
than you, I'm
pronunciation.
stupid. But when you pronounce it
No,
differently,
you don't even know how to say the
then
word at all. You
you're
said
smart and I'm again stupid. That's really
Listen,
interesting.
yeah, a retard like you, instead of looking it up for 3 seconds and getting it right, retard, you just want to guess fucking oop and opals. You're stupid.
I didn't say that.
You said Eratosthenes.
I did say that.
Is that
You're
how
right.
you missay Eratosthenes? You didn't even put a
Eratosthenes,
fucking
yeah.
T in there.
Okay. Am I supposed to be
Okay, so I
offended?
thought you were educated is all I'm pointing
Hey,
out. But go
Demarc.
ahead.
Demarc,
It's
let
a
him
hard name to
explain.
read.
Let him
I am.
explain
Go ahead.
how.
Go ahead.
Demarc, let him explain how Eratosthenes came up with the radius. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll explain a basic thing. He measured 2 points, right? And based on the curvature of the sun, based on a shadow that he measured, right? He found out the relative angle that those 2 points would be based on the entire circumference of the
What
Earth.
2 point? What
right?
2 points exactly? Which
What 2 points?
did
I
he
can
measure?
pull up those for you.
Oh, you got to pull those up. Okay, yeah. Good luck with that. I can pull it up on Google. Ask Mr. Google, baby. I got it.
Okay,
Don't
what 2
worry.
points were they? Without pulling up Google.
Eratosthenes and Syene, 800 miles apart. Fuck Google. And fuck you. Take your
You don't know them either.
education and stick it in the
500
garbage.
stadium.
You just got outdone by a guy who learned from the birds and the bees and the trees.
You didn't
Go
get
back
outdone.
to
I didn't
school.
get outdone by anything. You didn't tell me the
Every
location.
time you do. You don't know how to say words. You can't say names. You don't have a memory. You've been done out every time by me.
I mean, if you want
Come on,
to
man.
jerk yourself off that much, I guess.
Hey, if
I
you
mean,
want to not
go
know anything
you.
and
I'm
go to
proud
high
of you.
school to know nothing and how to say names
I will
wrong
give
and
you
not know
the
nothing, sure.
absolute largest
I
amount
want
of
to go where
gratitude
you
I
learned how to
can.
not say anything right. But tell us, continue the measurements.
Are you seriously gonna ride my dick for this long about me mispronouncing some name that I've said maybe 3 or 4 times? That's embarrassing. You're a grown man. Let's have
Well,
a civil discussion.
so is Donald Trump, and he does it all the time. So keep moving. Go ahead.
What? What? I don't understand the correlation at all. What are you talking about?
So 500 Stadia, Alexandria, Syene. So keep going, guys.
All right. I believe he was 7.2 degrees from each other. I don't have the Google thing pulled up because I haven't done that yet. He got that. And then understanding that a sphere has a total circumference degree measure
What were
of
his assumptions?
360 degrees. He multiplied that by 360 over 7.2 degrees. And he got an approximate of it based on the known distance between the two locations and the fact that he knew what degree measurement of the circumference it was. It's pretty basic math.
Okay, but what were all of his assumptions? And then what did he have wrong that he thought he had right?
What did he have wrong that he thought he had right? That's a good question. See, I'm not as educated about things like this that you guys are. So I do appreciate you guys educating me on things like this. Can you tell me?
Yeah,
I want
he
to hear
thought
more about it.
same meridian, but he wasn't.
And thank you for that admission. That was well appreciated and duly noted.
Prime meridian. Prime meridian.
Why was he adding in
meridian? Prime meridian. Yeah.
Why was he adding in values of a circle or a sphere before he'd figured out if that's what it was or not?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Go ahead, Gideon.
That is a good question. And that's something that honestly I couldn't answer. Under his jurisdiction, the shadow is moving. It couldn't be anything besides a sphere because you can't calculate the circumference of a circle like that. That's not how circumference works. You can calculate the linear diameter of a circle.
Why did he assume
not
there
the circumference. Why did he assume that there was? That's something that we could probably look into as a group.
Now, why does he think that there is one in the first place?
I'm not sure.
He's just gone ahead and solved for it, but why does he think it's there?
That is a good question. I don't know.
Might want to start there.
Do you know? Well, we know
Yeah.
now. This was some ancient guy that we just give credit to because it was impressive that he did it first.
Yeah, they just decided that there is one, and then they just went off of that assumption.
Probably based on
and started
observations
making
of
up
other
math
planets.
for it.
If
Other-
other galactic bodies
What?
are clearly spherical, like the sun is clearly spherical, the moon is clearly spherical, every other single planet that we
So
can observe
They
is
looked
clearly
away.
spherical.
Okay, so how did he know it was a planet?
I mean, under the jurisdiction that it's a massive rock in the sky that's the shape of a circle,
Well, how did he know that?
because he can look at it.
You can
It's
look
not that
directly
hard.
at it or away from it into the sky. Which one?
Both.
I'm still not
Okay.
so sure it's a circle, a sphere. Hold on.
Are you going to be one of those
keep in
people who
mind-
mute me over and over again? Because I'm not
So
talking
when
to you
when
if
did
you
he,
are.
when did he look directly at it and see that it was a sphere? Give me that
I don't
part.
need to give you a date.
Well, who did it and when?
Common sense. Looking at the
Common
sky,
sense did it? Oh, okay, looking away now from the thing in question again. That's common sense.
looking at the moon and realizing it is a sphere.
Okay, so
is
looking
not that hard.
away again from the thing in question and making conclusions about it, that's common sense, according to you.
Yes.
It sounds retarded.
The
You
moon
sound
and sun,
retarded.
real quick.
Yeah,
Hold
nice
on.
help.
Real quick, remember this. The moon and the sun and NASA say the sun is a disk. So NASA doesn't call the sun a sphere, so I don't know where you get spheres.
NASA does
I don't know where
not
you get
call
that.
the sun
NASA
a
never
disk.
said
And if
that,
you
you
can,
idiot.
yeah, NASA has never
Yeah,
said that.
it's a disk. That's what they say, brother.
Brother,
You
can
better
you
give it
provide
the
a
time.
source where
So
they
where
have
did you
ever
see
said
the other
that
side of it? When did you see the other side of the moon?
when we
Let me
revolved
know,
around it?
please. No, when did
Oh,
you?
you mean the moon?
The moon doesn't revolve.
Yeah, the moon rotates at the same rate that it's revolving around us, so we
The
can't
moon
see the other
doesn't
side of the
spin.
moon.
No, the moon's not spinning.
The moon
That means
does
no
actually
revolving.
spin.
That proves your orbit wrong.
No, it
Everything's
doesn't.
got to spin in orbit. Yeah, it does.
The
What's
moon
an
spins.
elliptical?
The
Why
moon
would
spins
something
at the same rate that it is orbiting
It's
around
not
us,
spinning at
so
all,
the
I'm
same
telling you.
face is always showing to the Earth.
It's
That's a
not
pretty simple
spinning. That means
explanation.
not spinning, brother. How do your assumptions jump to other
I
shit
have
other than
said
what they are?
that it has spun every
How
single
did
time
you
that I've
prove
said
it?
it.
How do you
How do
prove
I
the
prove
moon's
it? Based on
spinning?
the fact that we
Yeah.
know that the moon rotates
We
around the
know
Earth.
everything, but you're not. Come on,
The
dude.
moon
Stop
rotates
saying you
Earth
know
around the
everything.
moon
That
rotates
doesn't make
around
any
the
sense.
Earth, and we can observe it.
No, you observe east to west every day. Stop lying. Now, and you observe the same part of the moon and the same part of the sun every time. Stop lying. You've
We don't
never
observe the.
observed
How do you
any
know it's the same
ball
part of the sun?
because you haven't seen the other side of it.
Yes, we have. We
Show
literally
me.
have seen the
Show
other
me
side of
you
it.
seeing it. No, not we. Mouse in your pocket, French guy, we. You show me where you
Yo,
saw
Matt
the
Nuclear, can you
sun's
back me
other
up real
side.
quick?
Yes, Matthew. Show us where you filmed the sun or moon's other side from Earth.
Yo, we can't do it because it's spinning at the same rate that it is orbiting around us. I don't know
No,
how many
that's a
times I have to
claim.
preface this.
No,
That
that's
is
a
why
lie
it
and a
happens.
claim. Just
There
like you
is
said,
no
you saw
observation
orbit.
that needs to be made past that point. It is
How do
something
you
that
know
You
that?
you
haven't
have
seen
seen.
that. You
How do you
don't
know
have
that?
that observation, just like no orbit. We went over this already.
Yeah, the point is that you don't observe it doing that, and that's why you have this explain away. So
Yeah, you
why the
don't
explain away?
observe the moon doing anything but seeing one side. Now, why are you trying to say it's spinning around and it's round when you can't see the other side of it? You don't know if it's round.
That's right.
We
You're telling
told
us
you
you
that.
don't see it spinning around, then you give us a just so story for how it actually is, even though you don't see that. See the
We see
problem?
it spinning
I watch
around,
it
and we
go
also
east
see
to
it
Then why
west.
did you
orbiting.
just tell me it's tidally locked in so many words? Because that means you
Well,
don't see it doing that. You just see the one face of it. It doesn't appear to be doing that to you. So which one is it?
I'd
It's
say
the
that
Saying it
one.
spins on its axis or what?
You're putting words in my mouth. Heretic,
No,
if
that
you're
is
going to
what you're
be
saying.
alcoholic and clearly intoxicated,
Okay.
please don't talk to me. Thank you.
You won't talk at all in this room. That's your attitude.
Oh,
Yeah, no. You
There you go.
don't know what tidally locked means, do you?
yes, I know what tidally locked
What
means.
does it mean? What does it mean?
It means the moon, the face of the moon is always locked towards us because of the
Yeah, and
gravitational
why?
pull of Earth.
Why? Oh, because it's orbiting and rotating in the same amount of time, right?
Yes, and it's
So
doing that
exactly
because
what you fucking said, right?
yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. So don't tell me I'm putting words in your mouth, or else you're not talking here again.
That's not what I was.
Okay. Who else is here?
Sort of confused as to why we were even talking about that. That sort of like, how does that define the nature of the surface of the Earth?
It doesn't. We were at Eratosthenes with the trying to figure out how they figured out it was round in the first place, and it's just jump to conclusion, you know how we do, you know how the Clovers do that. They won't stick on one thing and they jump in the rabbit hole.
All right, how do we always end up in the sky? It's weird.
Yeah, what a slimy little obfuscator. I said tidally locked just to save some words, because that's what he was describing, that it rotates and it orbits in the same amount of time, so you actually don't see it spinning on its axis. And it goes after some complete red herring. So, back to the point, you don't actually see it spinning on its axis like you say it does. So, why do you think it does that?
The same theory you just suggested. Being
That
tidally
just means
locked.
you don't observe it, so why do you think that it's happening? I know you got a just so story, but do you have evidence for it?
Based on things that we can observe outside of just observing that.
Like?
The tides.
The tides, dude.
Yes.
Give me a citation for that. Give me a
Whenever the
citation
moon-
for observing the tides telling you that the moon is orbiting and spinning, even though
Yeah,
it doesn't
sure, I
look
can
like
do
it's
that for
spinning.
you.
Yeah, let's do it. The tides. You know that's not what tidally locked means, right?
We're talking about something differently. It has the same word, but it's not the same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I
I
know.
think you fucked up and you said
Yeah.
it was spinning on its axis, and then you realised that that's full retarded.
No,
The
that's
main
not what I'm
thing
doing.
here is
This
how
NASA website explains what tides are, and it explains how tides move over time based
No,
on
that's
the
not what I'm looking
moon
for.
revolving
Okay.
around the Earth.
Yeah, I'm just going to stop you. That's not what I'm looking for. Start again. I need proof or evidence, at least. that the moon
Can
is in
you
fact spinning
explain
on
to
its
me?
axis. I got your just so story for why it doesn't look like it is, but yet you still say that it is. Now I just need the evidence for what you say is going on. I don't think you're going to find it in the tides.
And then remind him to go back and still figure out how we got circumference or round or circle from anything when we're just trying to figure it out. Like in a set basis, a set basis, you and I would be like, hey man, what are we on? We're not going to just infer a whole bunch of dog shit. Like we could be on a pile of poop. No, it could be a butterfly, turtles and doves. No, that's not what you do. You try to find out like what the measurement of the thing you're on is, like the water surface. You don't say we can't tell what it's doing, therefore it's a globe. That doesn't make any sense. And you can't say I'm looking 50 miles away from me, therefore globe. That's the dumbest shit.
It's so
Heretic,
bad
have
that
you
he's
clicked on the
gone.
link that I provided?
Yeah, it's so bad that he's gone that there's globes all in the sky. Everything in the sky is a globe. So what I'm standing on that I'm looking away from must be a globe too. But now he's struggling to even prove that that stuff in the sky is a globe, let alone the thing he's actually trying to prove is a globe while he's looking away from it. It's looking bad for you, birdies.
Oh, you want me to prove that the moon is a globe?
Well, the whole point of even bringing up the globe, so-called, according to you, in the sky, was just to try to infer that the ground is one of those. You're nowhere near it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could prove that the moon is an orb. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, we're looking for your evidence that the Earth has a circumference and all of that in the first place.
Well, yeah.
Did you
exactly.
click
We're
on the
just
link
looking
that I
at-
sent you, yes or no? And the answer is no. I already know
No.
because you didn't read it.
You need to give the idea or information or the cause that you came to the idea that you're standing on a sphere when
Yeah,
there's
sure.
no
I
spheres
can
that
summarize it for you.
Yeah, on the earth. Don't listen. We don't want to hear about stars. We don't want to hear about the sun or the moon. We want to know how you measured the water while it was at rest to drop away from a horizontal at least 8 inches after a mile. Then we can start to say, hey, this
That's not
seems
what we're
like
talking about.
no, this is the only thing we're talking about, buddy. This is
According to
the
you,
exact
I mean,
thing.
No, that's what
sure,
we're
we can
talking
talk
about.
about that if you want.
That's what we're
That's
talking
not
about.
what we were on
That's
before.
your
Then.
ball, dude. It's covered in water. It's got curving water all over its surface. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay. We're
This
back
is
on
a
this.
flat Earth server, by the way. This is a flat Earth
I know
server.
this is a flat Earth server. I thought we were going to talk about something else.
different.
Yeah, this is totally different than what we
Okay,
were talking about
dummies,
before.
I'll just get you back to the point. We want your evidence that it's a ball in the first place. He gave us Eratosthenes, but he just assumed it. He just said, it's a ball, now let's figure out how big it is. How does anybody know it is one? Got it? Get back to baseline
You guys
now?
actually brought off Eratosthenes. It wasn't me. And I wasn't using that as proof. I was using.
No, you
I
brought
was
him up.
literally
You
just
said
explaining
Eratosthenes.
how we
You said
knew the circumference of
Eratosthenes.
the
You said
Earth.
some stupid thing instead of Eratosthenes. You only just read
On
the
a different
word for
note.
like the first or second time.
I can prove it to you now.
Yep.
Prove what?
If
That water
obviously
curves
you're
from a
too lazy to
horizontal-
click on the representation that I sent you before.
Water.
Okay, prove
Water,
what? What are you
stop
going to be
talking
proving,
to-
first of all?
Yeah, why are you talking like Chat GPT, brother? We can go get. We can type. We can hear fucking radio. It can read. The narrator can read to us. We don't need to hear you read to us. We
You
need to
guys
see
are
the
giving him
proof.
like 3 topics at the same time. Just choose
No,
one.
it's water. Hold on, brother.
Like seriously.
Hold on.
Just
Can you
choose
hear
one.
me?
Yeah, we
Can you
should
hear
probably
me?
choose one.
Get your crayons out, both of you. Write down. Prove water curves from a horizontal line while it's at rest. Write that down. That's what we're on. Stick to
You
that.
should write it down. You're the one giving 3 different topics.
That would be good evidence.
Wait,
for
have you ever been in a
Eratosthenes.
plane over the ocean?
Your crayons.
So that would be good evidence for Eratosthenes. What he's asking you for, that would be good evidence that it is a ball. Then you can go ahead and do Eratosthenes and figure out the size of it. So yeah, it's all tied together. I don't know why you guys are so slow in the uptake, but we're obviously asking you for the same thing, evidence it's a ball.
Yeah, I
Water
was getting
curving.
to the evidence of the ball. If you want to interrupt me, just interrupt me. I would really appreciate it if we treated
Don't need
this
your
as a
permission
civil
for that.
conversation.
I don't really care what you'd appreciate. What I'd appreciate is evidence it's a ball. Still waiting.
All right. So I'm going to ask a question. I want your honest answer. And I'm not trying to start a debate. I'm just curious on what you think.
A
I've been
question
in a
is
plane
a proof
before,
of water
and
curving.
inside of the plane, I could see a mild curve to the Earth. Nothing
Airplane.
significant, Just a very, very small
Wait,
curve.
hold on.
What explains that phenomenon?
Stop. You said on a plane?
Yeah,
Not even the Glovers
nothing
are
major.
cooking
Nothing
it.
major.
You
Now
can't
he's
see any.
done it.
Hey, hold on. You can't see any curvature on a plane, dude.
Dead ass.
No, you can't.
Deadass.
I've been
Bro,
up
can you
there.
just
I've
answer the
recorded, I've
question?
took
He's not
images,
trying to
I've
start a
took photos.
debate. Just answer the
You can't.
question.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on. Stop. You
no.
too, man. I know what you're talking about.
Even now, you even got the Glovers going against you. Good job.
You can't see any curvature on a plane whatsoever.
None at all.
None at
Not even on an
35,000 feet.
ISS.
None at 40,000 feet. You can't see any curvature at that height. Okay.
Not even at 100 or 200 miles, brother. So stop the cap.
What I'm thinking that would be is yeah, maybe the mirror, the window thing on my plane seat was curved, like it was concave or something like that. And when I looked at it, the
You
things
have
out
a
there would be curved
circular
as well.
window, but trust me, dude, if you zoom in with any camera, you're not seeing any curvature.
All
There's-
right,
It doesn't.
I get what you mean. Yeah, that's totally true. It was probably just a window refracting the light weird. He's right.
Okay, so that's why we're asking you politely to go down on the surface of the earth where we fucking all live, where we all stand here. We can measure buildings, we can measure backyards, we can go for fucking we cement the whole earth, brother. Listen to this. If you're telling me you can't go in your backyard and find a portion of water at rest, curve down while your buddy's 1 mile away from you, from a horizontal somehow, something's wrong here, because you can do it with dirt, you can do it with your house, you can do it with every material in the world, but you guys are saying you can't do it with water when it's the very thing that's 73% of the surface that you're supposed to be doing it with. Now, if you say the earth is 73% surface water and water can only be horizontal, where the fuck does your ball begin with a 73% horizontal line and only 20% of a fucking piece of left of dirt or water?
Nobody's saying that. I've never said
So
that
what
in
are
my
you
life.
saying?
I am certainly not saying that
You
all
understand?
water on Earth is flat and everything else is curved.
Show us where it's not. That's what I'm asking you. Real water in your aquarium at home. Show us when it's not perfectly horizontal from left to right, following that horizontal line all the way across the top. You show me that, and fucking we'll shut the channel down. I mean, I'll fucking plead for it. If you show me water dropping from one side of your tank or your bathtub or something that the water's sitting still to follow the curve of this imaginary fucking earth, I'll kiss your ass, and I'm sure they'll shut this channel down.
How big is a fish tank?
You're 1 mile away from your buddy. You're 1 mile away from your
Answer
buddy.
the
That
question,
means it's supposed to
please.
be.
We're not changing the topic. How big
No,
is a fish
you're
tank?
1 mile. Listen, dude, stop. You're 1 mile away, 1.22 miles away from your buddy. That means that aquarium that you sit down on the ground is supposed to curve from one end to the other end, 8 inches, and not touch the other side across horizontally. Not supposed to do that. That's what you guys are supposed to show
If
on
the
the fucking
aquarium
earth.
is a mile long, yes, but it's not a sudden
No,
8-inch drop
no,
off.
No, the Earth's curve is a mile long. The aquarium is going to be set at the end of it, and the aquarium is going to show the very edge of that fucking curve, the 8-inch difference from the horizontal line to the bottom of your fucking water cage. And I want to know why you got water in a cage to begin with. If you think gravity's fucking holding it, why do you need a
You know,
fucking
I can
wall?
see why you're so confused.
No, I see why you're confused. Why do you need
So,
walls on your
if
water?
a fish tank
If
is
gravity holds
positioned
it.
a mile away from us, the 8-inch curve isn't going to affect us because the fish tank's at like at
There
most
isn't
like
no curve.
2 feet, right?
You need a
The
container for
fish
the
tank.
fucking water, dude. You need a container for the
I know the
period.
fish tank is like, hey, if you're gonna interrupt me, just come on, man. You're better than
Yeah,
that. You
I'm
know you're better
asking you
than
why
that.
you need the fish tank, brother. You're not listening.
You're
We're
telling
asking
us
why we need the
stories,
fish
dude.
tank.
Yeah, why would you need a container to take your water for your water to show you a curve? What do you
Because
understand
you
what I'm
brought it
saying?
up.
No, listen to what I'm saying, brother.
Because this was the
If
example that you brought up.
I know, listen. If water curves like a hill in your backyard and you don't got no wall on the hill in your backyard and it's held there in a spherical fashion, it's firmly held in a spherical fashion, the hill of dirt in your backyard that you want to believe is the curve of Earth, right?
The hill in my
Now,
backyard
you
is not
gotta,
the curve of Earth. I never said
yes,
that.
it is.
No,
Why
it's
wouldn't
not.
it be? So the
Because it is
curve in
too
your
small.
backyard
It is
isn't a
merely
Bro,
a
you're
curve.
putting
hill.
words in his mouth. He never said that, bro.
Listen to what you guys are saying. You're saying that microscopic hill to the big ass Earth isn't a curve. Could you get the globe out and show
It
me
is
where
a
that
curve
hill
on the
is?
Earth,
A
but
hill
it is not
doesn't
a curve
curve
to
8
the
inches
Earth.
per mile. What are you talking about?
Hey,
8 inches
listen,
per mile is
listen, guys.
massively small.
Guys, I know you want to keep conflating fucking ignorance with stupidity. Get the
What?
globe out of your classroom. Show me how fucking big that hill is in your backyard compared to Earth curve. Show me the difference real quick. And when you can't and you
It's
don't know what the
so
fuck you're talking
small
about,
that we can't even see it.
you stupid
This is
son of a bitch.
completely unrelated, bro.
Yeah, it's so
No,
small that we can't
it's
see it,
totally
which proves our
related.
point, not yours.
A hill
No,
is much more
it's my
exaggerated
point.
than the curve of the Earth. It's extremely out of bounds.
How is a hill more
It is a curve
exaggerated
on
than a
Earth, but
hill?
it is not the curve of Earth.
A hill
This
of
is
water,
so
sir.
intuitive.
You
That's
guys are
the
not making
equivalent
no
of comparing
fucking
a bump
sense.
on the ground to Mount Everest. Like you're not making any
Yeah,
sense.
that's you're
So
not
a
making
Hold
any
on,
water,
sense, man.
wait. Demok,
or,
hold on. We're talking 8 inches is the first mile, man.
right,
It's
right.
square.
Yeah, and then it goes
So
64
let's
inches, and then it goes 64 square inches. I get what you
Name
mean.
one
Yeah,
mile.
Then it
Name
gets to be
one hill or
thousands of
mountain that
miles
you know
high,
that curves 8
dumbasses.
inches per mile. Name one. Name
8
one.
inches. It's they're gonna say it's something like, oh, it's actually miles squared, even though it doesn't really make that
Name
much of a
one.
difference.
Name one hill or mountain you know that curves 8 inches per mile. I would love to hear. I promise you right now, you name
A
one
mile.
hill or mountain. I promise you I'll be a flat earther today.
It's
Name
the mile
one.
that it's the
No,
mile that
you
gets
guys are
it's the
supposed to find
mile
the one
that
that matches
Name
the
one
curve.
Vpris,
mountain
they're
or
gonna
hill.
pick
Just
they're
name
gonna
one.
pick at the
Christ.
fact that
It's
you're
the
not saying
mile.
miles
Just
Hello.
squared
name one,
forever.
bro.
They did that
Hold
to
on.
me last time.
What you
No.
guys
I
are
just want to
doing
hear
is
this. Name
arguing
one. I'm just
against
asking a
gravity.
question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
name
you're
a
arguing
single
against
mile.
gravity. You're saying gravity didn't make your Earth into
Bro,
a.
no one said anything about gravity. Just name
Stop
one
putting
mountain or
words
hill.
in our
Shut the fuck
mouths.
up
Name
while
one
I'm
mountain or
talking.
hill. No
Dog
one
mouth.
said anything about gravity. You're
Hey,
dead ass
hey,
just
dog
putting words in
food.
people's mouth.
Dog
No one
food.
said anything
Shut
about
up.
gravity, bro. You're
Yeah, you
making this
did.
up.
Yeah, you did,
When?
retard.
When?
'Cause
Bro,
you're too dumb
someone in
to
the chat
understand
name one
it.
time I said gravity other than when he
You dumb
mentioned it.
motherfucking idiot.
I've
Your
been
whole
on mute this
ball is
entire
made by
time. You're
gravity.
stupid. You're
Your globe
dumb.
is
I've
made
been on
by
mute almost
gravity.
this entire time. You're
Your
stupid, bro.
Nice,
fucking
guys.
You are stupid. I have never said gravity before you did. You are dumb. I've been on mute this entire time about. And everyone in this chat knows it and can attest to it. I have been on mute almost this entire time. You are stupid. Stop lying, bro. Stop lying.
I wouldn't let that slide.
Flat earther, glober, whatever you are.
How
It doesn't
the
matter
fuck
what
do
you are.
you? So
It
you're
doesn't matter
saying
what
the
anyone
Earth?
is. Everyone can say
You
you've been
stupid
lying.
little
You've
cunt,
been
bitch.
lying.
Shut the fuck up, you
Doesn't
jabbermouth
matter what you
motherfucker.
are. You
Yeah,
can
shut
keep
up,
saying all the
retard.
insults you want, but
You
you know
just
you're
told us
lying, bro.
the Earth doesn't curve at all, ever, and you
What
can't
are you
find it,
talking
you
about?
stupid
You
bitch.
just said that the Earth curved in your backyard. What are you talking
No,
about?
he
No.
said it doesn't. No, bitch. I said
No, you
where
just
does
said it
it?
curved in your
What are you
backyard.
talking about?
You fucking retarded idiot motherfuckers. The
Bro,
Earth is
I
supposed
said
to
name
curve.
You know, it doesn't
one
matter how many
mountain or
slurs
hill
you
that
throw into
curves
your
Shut the
8
argument.
fuck
inches
up.
per
Are you
mile.
talking to each other in a fucking chamber, you queers?
You're not
Shut up.
answering the question. You're
Dude,
still
Shut
not
up,
answering the
fucking
queer or
question,
loser.
not,
bro.
I'll make you fucking
Get
bite
out
the
of your
curb.
fucking
Don't talk to
booth,
me
or
like
you're in
that
a
again.
photo booth, both
All
of
right,
Bro,
you're
you.
why are you
half a
so
man.
upset, bro?
You
I mean,
fucking
it's okay.
retards. Get out of
We know you
grandma's
were
basement.
lying.
Shut
It's
up.
okay. We know you
How
were
can you
lying.
hear me when you're talking to each other?
Guys,
It's
enough,
okay,
man.
bro.
Fuck.
Dude,
Chill.
can you
Move.
please get
Stop.
the dick
Chill.
out of your ass?
They won't
Thank
shut
you.
up.
Oh
Stop.
my god.
Stop. Everyone, please. Fuck. Get it back on track. Otherwise, everyone's getting muted.
Earth is supposed to curve at 8 inches per mile squared. That means dirt and water. I don't know where these gentlemen went to school. Please do not talk over me. I'll be done in a second. And then you can
Okay.
giggle all you want. You guys just claimed I can't find where a dirt hill can follow the Earth's curve. I agree with you. I'm a flat earther. That's the whole problem. I can't find water do it either. So you tell me when you can find something that matches Earth's curve, then we'll be on a fucking globe.
That's literally the question I just asked you, and yet you're putting it back on us.
So
I'm not
where's
saying I'm a
Earth's
flat
curve?
earth or anything, but you're
So
literally
where's
Can I
Earth's
speak
completely
real
curve?
quick?
defecting the
Can I
question.
speak real quick? I'm not trying to interrupt you, bro.
Nah,
All right.
you're fine, bro.
So all of these metrics, they're relative to sea level. And someone brought this up in chat. Two things can technically follow the Earth's curve, right? But because they're at relative distances that are different to sea level, it's not as noticeable. It's like if you're on the top of a
No.
hill, right? and you're
No.
looking at another hill that's
He didn't
taller than
interrupt
you,
you. Let him finish. Let him finish. No one
right?
interrupted you. Let him
If you're
finish.
looking at another hill that's taller than you are, and then you say, "Well, that one's taller than me," and according to this, it shouldn't be because the Earth curves. That's illogical, as it's relatively, while it is following the equation that we're talking about, the equation doesn't impact it to the point where it would be lower than you are.
We're not talking about equations. We're talking about, does
Yes,
water
we are.
curve down from a horizontal line
Mile squared
physically?
times 8 inches
The
is the equation that we're
listen,
talking about. It
we're,
is an
we're talking
equation.
about water. Hold on, don't talk over me, remember? We're talking about the physical attribute of fucking water, the stuff you drink down your throat. We're not talking about numbers in your mind. Now, if you have a side view of the boat going down below or over a hill, hump, a curve of fucking water somewhere, we'd be glad to watch your video. Unless you got horizontal lines cutting everything off. That wouldn't be the
Okay.
case, would it?
Mile squared times 8 inches. Right?
Where's the water doing it?
Where's the water doing it?
Yeah,
We can
show us
see
in
it.
the horizon where
But
it's
the
curved.
hardest part about looking at water doing that is that water is reflective.
So you don't
Not only
measure
that, but
water curving. So
you can't
so
use
no
a
one can
surface.
measure Earth curve. Hey dude, hold on a minute.
No,
So
I'll
none
wait.
of
I'll
you
wait.
can
I'll wait.
measure
My
Earth
bad.
curve, right? Yeah, it's your turn now. Can you measure Earth curve since no one can see it, feel it, touch it, taste it, or doesn't match anything anywhere?
Okay, so I'm gonna
Yes.
go ahead and put down the whole measuring the surface of the water thing. You can't measure. You can't use the okay, hold on. You can't use the surface of water to make an accurate representation of curvature because the surface of the water is affected by the depth of the water and what moves in the depth of the water. So, for example, if a submarine is floating through the water 10 feet under the water, it's likely that, well, the top of the submarine is obviously going to show. So I'm going to use a deeper depth. Let's say it's something more like 30 or 40 feet. Then the top of the water is obviously going to move because of what's being affected through the depth of the water. The depth of the water also composes how the top looks, and water fills its container. It only makes the most sense.
Does that water curve that submarine's in, do you believe?
Does the water curve that the submarine's in? What are you suggesting?
I'm asking you, do you live on a ball with curved water? Does the submarine on our curved Earth in your imagination, does the water curve?
Does the water? I mean, it curves. It's barely noticeable. Like he said, it's 8 inches per mile. I mean, if you're asking it curves while the submarine is directly under it in that one spot. I mean, I highly doubt that. But I mean, over the span of a mile, yes. Like it
So,
doesn't just curve because the submarine is necessarily in it. If you're just asking, yeah, the Earth curves because the submarine. No, that's no.
so when the submarine goes for 2 miles horizontally and it's only 8 inches underwater, can you tell me when the motherfucker pops out of the curve?
He
Or are
doesn't
you going to
pop
be
out of the
broke
curve
down?
because of Earth's gravity.
Dude,
A submarine is at most 100 feet long.
how does the
Yeah,
submarine
and the
work?
100
submarine
feet is
can't be under the.
1/58th
You're
of
saying
a
a submarine
mile.
can't swim through
Not
water
only
now.
that,
A
it's
submarine is
unrealistic for
1/58th of a
bro.
mile.
It's
Brother,
unrealistic for a
1/58th of
submarine to only
8
be 8 inches under
inches
the water. It's
Can you
completely
please
is 8
unrealistic for that to
58ths,
happen.
which is a seventh of an inch, which is so
Hold on now.
small that
Why are
you
you
can
guys
probably compare
crying?
it to your
Why are you
penis.
guys crying about
It's
no
not
curve
that
now?
much.
What's not
I'm not
that much?
crying about no curve. I'm saying it's unrealistic for a submarine to be 8 inches under the water, considering that
One
the
side of the earth
smallest
is
submarines are like 10
12,000
feet
miles.
tall.
You're supposed to have 24,000 miles of curved water, stupid. Not 10 feet, not 1 inch. Listen to me, dude. If you
You
brought up
literally
the
just
depth
said a submarine could be 8 inches underwater, and you're saying
and
I'm
go
unrealistic.
horizontally
What are
and
you
pop
talking
out the
about?
curve, stupid. Yeah, just like a fucking needle through a curve of an orange. That's exactly what would happen with a sphere. If I've got a sphere of jello, I put the little submarine down 8 inches under the surface, go forward, and it would pop out just like the globe. Motherfucker,
Okay,
that would
bro.
prove your
Right.
globe. Now,
Gravity
if
doesn't
you can do
exist,
that,
so then
stupid,
time
no,
doesn't
not
either.
magic words, we're in
So
water.
tell me, do you use a clock?
It's
Do
a
you use a clock?
submarine,
Because if
stupid
gravity doesn't exist,
motherfucker.
time doesn't either. Do you use a clock? Do you have a clock
So,
in your home, sir?
can you
Do
pop
you have
the
a clock in your
submarine
home?
out? We're looking for
Because you're
the proof
completely
that Earth
disacknowledging the
has
existence of
a hill
gravity.
of water. We're trying to pop out the
Hey,
hill of water, boys. The 70,000-foot hill, the 20-foot hill, the mile-high hill of water you're claiming exists between you and a fucking boat. Now, if you can't
Bro
put the
just acts like you can
submarine,
go in a straight line without anything happening. Like I
so
didn't
if
just
you
tell him that gravity
so
exists.
submarines can't go in a straight line now. Isn't this fucking crazy? What weirdos?
You compared a submarine to peeling an orange. I don't think it gets any more
No, I
unrealistic.
compared
I
the
think you can stop
submarine to
talking
sticking the
now.
tip out of your 8 inches of water. It should, if you live on a ball. Just like if you have a straight horizontal stick, like a ruler. Yeah, and
You're
I'm
still
swimming.
not getting
I'm a
it,
little guy
bro.
swimming
Oh my.
through the water. There's 40 foot of water here, real thick water curving that way. It's curving. It's a big wall of 40-foot water
Straight
curving
lines
that
don't
way.
make an accurate
Now
representation
I'm
of
swimming
something that is
under.
clearly
I'm
afflicted by
swimming.
force. Gravity is
You
a
can draw what
force.
I'm talking about. You can draw what I'm talking about. Fuck your imagination. Listen, so you can swim
Of course,
horizontally
because your
as a
mind is so
wheel
simplistic, it can't
under
comprehend
out.
anything more than a stick figure drawing.
So how do you
Like,
prove your point? How would you prove your point?
I've already
How do you
corrected you
prove
numerous
water curves
times.
without
Gravity
anything
creates
sticking
the
out of it?
curvature. You can't have a straight
No,
line, bro.
no, catchphrase Jones.
You use a
Saying
straight line that
retarded
represents
words don't help
7,000
you.
miles of the Earth's diameter. It doesn't
No,
work that way.
you just saying a word did not fucking stop a submarine
All
from
right, bro.
going horizontal. You dumb bastard.
Okay, bro. Right, because the Earth's
Okay,
curve is a mountain in
retard.
our backyard. Right.
Yeah, now we can't swim, guys. Gravity
Right.
stops us from
Real
moving
smart.
forward through water now.
Hey,
This
guys, I want to
fucking
let you
can't
know
go
the hill
forward
in
in
your
a
backyard
submarine.
represents Earth's curvature, according to this
Yeah,
guy.
yeah,
Take a look at
submarines
it,
don't
bro.
work on a ball now. Can't go
Oh, yeah,
forward. Can't
by the
go
way, I
forward.
meant to say a submarine can go 8 inches under the
How can
water,
a submarine leave the
because
dock, bitch? How
totally,
does it
you
leave
know,
the
a
8 inch
5 foot
dock?
person could fit in an 8 inch submarine,
How is the
totally
submarine
realistic.
leaving the dock horizontally, dumb fuck?
Yeah. Okay, bro. Hey, SGT, can you turn your
Submarines
mic up,
can't
bro?
leave
Because
the
I can't
dock.
hear
The
you.
earth's
I'm
full
dead
of money
serious.
water. Don't stand on that
Roger.
submarine, guy. While it's floating, the fucking gravity's going to pull you in the sub under. You're not going to be able to float horizontally. You're not going to be able to do that. Where the fuck did this dude get his crazy idea?
Crazy idea is crazy for someone who said that the hill in your
Yeah,
backyard is the Earth's curvature.
yeah.
You
You know
sound
what you
really
can do with
educated,
the hill in
buddy.
your backyard? You can dig
Yeah.
underneath it,
Keep putting
and you
words
can
into
stick
people's
your,
mouth.
you can
Keep
stick your
putting words into
drill
people's
out
mouths, bro.
sideways
Someone
horizontally,
almost had to shut us
and
all
your
up
drill
because you
will
wouldn't
come
stop
out.
lying.
Your
Keep
drill
putting
will
words in
come out
people's
the
mouth,
surface
bro.
of that dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can stick the
Yeah.
drill in 33
Yeah.
degrees and it'll come out the
You're
surface.
impossible to have a conversation with, much less.
No, you're talking to yourself, idiot. If you take a drill and stick down the drill bit into a surface of dirt, the drill at a diagonal degree will go out the surface to the side of the other hill, proving it's a hill. It'll come out. It'll show its curve. You'll see the rate. You can measure it. You can see the horizontal drill bit pops out of the curve where a piece of the horizontal piece sticks out and the rest of horizontal sticks in. And then that's your reference frame and you see the curve be itself. Now, if you have that, that would be cool.
You done, bro?
Sergeant Larson. Mute.
Sergeant, we can't hear you. Please turn your mic up.
Oh,
Dead serious.
I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be muted. I apologize. Came off
Oh,
mute. I'm
okay.
sorry.
Oh, so was there something in your background playing? Because it sounded like you were talking, but we couldn't hear you.
No, he was hot micing. There was something in the background.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was watching something on my phone. My bad, guys.
Yeah, now balloons don't fly, submarines can't go forward at all because horizontal. They just have to wreck into the fucking bottom of the ocean. So if you got a 8 inch lake and your whole lake's 8 inches and it's 20 mile long, don't take your submarine in there because it won't be able to do nothing but smash into the bottom like every boat. It's just going to smash with Earth's gravity. It won't be able to go forward, you guys, because this fucking guy said so. Because magic words. When have you ever seen a boat not be able to travel in 8 inches of water or a canoe because gravity stopped it and pulled it downward instead of letting it go horizontally forward? Are you nuttier than a pet coon? And stop talking about water that's not fucking at rest when clearly at the beginning of this conversation I said water at rest, like in your aquarium at home when it's sitting still. That's the water you need to be sitting at a curve. Go ahead.
What?
Hey, the mic, mega big ama.
What?
I hear something about gravity stopping a boat from going horizontal.
Yeah, that's what the dude said. He said if I put a submarine in 8 inches of water, and if it's 3 miles of water going that way, that the submarine will never be able to make it, or no floating object will ever be able to make it to the other side because gravity's going to make it smash right down into the sand. Has to. I'd love to see this shit.
No way.
Well, that would, on the globe, it would require, to go in a straight line, as you're describing, it would require a change in direction. I mean, that sounds really weird that to go in a straight line, you have to change direction, because I would have swore that going in a straight line means not changing direction, not
Correct.
deviating. So it's a
Not
bit weird, but
increasing.
anyway.
Yeah, when they go horizontally, they can't increase in elevation. They can't get to space. And that's supposed to be the only way they're supposed to go to space is horizontal. And it's awful funny that if the only way to space is horizontal, why do helium balloons not go that direction? Helium balloons will not go that way to space. That's proving not a globe.
What? How do helium balloons disprove a globe?
Because helium balloons are like air bubbles underwater. Have you ever released an air bubble at the bottom of the ocean and it went any other way than up on flat Earth? On flat Earth, you have vertically up. That's the same everywhere for everybody, no matter what city, country, state, whatever. Just like if on flat Earth, if I said I got a 5-foot line on the wall that's horizontal, that's the same for me, you, and everybody on flat Earth. That's the same 5 foot. If we all woke up and put a 5-foot line on the wall, it would all match if we drew them together on flat Earth. On a globe, not the case. So if I drew my horizontal line on the wall for a flat Earth, where would you start putting your globe dots to show your 5-foot elevation for a globe? What the fuck does a globe 5-foot in elevation look like? And it can't look like a flat Earth one. Do you guys all understand this with your high school education?
Wait.
That an arc line cannot match a horizontal. Yeah, wait a minute's ass. In physics class, we have a sphere and we have a horizontal line. Two of these things will not be confused with each other. Not in my class. So if you want to show, hold on, brother, I got a horizontal line that represents flat Earth. Now it can represent your globe for only this 1 foot of a horizontal line. Now you have to show me where the rest of your 5 foot is on your fucking globe, because we all know where the 5 foot is on the flat Earth that's going to match up to that horizontal line. Now you guys have to be able to put right on the fucking wall physically where your globe curves away. Show us the math and the fucking dots physically and how you would get the math. Put what you're calculating on the wall.
Calm yourself down. You're on to nothing. You're really good at word salad and saying a bunch
You're
of things.
good at, yeah. So where's your curve?
You
Where's the Earth 5 foot?
Slow down, D-Mock, because you're not going to be able to do this.
No, we're looking for the Earth's 5 foot.
So
yeah, you're not going to do nothing but blow hot air out
on
of
the
that.
Earth. You're supposed to be falling off the Earth.
Hey, draw the fucking curve. No, we got a horizontal line. I got a flat Earth horizontal 5 foot. Where's
pretty
your
horizontal? Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, said no
Here,
globe.
let me show you something. Let's see if you're able to follow along. Is this a
Let's see if
straight
you're
line
able
in
to
the chat?
draw your curve that you can calculate out of fucking nowhere in thin air. You're
Mr.
calculating a
D-Mock, is
curve
this
that
a
don't
straight
exist.
line? Mr. D-Mock, is this a
A
straight line?
curve isn't. A curve isn't.
Great. Is this a straight line in the chat?
It's a curve.
It's a curve.
A horizontal line is a straight line.
Great.
Go get a ruler.
So this is not a straight line.
A ruler is a straight line.
Great. So in the chat, this is not a straight line.
Straight's a ruler, retard. I ain't playing fucking dumb
So
shit,
in the chat, it's not a straight line in the chat, or is this a straight line?
3-year-old. I have a 5 foot fucking line on the wall.
So you struggle with focus. You have a lack of focus.
You're the dumb fuck that struggles with the first
You're the dumb fuck that can't answer a very simple question.
Are you vaccinated?
You see, every single time you ask D-Mock to follow along with something and not just spew shit out his mouth, he can't do that.
Yeah. I asked you for globe elevation, retard. You keep talking about
slow down.
nonsense.
You said a whole bunch of nonsense that I want to touch
Why you
upon.
running? Don't run from the
I'm
dots.
not
You got
running.
to put on the
I'm not
wall.
running at all.
Physical
Like, surely
dots.
you're capable of answering a very
Physical
simple
dots,
question.
retard. Physical
Yeah.
dots are what we need.
You're projecting. You're projecting
I'm
your
not projecting
intelligence
what you
that is
didn't put on
very
the wall.
low to me, which
You
is just not the case. Okay.
you didn't
So
put
is
any
this a straight
physical
line?
dots. You didn't put any dots on the wall. We're waiting for your
Okay,
globe
beautiful.
elevation,
So
retard.
in the chat, is this a straight line?
No globe elevation. Welcome to Flat
Great.
Earth.
So see, he just loves to spew his nonsense. He can't have an intellectual
Hey,
discussion.
I have
He's not
no
capable of it.
problem. My Flat Earth horizontal is not afraid of showing itself everywhere. Why the
Great.
fuck is
So
your
is that a
globe
horizontal
elevation
line in the
afraid?
chat?
Why is your globe elevation afraid of showing
Wait,
itself,
so
brother?
is that a horizontal line in the chat?
We're looking for a curve
Is
of
that a
Earth.
horizontal line in the chat?
We're not looking for flat Earth proof. We're looking for horizontal.
So apparently he knows what horizontal is, but he can't tell me whether or not that's a horizontal straight line in the chat.
Brother, I
Any
want to
flat
know if
earther
you
want
know
to
what
take
a
that up?
curve is. So you don't know what a curve is, right? All you know about horizontals.
Yeah,
Welcome to
I don't
Flat
know
Earth,
what a curve
retard.
is, but you can't tell me
No,
what's
you won't
a
show us.
horizontal is, right?
Brother, that's what we started this with, you fucking gimp
Great,
bitch.
great. So is that a
You
straight line in
not
the
being
chat?
able to know what a curve is from a
Is the
horizontal.
line in the chat curved or straight?
You don't know. Why are you
I'm
asking
waiting for the
people?
answer.
Why would you
You
not
see,
know this?
he's incapable. He's incapable. I'm telling you, he's incapable of having a discussion.
Brother, I don't need help figuring shit out like that. You're weird.
No, you
You're
do
fucking
need
weird.
help. You definitely need
I
help.
need help
So is
finding
that
the
a straight
curve
line in the chat?
elevation. Elevation on a globe is what I need help with. Can
Is
you
he just
show me,
spewing?
bitch?
He's just spewing whatever they say.
You're
He's spewing
running
the
from
script.
no globe elevation. All they can prove is
Great.
flat Earth elevation right
Yes.
now,
Yes.
live.
You're correct.
All you
Is that
can
a
prove
straight
is
line in the
flat Earth
chat?
elevation.
Is it a straight line, Matt?
I'm asking you. Maybe Jenna here, Jenna.
You're
Maybe you
wondering
can
what
answer.
you're
Does that look like a
saying.
straight line or a curved line to you? You see?
It
We just need to
actually,
see the
here's the crazy thing, right? So, like, I've got the drop down for like to mute and unmute myself, and as it fractures the line, I'm probably going to be terrible at explaining what I'm seeing, right? But as it overlays
Yeah.
and it fractures the lines, what I'm seeing, I'm actually seeing this line looks like kind of curved. Could be an optical
Yeah.
illusion.
No, it is.
But when I'm looking at the whole thing without something in front of it, it looks like a straight line, right? Like if I'm being intellectually
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah. No, thanks for the honesty. So, if I zoom in even further, I didn't even zoom in that deep into the line or into the circle. It's a circle on a graph. But if you zoom in even more, you notice that this really looks really straight. Like on the surface of it, you'd think it's just flat, but it's actually a circle
But
if I zoom in.
here's the thing, right? I've got my drop down again because I just unmuted myself, and that drop down overlaid in front of the graph, I can see it curving. That's what
Yeah.
trips me out. That shit trips me out
It's
because
not even that. Like,
I
yeah,
do
yeah,
see it curving, right? And then when
yeah.
I pull up the drop down menu, and I'm just looking at the whole graph, like I said, it doesn't look like it's curving, but I can tell that it is curving. That's the
Yeah.
trippy part.
And that's like you. I mean, I think that would be comparable to you being like miles upon miles above the surface of the earth. I mean, that's not even that zoomed in. Like you on the surface of that thing, you think you're on a flat horizontal surface. And as long as you have gravity, you won't think that you're falling off of anything. You'll be just fine. You'll think it's flat.
Right. Like, and I'm hearing you, and I'm understanding. Right. I see where you're coming from. However, the issue that we have is that
You muted
from
yourself.
God damn it, sorry. From a 1 foot observation height, right? For a globe Earth of its proportions, right, of its dimensions, if they're of a 59 mile radius, well, how far should you see out to that geometric horizon from a 1 foot observation height for your globe? That's at the beach, right? Like let's be real here.
So there's an issue, right? The issue is, I mean, I was talking to Gregory about this because I think he understands, but he's just not going to concede to it. Is the fact that you can have a geometric horizon and an apparent horizon. Like he admitted to that, he conceded to that. He said that that's logically sound. You can have a sphere, and you can also have refraction. So the thing is, you're always going to be looking at the apparent horizon
Well,
because light is bending. That's the thing.
well,
So I get that you guys try to falsify the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would be the Earth's radius. You guys do try to falsify that, but the issue is when you guys go out and try to falsify that, you're falsifying it by using the apparent horizon, which is not the geometric horizon. So you're always looking at the apparent horizon.
no. Whoa. We're actually doing these observations, right? We're like, okay, if it is geometric, right? If the ball is geometric, a sphere is a geometric shape, okay?
Yep.
Then a sphere Earth with a 3959 radius, or it's about like a 7,000 fucking some odd mile diameter and a circumference of nearly fucking 25,000 miles around. And we're looking at the beach, right? We're 1 foot off the water at the beach, right? That water should be curving at a certain rate, period. And you should not be able to see past a certain point.
I get it, but
for
this is the
those
thing.
dimensions, right? So like something's not adding up. Like either water's flat or the Earth is an even fucking bigger ball that we can't prove.
Okay, so yeah, you're given a radius value, right? And we get the radius value, and then we use the math to get the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet to where your horizon should be. The issue is you're always looking at the apparent horizon. You're not going to ever be looking at the actual physical horizon. And the reason why you're not going to be able to do that is because we have refraction, right? The Earth's not a vacuum. It has an atmosphere. That means light is always going to be bending. It's not even an ad hoc rescue device like Gregory says. It's
I get that, right? No, sure.
The thing is, Jenna, hold on, Jenna. I'm just going to conclude with this. The thing is, you guys are falsifying the globe. You guys are falsifying the geometric horizon or the geometry of the Earth, which is fixed, with something apparent that you're seeing at sea. So you can't falsify the geometric horizon with the apparent horizon if both can exist at the same time. You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That doesn't compute how you can have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon at the same time.
You can. I mean, if the Earth, the flat Earth would have like a finite geometric horizon. It'd just be really, really far out though. Like you can have a sphere with an atmosphere where you have light bending. It still has, because it's a sphere with a specific spheroid dimensions that it has. There will still be a geometric horizon, right? But the apparent horizon will always be messing it up, depending on the atmosphere of the day. I mean, you look at clouds. Clouds are basically water vapor that form at sea. So when you have that happening, you also have the hydrological cycle. There's so many things happening in speech.
You're waffling.
I'm pretty sure I'm saying everything that's correct. I mean, if anyone wants to correct me, go ahead.
Well, the problem with this is that not a single has ever shown that refraction causes physical objects to pop up behind a physical obstruction. Okay,
well, we have shown that,
and that's the whole thing. Is I haven't seen it.
Well, there's a video. I don't know if I still have it, but there's a video. I'm pretty sure that the degree of refraction.
Was it the same one that Mez showed me? With fucking
I don't know. Maybe Mez showed you the same one.
Iron. I don't know.
Me, Jekyll, Mez. I think we've showed the same one. I don't know if we have, but no, certainly refraction can bring things behind a curve. That's the thing that can happen.
Quick. You have two fucking mouths and one ear, Matt.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Jeez. So was it the video that showed the laser light or whatever with the iron press?
I don't think that was it. I think there's a better one out there actually.
Well, I have yet to see it, and I would absolutely I would absolutely love to see, right? Because I've been asking for it for years. I would love to see refraction magically causing a physical thing to pop up from behind a physical obstruction. I want to see that fucking thing pop up 200 feet from behind that physical obstruction.
That's a little crazy. We can show you.
That's not crazy. That's not crazy. That's how much curvature is missing, dude. That's how much. No, you've been talking. No, you've been talking.
Okay. Can I tell you
And
why
you're
it's a
just
false
bringing me
equivalence?
up like that.
Can I tell you why it's
So
a false equivalence?
you
I
done?
just want to tell you why it's false equivalence.
What's a false equivalence?
Okay, so well, you guys are being hypocritical here. So when you guys try to show us that things can disappear bottom up on a smaller scale, we can show you refraction on a smaller scale. We don't have to show you 250 feet. That's like me asking you to go out there and show us a boat not disappearing disappearing bottom up like on something else. Like that's ridiculous. We got to show you things on a smaller scale. It's only fair,
Then
right?
show me a small.
Here it is. I showed you. I
Then
just gave you a video. It's a video in the
show
chat.
me. Let's see
Watch
what
it.
we got here. What do
Watch
we
it.
have here for him, Johnny? Refraction test delta. I think I've seen this before. And if I remember correctly, I might have to rewatch this. Hold on.
I mean, it shows refraction on a smaller scale. You'd be surprised. Like refraction can. I mean, I think it's like a 1 kilometer. It's like 0.008 something. Like the degree of which refraction can work around the globe is very small. It's like a very small number, and it can wrap
So
around the globe.
is this being done on a flat surface?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like on a cardboard or something. I don't know. It's definitely
Interesting.
a flat surface.
Interesting. So you have to do it on a flat surface.
I think the hold on, let me see. I don't know if the surface is necessarily flat. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's curved, actually. I think where the or wherever those two little things you can see at the end there, the red and the black, are behind something that are not in the same elevation, obviously, as everything else.
It actually would have been nice if we could have, if whoever could have given us a up-play shot, right? At
I mean, it would have been
altitude
great, yeah.
shot, and then bring it down.
Yeah, I would for that too.
We
Yeah,
have better,
I agree
so
with
we
you.
would have better understanding of what we're seeing.
No, for sure. I mean, it's just a small demonstration. I'm sure that there are other videos out there also that show refraction. Yeah, I mean, this is something that can happen. This is
Right, but
something that we know happens.
this isn't proof that large bodies of water are curving at a particular rate to match a globe with a 3959
Not
mile
necessarily.
radius.
It's not proof of that, but what it is proof of is that refraction can, bring things behind a curve. That's the thing, The only reason you can see things at all is because light hits it in some way, whether it's reflecting or whatever. That's the only reason you can see things. So
Right. So when we're making these observations, this quote unquote globe, right? Like in reality, we're not seeing these things pop up from behind a physical obstruction from like 19, 21, 40 miles away. We're not
sure
seeing
we are.
that.
We are. If you look at the Chicago skyline, I mean, it's a great demonstration of Earth curvature because you guys always bring it up. I'm surprised that Clay Understeel
Holy shit,
for
dude!
the
You
longest.
should know that thing should be like 900. The top of the tallest building should be like what, like 900 fucking feet hidden, by 900 feet of fucking curvature, dude.
The thing is,
What are you smoking?
So the thing is, a lot of you guys actually show the Chicago Lake Michigan skyline, or like the Chicago skyline at Lake Michigan, right? You guys show it a lot, like it's like a slam dunk for you guys. Like Clay Underseal had it as in his banner, right? And I'm like, dude, that actually proves it. Look, what's it called? Just posted it. 52 miles away, should have. And look at the image. The bottom of these, let me show you a better image actually. So the bottom of the buildings you can't even see. So when we ask that question, all of a sudden there's atmospheric effects.
Right, but guess what?
You can see the bottom of those buildings.
There's a compression effect going on. Well,
see,
as the
all of a
waves
sudden we have atmospheric effects. You see,
right?
all of a sudden they exist. You see?
So listen. According to the globe narrative, a globe with a 3959 mile radius, the very tops of those buildings, refraction or not, should be hidden over 900 feet. Refraction is not going to bring them up like that, dude.
Okay, first of all, I'd love to see the math that you're doing that with. If anyone can show it, I'd love to see it. But also, second of all, I mean, some of those buildings are really high up. I'm pretty sure there are some buildings you can't see because of Earth curvature on those images. But some of those buildings are really high up, so you'd have to really put it into the Earth curve calculator or whatever. You'd have to really do the math behind it. But
Yeah,
the bottom of those buildings you can't see. Some of those buildings are completely obscured by Earth curvature. And then when you say that, all of a sudden there's atmospheric effects at play, right? You have a straight line to the horizon, and then there's buildings that you can't see. You can't see the bottom of, which shows that the Earth is curved. So it's embarrassing that
Matt,
anyone
you're
thinks
missing the point entirely, right? Is that you're trying to like handle it. No. That we're seeing this compression effect, right, through the atmosphere. And we know that happens. Okay. Now the whole problem is, right, here's the problem for the globe is that the tops of those buildings, the top of the tallest building should be
Have you
hidden
done the
behind
math behind
curvature.
it? Have you done the math behind it though? Have you done the math behind it?
Yeah, I've done the math behind it. I don't remember my head at the very moment.
If we certainly shouldn't see those buildings with globe math, obviously refraction would be at play. But if we certainly can't as well, if it's like crazy, show me the math. I'd love to see the math that's behind it. You know, because some of those buildings, I mean, are really tall, and some of them are already obscured.
Yeah, you would need like over 120% refraction or some shit.
Yeah, it's not even boats. I mean, you see boats go out at sea. You have a P-1000 that should be able to resolve everything within 58 miles. And apparently, you can't resolve it with a P-1000. A very expensive camera. All of a sudden, it can't resolve something, right?
You know what this means, Matt?
That's 5, 6, 7 miles, Jenna. That's bottom-up obstruction on the boat, 5, 6, 7 miles. And then we have the Chicago skyline, and then you can't see the bottom of those buildings. It's like, what is going on here? You can't see the bottom of those buildings. There's always bottom-up obstruction going on? Seriously? This proves the globe. This proves that the Earth is curving.
If anything, it just means that you'd have to claim that Earth is a bigger globe that you can't prove.
No. I already told you. I thought we already went over this. I already told you that you can't falsify the geometric horizon with the apparent one. Both can exist simultaneously.
It's not existing simultaneously. Where did you get this idea?
Okay, Jenna, let me try to break it down for you. Maybe you can understand this way. So if we have
Did this
a globe,
develop in your own brain?
Hold on, I'll show you how this can happen. So if you have a globe, and Manufactory told him, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If we have a globe, right, where it's not a vacuum, there's an atmosphere, and we have light coming in. So there will still be the fixed geometry of that globe with a fixed radius, and anyone on the surface should only be able to see so far within that fixed radius. But then you also have optical effects coming in. So you're trying to falsify the globe with optical effects or an apparent horizon. So you can have an apparent horizon and a physical one at the same time. It works. It's just how it works.
The fuck, dude?
It's really simple to understand.
No, you're not having a geometric horizon at the same time you're having an apparent horizon.
Yeah, you can. So all the geometric horizon is basically the radius of the Earth, and depending on your height, you should be able to only see so far because of the given radius. Right? That's just simple geometry. But then we also have something called the apparent horizon. And the reason why we have that is because we have light. Light is the only reason you can see things, and it bends through different mediums. That's a truism. That's axiomatic, right? So then you're looking at the apparent horizon and you're saying this falsifies the radius value. It doesn't falsify the radius value.
No. You're declaring that it's an apparent horizon. You're declaring that there is a physical obstruction of your view at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? But that the horizon that you see, right, is not that.
Well, what I'm saying
declaring this to be.
What I'm saying is, hold on, can I respond to T-Dub real quick?
I've been trying to fucking get a point across for a while, but go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I'll get it across in a minute.
Okay. So T-Dub, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying theoretically, if we did have a globe, right? If you do give us that we have a globe, this is something we would expect in a parent horizon and a geometric one. That's all I'm saying, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Yeah. You're saying give us the globe,
and then we can explain why we're seeing what we're seeing.
Well, I'm just saying, theoretically, if you did have a globe, T-Dub, it makes total sense. You have the fixed position, and you also have a light that's making everything messed up. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. But go ahead,
Okay,
John.
so now here's my question. My question is, on days that are particularly clearer, where refraction would be at its absolute lowest, why can we see further and clearer?
I don't know what you're referring to specifically. Where the day is like very clear, or there's like the least amount of refraction. That's the thing. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these demonstrations of, you know, falsifying the radius value or whatever are taking place at sea, where you have the hydrological cycle basically happening, right? Water vapor and all sorts of stuff. So it's probably the worst place to do it, but that's why people do it.
No, it's a good place because it's you have like the largest line of sight, and you also have it's a flat. It's the flattest basically surface you're gonna get.
Okay, great, but it's also the worst in terms of refraction, though. That's the thing you have to understand. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So it's the worst in terms of refraction. So it's where you're gonna get the most amount of light bending everywhere. That's the only thing as well, right? So you have that going on. And like worst case scenario though is that you guys aren't falsifying, or like the Earth is not bigger than it is. I mean, you guys believe it's flat. So like worst case scenario, worst case scenario. I mean, best case scenario for you guys at least. I mean, I don't know, is that you guys are just looking at the apparent horizon, whether or not you think it's the Earth is a ball or not. Either way, like our radius value wouldn't necessarily be wrong. You just think that you're right with the flat Earth, right? So you just think that you're falsifying a bigger globe, or the globe's really big, but it's not. It's just the apparent horizon.
Sorry, you said apparent horizon.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Apparent horizon.
Okay, so like, what happens when we have the air temperature? What happens when the air temperature is the same as the surface temperature of the water?
Well, I mean, it depends on the conditions. I don't know what.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And if in conditions where the surface temperature of the water is the same as the air temperature, you wouldn't be getting nearly as much refraction, would you?
Maybe not. I mean,
No,
maybe you
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. The answer is no, you wouldn't. So,
well, I mean, again, it depends on the day. If you have the exact demographics of like the conditions of the day, we can look over it. I remember Jekyll once had it for a specific viewing where he had the actual conditions of the day. So if you had that and stuff, I mean, it would be great to look at it. But yeah, the other person was talking. What did you want to say? Are you going to deny that you can have an apparent and geometric horizon at the same time?
Apparent is in the definition of horizon. It's an apparent position. So you can't have an apparent position.
Yeah,
there's only one.
It's apparently where the Earth and the sky.
Oh, let him talk, Jenna. Let him talk. Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
So you have an apparent horizon, but you do realize you can still have a geometric one at the same time, right?
If you have an apparent horizon, you're automatically denying your geometric horizon, just so you know.
No. Why are we struggling with this? Okay. I thought I already explained that.
How are you struggling?
I thought I already explained that refraction exists. So you're always going to be looking at the apparent horizon, but it does not change the geometric shape. It's very, very simple.
If it's apparent, it's not geometric. Go ahead, Daz.
You're two things are different. Jesus.
Geometric horizon.
Let me turn you up.
Every time you say refraction, you're actually debunking.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, okay, you don't understand this stuff, man. Okay. Again, you can have a globe with a fixed radius, with a fixed circumference, okay? That can be axiomatic.
All right, yeah.
But the thing is, you don't have a vacuum.
All right.
So you have an atmosphere. Right. So you have light, which is the only reason
how do we calculate that? How do you calculate that? Does that involve the geometry of the Earth? Does it involve the geometry? Does it involve the claimed geometry of the Earth?
What do you mean? How do you calculate the radius of the Earth?
No. Well, yeah, that, but also your
Okay.
bendy light,
Well, you can
your
calculate
refraction.
it, dude. You'd be surprised. I think
Does
actually I have the
it
numbers.
use the geometry? Does it use the claimed geometry of the Earth?
What, the refraction?
Yeah, does it involve it? Yeah. Does it involve the
Well,
claimed
of course.
geometry
I mean,
of the Earth?
if the Earth is curved and light is bending, it's going around a curve at a very low
Right.
degree.
Okay, so we're not just going to ad hoc accept your original premise to be true, right? And go straight to refraction and go, oh, I see. Okay, then it's all good then, right? Obviously, you're going to have to justify that claimed geometry in order for your refraction to apply to it.
Well, I mean, if you deny, so I think that, look, I mean, the question is whether or not the Earth is a globe or flat. So either you give it that it's flat or you give it that it's a globe. If it's a globe, then all this stuff works. All this stuff works. Nothing doesn't make sense.
Wait, you're the one claiming it's a globe, and the reason that we're seeing what we're seeing is because light's bending through the air in conformity with that physical geometry.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's all on you, man. It's all on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go over why it's a globe in a second, but that's all I really wanted to say is the fact that you can have a geometric horizon and an apparent one. The geometric horizon is just a fixed radius value of the Earth and your height and how much you should be able to see, given the 1.225.
So that's
right?
not what boats are going over then. That's not what
Hold
boats
on.
are going over then.
And then you have the apparent one, where you have an atmosphere and you're on the surface of the Earth, and you're looking at the apparent horizon because you have the hydrological cycle right at sea. It's the worst place to do it, right? So you can have a
Redundant.
geometric one and an apparent one, and the apparent one
We have
does not. I
one
repeat,
horizon.
hold on. I know that's
One
what you, I know
horizon.
that's what you claim, but the apparent one, if you have a globe, the apparent one will never falsify the geometric horizon. It just can't do
You
it.
don't have two. You just have one horizon to work with.
How
That's
do you-
it. That's not a claim. That's just reality.
Matt, how do you know that the geometric horizon's at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height?
I know that because that's the given radius value of the Earth.
Yeah, but you've never seen it in that position, have you?
But I don't expect to see it.
You don't expect to see a position that is
No.
the curvature of the Earth.
I don't expect to see that position. No.
No? So how do you know it's
No.
there?
Well, I know it's there because I know that given a fixed radius value, it's not going to change. But I know that optical effects are also at play.
Yeah, but you don't know that fixed radius of value exists. You're just going off what you've been told. So you don't know that horizon is at 1.22 miles.
Well, I'm pretty confident that it is at 1.225.
How would you confirm that?
You'd confirm that by doing your own tests if you want to get the circumference of the Earth.
But you
You'd
said
have
it's
to-
never where. You said it's never where it is. So how are you going to confirm that
No,
it
you
is where
would
it
do
is?
your own tests, not just at sea. You could do your own Eratosthenes test. You could look at the evidences
That's not.
of.
That's not going to give you the horizon. That's not going to give you the horizon.
No, it'd give you a radius value though. It'd give you a
How?
circumference.
You still don't know if sunlight's coming in directly or indirectly or
Well, that's the thing. You know, that's the issue. We don't believe in the same thing. We believe that the sun is really far. You believe it's not really far. So, you know.
No, I didn't say how far it was. You're the only one that claims how far it is.
Well, I'm just saying, if it is really, really far, we could take it that light is coming in parallel. That's the only thing, you know.
I don't know,
If it
there's
is
a lot
really
of too many assumptions for you to know that the horizon's at 1.22 miles.
Well, I mean, the main thing is
For you to claim that you're seeing exactly what you should be seeing, you need to confirm that the horizon is at 1.22 miles, and that you have a refractive rate to be able to work out those equations that the horizon is at 1.22 miles, and that you're getting a refractive rate that changes that to the distance that we see. And you don't have any of that.
well, like I said before, I don't check this. I don't check at the horizon to see whether or not the radius value is true, because you can have an apparent horizon and a geometric one.
Okay, so you
And
don't
the
know
apparent
that.
one can never falsify the geometric one.
So which one's the real horizon then?
Of course, it'd be the geometric horizon.
Yeah, where's that? You don't have that.
What, the geometric horizon? It's
I
the
remember we
Earth.
had this conversation yesterday. The
Very
geometric
simple.
horizon is where the darkest blue is, and then the apparent horizon is a little bit farther back.
What are you talking about, dude?
No. That's not the great way to put it. So let me explain this. So if you have an Earth and you have a radius, right? There's a fixed the Earth has a fixed size, has a fixed circumference, fixed radius, all that stuff. The issue is that you have an apparent horizon whenever you're looking out because you have light. The only reason why you can see things is because of light, and it bends because it passes through different mediums. And the main issue is a lot of these observations from flat earthers are being done at sea, right? So you have the hydrological cycle,
So where are
all
you?
sorts of
Where are
stuff
you going to do them?
that cause looming effects and stuff. I mean, you also have remember that one thing when people thought that boats were floating, dude? I mean, you have crazy effects at sea.
No one thinks that boats are floating. That's fucking
No,
weird,
I'm just
man.
saying. No, dude, you don't get what I'm referencing. I'm referencing
Yeah, I do, man.
when
You're
they put that effect on the news and stuff, and people actually thought it was like fake. That's all I'm
Yeah,
referencing,
it's
man.
just a mirroring of the water.
Exactly. And why does it happen at sea? Because you have all sorts of stuff happening at sea, and
Yeah,
you know
it's just
that.
it's a reflection of the sky where the water's calmer. That's it.
Yeah, that type of stuff happens at sea, right?
Yeah, but that's not the concern. The concern is you're saying there's a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, but yet you don't know
You're
that.
not going to falsify it with the apparent one, though. That's the thing you don't realize.
But the apparent one is not an actual position.
Yeah, so you can't falsify it with the apparent one.
So that your claims are unfalsifiable then.
No, you can I mean,
Yeah.
either way, you're not falsifying the globe. You're just like saying that we have a bigger one, which isn't falsifying the globe either way.
But you're saying it's unfalsifiable that there's a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles.
Well, all I'm saying is that you can't falsify the radius value by looking at the apparent horizon. That's all I'm saying, and that's just true.
Yeah, I know, and you can't confirm it's a globe by saying there is a geometric horizon here, but we've never seen it before.
Well, we can infer that it's a globe through a lot of other stuff.
I'm asking for confirmation, though. You're saying
Well, you're not going to get any with the 1.225.
You're saying in order for me to see what I see, there must be a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, and it's refracting at a certain rate that I can see it at 10 miles. But you don't even know there's a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles.
Well, if the Earth
Then the
is a
image is
ball,
irrelevant.
then hold on. If the Earth is a ball, then it necessarily has a fixed geometric horizon.
Not you, Matt. I wasn't talking about
Saying
you.
if you need something other than pure eyesight.
What are you talking about, man?
It's
I don't
in
know
the
what these
word horizon. What is a horizon?
I don't know what
It's the
these other guys are
definition.
talking about.
Yeah,
But
me neither.
Because are you giving it a new definition when you say geometric horizon?
no, so all I'm saying is this, right? And this is all I'm saying. I think this is very true, honestly. It's that the 1.225 comes from the radius value, right? Comes from the actual size of the Earth.
Okay.
So I'm just saying you can have that.
We get that. All right.
Yeah, that's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
we get
right?
it.
I'm saying that's a
Okay,
geometric
so
horizon.
what about the horizon? The only horizon we have, right?
You mean the
Just
only
a
horizon?
horizon.
That we see? The one that we see?
Right.
and we
Yeah.
go-
There's. Yeah.
That's
Right.
the apparent
right.
one. That's the apparent one because
No,
of
no,
light.
no. It's not an apparent. No, it's just the horizon. It's the only one there is.
No,
right?
it's not.
There's no
Okay,
other
that's not
ones.
true.
There's no
Okay,
other
okay.
horizons.
Okay.
Just
Sorry,
one horizon. Are you saying
you're gonna
it's
change
not?
the
It's
definition
not
of the word.
geometric. Saying it's
Well,
not geometric, right?
It's not that I'm trying to change to. No. I
Yeah,
thought
you
I already
are,
explained.
because the whole definition of the word is apparent.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought I've explained that you get the geometric horizon from the radius value, and then from that
But there isn't
you can
one.
obviously. Well, there's not a radius value. Come on, Timbo.
No, there's not a geometric horizon. That's the whole point.
Well,
The definition of horizon.
You're telling us
explains
that.
all the geometric
explains it as-
horizon.
Sorry, just stop yelling at me, man.
I wasn't trying to yell at you, man.
The geometric horizon is not there because the definition of horizon is in an apparent place, apparent where the sea meets the sky. So that's the horizon.
redundant to say that it's apparent. Like it's where the sky, the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky. Appears to.
What do you
Appears to
guys
meet.
think the one? What do you guys think the 1.225 is?
So, is that plate like is that thing that we're seeing geometric? Is it the physical Earth curve edge?
I think it's made up. They're not going to acknowledge it.
It's not. So, because of refraction, it's gonna always
Just want to
be
know
the
is
apparent
the
horizon.
horizon we're seeing? Is that the physical Earth curve edge?
That's not the geometric horizon. No.
Right.
Yeah, it's not the geometric one. It will never be the geometric one. Unfortunately, we have an atmosphere and we have light, so it's not going to be it. But that doesn't change that we still have a geometric horizon because we have
How do you know it's there?
geometric phase.
He's gonna double down.
Yeah.
Of course,
How do
it's
you know
very
it's
simple
there?
stuff, man. I
not
know it's there
simple.
because the radius value would require it to be there if the Earth is a globe.
And how'd you get that?
Well, you already know how we got that. I mean, there's plenty of ways. The ancient way would be Eratosthenes measuring the light in the sticks. You would have to assume that the Earth is a globe, and you would have to assume that you have a distant sun. But other than that, then you're good to go, I guess.
So the geometric horizon exists only in math. Doesn't exist in reality. We only have one.
Exactly. It's not blocking boats
your
and buildings
argument-
from view, is it? It's not blocking anything from view.
Well, I mean, Manufactotum, technically, if you were an ancient person, you'd have to make those assumptions. But now, because we have all the satellite imagery that we believe in, we wouldn't have to make those assumptions. We'd just be confirming what we already believe, right? But I mean, for them, because they don't believe in the NASA images, that would basically be an assumption they'd have to make since they don't believe in anything we believe in it.
Nuclear. I had this same conversation like 2 days ago in this chat. They like I mean the exact same thing. We were talking about geometric and apparent horizons. I think they intentionally
Because
bring us to this point.
you guys don't agree with the definition of horizon.
What does apparent mean?
It means not an actual.
So there's an actual horizon and one that we can see, right?
Yeah, okay, that's what our point was. How do you know the actual horizon is at 1.22
So
miles?
we can't
I'm gonna
tell by
keep
the
on repeating
image.
this question,
So
because no one's
because
ever
we
seen
can't
it
tell
at
by
that
the image,
position.
and you're using the image as evidence, the evidence that you're using is invalid. You are invalidating your own evidence.
I'm not actually referencing any image at the moment.
Oh, for real? I thought it was the
Yeah.
same image you used with me.
I'm not even talking about
Birdies, are you paying attention? That was me, Birdies. Are you paying any attention?
Jenna, your voice is so fucking annoying. Holy shit.
I'm just
I'm
trying to
sorry.
get you guys to agree
Your
on the
voice isn't any
definition
better,
of
bud.
horizon.
Yes, it is. Oh my gosh.
Can we agree on the definition of horizon or not?
Yeah, of course we can. That's not an
it's
issue.
an
Yeah.
apparent. So where the sky and water appear to meet.
Yeah.
Right, what
So
you
not
can see
actual.
with your eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you know that the geometric horizon is at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height?
Based on the math that you've provided.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Because it's been proven again and again.
Who proved it?
Scientists, people smarter than you and I.
Scientists prove shapes.
Scientists prove shapes. What are you talking about,
Wow.
man?
This is a new. I'm going to go to science school and study shapes.
We're talking spherically. We use the
Alright,
radius of the
show me
Earth,
the-
and then we use that to calculate that.
How'd you get that?
Measuring.
Measuring what?
Using the circumference. If we have the circumference of the Earth
So
as a
you
sphere, we can
measure
get the radius.
So you're saying you get the radius to get the circumference to get the diameter.
Yeah, if you have the radius of a sphere, you can get everything else.
Yeah. How'd you get that?
We measured it using the methods that we've dragged into the ground again and again. That you're
Good.
not distracting us from the point.
In which way?
The fact
In
that the
which way?
mathematical thing.
No, you can't just say we measured it the ways that we do. How did you measure it?
Using math.
Yeah, how? That's not measuring, that's calculating. How'd you do it?
Okay, we calculated it. We did not measure it.
Okay,
Does that
cool.
make you
How'd you
happy?
calculate it? That's a big admittance. How'd you do that? How'd you calculate it? This is so you butted in saying I had this exact same conversation. This is why we keep on having this exact same conversation because one,
We
you guys
always go
can't
back
agree
to
on it. Did you
Eratosthenes.
hear
I
me
think that's how
finish
you
my
say it.
sentence?
Eratosthenes?
I don't really care
Eratosthenes?
about him. You know, like there should be a modern way of doing it. Fuck
I know
that.
that there are modern ways of doing it, but
Okay,
that's
so
typically
when?
the first one we look at.
So
We can
this is the
compare
problem, right?
locations.
So you butted in, right? I didn't finish my sentence before. You butted in saying, you guys have this conversation all the time. I had this conversation, same conversation. It's because when we get down to the crux of it, you never give an answer. That's why we keep having this conversation. I'm trying to
You
get
provide a piece of
agreement.
evidence, and then you
I didn't
say,
finish yet.
prove that this is evidence that my point is true. That's
Okay,
what
go.
you do.
Present
The
some
image
evidence.
that you send is never
I'm not
going to
even
be
talking about an
indicative.
image. I'm not talking about an image.
The images that are sent inside of here and the images that we're
I'm
talking
not
about,
talking about an image.
we are talking about
Tuna
an
doesn't know
image
what an
because we're
analogy
talking
is.
about apparent things, right? You were referencing some kind of
Cool.
visual representation.
So the
We are
horizon
talking
is an
about apparent
place.
and geometric locations because there's
Good.
some image
So how did you
somewhere in
get
your
the
brain
geometric
that you were
horizon?
referencing. And we did that by understanding the circumference.
Okay, I'll ask you again. How did you get the geometric horizon? You said you had a measurement and a calculation. Go ahead and explain it.
Having the circumference of the Earth, relating it to the angle. Once you find the angle,
How'd you get the
and
circumference?
we got the circumference of the Earth using relative locations, observing the sun, estimating differences. We can literally just calculate it
All right,
because
go
it's not
ahead.
that hard to do.
Show me. If it's not that hard, show me. What equation
Do you want a
did you use?
source?
No, I want you. You said it's not that hard. I want you to explain it to me.
This is hearsay. You can't. What
This
is the
hearsay.
circumference of the flat Earth? What is the
Well,
what is
to
the
be honest,
circumference
that's
of the
not really
flat Earth?
hearsay. You can just break it down to him. I have the calculations.
Can you break it down for him?
What's the circumference of a flat Earth? Is that where you have to go to? Because you can't answer the question. You say, "What's the circumference of a flat Earth?"
Wait, did someone say that? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, this dude.
Hold on, let me join it. Let me leave and join back.
Good try though.
That's fine. I'm back.
Yeah.
Say that actually. That's funny. Circumference of the flat Earth.
He says he doesn't care about the Eratosthenes thing, which is like the typical example that we break down.
Yeah, because it's been debunked, dude. There's too many.
It's not exact, but it is fairly accurate
Okay, in comparison to what?
in comparison to the actual fucking circumference of the Earth.
Okay, so how'd they
What do you
get
think?
that? So you got to be able.
Perpendicular?
If you're going to say it's pretty exact, you're going to have to compare it to something, yeah.
We have digital technology capable
Oh,
of scaling
dude,
the
I'm
Earth
just
to a
asking.
degree.
You just said.
You are interrupting me, and I'm answering your question.
Okay, go ahead. Go.
No, he's not. He's going to answer. Why did he bring up Eratosthenes' example if he can't articulate his point? I think we have somebody that just believes that he can just say things in this chat. I think that's what's going on. We're going to examine whether or not he can articulate his point. See, we get this like Gish gallop of points. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. So can you tell us, Eratosthenes, show us the example of how they measured the Earth? Stick to one topic. That'd be great.
Just to clarify, right? Everyone here is cool with me showing that example and breaking it.
Okay. Can you just give me the example of Eratosthenes telling us that the Earth is a globe? Walk us through the method. That'll be great. Thank you.
He did say it was easy.
All right. So he took 2 points, right? And he found that the distance between the two cities was 500 miles.
How did he find that out?
Using
What unit of
sun's-
measurement? What unit of measurement did he use to find that out?
Camels.
Just say Stadia.
Stadia. I don't
What's
know.
it
Yeah.
I'm not really
What is
sure.
what is one stadia? How much is one stadia?
0.0. I think it's 0.1 miles.
No, no. Go ahead.
I don't see how this is
Birdies,
relevant.
you co-signed what somebody else said. Now I
I'm
want you to tell
talking.
me what it is.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
I'm
that's
talking.
wrong.
Go ahead.
Okay, and using the sun's parallel rays.
No, you didn't tell me what one stadia is. What is one stadia?
Here, I'll look it up for you.
No,
Do you
look it
measure
up for me.
everything?
You
And
don't know.
yeah, do you measure every?
So you don't know. The unit of measurement that's garnered for the distance, you don't know how they got the distance, which is extremely relevant to the point that you're trying to make. So you don't know the unit of measurement or how they garnered the distance, yet you want to tell me this is the way that we're going to be measuring the surface being curving. Does that make any sense to you?
It's just a way of explaining it in a way that you'd understand.
But you're not explaining it. That's what I'm asking you. You're not explaining it.
You keep muting me and cutting me off every time
That's
I start.
because you're not giving me the answer because you don't know.
I do know the answer.
You co-signed on an answer that somebody else gave you, and that's a wrong thing to do. I wouldn't say do it again because I'm going to quiz you on it.
I didn't even agree with him on the Stadia thing.
Say again?
I didn't even agree with you on. I didn't even say anything about the Stadia thing. It doesn't matter.
It wasn't me. Glober gave it to you, not me.
All right, I'm gonna explain it to you. I'm gonna use Stadia just to make you
Go
feel
ahead.
happy about it. Okay?
No, it's not to make me feel happy. It's to explain the exact method by which he used. Not to make me
Alright.
feel happy. If you want your point to
Alright.
stand, you have to articulate
Stop
your point
yelling,
as in the way.
and I'm gonna start articulating
Sir,
my
I'm
point.
talking to you.
And if you mute
Why
me
do you have
again,
to overtalk me? Stop talking. If you're going to articulate your point, you have to do it from the point that it said of Eratosthenes, the method by which it was done. If you don't know what it is, then say, I don't know. But don't tell me a method that you're just looking up on the fly. You can't do that. You're not an Insta expert. You don't know how the method was done. It's simpler to say that you don't know, and we can bypass all of this. Much easier.
I learned about this in chemistry. I'm gonna break it down for you real quick.
Eratosthenes, you learned Eratosthenes in chemistry? That don't make any sense.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You weren't in my chemistry class. We were talking about ancient ways of measuring things, and that we were talking about different things. And it was just a fun story that we learned about. It was
All right, so tell me the
primarily
unit of
science in
measurement
the
and how it
past.
was garnered. Unit of
It was
measurement
Stadia.
for Eratosthenes.
It was Stadia. It
And
was
how much-
0.1 miles per stadia, or there is.
Yeah, and what was the way that they measured that stadia?
They measured it by using whatever they measured in the past. That's not the
Like
same way
what?
we measure jack shit.
I know, like what?
Like using measuring tools.
What, like a
It's
ruler?
not that complicated. No, not like a ruler.
Like a ruler? Yeah, it's complicated because you don't know the answer. Like a ruler?
No, not like a ruler.
Like what?
Why do you have
Yes?
Matt Nuclear muted?
Okay, so you don't know the answer. Is that right?
Why do you need a white knight?
I don't need a white
This is
knight.
you, buddy, all
Why
by
don't you tell me
yourself.
the answer? Why don't you tell me the answer?
Nah, I don't want to. I don't feel like it.
You don't know the answer.
I like seeing you write
don't know
in the
the
chat
answer.
because people that feel like they're confident for the answer, I like to see them not give the answer and
Okay,
stumble
the
upon
exact
their
method
word.
in which that he got the two.
Yeah, you're not going to bypass the fact that you don't know the method or the measurement or by the unit of measurement that was being done, what they did. So how are you going to proceed to persist to tell me that you know what the method was? I don't get it.
What's 500 times 300 over 7 point?
Yeah, so you don't know anything about this and you're just going to start telling me about math. Is that right?
Yes, you dumb fuck, because we're using math for.
Okay, so math is reality now? Because you didn't tell me how they measured the Earth. You're just telling me about some math equation.
Yeah, we calculated it based off measurements.
You calculated. What did you do? You said we.
Aristophanes
Okay, so Eratosthenes
measured it.
did the method that he done. You don't know the method that he measured from Alexandria to Syene. You don't know that. I just quizzed you right now. You looked it up on the fly, and on top of that, you took somebody else to answer for it. You didn't know this information prior to just right now. And now you're proceeding to tell me that you heard this fun story at chemistry. but you didn't know jack shit from it. That's weird.
That's not weird.
It is.
Nothing about what I said
because
was weird.
You're attempting to right now tell everybody here like you know what's going on. And what I do is I expose pretender clown frauds like you. You're a fraud,
Pretender
sir.
clown frauds.
Yeah,
Really?
you're a fraud. You're trying to attempt.
So tell me how they measure the 500.
Shut the fuck up. You're attempting right now to tell me what the method was, and you're looking it up on the fly. I'd rather you not. That'd be easier. Yeah? I'd rather
Yeah,
you
of
not.
course.
Is there another method other than the one you trying to describe, which you are fumbling around? You don't know it, so I'd rather you not even talk about it. Is there another method?
Digital imaging.
Digital imaging. Go ahead.
Yes.
Proceed to tell me. Go ahead. The claim is that the Earth is a globe. What can we do with digital imaging that will tell us that the Earth is a globe?
Scanning and using math to calculate that the Earth is a globe. And it's not a we
Like
thing,
what?
it's a science thing.
Fine. Give me an example.
Pull out your phone, go to an app called Google Maps. If you don't have it, you should download it. It's pretty good. It's a good GPS. How do you think they have all those values?
I'm not asking, or don't ask me questions how they got all those values. Proceed to tell me your evidence of the globe.
We are on the topic of how we got there. If you interrupt me again,
What? You're going to do what? Sit in silence like you are now? Proceed to tell me how you got the measurement of the Earth as a globe with your digital imaging. Go.
by scanning the Earth and using technology to measure it.
All right. Tell me how it works.
What it'll do is we will take pictures and use vehicles to measure different distances. And then by combining the measurements that we have, along with the images that we have, we can find relative measurements. And that's how we know so much about all the measurements we have.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
What's the drop over distance on any given distance using this method?
We calculate that based on the fact that it's a sphere and we can find other things from it.
Well, wait. No. That's begging the question. In the fact that we're using digital imaging, we're trying to ascertain the information that it is a globe via this method. But you already have it baked in saying that it's already a globe? No, sir. You're not getting away with that. We're trying to figure out using digital imaging how the Earth is a globe, not that it already is. Sorry. Try again.
Everything combines in a circle. It does not follow the flat.
Everything combines in a circle. What the fuck does that mean?
If you wouldn't mute me, I could explain, but I can explain
No,
now
I'm going to
for you.
mute you every time you say dumb shit. Explain yourself. Everything
really
combines
mature
in
of
a
you.
circle.
Thank you.
What that means? Explain
You
what that
sound
means.
like you're employed.
Explain what everything combines in a circle means.
So if you start at one point on the Earth and you walk around it, assuming that it's a globe, you'll end up at the same point.
Assuming that it's a globe. Bum, bum, ba-dum, meow. Well, we're not assuming here with digital imaging. We need to know how you directly measured it as a globe. You're not doing that by assuming, are you?
I'm just taking photographs of it. It's nothing more
Okay.
complicated than I'm making
You're
it
taking
seem.
photographs of the Earth. Now, when are
Mhm.
we applying any measurements?
When we combine those photos along with measurements that we've taken and use.
Okay, that sounds like a bunch of ambiguous information. What information supports the fact that we already know that the Earth has been measured? When does measurement take place, and how does measurement take place?
Measuring smaller parts and using math to calculate the wider thing.
Yeah, that's... When are we doing any of that? Give me one hyper-specific example.
Google cars, or just cars in general, will go along and they'll take photos and they'll measure distances for Google Maps.
Good. Now we know the distance between point A and point B. How do we know that it's dropping over the distance?
Can you go more into detail about what you mean by dropping over the distance?
So on a curving surface, the curving surface, the consequent of a geometric shape being the fact that it's an oblate spheroid, point A to point B on any part of the surface would be an arc. Yes?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so because it's an arc, there would be a dropping over the distance. So if you start at point A and go to point B, over the distance, the curvature would be dropping away. There would be a significant drop over the distance. Yes?
No.
No.
He's talking about the
So
horizon.
you don't understand that the consequent of a geometric shape would be such that it's curving on its surface on the oblate spheroid.
Such a massive shape would not have such a massive drop over such relatively small distances. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so then we can't measure the curvature of the Earth then.
We can prove that it's a sphere, and based on that logic,
How do we do that?
I've
How do
already
we do
explained it
that?
to you multiple times.
No, you didn't. No, you
Yes, I
haven't.
did.
We haven't measured shit so far. You have the floor and the mic.
Okay.
Tell me how we
I'm trying
measured
to
it.
think of another example because the
Go
ones that I've
ahead.
provided to you so far have
Have
clearly
failed.
not worked.
Right.
I
so
mean,
let's go to
failed
one
to
that
convince
actually does.
you,
No, it's not about convincing me. I don't give a
likely
shit about
because you have
convincing
some
me.
kind of autism. I'm not trying to throw
You
out
can
things.
listen. I can take all your insults and derogatory comments. That doesn't
Clearly not,
equal.
because you're already
That doesn't
crying.
equal evidence. I need evidence.
It
That's
sounds
all
like
I
you're
need.
pretty mad, but
I
on
don't give a
different note.
shit what you say. If you don't have evidence,
You're still
you don't have
yelling.
shit.
Wham, 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 womp, womp,
Are
cry
you
about it.
done?
No one fucking cares. Dude. Shut up.
Birdies, all you've
Are
done
you
is
done?
give us examples of where you assume the Earth is a globe first, and then you pile
I can
on
hear
top.
the corn in your shit. Stop talking. Thank you.
Okay.
Gina, I
go
thought
ahead.
you were going to
Well,
sleep. What happened?
Platzi, go ahead. I just muted him. Finish what you were saying.
I was just saying that all he's given us, all he's presented was what assumes a globe first, and then proceeds to stack onto that assumption. So we don't need the claim stacking. We just need the evidence and the measurement, direct measurement of the globe.
Well, let's see if he's got that. Because so far, I'd say we have nothing. And then we're going to listen to him tell us more about how he doesn't give us an answer. Well, let's see if this time he could redeem himself. Because so far, it's been attempt number 5, I think, by my count. Because I've had a previous conversation with him. But it doesn't sound like we're getting anywhere. Let's see if we can redeem himself. Go ahead, birdies.
How can a plane fly from Hawaii?
Don't ask me any questions. Present your evidence for the Earth being a globe. Go, please.
The flat Earth map depicts Hawaii.
We're not looking at maps. We're asking for evidence of the Earth being a globe. Please present that.
You can fly between Hawaii and Japan, which goes directly against the flat Earth map, which disproves it.
What are you talking
We're not
about?
talking about a flat Earth maps. I want you to tell me how the Earth is a globe. There's no globe evidence, and
You
you
can
don't have a
fly
globe.
around the entire Earth, so it is a globe.
So what? You're not telling me how the surface is curving, are you?
You do know that a
It's
circle.
unrelated.
You do know that a circle is not exclusive to a globe, right?
If you travel on a straight line, tangent to a circle, you will eventually leave
But
it.
you can't do that on a globe. So what are you talking
Yes, you
about?
can. If you travel
You
on a
can
straight
travel on a
point,
straight line on a globe.
yes, you can travel on a
So
straight line on a globe.
so it's a flat globe.
No, it's not a flat globe. It's a globe that's pulling you down. So you can travel in a straight line as long as you are being pulled down to it at the same time.
So it's not a great arc. It's a straight line.
You can travel in a straight line, but it is a great arc.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and step out so AJ or somebody else can take over the conversation. I'm
All
not
right, thank
giving my
you.
hopes up. This guy
Good
can
night.
never come with evidence. So
Good night.
Sorry.
Well, good. I
Thank you
understand.
for leaving. All right.
Yeah. So
Oh, we
you wouldn't need to assume that it's a globe to go in a circle, because if you go around your house, is your yard a globe?
I
That
can't go
doesn't.
around my house walking in a straight line. So no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you
I'd
go
have to
in
walk in a circle,
yeah, circle doesn't mean
which
globe.
planes do not do.
Not exclusive. So north would be the absolute direction, and east and west would be relative to it. That would be circles around north.
Yeah,
So
you'd
you've
be
got
walking
circles
in a
of equal elevation.
circle.
Yeah, so
You wouldn't be
circles of
walking
equal.
straight. Stop trying to make it more complicated than it is.
So circles of equal elevation. You would be basing all of your directions off of north or cardinal directions.
That does not mean it's any different than being straight.
Yeah, but you can't claim a straight line path. So I don't know what you're talking about.
It's linear movement. I mean, like, you are literally traveling in a straight line and you can get from point A to point A. You cannot do that around your house because you have to make some kind of turn. And this is really, really intuitive. And the fact that you're continuing to argue it says a
You're
lot about you.
talking about cardinal directions and going
There are
back.
no, we're not. We're talking about
Yes,
going in
you
a fucking
are.
straight line. There's no cardinal
You can't go in a
directions.
straight line if you're going in a circle.
You're not going in a circle.
You're not going in a circle.
What are you talking about,
I
dude?
think what she's referring to is the fact that if the Earth were a globe, right? When we're traveling around it, technically that's also a circle.
Yes.
Listen,
But we're talking
respectfully,
about
ma'am.
traveling in a straight line across the surface of the Earth. We don't
Listen,
mean
ma'am,
relative
respectfully,
to
it doesn't
whatever
matter
you're
what
saying.
shape you're traveling across. If you travel in a straight line, it's a straight line. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
It doesn't matter if you
there's
travel
no
across
such
a
thing on the
triangle.
surface of a
Straight
sphere.
line.
There's no such thing as that on the surface of a sphere.
We mean
That's not the
traveling
point.
along the
It doesn't
surface of the
matter.
sphere straight. I'm not trying to overcomplicate it, right? And say like, yeah, you're
Talking
right. We're
It was
technically
pointed out.
moving
You're
in a
talking
different
about
direction.
cardinal directions. You're talking about direction, not like a straight line. It's a direction, right?
The directions,
Not necessarily a straight line.
it would be a straight line. I don't know why we're digging this into the ground. This is so stupid.
He's
Cardinal
talking about not turning left or right. I think this is pretty basic.
Yeah, this is pretty basic. Why are we even arguing about this?
What are you
It's like
talking?
writing. It's like drawing a straight line on paper. There is no
You
direction.
can't
It's
draw a
just a
straight
straight
line.
line.
What do you have? Some sort of Pac-Man Earth? What are you
It
talking
doesn't
about? Going
matter
a
what.
straight line and ending
Listen,
back up
listen,
where you
listen.
started?
Flatsy Klein, can you just mute your mic for now? I want to talk to
Listen.
someone with a high school
No, don't
education.
tell
The
Flatsy
shape.
to mute her mic.
Listen, the shape doesn't matter. If you're traveling in a straight line, it's a straight line. It doesn't matter if I'm traveling on a trapezoid. If it's a straight line, it's a straight line. It's not that difficult to comprehend.
Not,
So,
dude.
other
Right.
than looking at your
That
globe,
would be a
how did you
tangent.
verify that you're traveling in a straight line?
If there's no curve, you're traveling in a straight line. It doesn't have anything to do with
Other
the
than
globe. It's just a matter of going a distance in a
Welcome
straight
to Flat Earth,
line.
then. Welcome to
You
Flat
guys
Earth,
are
then.
overcomplicating it. No.
no, the
He's
claim was it's a globe because you can walk around the globe in a straight line. And someone gave an answer. Well, what about if I was walking around my yard? Would I be able to circumnavigate in a straight line? The answer was no. So the assumption's based off the fact that we're walking a straight line around one of the, let's just say the equator, yeah? Around the globe, which you believe is a straight line. So where did we get the globe from in the first instance for this to occur, other than looking at your toy model that you bought from the shops to sit on your desk?
He said to get from point A to point A, going in a straight line. The only
Correct.
thing I think of in my brain is Pac-Man Earth, where you go off one side and end up on the other. Like, I don't understand.
Well, they're just claiming if they're on the equator and they're going east-west, for them, they're walking in a straight line to come back to point A. But
That's objectively not a straight line. It
Maybe
would
he's
be
bending
hard
space-time.
yeah,
where
yeah.
you going east and west, and that's a circle, not a straight line. You would have to constantly correct for north to keep your heading in any cardinal direction. So you're not gonna, it's not possible to go in a straight line anyways. So why don't we stop with the hypotheticals and go back to real world? Where's the globe? Where is there any measurement of drop over distance curvature? Because that would be a necessity for a geometric shape of a globe.
Yeah, dude, you're not proving the Earth is a sphere by flying from Japan to Hawaii. That's just ridiculous. What the fuck?
I missed the Japan to Hawaii part, so I was assuming he's talking circumnavigating the globe when he's talking about returning to point A.
Talking about the
Straight line.
Mercator projection?
Oh, so he's talking about a globe projection anyway, nothing to do with flat Earth.
Golly.
Golly.
You can have him. I'll mute up if he doesn't want to talk to me. I'll just mute.
No, he's just being rude.
Yeah, that's why he got muted.
Yeah, you have much more standing to speak in this room than he does, and as he was pointed out earlier, he's not a moderator and he doesn't dictate the room.
AJ or T-Dub or whoever, you guys can go ahead with him. I said my piece.
Oh, we didn't mute him, so I'm not going to unmute him. I will never undo anyone else's mutes, yeah? That's up to the person who muted him.
He had plenty of white knights a moment ago. I don't know why they're so quiet now.
You know, I bet Matt Nuclear would maybe call out on his side, call out Birdies he did earlier, called him out for being wrong about the globe.
I have one question. Not even going to debate. I'm just going to ask one question. I see often that 90% of you in this chat judge whether the earth is flat or not by what you can see, by the horizon of the ocean. So here's my question. If we're just judging solely based off of eyesight, can you see your brain? That's all I want to know. How do you know your brain exists? Based on that same line of thinking, can you see, how do you know your brain exists?
Can I
I
tell
just
you
want
why?
to hear this.
Can I tell you why that's not analogous?
Why not?
Because we know human anatomy. Some of us have had to learn it the hard way, but it's clear to us what the organs and the makeup of the body is, you know. But we're talking about something reality. Us telling you what we observe in reality isn't up for debate. If you have a claim that what we're seeing out in reality isn't actually that, then that would require the evidence. Because, you know, if you have some sort of positive claim towards anything, especially an extraordinary claim at that, it would require extraordinary evidence, or else it would just be a belief. It's not knowing anything, it's a belief. And all of the things that you think are based off of a globe and whatnot, it isn't. Certain phenomenon or phenomena have nothing to do with a globe earth. So you need to take it back down to the basics of where the globe was measured to be curving anywhere. That's why we're
Okay.
always up on this point, okay?
Okay. I have one more question. Please, or I have one more request. Please explain a lunar eclipse.
Something seems to be occulting the moon. I don't know. What is something is? I don't know.
But
Moon's
why?
still there.
To do with the
Not
nature of the surface of
occulting.
the Earth.
I know it's cyclical, so you can predict it
But what is
because it goes in cycles.
But why is it relevant? Why is it a question? Why is it necessary to explain it? What relevance does it have to the nature of the surface of the Earth?
So the reason I'm asking you to explain a lunar eclipse is specifically because from what I have observed, through mathematical proof, not just direct eyesight, you know, from what I have, what I believe, I'll put it that way so I don't offend anybody. I'm not going to say it's true, but I'm just saying from what I believe, the moon is a spherical object. In my belief, not saying it's true, in my belief, I'm going to keep saying that. It's a spherical object. So, and also in my belief, the sun
Preach
is
it,
a
brother.
spherical
Preach it.
object. So that's why we receive a shadow cast during a lunar eclipse. That's all I'm saying. Now, look, if I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not even gonna lie. If you can give me a full-blown flat Earth explanation, flat everything, matter of fact, because I know a lot of you guys don't believe that the moon is a sphere. If you can give me a flat Earth explanation of how a lunar eclipse occurs and
Wait,
how it is
what?
predicted.
No, you want to
Wait,
know?
wait, 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 wait,
going
wait,
on,
wait,
bro?
wait, 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 wait. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm simply just saying, if
No,
I can receive an answer on this
if you want to
using
talk about
flat
belief,
Earth theory, then I will
dude,
believe. I'll drop
belief,
it today. I promise
stop.
you, I'll get
Then
rid of all my
how
globes
do
and
you
become a flat earther right now.
then
I'm dead
how do
serious.
you
I
explain
want
the
to hear it.
Solnelian eclipse, which is also a lunar eclipse?
Yeah,
No, no, no,
honestly,
no, no. Don't
talk
request
about
anything from me.
No,
I'm
no, no,
solely
no,
asking
no, no, no.
questions. I'm not here to debate.
How
No,
do
no, 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 no,
you
no.
No, 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 no. You don't just come in and make claims about how do you explain lunar eclipses when the globe can't explain them themselves. So how do you explain the
What?
impossible eclipse
Wait a second. Wait a
or the
second.
Solnelian?
Wait a second. How is there not already a present explanation given for the Selenium?
Wait on a second, AK. I'm not speaking with you. I'm speaking with
Oh,
Viperous,
I
who
didn't
wants
make
a
any
replacement
claims.
for his
I just
model.
said according to my beliefs. All I did was ask a question. I did not make any claims. I
Yeah,
said
you
I'm
said
not even
according
here
to
to
your
debate.
beliefs. So
I
now
literally
I'm
said I was
asking
here to
you.
ask questions.
I'm asking you
So why are
according
you?
to
No,
your
no, no.
beliefs.
You
How
have
are
no
your
right to
beliefs
request anything from me.
explaining the impossible
You have no
eclipse that we
right to
see?
request anything from me. I said
How is your beliefs explaining the impossible eclipse or the Solnelian eclipse that we see?
no. Now you're just doing what you want, bro. I literally said.
if we're
No,
talking
no.
about, I don't
You've
care
told
about.
me that due to your beliefs, the eclipse proves the globe. So now I'm asking you, in your beliefs, how does the Solnelian eclipse work? Or what's called the impossible eclipse? He's run away.
I don't care about his beliefs. Like he can, if he wants to talk about beliefs, then what does he believe is the best color? I mean, come on.
No, we must compare beliefs so that, I can shit on yours based on mine. But it's not incumbent for anyone if one was to explain an eclipse, because we're not claiming it's has some sort of relationship to the nature of the surface of the earth, right? Whereas they do, so they're locked into that, right? So that's why they ask for an explanation of it.
Yeah, ain't no one's burden to explain someone's beliefs. Makes no sense.
Prove that the Earth is a globe first, and that it's in the vacuum of space. I mean, come on.
Can I
There's
go?
mental things that we need to get past before you just skip on to something that's a wild claim in the first place.
Yes. Can I go? Can I have a shot? Hmm? Question mark?
You can, but don't be like the last guy. We just had
I'm,
to sit and listen to his whole speech and
I'll try.
diatribe for him to run away when he was asked one question by AJ.
I'll try.
In response to his question.
Sure. So, what about the firmament, right? So my question essentially is, how come we see different constellations in different parts of the world at different times during the year, even? In my mind, this can only occur on the globe Earth, right? The only explanation, if the firmament is a real thing and not an illusion of your mind or everyone's mind, then on a flat surface, everyone should see. Well, we can get into details of your models if you want to, but everyone should see basically the same firmament. But that is not the case. So how come?
First and foremost, you probably shouldn't preface your question with asking us about claims we didn't make.
Okay,
That
so again, I am saying my claim is this can only happen. I'm not hearing you. This
I'll
can
let
only happen on the globe Earth. This can only happen on the globe Earth. Only. So my claim is this is proof of the globe Earth. So unless you can provide me with a different explanation, I will have to resort to the most reasonable explanation, which is that we are on a globe Earth.
So your argument from ignorance is evidence of a globe Earth.
So my argument from ignorance. So I'm saying the only possible explanation
You haven't
for
given
this
an
phenomenon.
explanation. So stop, please.
Okay.
You haven't given an explanation. So far you've just given us a declaration of something to be so, and that it can only work on a sphere, but you haven't described why or how.
Okay, I'll attempt to do that in that case. So I mean, I don't know the exact constellations, but I'm sure we can go into detail if you want to. But we agree that there's certain constellations in the sky that we can only see from certain parts of the world, right? During certain times. Is that common knowledge?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes, it's common knowledge. So again, I mean, if we want to come up with a model of the world, right, we have to resort to the most reasonable explanation. Sure, you would agree?
No.
No, we don't have. So you are then assuming the least reasonable explanation. Is that true?
No. No.
Okay.
I would say, how do we use them? How do we use the stars in the sky?
I don't care. I don't
we
care
use
about that.
Oh,
I don't
well,
care.
then you don't care about
Why
the answer.
is it relevant? Why is it relevant? Then explain to me, how is it relevant how we use the skies in
We
the
want
star?
explanations instead of just practicality. I mean, I don't know what you want.
I mean, again, I want to prove to you that the Earth is a globe,
The
right?
Earth is flat, or do you want to just tell us that the Earth is a globe and everything that happens in the world happens only because it's a globe?
I mean, again, in my mind, I have provided to you a phenomenon that can only occur on a globe Earth, right? So unless you can demonstrate to me,
Argument for
Why can it only occur like that? Why?
Come again?
Why are you saying? What's the
Absolutely
basis for that
false.
claim?
What's the basis for my claim? Is that what you're asking me?
You just ask the question again.
Ask the question? Okay, yeah, okay.
He hasn't asked
Yeah,
a
okay.
question. He's just made a
No,
statement.
I did. I mean, I did
that
ask a question at some point.
Due to the fact of eclipses, it must be a ball. There's no other way to believe
No,
it.
I
in his
didn't
mind.
talk about eclipses. I don't know why are you talking about eclipses? I never mentioned eclipses
Well, I'm
once.
not sure what you're talking about. Then I must be completely lost.
He says that the only. He says he says you should be able to see forever on a flat Earth.
No,
He
that's
thinks
not.
that-
Could you please listen, friends?
No,
Could you please listen?
Why can't we see constellations in the north that we can see in the south? That was your question.
Yeah, constellations, exactly.
And the answer is
again-
you can't see forever on a flat Earth. This is what we would expect on a flat Earth.
No, okay, so you are saying, right? You're saying I'm not seeing certain constellations in the south because my line of sight is obstructed? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the exact sky, what we see in the southern and northern hemisphere, is what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. There is no, this is impossible on a flat.
Right. Okay. So then again, I don't know the specific constellations. I'm sure we can look it up if you're interested. But there's certain constellations, right? You will only see in the northern hemisphere, and you will never see them in the south. There's certain constellations.
Begging the question.
No. Please listen, okay? Please listen.
Yeah,
I'm getting
you
there.
are saying
Please listen.
hemisphere.
Please listen. I will get there. Don't worry. I will get there. So there's certain constellations you can see only in the north and not in the south, and the other way around. We agree on this? Do we agree on this?
Yes, of course. We
Yeah.
already
Okay.
said that.
So then again, I will explain why this can only occur on the globe Earth unless you can provide me with different explanation.
Why? You're just declaring that's the case. You're just saying this can only occur.
Friends, listen. I will tell you.
Haven't
Don't worry.
described why it's only possible on a sphere.
Well, this is
What's
why
the
I'm saying.
precursors?
This is why I'm saying unless you can come up with like a ridiculous different explanation. If we hold,
because you haven't even described how it's possible. Dude, you've just said, all you've said is this is only possible on a sphere. You haven't described why it's only possible on a sphere.
Sure. So if we assume that the firmament is an observable reality and it doesn't only occur in the viewer's mind, basically,
Said firmament. Who said that?
Come again?
You're the only one who has said that word.
Firmament. You don't know the word?
I do.
Yeah, that's what we're
Absolutely, I
starting
know
with.
it.
Firmament. What are you
Who
talking
said
about? The
it?
star?
How do you? Okay, I have a question for you, amazing man.
Yes.
How did you verify that the globe is the requirement for star rotation to begin with?
I'm not talking about star rotation. Are we aware of that? I'm not
And
talking about star
distances,
rotation.
yeah, star rotation. We've got star rotation, as what I've heard something about that, but also distance to the star,
I
and
don't
why
care.
we can't
Star
see,
position.
and why we can't see certain stars in certain positions. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that will go more along the line of what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're saying that. Sorry, what you're saying is that I think Pat Flatsy pointed out a fallacy there that in the northern hemisphere we see the North Star, in the southern hemisphere we see certain stars in the south. You're equating that to a globe, yeah?
Well,
You're saying it's the only way it can work is on a globe. If we see certain
well,
stars rotating in a certain fashion or certain stars in a certain location, it can only happen on a globe due to the fact that if it was a flat
well,
Earth, we would see all the stars.
kind of. I mean, that is not. I mean, kind of. I mean, if we looked at
What's the
the,
explanation you've been given, dude? What's the explanation you've been given for why that is?
I'm just using my rational mind, right?
Okay,
I'm
what's
just
the
using my
explanation?
so
Beyond it can only
the
work on a sphere.
explanation is.
What
I mean,
what is the
right. So
explanation?
the explanation.
How does it
Yeah,
work? Give
if you're
us the
gonna if
details.
you're gonna let me talk, sure. If again, if what we see in the sky is a real observable thing, then on a flat surface you should be able to see everything from every point of the flat surface, right? That's how flat surfaces work.
Why?
Why? Because that's how flat surfaces work.
No, it's
So you
not.
don't understand perspective and angular resolution then?
I think you don't understand perspective, right?
Hold
So
on.
again,
Amazing man. No.
I think so. Yeah, I think you don't get it.
I think that you think you're going to magically get Superman powers if, like, all of a sudden you change how you see the world, but it doesn't work that way. It's going to look exactly as it is. Like, nothing's going to change from your perspective. Never mind. AJ, back to you, bro. I'm sorry.
So you disagree that as you move away from something over a flat surface, the angle decreases as it appears to be lower above your head.
No,
So
that's true.
a very simple example would be street lights along a flat surface or a flat road, a horizontal surface. You would be standing directly under a street light. You would need to look up at it.
Yeah, I get it.
Eventually, as you back away, it becomes lower and lower in your vision until it eventually compresses where the horizon is. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Totally. I see that. Yeah.
So that's the first point. You cannot see infinite distances. Secondly, you have issues of atmospheric conditions on the weather every day. We can hear a distance that we can see due to the conditions, whether that be fog, cloud, a hot day where there's heat radiating off certain surfaces, the road or the earth. This changes every single day as to our distance. So there's nothing to say from perspective, from our angular resolution, and from what we witness every day in the atmosphere that we're going to be able to see infinite distances to stars.
I mean, if you're saying there's no guarantee for us to see infinite distances, sure.
Not no guarantee. You just can't simply do it.
I mean, I think you can. If you're saying you can't do it every day, sure, I agree.
This also depends on the location of the observer. All right. Now, the globe itself uses a celestial sphere. Right now,
What do you mean? Hold on. You have to stop. You have to hold on there because I didn't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by a globe uses a celestial sphere? What does that mean?
I'll get to that. I'm going to come to that very shortly. But first statement I'm going to make to you is that whether the Earth is a globe or whether the Earth is flat, how the sun and moon appears to be, where they are, how they move, etc., all has to do with the direction you're facing. Yeah. So if you're facing north, your stars are always going to rotate counterclockwise left to right. If you're facing south, they're going to rotate, anti-clockwise, and south would be clockwise. East, they'd come up in front of you. Facing west, they would rise and set from behind. Right? This is on the globe and on a flat surface. It doesn't matter
what do you mean,
you're on, yeah?
Why?
Okay,
why?
so if,
why?
if
No,
you're
no, no, no,
standing
no!
on,
Stop! No, I'm not hanging on. Like you have to like let me interrupt you at some point, right? You can't just go on and on and on, right?
Right. Go for it then.
So how would this sort of rotation occur on a flat surface? This rotation we observe in the night sky.
Well, we can just see that these stars are rotating above our head. Now, this is going to bring me to my next point that you didn't let me get to, which was the celestial sphere. So I'm going to drop something in the chat for you.
Magical individual domes of vision.
Okay, so
exactly.
Hang on a second.
You're not making a lot of
Okay.
sense, buddy.
Yeah, magical.
Butting in, please. Hey, he's asked for an explanation. I'm giving one. I don't need you butting
It's
in
not an
over the top saying
explanation,
it's
it's
all magical. Shut up, AK. All right. So in the chat, we've got the celestial sphere. Yeah, this is what the globe Earth requires for your equatorial mounts, for celestial navigation, etc. And it has to do with the stars. Yeah. So we can see that in the celestial sphere encloses the Earth. It has no defined size and has the observer on the Earth at its center. Right. So you have your own particular view of the stars based on where you're standing. So, for an example, if this observer was standing directly under what we see as the North Star, he would have to look directly up at the North Star. Right? As he moves away from the North Star, his angle to that star decreases, as you can see.
May I interrupt you for a quick second there?
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether you're talking about a globe Earth or a flat Earth model, because I've been hearing conflicting.
I'm talking about the globe Earth model. This is a globe Earth representation that's used for navigation on the Earth and for star locations. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Continue then.
So we can see in this image, we have the celestial sphere. We have the observer standing at the equator, basically in the center of the Earth. Yeah. So now we can see that if we are underneath where that point of the North Star would be, then we would be looking directly up. However, when the observer moves away, the star appears lower in the sky. Now, if we have a look at the example there of the Big Dipper, we can see that one of those stars is nearly upon the horizon, which would be eye level to that observer. So as he moves closer, that would increase in height or appear to increase in height in the sky.
No, it wouldn't, right? It wouldn't, right?
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
And this is all central. This is all central to
buddy,
the
you can't
actual
keep talking.
observer.
You can't keep talking, buddy. Already, I wholeheartedly disagree, right? This is just not true. It does not increase in altitude when you move towards it, right? That's just not true.
So when we're doing celestial navigation and we're using a sextant and we're measuring angles to stars,
I don't care about that.
equals
Sorry,
every
my friend.
each
Sorry,
degree.
again. Sorry, my friend.
I know you
My
don't
friend.
care.
Sorry, again.
I
Yeah,
know
but then
you don't care. Each degree equals 60 nautical miles. So factually, yes, at a further distance, the star is going to be appearing lower to your position. If you're closer, it's going to be higher in the sky. This is how we measure angles to the stars to navigate. This is all dependent on the observer, and you are not, due to these angles, going to be able to see.
What's
certain
good, guys? Are you guys having a debate?
No,
I'm out for a minute, guys.
Please don't interrupt.
Take over. I need to go and pick up my kids from work. Sorry.
Kids from work? What?
Yes, my kids, they work jobs, yeah. I've got to go and pick them up. They've just finished work.
Okay.
So I guess he was just preaching to me, and I'm not allowed to respond to him. Is that the
what
we're doing here?
No, we can pick up in his wake. There's plenty of people here.
Yeah, sure. So again, okay, you're gonna pick up then 60, 46, whatever. So again, you have yet to provide me with a reasonable explanation as to why we can only see certain stars from certain points on the Earth. My statement is that this can only occur on a globe Earth. That this observation, it can only occur on a globe Earth. So unless you can provide me with a different explanation, that is the reality that I will accept.
He was talking
I don't
about.
believe in the flat Earth. If you're asking me.
No, he was talking. AJ was talking about how
okay.
we utilize the stars and how the latitude lines were derived using a Mariner sextant, and they use. I guess he's gone. Never mind.
Mariner sextants. What about them?
Originally, he was basically saying if the Earth was flat, you can see from that. There's perspective at play, but he didn't get it.
Well, AJ was pointing out how we take angles, elevation angles, to the stars. So the way that they appear in the sky would appear higher if you're closer and lower if you're further. And you use that angle, elevation angle to them from a flat surface. So ironically, what he was saying, actually it only works on a flat Earth.
Let's see. Elevations angles is defined as the angle between horizontal and the apparent position of something. Right? That's the elevation
Yes,
angle.
but it's also a very special definition of an angle measurement because you're using the surface that you're standing on, not a tangent.
Really? How? Wait a second. You're using the surface, so it's not the angle between horizontal of the observer to apparent position of an object. It's
when you're talking about
a flat surface, some flat surface, some surface, and the object.
Stop talking. I will explain myself. When you're using a Mariner sextant, you have to make a height of eye correction to a surface that is horizontal to the ground position of the star. Yes.
No, that you're inserting that. You're inserting it when you're making when you're using a Mariner sextant without a bubble.
Okay, so what are we?
Without a. Let me finish. I needed to let you finish as well. So please stop
Let him
interrupting
finish,
me.
brother. Let him talk, brother. Let the brother speak. Go ahead.
Right. So, when you're using a Mariner sextant with the horizon instead of like a mirror or a bubble, then you need to make an height of eye correction. But you're not making that height of eye correction to a surface, making that height of eye correction to an angle. The correction is an angle, not a surface. You're not changing your position, you're changing the angle.
Yeah, but the horizontal is in reference to the ground to find the GP of the star.
No. If that was the case, then you wouldn't need to make the height of eye correction. Horizontal is above the ground when you're above the ground.
100%. Who believes the Earth is flat?
The eye corrections, if you're elevated off the ground, is to bring it back down to the horizontal.
Who believes that the Earth is flat here?
That's mathematically not what's happening. And if you claim otherwise, I would love to see the proof of that mathematical one. But what is happening is when you make an height of eye correction is you're correcting an angle. You're not changing the position.
What are you measuring with the sextant, dude? What are you measuring with the nautical sextant? What are you measuring with the nautical sextant?
Elevation angles, the angle between horizontal and the apparent position of the object.
But okay, elevation. So what is it that in reference to?
What do you mean? What is that in reference to?
When you're using the sextant, right? You're going to get an elevation angle to a celestial object, right? What in relation to what? What are you referencing to get that angle with the nautical sextant?
Okay, the the elevation angle
It's a
is the
simple.
angle
It's a
between the
simple answer.
horizontal. Okay, and I'm answering it. The elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal of the observer and apparent position of an object.
When
The apparent position,
when you're
the line
using,
of sight.
listen, dude, stop. You're missing it. You're missing it, dude. Stop. What are you using when you are holding your nautical sextant in your hand and you're looking through it? What are you using in reference to the celestial object to get the elevation angle?
Using the horizontal of the observer and apparent
The
position
horizon.
of the object.
The horizon.
No, not necessarily.
Yes.
Not necessarily. No, not
We're
necessarily.
talking about a nautical sextant. That's what you will be getting. It is the angular distance that is between the horizon and the celestial object. Yes.
Yeah, you don't use a bubble sextant on a ship because you would never.
There's nautical sextants with bubble horizons.
I'm
not necessarily used to horizon.
Listen, the reason why latitude lines are derived from the elevation angle measurements from Polaris. Okay, you on a ship, you have to use the horizon. You can't use a bubble sextant because you're rocking on a boat. You have to rock. You have to rock the sextant to keep the horizon horizontal. So the reason
On a boat, you can also use a mirror though.
Either way,
you don't have to use the horizon.
Yes,
You can use a Mercury
because
F in front of you, for example.
Listen. Oh my gosh. Chaos. Go ahead.
And also just because on the ship you're using a horizon does not mean that you have to always use the horizon. In principle, like
what would that tell you about the horizon, though? What would that tell you about the horizon, though? That it's used in the same way, right? It can be used to get the same thing. Oh my goodness! Interesting.
No,
that.
Okay, so when you use the horizon, you need to make a correction to the angles. So when you're measuring between horizon, the apparent position to the horizon to the apparent position of an object.
Real quick, AK, I don't mean to interrupt you. Daz, you're AK. I'm
measuring the angle, but then you're not measuring just one muscle.
No, you hold on.
Not just one muscle.
No. So Daz, you're hot micing. Fix your mic so I don't have to mute you. AK, continue.
All right, thank you. So, when you need to make a correction to the angle that you measure between the apparent position of the horizon and the apparent position of a celestial object in order to get the elevation angle, then that means that when you're doing that with the horizon, you're not measuring the angle between horizontal and apparent position of the object. Because then you wouldn't need to make a correction to get the elevation angle. So,
Can you say that again, please? I missed that.
Okay, so when you're using the horizon with a sextant, then you need to make a correction to the angle that you measure in order to get the elevation angle. Okay? That means the angle between the apparent position of the horizon and apparent position of the object is not the elevation angle. If it were, then you would not need to make a correction to it.
Isn't that just your dip correction you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that would just be going back down to sea level.
That is the correction I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So to read this quote, right? The observer will always be a certain distance above the sea surface, and the altitude obtained will always be greater than that observed at 0 above the sea. The correction is referred to as dip and must always be subtracted from the observed altitude. In order to find the value of dip, the nautical tables must be entered with the height of eye of the observer above the sea surface. So, right, what it's saying there is when you correct that, you're taking it down to 0.
No,
That it's
it
yes,
does not
that's
say
what
that.
it is saying.
No, it
So
does not say that.
therefore, your
That's
it does not
exactly
say
what it
that.
is.
No, it is not. You're reducing
Listen,
an
Yes,
angle.
it
not
is.
changing
You're
the-
not going to say some stupid, dumb shit about it being a dip correction for curvature.
sketch it
You
out.
fucking
Sketch it out.
numpty. It is for a correction for the eye height.
Sketch it out. Sketch it out. Sketch it out.
Sketch it out. You'll get some triangles, buddy. What are you going to do with those on your little curvature? You fucking idiot. It's measured in triangles. The dip correction is because it's a triangle. Yeah, so shut up with your stupid dip correction for curvature.
Yeah, could you correct them back?
I did not mention curvature at all.
Well, that's what you're going to say.
Done, and then, okay, so you just said you were done, and then you continued talking. This is an internal conflict between what you said
you're doing, right? What you're doing, right? Is you're making sure. Listen. You're making sure that now your eyeballs are equal to the point that you're looking at out in the distance, right?
Oh,
Zero.
God.
Zero.
No, that's okay.
Yes, zero.
So,
yes, zero.
No.
Yes.
Hold on, T-Dub. Let's hear this. What is it, buddy?
All right. So here's the problem. You can sketch this out, the situation. You can make like a line for the ground, like a flat line, horizontal line, your ground, right? Then you make a horizontal line, you make an observer that's above that horizontal line, you make another horizontal line for the horizontal of the observer, and then you make a line to the horizon that you sketch. It's just a sketch, right? Wherever that line should go, then wherever you think the horizon should appear. Yeah, exactly. Like
Dude, how long is this going to take? Because it's easy. It's just you could form a box out of it, right? With a big X in the middle, and the angles are going to be the same, right? At either end. So the horizon, the part of the horizon that you're looking at is zero elevation, right? And now you're going to make sure that your feet, right, or the point you're going to determine, right, that below your feet, the surface of the water below your feet, even though you might not be standing directly on it, that's also zero. That's all you're doing.
You finished?
Because as I described in the citation, right, you're always a certain height above the sea, so you need to you have to reduce.
Just let me know when you're finished.
Take that out, right? So you take that out so that now instead of your eyeballs being in the air, they're on the surface at zero. That's all it's doing.
Just let me know when you're finished, please.
Sorry for the hot mic.
You're finished. You're finished.
Are you finished? Are you finished with your rant?
You're finished. You don't need to go on and on about it, dude. That's as simple as that.
It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. When you're finished
I don't have to answer your fucking moderation questions, dude. Shut up. If I've paused and I'm not talking anymore, then obviously there's a break in the conversation for somebody else to say something, right? You need to ask me if I'm fucking finished, arrogant prick.
Okay. In my experience, when I started talking after you take a pause and there was a break, then you interrupted me again in my explanation.
Okay. Stop that.
So I just wanted to make sure that you got everything out that you needed to get out before I try and explain how what you're saying is wrong.
Stop doing that. Just go.
All right. So as you can see in the little illustration that Globus posted, the distance, the little box that you can draw between the dip where dip correction occurs and to reduce the angle, to reduce the height of the observer to zero, is a different line from the line from zero underneath the observer to the celestial object, to the star.
Guys, it's me.
So the angle of the dip correction does not result in an equal in an equal.
And I hope you guys accept me as a flat earther.
In an equal situation as the angle from zero to to the celestial object currently does not work this way mathematically. What you're doing is not reducing your height to 0. You're reducing the angle between that you measure, so that the new angle only reaches from celestial object down to horizontal of the observer. Those are not the two those are not equivalent operations.
So then you deny the two citations I've got from Astrolab Sailing saying the dip table corrects for the distance of the observer's height above the sea. And the next area to correct, so it says the next area to correct for is the height of I. The tables all assume a height of exactly 0 feet. That is because then the horizon is at a 90-degree angle to the zenith. And again, from Astrolab Sailing, if you are taking a sextant reading from the bridge of a big ship, then you're going to get a different sextant reading to if you're on a small yacht. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading. This is called dip, or an adjustment for your height of I.
I'm not. Okay. So what I'm saying and what this is saying is not mutually exclusive when the elevation angle of a given celestial object at a given time is not dependent on altitude. So
it's dependent on a horizontal.
Can I finish? So the angle between horizontal of the observer and the apparent position of the object is going to be the same when you're 10,000 feet above the same location as when you're 0 feet above the location.
However, in celestial navigation, we don't adjust to the observer's eye height. We adjust down and obtain our horizontal reference plane from sea level, from
not
0.
Not necessary. No.
You just disagree and hand wave dismiss Astrolab Sailing's two
it's not hand waving. Bubble sextants.
Yeah, it is hand waving because all bubble sextants are doing are establishing a horizontal, just like we're doing on the sun.
Exactly. Wait a second.
And your dip correction gives you the correct angular distance between the celestial object and the horizon.
Yes. Yeah. So, when you're using a bubble sextant, AJ, you're not required to do a dip correction because you're measuring the angle between horizontal of the observer and apparent position of the celestial object directly, right? What that means is when you're using the horizon, you're not measuring the elevation angle because the horizon is not at the horizontal, does not appear at horizontal of the observer.
So the tables all assume an eye height of exactly 0 feet. That is because then the horizon is at 90 degrees angle to the zenith.
Yes.
Yes,
when you're at 0 feet, then the angle, using the horizontal of the observer and using the horizon, where the horizon.
No, the horizontal of the Earth, not the observer.
Right, the water out there is at the surface of the water out there where you're looking is at the same elevation as the water underneath you. 0.
Right. But none of this, like the elevation angle, is not defined by the Earth itself. It's defined by.
Then why are you using the horizon then? What's the what is that the surface of the water out there that you're using? Is that the surface of the water you're using out there to get an angular distance between that and the celestial object?
Again, when you're using the horizon and you're above the water, you're not in exactly the same water.
Yes. So it's saying, your eyeballs are higher than that point that you're looking at out there.
That was not the finished. That was not the finished sentence. You did not let me finish my sentence. Okay. So when you're using the horizon, and that is a phrase, that is not a complete sentence, then you're not measuring the elevation angle directly, as you can see by the fact that you need a dip correction. Hence, the elevation angle is not the angle between where the horizon occurs and the apparent position of the celestial object. Got it? between the horizontal and the apparent position of this.
The horizontal to the horizon, creating a 90-degree.
Yes.
Oh.
Encyclopedia Britannica, sextant, instrument for determining.
As it's proven by dip correction.
Sextant. Shut up. Right, sextant, instrument for determining the angle between the horizon and a celestial body such as the sun, moon, or a star, used in celestial navigation. Right? Wikipedia. A sextant is a doubly reflecting navigation instrument that measures the angular distance between two visible objects. The primary use of a sextant is to measure the angle between an astronomical object and the horizon for the purposes of celestial navigation. Do you want me to go on? Do you want me to go on?
You don't need to go on. No.
Right, don't need to. Thank you.
Okay, you don't need to. So where did it say here that the elevation angle is the angle to the surface between the surface and apparent position of a celestial object? It did not say
You're
that.
using the horizon, which is fucking surface of the earth, you idiot.
It said
where it says we need to make a correction.
What you just read.
Oh man. Where it says that you need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to sea level with an elevation of 0 feet with a 90 degrees at the horizon. Very simple.
And you do your
Not our
elevation.
issue that you can't understand.
There's nothing about this that I don't understand. I'm just simply trying to explain to you guys why your understanding fails. So, what he just read was that the sextant is an instrument to measure the angle between horizon and the apparent position of a celestial object for the purpose of celestial navigation. What I'm telling you is that this is not the elevation angle as is proven by the fact that you have a dip correction. So,
correct.
Elevation angle is not the elevation angle is not defined by the surface, by the angle between surface and apparent position of object.
It is when you correct for your eye height. It is when you correct for your eye height down to 0 elevation. Is it so difficult?
I think he's saying the same thing now. It's come around full circle.
No, he's saying we're not measuring the angle from the surface of the earth in the first instance because we have to correct for dip, so therefore the angle's not from the surface. Because he's trying to say that we're getting a horizontal at the eye line of the observer, not on the surface of the earth.
That's right. And then he's just saying that you've got to allow for that dip correction. He's just explaining it over and over again.
Yeah, my question, I love this question. It's not my question, but I love this question, so I'm going to ask it. Where is the tangent mirror on the sextant?
I think so. Effect totem. Sid Flatsy's question.
He's gone.
No, that question deserved that long, pregnant pause. I loved it.
The question killed him because he left the chat.
I think since there's a pause, something that got overlooked. AK mentioned that the angle measurement that you get is going to be the same if you're on the surface, if you're in the crow's nest, or you're up the side of a mountain. That does not make it exclusive to.
It's different. That's totally different. You're talking about a Mariner sextant on the ocean. So we're talking about
angle of elevation.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
so you are correct because the stars are only an apparent location, manufactotum. So when we're in an aeroplane using a bubble sextant, we're using level. There's a leveling device on the sextant, and we're leveling that to the artificial horizon of the plane. So when we level this, it's in reference parallel to the Earth's surface. However, when we're doing celestial navigation from the Earth, they establish the horizontal not with a bubble sextant or a level. They establish the horizontal by adjusting the eye height of the observer down to 0 elevation or sea level. But in both instances, you're just establishing a horizontal.
Right. So two things. First, you can do it with a level or a bubble sextant. Second, we just established that if all of those are parallel to that horizontal, then it's not exclusively taking the angle down to sea level. You could also bring it up to eye level, right? If those are the same, because as you said, it's an apparent location, then that doesn't derive exclusivity. It doesn't have to be taking it down. You can be bringing it up.
Okay, so to be fair though, that's not how it's actually done. And that's why we have dip correction tables, and that's why, as I stated from all of the citations that I read, that in this instance they actually adjust the height of eye down to 0. They're not using a tangent to the Earth, right? They're adjusting down to sea level.
What I'm saying is that you can say that you're adjusting down to sea level. It is exactly equivalent to adjusting up to eye level. There is 0 difference.
Yeah, cool.
None
So
whatsoever.
when they use a sextant, what do they
when you
do?
say
Which
that
way
they're
do they
doing
do
it
this?
down to sea level, you can't say that they're not doing it up to eye level.
Well, I can because
you don't have either. To
well,
make the angle.
I can because in all of the manuals it tells us that they assume a 0 elevation and they adjust down to sea level. They don't ever state that they adjust up to eye level. Okay, cool. So then, in what instance then can you demonstrate somebody doing celestial navigation using the technique that you've described?
It's the same. It's the same technique, is what I'm telling you. It's exactly the same. Nothing in the
Except you're
math
establishing a
requires that
horizontal at your eye line.
Sea level.
Except you're
Right.
establishing the horizontal at your
When
eye
you
line instead of
subtract
throwing out the requirement that's used to adjust to the surface of the Earth, showing that the Earth is horizontal.
That's not a requirement, is what I'm telling
and
you.
level.
No, it doesn't show that the Earth is horizontal, first of all. Second of all, it's not a requirement. Right? That's an easy way to do the math if you like to conceptualize it. All you're doing is subtracting
How's
numbers.
it done in
You
reality?
say that you're bringing it down to sea level or you're bringing it up to eye. It's just either way you want. You can describe it either
How's
way.
it
There's
done in
nothing in the
reality?
math that requires that be.
When I
just
jump in
answered
and
that
do a
question.
celestial navigation course, how do they teach us how to do celestial navigation? How is it done in reality?
You plot all of your points in
both
circles of
ways.
elevation on the same horizontal plane that you have
You're like
used.
7 steps ahead of this process.
Listen.
We're not there yet.
Okay. Well, I've got a very valid point to just go ahead and push in. You plot all the points and circles of equal elevation on the same horizontal plane that you get from the surface. Yes, from the surface of the Earth, which you use to set your point of reference. That's not wrong.
No, if you plot those circles of equal elevation on the same horizontal plane, you will not get accurate measurements.
So far, it's just a hand wave dismissal of how it's actually done in reality, because you can say it can be done another way. So what does this actually prove at the end of the day? That
it's not another.
They're not adjusting
Listen
eye
carefully.
level.
Listen carefully to what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's done in other ways. I'm saying the way that you're describing it is not exclusive. You're reapplying the math into a concept that it isn't in practice. It's just subtracting numbers. You can call that bringing the angle down, or you can call that bringing the bottom sight up. It's exactly the same. The math doesn't specify one or the other.
Yeah, but you wouldn't manuals do.
They'll be parallel.
According to
parallel
zero elevation,
Manuals are teaching.
sea level, creating a parallel, yeah, or 90 at the horizon, as T-Dub has stated 30 times.
A parallel to what?
Whether you want to take the angle correction and make it that so that your line of sight is your horizontal, or the surface underneath you is the horizontal, doesn't matter. It's the same.
Exactly. That's my point. So it's not you're absolutely by necessity bringing it down to eye level. It's exactly equivalent if you bring it, down to sea level. It's exactly equivalent if you bring it up to eye level. If you bring it up to the horizontal of the observer, those are all, you get the exact
negate
same
the
number,
fact that
no
you're
matter
using a
how high
nautical
you are.
sextant to get the angle between the celestial object and the horizon. That's what it's
It doesn't
used for.
negate that at all.
Yeah, and if you're
I'm not
using the
negating any of that.
horizon, that'll be the if you use the horizon, that would be the sea, wouldn't it? So you would bring it down to sea level.
Yeah, but that's why you need to
go
make the
down
correction. No, that's not the case.
I don't see why
using the horizon, you need to do a tip correction.
What does
If you're not
zero
using the horizon, like if you're using
elevation
the
above sea level mean?
Tip correction at all.
What does zero elevation above sea level mean?
Exactly that. It means you're at sea level. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly what's done with the sextant. Assumed a height of eye of exactly
That's just
0
one way to
feet.
describe the process. That's an easy way to understand what you're doing.
So can you find me, please, a citation that describes the opposite, that it's bringing it up in reality? I understand what you're saying about the maths. Have you got something there that says in reality we take this measurement from the height of eye?
So I posted it the other day. Regardless, you all agreed that angle is going to be exactly the same no matter how high you are. You agreed to that. I gave you a citation the other day, but again,
and you require a horizontal to the surface of the Earth.
You're going to get to
No, it's not to the surface of the Earth. Horizontal is not defined by the surface of the Earth. No.
The horizontal is defined by the surface of the Earth.
AJ, no,
out to the horizon, creating a 90-degree angle at the horizon.
AJ, wait a second. Horizontal is defined by being 90 degree to vertical, and vertical is defined by being directly up and down. And up and down is the physically different behaving direction from forward, backward, and left to right. Okay? So that is what is defining horizontal, not the surface of the Earth. Now, what you keep going back to is the fact that horizontal and view to the horizon, the angle to the horizon, is equivalent at 0 feet altitude. Equivalent mean definition. Okay, so horizontal is not defined by the surface. Horizontal is defined. Horizontal is not defined by the surface of the Earth. It's not defined by any surface.
Horizontal is defined by the horizon, the horizontal line where the sky appears beneath the Earth, and this is where it was derived from. And that is a horizontal line that does not deviate from 0.
Okay.
A curved line does deviate from 0, and the fact of the matter is that in celestial navigation, even in your globe images, you require a parallel to the surface of the Earth. That in those images claims a parallel to be a point on Earth. A parallel is not a point on Earth. We assume 0 eye height above sea level. We make a horizontal line to the horizon where we create a 90-degree at the horizon or the zenith. That's it, dude. You're out. I don't know if anyone else wants to talk to him, but this is just ridiculous going in circles.
No, mate, you're doing a good job.
AJ, I think they're saying like the important part of it is you're getting that 90-degree angle, right? So with that dip correction, if you boxed it out you'd get two triangles that would make a rectangle. So it wouldn't matter if it was like if your zero is your zero, as long as you're zeroing it in. The fact of the matter is you're making a right angle triangle that's parallel, like you're using a flat surface to get an elevation angle.
Yeah, you're right. And all of
there's no triangles.
I agreed 100%, and so did somebody else. I think it was T-Dub that said, correct.
Yeah. So I don't think you're arguing over too much.
No,
you know what I mean?
the argument is that now AK is stating that it's not in reference to the surface of the Earth. Yeah?
Yeah, well, AJ's a moron for saying that. Not AJ's. Sorry, not AK.
When you're using
correct, and this has been the claim the whole way along. And even in their own depictions, they still require a horizontal.
Yeah, it's just been confused. They're just explaining the same method, but they're not. The point they're missing is that they're using a horizontal reference frame that is the flat plane of the Earth. It doesn't matter if the whole reason we got onto this was from dip correction. We just brought up dip correction, and somehow it turned into us all explaining dip correction over and over and over, but missing the point of like what it's in reference to.
Yeah, but
so they haven't been able to refute yet any of the citations that I've given, saying that it's from 0 feet, a horizontal line creating a 90-degree angle at the zenith of the star.
You're correct.
And then they've also they've failed to refute anything that T-Dub has said when T-Dub
said the same thing.
Three citations stating, I think that the angle is the measurement from the horizon, where we require the 90 at sea level, to the star.
So basically, they're just lifting the horizon up to eye level. So they're just creating a parallel horizon to the horizon. So it's the same thing. The mathematics doesn't change. The point of it is that they're using a flat fucking triangle, flat plane measurements to derive.
Which then can be claimed as a tangent on a ball.
Yeah, no, it can't be claimed as a tangent on the ball because it's parallel to the surface, like it's running parallel
that was
to
my point.
like a
when
flat
you
plane.
see the depictions that they give you a parallel to the surface of the Earth, but they make the parallel at a point where the straight line intersects the sphere.
Yeah. So then, how would they know where that
no longer a parallel?
Well, you just take it. It's just sea level, so it's just a flat sea level. If they put a tangent point out there, how can they measure to a tangent point that isn't there? Like, what are they doing?
And what's the point in reversing the process that you already did?
Because it's an apparent horizon to them. It's not geometric.
Why would you reverse what you're?
Well, it's apparent horizon in general.
You're having to take a dip correction. Why would you reverse it at all, anyways?
Yeah, if it's
no. What do you mean reverse it?
And you're going to take your
what do you
eye
mean by that?
We're talking about reversing it and saying that it could be from eye level to 0 degrees. What's the point in that? You're having to do the process of taking it to 0 degrees.
No, AJ is reversing it. When you do a dip correction, you're subtracting from that angle, right? The star doesn't shift down, right? You're subtracting from that angle, which means you're making it more acute.
No, nobody said the star shifts down. You are correcting your height of eye.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't have
all the citations that have already been given.
Listen to what I'm saying. We talked about the citations. Jenna, listen to what I'm saying. You have an angle, right?
I'm not Jenna.
If you subtract from that angle, well, whoever. If you subtract from that angle, you're making the angle more acute, correct?
No.
No, you're not? Enlighten me, please.
Get more acute? What are you talking about?
Acute as in the opposite of obtuse.
No, when you correct for your dip correction, you're taking it from an acute to a right angle. A right angle.
Okay, let's. Acute means less than 90. Obtuse means more than 90.
Is dude, I know.
Okay, so the angle, not triangle, angle. Angles can be acute or obtuse, right? So you have
but you're
an angle.
Right angle
right?
triangle. It will be a right angle
it's
triangle.
Not a triangle. No, it's not a triangle. But we're just taking an angle measurement for now. All right, forget
Are you
about the triangle.
Are you taking your zenith to the horizon? You're taking your
Not
zenith to the
not
horizon.
yet.
Yes, you.
Not yet. We're not there yet.
That's what
We're
I'm
not there
talking.
yet. We're just talking about one angle. I just need to hunker down on this because you don't seem to understand what it means to subtract from an angle. So you have an angle, right? You have a vertex and you have one line. Now you're going to move the other line closer to the first line, and that's going to give you a smaller angle, right? A more acute angle, correct?
No.
No?
No, that's not what
I
we're doing.
don't think you know what you're talking about. That's exactly what's happening. If I have a 60-degree angle and I subtract 5 degrees, I have a 55-degree angle, correct?
The dip correction is just used so you can get a fucking 90-degree angle. Okay?
Hold on.
Otherwise, you won't
We're
get the 90.
hold on. Wait. We need to get the basics here. Okay? If I have a 60-degree angle and I subtract 5 degrees, I have a 55-degree angle. Yes?
What are you on about?
Does that track to you? Is that correct?
You're referencing the horizon, right?
I'm just talking
And say
about math
your
right now.
shut up.
We need to
Say
be
your
on the same
eyes are
path.
above the horizon. To get a right angle triangle, you need to dip
You're way too far
correct.
ahead.
So you can bring that
We're not
down
talking about
to the
triangles.
same level. Oh,
Oh my
but
God.
why are we talking about dip correction?
We're talking because nobody understands how angles work, it seems. I'm trying to get on the same page about mathematically what is happening. The very, very basics about big and small angles. If we don't have that, the rest of this discussion is absolutely meaningless. So my question, very simple question. I have a 60-degree angle, right? I subtract 5 degrees. I now have a 55-degree angle, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you. 55 degrees is more acute than 60 degrees, correct?
Yes.
Okay, to subtract those 5 degrees, I can keep one leg of this angle the same, and I can rotate the other leg closer, yes?
Say that again.
To subtract 5 degrees from the
Yeah,
60
got
degree,
that.
I can keep
You're at
one.
55 degrees.
Okay, I
You said
keep
something
one.
about.
Yeah, I keep one leg of this angle fixed, and I rotate the other leg closer to it, right? At the vertex. I'm rotating the other leg closer to the first one.
So you're bringing it back to 60, you're saying?
I'm bringing it closer to the other leg of that angle.
Carry on.
Imagine it's like I'm closing a compass, right? I keep
Very
one
good.
leg of that compass still, and I move the other leg, right?
Yep.
Great. So now I'm in the crow's nest, and I have one leg from my eyeball to the star.
You're missing the point here.
My eyeball.
So
Wait. Stop.
No.
Wait,
Oh
I'm
my God,
almost
you're
there.
a fucking moron.
Yeah, this is going away from
We're so close. We are so
Yeah,
close.
I don't know what this
Please.
dipshit's doing. He's telling me about how he's moving fucking angles in the sky. We're talking about
Not
correcting
in the.
for the
Oh
dip.
God! Yes, correcting for the dip. I have one leg of that angle from my eyeball to the star. The other leg from my eyeball to the horizon. Right now, I want to correct for dip. I'm going to shift one of those legs. Which of those legs moves in your conception of this?
I understand what you're saying. You're saying the same thing. You're bringing it up to a horizontal flat plane. Right. And I understand the premise. This is what I've said before. Okay. It's basically a rectangle. You can either take it down or bring it to eye level, but it's a reference of a flat plane that is parallel. That's the whole point. You're making a right angle triangle to get an elevation angle.
Two things. First, you're not making a triangle. Second, that flat horizontal plane is not the Earth. That is your jump in logic. You have no justification for that. It's just a claim. It's just an assertion. A baseless one at that.
Yeah. When we adjust our eye height to 0, assumed height 0, sea level to the horizon,
You're not adjusting
creating a
the eye height
90.
to 0.
It's really simple.
That's the whole point of it. That's what all it is.
I just
I
walked
don't
you
know
through
what
the
you're fucking going on
entire
about.
thing.
Don't
At
care what
no
you walked me
point do
through.
we bring the eye to
Don't
0.
care what you walked us through. The fact of the matter is, celestial navigation assumes an eye height of 0 feet to establish a horizontal to the 90 at the horizon. Not wrong. Don't just hand wave dismiss it.
I'm not hand-wave dismissing him. I just
You are.
demonstrated why you're wrong.
No,
There's
you
no
didn't
detail in
demonstrate why we were wrong.
You can't say that you are exclusively bringing the whole thing down to sea level when it is exactly
The tables assume a eye height of
equivalent
exactly
to
0
raising.
feet. This is because then the horizon is at a 90-degree angle. I'm not assuming anything.
Yeah,
You're not arguing with me, you're arguing with Astrolab Sailing. You're arguing with whatever citations T-Dub brought up earlier.
No, you just simply misunderstand the citation.
No, I don't simply misunderstand. We've all agreed with you. However, the fact of the matter is that in celestial navigation, they assume a eye height of 0 to establish a 90-degree angle at the zenith. Yes.
Yes, that does not mean that horizontal is defined by the surface, by the horizon. No, it's not.
Yes, because in your own model, you still require a horizontal because you require a parallel to the surface.
It's not just showing as my own model. I've not presented a model or
when they
suggest.
give you a depiction of this on a globe,
this has nothing to do with that.
Tangents to the apparent horizon, the actual horizon, the star.
AJ, you're jumping to conclusions. This has nothing to do with that
I'm not
model.
jumping to conclusions. You require a parallel to the Earth's surface regardless. Yeah, your claim is that a parallel is just a point.
So,
yes.
Horizontal is defined by being perpendicular to vertical. Vertical is the physical circumstance that we can actually differentiate horizontal and vertical of.
Do we have to hear this rinse and repeat again?
At 0 feet.
Do we have to hear the rinse and repeat again?
Horizontal.
No, we're not going to hear the rinse and repeat again.
Anyway, I'm dipping out. Good luck, guys.
Have a good one.
See you, man.
Did there? See what you did there? Dipping out.
Yeah.
You've got to pardon that pun.
Do we want to hear AK repeat himself for the 60th time in the last hour?
No, we don't. No. Fuck that.
I mean, it's all to do with the surface, whichever way you're looking at it. Like, you know, like, are they saying the surface has nothing, like the horizon has nothing to do with the surface? Are they saying that your height above the surface has nothing to do with the surface? Are they saying that the GP position is nothing to do with the surface? I mean, like, it's all the surface. It's all about the relationship, angular relationship, right, between the celestial object and the surface.
Yeah, and all they're trying to do is they've tried to bring up the bubble sextant to say that we don't need the surface and that the maths can work either way due to the fact that it's an apparent location. We've all agreed to that, yeah. But by stating it's done by lifting it up to eye height above sea level, they can then get away from the Earth being the horizontal reference plane. they can then have a tangent. That's the whole point of the argument, yeah?
Yeah, they say you don't need the surface at all, except you're trying to find your position on the surface using the surface.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, you're trying to find your position on some sort of imaginary realm? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. It's beyond ridiculous.
Using a device that references parallel to the surface. Congratulations, baltards. You're idiots.
It sounded like he was trying to reverse a dip correction.
Yes. He's stating it can be done either way. By getting it above the surface, then they no longer use the Earth as the horizontal reference. And this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to play on words and mathematical equations to get away from the fact that every citation that there is in regards to celestial navigation manuals, etc., all state that they're assuming an eye height of 0 on sea level. They're correcting down to sea level so that they can have a 90 degree to the horizon. So this is all they're trying to do. Play on words and mathematical equations and deny how things are actually done in reality and what's assumed in reality.
Yeah, exactly. You bring the eye down to 0. You wouldn't start bringing the horizon up the eye and start having two apparent positions for that and then try to work it all backwards. I don't see why you'd do that. Just bring it down to 0. There, you got your 90.
Yeah, well, then they don't have their horizontal reference plane, see? They're just trying to be sly.
Yeah.
I posted a little picture in the chat, and it just shows that if you're bringing the horizon up to your eye line, it just doesn't change the process. You've still got a horizontal line to GP. It doesn't change the angle or the distance, the horizontal distance. So it makes no difference whether you're going down.
But you're still parallel to the level, which is the surface of the Earth. So
either way, it indicates that. Oh, go on.
I was just saying, but it still has to be then parallel to the surface of the Earth. And according to their globe model, they put the parallel as a point. That's not a parallel. We know that water's level. We know we're establishing level and horizontal. So it's still in reference to the surface of the Earth, whichever way they go.
Exactly. Either way, it's saying that the point underneath you on the surface, right, is equal elevation to the point that you're using as a reference out in the distance. Right. So now you've got a level horizontal line of sight, right? That's parallel with the surface and extending out, and the point that you were looking at on the surface out in the distance, like, okay, the horizon, even though it's not a fixed distance or whatever, but at some point you're looking at the surface of the Earth, right, out in the distance, right? And now the line so the distance between your eyes and the ocean beneath you, right, is going to be the same distance between the imaginary line of sight you've extended out above the plane, right? At the end of that, along that line and above the point at which you were looking at on the surface will be the same distance, the same elevation. It's a parallel. The same height, same height above, like what you were saying, above sea level.
If they want to claim that their line of sight to the horizon is tangent, then what happened to that geometric horizon again?
Hey, T-Dub, I was just having a look at the picture of the sextant here with naming all the componentry on it. And with the amount of time that Ball has come in here claiming refraction across water, how come there's no refraction mirror or refraction filter or some shit like that on there?
Are you meaning to hot mic there, Manifactotum?
Oh, hello? Shit, sorry.
Yeah. No, you're right. Just letting you know. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, the amount of times they've claimed refraction, it's a wonder there's not some little dial on there. Oops, refraction's up to 43% today. I've just got to wind it up there so we make sure we get a bang-on shot to the horizon, that it's not hiding behind something like a fucking oil rig.
I'm not sure. Like, I think there might be refraction adjustments that they recommend, and like the formula and everything inside the manuals and almanac and that. But I don't know that it's to do with the horizon, like the apparent location of the horizon. I think it's more to do with the apparent position of the celestial object, isn't it? You know,
Yep, that's correct.
I don't know enough about it.
No, you're correct. It is nothing to do with the horizon. It is the apparent position of the celestial object.
In relation to the plane?
In relation to the globe, of course.
Good to hear you piping up for a change too, man. Don't hear you talk much, but I've heard you talk before, and fucking usually on point.
Gas Jesus. Oh, there you go. Yeah, no, thanks. I usually stay pretty quiet. I'm sort of working, so I've just got it playing in the background. But you guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
And I know you've been around for a while.
Been around for a long while. Yeah, been around the block. Well, I've been a flat earther since about 2018, maybe. Yeah, 2018, 2019-ish. No, 2018, I'd say. Done the rounds. I don't really debate much because it just takes too much energy, and it's the old same, rinse and repeat from the same culprits. So I just like to listen nowadays. I pipe up every now and then.
Oh, fair enough.
But I do have to commend you guys on your efforts. So you guys are here most days, and you still give it the same energy that I used to a few years back, and that's good. It's good to hear. Don't know how you guys do it. Don't know how you still put up with it, but
yeah, cheers, man.
Yeah.
It's the eye of the tiger.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, since it's quiet, we can unmute AK and carry on. If anybody, I'll unmute him. Anybody wants to speak?
He's unmuted. I just unmuted him.
Oh, cheers,
I'm out
AJ.
for a minute.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm out for a
Yeah,
minute
me
though.
too.
Something else.
Same here. I've got to duck off soon, so I won't be joining in much.
You've been freed, AK. If you're there.
Nah, he'll go into sook mode for a while. He normally puts his fingers in his ears too.
Yeah. Projecting, aren't you, huh? No, I'm working on proving something. I'm just making an illustration on yeah, statements that are being made.
Can't wait.
Program.
Sure you can.
What program are you using, man?
Does it matter?
Just use Paint. That's what I use.
I'm actually interested in art, so I was never mind. I was actually asking you a genuine question, but whatever.
I'm using GeoGebra right now. To I don't even know what I'm intending to do, so
What are you drawing?
you'll see.
Oh, just give me
later.
Just a quick summary of what you're drawing. Surely you can do that.
Okay, I'm gonna show what what changing the observer position to zero elevation has as a consequence for apparent for the angle.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, I'll leave you to it then.
Yeah, thank you. My calculator, wait, quick. Oh. Sine 50,915.88. if I remember correctly. Yep. Come on. Team, come on. I Fuck.
I finished with what I needed to look up. AJ, you still around?
With the dip correction, you would actually change the observer height mathematically instead of the changing the angle. Then the dip corrections would be different by up to 0.2 arc minutes. And they would depend on the observed elevation of the observed angle in the first place, not just on the observer height. It would depend on the observed angle, because the apparent position, the apparent distance, the star is different for different elevation angles. You have a lower angle, the apparent position of the star is further away than when the observation angle is than when the altitude angle is higher.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Oh, so gravity pushes us down. Okay, I'm fine with that.
We choose truth over facts.
I'm fine with pushing us down. I'm fine with that. Fine, gravity pushes everything down. I'm cool with that.
That stuff is flat.
Tell me you quote mine without telling me you quote mine.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not. What's the point of?
An 8-year-old's question.
What was the point of going to the moon?
That's my question.
What was the point of going to
I
the moon?
want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen. It could have been scary.
We stretched our clothing out to 8 to 10 days. And we would wait until we started to get a little rash around our waist before we change our underwear. And that was sort of our signal that says, hey, I think it's time to get a new pair of skivvies. Are incredibly robust. You can smell a little roast beef.
All right, kids, it is now my job to teach you the theory of evolution.
Oh, boy!
Now, I, for one, think that evolution is a bunch of bull crap. but I've been told I have to teach it anyway. It was thought up by Charles Darwin, and it goes something like this. In the beginning, we were all fish, okay? Swimming around in the water. And then one day, a couple of fish had a retard baby, and the retard baby was different, so it got to live. So retard fish goes on to make more retard babies, and then one day, a retard baby fish crawled out of the ocean with its mutant fish hands, and it had butt sex with a squirrel or something and made this retard frog squirrel. And then that had a retard baby, which was a monkey fish frog. And then this monkey fish frog had butt sex with that monkey, and that monkey had a mutant retard baby that screwed another monkey, and that made you. So there you go.
Oh, man.
You're the retarded offspring of 5 monkeys having butt sex with a fish squirrel. Congratulations.
Your worldview is a fucking cartoon fucking idiot, Mr. Garrison. Oh, that's great. Thank you for showing us how stupid your fucking worldview is. You had the same.
Is there a problem?
That's great. No, you agree with the dumbest fucking person on South Park. You're good.
Oh,
man.
okay. Was it supposed to be like that, or? Is this good, or?
If that's what you think evolution is, I mean, yeah.
Hey, settle
That helps
down,
me
okay?
understand why you. That helps me why you don't understand what evolution is. If that's what you think it is, I mean, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Nothing. You're doing great. You're doing good, man. You're providing me
Oh, okay.
entertainment. This is good. I'm stuck in traffic. This is freaking hilarious.
Well, yeah, I mean, believing in a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flame from ever expanding void of darkness is kind of like a South Park episode, and taking all the side quests seriously is, just shows how gullible and maybe even, stupid someone can be. Because you gotta believe all this, right? You're a monkey, squirrel, something grown out of a pond scum. I mean, your ancestry line goes back to pond scum if you believe the heliocentric religion. Oh, hey guys, I'm related to this pond scum right here, or to the stones. Amazing.
Nope, I'm sorry. You're wrong. There's tons and tons of Christians out there that believe the Earth is not the center of the galaxy, not the center of the solar system, that don't believe in evolution. So you're wrong.
Whoa, relax. I'm not wrong. You can't
Oh, you
invoke
are.
something else. No. The heliocentric model has a distinct creation story. You cannot replace it with something you prefer. If you want to believe it, that's great. You're one step closer to understanding the truth. If you want to believe you're from Adam, that's great. You're one step closer to the truth. Then you got to get rid of the board.
Heliocentric model has zero to do with evolution. Zero.
The
Nada.
heliocentric model has its own creation story. What is the creation story of the heliocentric model?
What does it have to do with evolution?
What is the scientifically proposed in schools and university creation story of the heliocentric model, including how we came to be?
What's the direct link between the heliocentric model and evolution?
Have you heard my question?
Did you hear mine? You started off saying how the heliocentric model has to do with evolution, and I want the direct link between the two of them.
Yeah, we'll probably answer your question once you have answered mine. Well, I'm waiting. While I'm waiting, I'm going to eat something.
I don't know. Okay, I asked my question first, so. But if you want, I'll answer your question. So your question is: does the heliocentric model have a creation story to it? Is that what you're
No,
asking?
that's not my question. What is
Well,
the scientifically in schools and university teached creation story of the heliocentric model and how we came to be? With all the dinosaurs and so forth. You know what it is, man. Just stop being
Of all
so
the dinosaurs?
dense.
No.
Don't make it weird, man. Don't make it weird.
Abiogenesis has nothing to do with heliocentric model. So no.
Don't make it weird. What is the scientific
You're making
creation
it weird.
story that is linked to the heliocentric model? The Big Bang and so forth. Explain it.
The Big Bang has to do with the universe. Has nothing to do with evolution.
Oh, golly. So anyone else in here is wanting to claim that they don't teach evolution in with the link to the heliocentric model in universities and schools?
Show
That's the
me how they
creation story?
teach the link. Show me how they teach the link.
So they
Where's
don't
the
teach
link?
you that you have a Big Bang and then some balls of plasma form, and then the ball of plasma, which is Earth, is getting hit by asteroids. Then these asteroids bring water, and then the ball of plasma turns into a water ball, and then from the pond scum you arise. That's not what the school teaches. Man, you must be going to some other school then.
I'm failing to see the link between heliocentric and evolution.
Yeah, I can see that you're failing.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna enjoy my food while you figure it out.
Keep posting funny South Park parodies of what you think. I think it's great. You had the same views as Mr. Garrison. I think that's hilarious.
No, you have the same views as Mr. Garrison.
No, I don't.
Right?
No, I don't.
We do. No, he just summed
No,
up
I don't.
evolution. So that's so you
No,
believe in
I
evolution.
don't.
Yeah.
No, not in Mr. Garrison's version of evolution. No, I don't.
So that's evolution though.
No,
Basically.
no, it's not.
Can you repeat that in English?
Oh, oops, funk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Is this good or?
That was actually NASA, so not South Park, but still is hilarious.
Yeah, NASA has real good engineering. I know.
No.
No, it doesn't have real good engineering.
You couldn't tell if that guy's literally a retard?
He sounds like a pilot that probably doesn't know too much about engineering.
He was in charge of the ISS, dude. He's like one of the main guys. Doesn't know shit about the ISS.
He's like a manager or something. Yeah, lots of managers don't know shit.
No,
Yeah.
he is Don Pettit. He has been on the ISS 3 times. Last time I think it was 6.5 months or so, and he was once also the commander of the ISS.
Yeah, so he's supposed to know everything about it.
And
So he's a pilot.
spokesperson for NASA. If someone would know, how a mechanism works, or how to see a cupola with an emergency plan that he doesn't know at the top of his head, it would be him. But he doesn't know because he's an actor. And he didn't have any
Yeah, he
script
doesn't
for the
have to
question.
know. It's a set. It's just a set. He's an actor, and it's not real.
Do you think airline pilots know the engineering of how a plane works? Like the actual every single engineering aspect of a plane? Do you think the pilots know that?
Do you think a pilot would know what to do if a window blew out? Do you think he'd have like a little protocol?
Yeah, he would.
Okay, well,
Okay.
Don Pettit should know too, but he doesn't. He says stupid nonsense because he's a freaking retard. He's just an actor. He's not
knew
the best of the
protocol.
best
He
of
knew
the
the
best.
protocol.
He's
said
an
you would
idiot.
You would seal it, close off the room, and then it would need to be
He
repaired.
said probably. You will probably see the whole cupola off, and there might be a plan top of my head, but yeah, sounds very confident. Like the worst case scenario is something if I wake you up in the middle of the night, you should ramble down the checklist from the top of your head what you do in that case.
Anyway, so you're mad the pilot doesn't have the complete engineering.
No, we're not
or
mad.
close to
It's just
engineering
hilarious.
of
It's literally, it's laughable.
I mean,
I'm not mad at all.
it's
I'm
not
actually
that hilarious to
entertained.
me.
I'm
I mean,
actually entertained because I come here.
I can drive a car. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic. I can drive a car, but I'm not a mechanic.
This is entertaining. You know why it's entertaining?
Dude,
Because this guy is coping so hard. This is why I come here, for people like you, Reezy.
Okay, if you were like let's say you were one of the main mechanics on John Force's drag racing team. Like, could you expect to know how to take off a tire, or like if you had a fire, like yeah. Well, like dude, he's a commander. He was the ISS commander. He was in charge,
He's a
dude.
pilot. He's a pilot.
Oh, dude, that's pathetic.
Pilot.
You're pathetic to even say that. He was commander. He was in charge. Don't you think he should know some shit? It's just laughable that you'd even freaking say this shit. He's
I'm not surprised that a commander,
He's an actor.
A commander isn't an engineer. That's what you're telling me. Wow, big surprise.
Stop it. Get some help.
Why isn't the commander the engineer of the spacecraft?
Who takes care of things on the ISS, if not the commander and the people that are in it? You think they just call a guy? Like, hey, man, call the plumber. Is that what you're telling me? Call the engineer?
Well, I'm just glad that you admit that, he was on the ISS. That's fine.
He's on the set. Hilarious.
You guys figured out how helium has weight yet? Have you guys figured that out, one?
The first man, or I should say the first woman and next man on the south pole of the moon will be Americans.
And what's your timing on that? Well, it's better not say it too fast. Get it done before you talk about it.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Unfortunately, I think you can't hear it in the clip, but Trump was saying, "No, I'm not for any president at all. This is just this whole show that I'm trying to describe here." So the one actor, which is Trump, says to the other actor, which is the NASA head guy, "What will be the timing on that?" And the NASA head guy cringeously laughs in the video. And then Trump quietly says, but you can still hear it a bit off the mic, "Let's better not talk about that." And then the NASA guy wanted to say something, and Trump, the other actor, interrupts and says, "Let's get it first done." Pretty funny, isn't it? They know that their bullcrap is bullcrap.
It's almost like they know that usually there are delays and things that happen with long-term projects.
For decades.
Dude, we're gonna have colonies. We're gonna have colonies on the moon by freaking 1995, for sure.
Bro,
oh, wait a second. That has passed already.
Yeah.
I mean, how many years this is now going on? The scheme that gullible people like Greasy buy into, where every decade they say we're gonna reach a new level, like a space or something. And for some reason, it just never improves anything.
Yeah, how many times has the Virgin Galactic guy sold freaking tickets? Virgin Galactic dude, he sold tickets to go to the freaking moon, or to space, I don't know how many times, dude. When we're gonna take you to space, you can buy some tickets in advance, and he never freaking did it. It's hilarious.
I mean, how many years has it been since you guys started talking about the flat Earth, and you still don't have a map?
Oh, this fallacy of the map, man. By the way, you're breaking up. Your internet is breaking up. Well, you're still breaking up. But I can answer your question that is fallacious in the first place. Are you back? Can you hear me? Reese? No, he's still breaking up.
The satellite freaking flew over.
For the audience, okay, since Reese's internet is broken, for the audience, every map that is out there in reality that will be used practically on the Earth. For example, let's give a practical explanation. You want to have a drive to your friend who lives 40, 50 miles away, but you're not going to use Google Maps or your phone. You're going to do it the old school way. So you're going to have a map that is going to have a flat-based grid system, and you're going to have all the detailed roads and highways on it. And then you're going to look at it and you make out the route, and that's what you're going to use for navigation. So every map that is being practically used will not be on a toy globe that you will put on your pedestal in your car, and then you spin it around and search for a road or whatnot. Neither for any other practical use on Earth. It will always be practically used, every map, as a flat-based grid system for a topographical stationary plane. There is no practical use, not one practical use in reality where the globe is inherently needed.
Put your roller on your little ball. Put your roller on your ball. Plan your route.
So the question where our flat map is the question where our flat map is very fallacious and exposes that someone has probably never thought about maps.
Where's your flat Earth map of the world?
Well,
Where is it?
you are too dense.
Been waiting
too dense to understand it
for years and years and years.
Every
Produce a flat Earth
projection
map of the world.
Every projection of a map that depicts the Earth is flat. You have the only way you can make it a ball is when you wrap. The only way you can make it a ball is if you use a flat map. If you use a flat map, listen carefully. If you use a flat map and you twist it and glue it around the toy globe, that's how you can make a ball map. But you will have two big holes on either side because you gotta put it on some stand, right? Anyways, the only maps that are sufficient and that are are being utilized, that are utilized in this world are always going to be a flat-based grid system. Always.
Are you telling me all the flat when you have all the flat maps of the world and you try to put them together, they don't fit? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
That sounds like what you're telling me. That when you put all the flat maps together, they
Yeah,
don't fit
I
together.
see that you have problems cognitively to understand what I'm saying. There's many things that sound something like you, but it's not what I'm saying to you.
Why don't the flat maps fit together? Why don't the flat maps fit together?
Sir, I don't even understand that question. It has nothing to do with what I said.
What it has everything to do with it. You said the
No.
flat Earth maps.
I told you.
when you try to put them together, they don't fit together. Why?
I never talked
Why
about
don't
that.
they fit together correctly?
I
Yeah, you
said
said
every
when you have all-
projection, as long as a flat map is not wrapped around a toy globe, every projection of the Earth, when looked on paper, will be a flat map. This is what I told you. Now you come up with some weird stuff I never talked about.
No, you just said when you put all the.
Ah man,
So
this
then
is too
give-
exhausting.
So, do you have a flat map of the entire world?
So you can choose whatever projection you want.
Yes,
Neither
I want-
projection
I
is
want-
correct
I want- I
anyways.
want
That's
the-
what your
I want the-
paradigm says yourself, that there's no projection that is 100% correct.
Yeah.
Anyways, you can
Listen.
pick and choose whatever you want, and you can look at it, and there you go. You have a flat map if you're gonna print it on paper or you look at it on your screen.
I want a flat map, and I want you to show me
Oh man.
how if I'm in Japan, how I get to America going in one direction, how I get to America going to Europe, and then back to Japan, all in one direction. Show me that flat Earth map.
So every map is flat. Don't you get that?
Yeah, okay. So show me one flat map. Just show me the flat map of the world, entire world, in the chat right now. Show me the flat map of the entire
Bro,
world.
can you not do it yourself? Just choose a projection you want to. Every projection will be depicted on paper as flat. I don't
So
have any
the only flat
preferable.
map
Sir,
of the
I don't
entire
have any.
world I can
Sir,
show
I don't have any
doesn't have-
preferable.
Has America on one side and Japan on the other, but I know that Japan and America are closer to each other than that. So then I would
Yeah,
have to
amazing.
fold that flat map into a cylinder in order to make it have any sense. So you're saying the Earth is a cylinder? What are you trying to say? It doesn't make sense.
Oh,
Show me
golly.
a flat Earth map that connects
Oh,
them
man.
all together. That
Every
makes
map.
sense. Show me one
Every
flat Earth
map,
map.
projection. Every map projection. Every map. When you
I
put it
just
on
want
the
one flat Earth
paper,
map.
it is
I
flat.
just want one flat Earth map.
Every map is flat. There is no such thing as a map that isn't flat.
Okay, So just post the map that you're talking about.
Sir,
Post the
I
map
don't
of
need
the
to
entire
post
world
a map that is going to
Why?
fulfill your
Because
requirements. I don't travel from Germany here to Japan by, I don't know, my UFO in my garage or something, dude.
So you don't have a flat Earth map. Just say it. It's okay.
Sir, I don't pick and choose a map that is utilized for something that no one will ever utilize for. Give me one person that wakes up in the morning and says, I'm gonna get my UFO out of the garage so I can get now I'm gonna get my map and I'm gonna navigate practically from here, America to Japan. But I need the correct map first.
Okay,
No one says this.
I got you. Airline pilots do it all the fucking time.
No, they don't.
So now there's no planes that
I'm
fly
an
from California
aviation
to
geek,
Japan.
sir. I'm an aviation geek.
You're telling me that there's no flights from California to Japan?
So what a pilot does is he is going to brief his flight. He's going to put it in a program. Most of the time, these flights are already per company pre-chosen. The only thing the pilot does in FMC and MCDU would be loading in the flight plan into the aircraft. Then he checks with the winds. He checks each individual points that everything is loaded in correctly within the flight computer system. That every intersection, every airway, every VOR point and so forth is loaded correctly, and that they will be at this distinctive altitude according to the fuel burn and so forth. So it all matches company requirements. The only thing a pilot these days do is checking the computers. Okay, the piloting itself is mostly done automated.
Okay, so
therefore there is no need to check old maps or a map or anything like that. And back in the days when they needed to check maps, they actually had a little hole in the cockpit or windows, and they did celestial navigation. That's how they knew in which direction they were flying. They didn't look at a map; they looked at the stars. That's back in the days with the old airliners. But nowadays, no pilot cares about what the map says. They just have everything digitalized.
He's just projecting, dude, because there's no globe map. All the globe maps are derived.
There is a globe map. There is a globe map. Stop saying there's no globe map. There's tons of globe maps.
Oh man.
So there's no globe map because all the maps.
Absolutely, there is. There is a globe map. Stop lying.
I'll get to finish eventually. So all globe maps are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. So all maps are flat. All globe maps are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. That's all flat. And the distortions on a globe map come from stretching a flat map around the ball. And helium in a balloon goes up, doesn't go down. Yeah?
Helium, when you put it into a helium tank, it increases in weight. So that means there's more force being pulled down. When you change the volume of the container, then yeah, it's going to change things. But when you, if you have a fixed container and you add helium to it, it increases the weight of the container, meaning more weight is being pulled down, which means helium is being pulled down.
So helium balloons again go up. Do you have any evidence of gas pressure without?
It's not so like the air above the helium is heavier than the air inside the balloon, so that gets pulled down more, which makes the balloon go up. That's buoyancy. Can you show me how buoyancy works without gravity? Can you show me the formula for buoyancy without gravity?
So why does the helium balloon go up? It doesn't go down. It goes
Because
up.
because the air around it weighs more.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
The air around it weighs
Or
more.
you could say that the helium is lighter than the air around it, or less dense, right?
Right. Except so then can you tell me why a helium tank increases in
So-
weight as you put helium in it? If helium is